July 26, 2013. At the Maracana Stadium during the International Champions Cup, the commentator's voice rose sharply. Benzema brings the ball under control. There's a chance. Matuidi flies in with a sliding tackle. Bodies go sprawling, and the referee immediately blows for a foul. Matuidi has truly made Real Madrid suffer. It was supposed to be a friendly match, yet both Real Madrid and Paris Saint-Germain had sent out their strongest lineups. In the Croatia live broadcast studio, the commentator's voice spread through the air. But this is easy to understand. The new season is about to begin. In this last friendly, both sides need to fine-tune their starting lineups. The International Champions Cup was in essence a more glamorous name for a series of friendly matches. Fans knew that in the second half both sides would give their substitute players some time on the pitch. The Croatia broadcast camera swept across Real Madrid's bench. A handsome young man instantly drew the attention of Croatia fans. Countless Croatia fans were watching the broadcast for the sole purpose of catching a glimpse of him. At this moment, confusion, puzzlement, and a faint longing flickered in the young man's eyes. His name was Lineu, a product of English youth training. At 6 years old, unwilling to attend primary school, Lineu lashed out with a single kick and shattered the window of the principal's office. Because of that, Lineu was expelled almost as soon as he had enrolled. His father was at his wit's end. Since you love kicking so much, go to a football academy. No one had imagined that Lineu actually possessed genuine football talent. From then on, he progressed smoothly in the academy, standing out among his peers. Later, he was spotted by Watford's youth academy and officially joined English youth training. 3 years afterward, Lineu transferred to Castilla, carrying the expectations of countless Croatia fans. Though Castilla kept him on the bench, and he never managed to earn promotion to the first team, this new season was supposed to be his chance to turn things around. Mourinho had clearly told Lineu that he would be given playing time in the preseason friendlies. Lineu duly came off the bench in the friendly against Paris Saint-Germain, delivered a steady performance, and thus earned the opportunity to train with the first team. Just when Lineu believed he was finally about to spread his wings on his professional path, disaster struck. In a subsequent U17 national team match, a vicious tackle targeted him. Both his legs were broken, and his career never recovered. After that, Lineu had no choice but to retire. He lived in gloom and frustration, never accomplishing what he had dreamed of. Yet the Lineu of this moment clearly had nothing to do with lifelong failure, for his gaze was blazing with light. Have I been reborn? Looking around, Lineu pinched his own thigh to confirm his suspicion. This feeling, it's real. The corners of Lineu's mouth curled uncontrollably. His body was still this powerful, vigorous, and solid. This is my very first match with the first team after arriving at Castilla, Lineu thought to himself. After this match, he would be invited by Tai Luhai to join the U17 national team. Yet before the official start of the U17 Asian Cup, he was demanded to pay an exorbitant appearance fee. Because he refused, Tai Luhai later took revenge, and during training, Lineu's legs were shattered in a tackle. His professional career collapsed, and Castilla terminated his contract a year later. Thinking of this, Lineu looked toward the south stand. In the third row of the VIP section, Tai Luhai was indeed seated there. "You bastard, just you wait," Lineu snarled inwardly. Lineu's eyes were fierce. In this life, he would seize back everything that belonged to him. Casemiro, sitting nearby, felt somewhat uneasy. The Brazilian edged slightly away. The young man before him had eyes that shifted between firmness and ferocity, muttering under his breath about reclaiming everything and being ruthless in his decisions. They say the pressure in Real Madrid's first team is enormous, and it truly is, Casemiro thought as he moved. Time flowed back to the present July 26th, in the International Champions Cup. The second half had reached the 60th minute, and the score remained locked at 0-0. As is customary in friendlies, both sides were about to begin making substitutions. Lineu was full of anticipation. This would be his professional debut. Mourinho's gaze swept across the bench and happened to meet Lineu's eyes. Mourinho beckoned Lineu to his side. "When you go on, your task is to disrupt Matuidi. But that guy is hard as steel. You must avoid direct physical confrontations with him. As long as you can prevent him from dictating the tempo, you will have fulfilled the mission I'm giving you. Do you understand?" Lineu's face radiated confidence. "Relax," Lineu replied. "Leave it to me." He adjusted his shin guards as Mourinho signaled for a substitution. Dear viewers, the long-awaited Lineu finally steps onto the pitch. At 17 years of age, this teenager has at last earned playing time with Real Madrid's first team. Although it is only a friendly, I believe everyone is eagerly looking forward to his performance. Mourinho turned and sat down, assuming that this young man would obediently follow his instructions. 1 minute later, a clash of legs. Lineu and Matuidi have collided. The ball has gone out of play. Moments earlier, Matuidi had driven forward at pace with the ball at his feet. Lineu intercepted at the very first opportunity, his powerful left leg gathering strength before smashing against Matuidi's advancing right foot. It was like gunpowder igniting in an explosion. When the dust settled, Lineu did not retreat. Instead, he remained standing where he was, wagging his finger at Matuidi, an unambiguous gesture of provocation. Lineu knew that Matuidi was the fulcrum of Paris Saint-Germain. If he did not contain him, PSG would continue to dominate the midfield, which would be detrimental to his own performance. This was the moment of his debut. He had to seize the opportunity. Lineu is blatantly provoking Matuidi. This must be part of Mourinho's plan intended to blunt Matuidi's edge. The live broadcast camera cut to Mourinho, who was gesturing animatedly on the touchline. "Look as expected. Mourinho appears to be praising Lin Yu, commending him for carrying out his instructions. The noise in the stadium was deafening. Lin Yu could not hear what Mourinho was saying. Mourinho had indeed told him to harass Matuidi, and Lin Yu was doing exactly that. However, Mourinho was worried that such behavior might completely enrage Matuidi. Faced with a star player already established, the young Lin Yu would clearly be at a physical disadvantage. So he sent on Khedira as additional cover. After his provocation, Lin Yu gave a small grin and drifted back into his holding midfield position. Matuidi's face was dark, his eyes fixed on Lin Yu with menace. Lin Yu merely shrugged, utterly unconcerned. His confidence sprang from one fact: he had activated the reborn system. A minute earlier it had awakened. Congratulations, host, for completing the system activation mission, appearing for a team from one of the top 5 European leagues. Activation reward: Peak Gattuso template. The growth of the host's attributes in strength, interception, defense, and sweeping will be significantly enhanced. The template will immediately apply a focused upgrade to one key attribute. Physical confrontation 62.99. Attributes related to physical duels have received additional improvements. Strength 68.85. The livestream chat was boiling with discussion. This is exactly the style of a Mourinho team. They love to disrupt the opponent's mental state in just this way. Going straight at Matuidi from the start. This kid is going to suffer. Who gave him the courage to provoke Matuidi? Was it Liang Jingru? Lin Yu originally had no time to check the system interface, yet just as the match resumed, Khedira clashed fiercely with Matuidi. It was obvious this too was Mourinho's arrangement. As play was stopped, Lin Yu immediately opened the system interface. The newly acquired Gattuso growth template was glowing. The template would not only enhance his physical strength in duels, but also accelerate the growth of his power, interceptions, defensive work, and sweeping coverage. Lin Yu quickly understood it was essentially a potential module that would help him grow faster. Beyond that, he would gain energy points through training and matches, and those points could be used to draw skill modules. Lin Yu opened the skill module interface, and one dazzling golden module after another slowly emerged. Gerard's Thunderbolt Strike. Reese's Cannon Shot. Carlos's Cannon Shot. Makelele's Sweeping Destroyer. Adriano's Aerial Dominance. Vieri's Tank-like Drive. Deeper within the skill module interface, there was a faint hazy glow. Lin Yu could not make out what it was yet. He could only see a few words: hidden template. He let it go for now. It was probably some utterly overpowered reward that he currently had no way of touching. The hidden skill template pool is entirely different from the golden pool of skills. Once the host triggers a special hidden mission, he will gain a chance to draw from it. Lin Yu drew in a sharp breath, swallowing hard. This was outrageous. He could not draw anything yet, so why was the system showing it to him now? After completing your professional debut and receiving a 5-star rating, the host will be granted a substantial amount of energy points as a milestone reward, allowing for an immediate draw of one skill module. Lin Yu responded, good. Very good. Excellent. For now, the only thing he needed to do was to completely dominate. As long as he utterly crushed his direct opponent while being just a young rookie, he was certain to receive a 5-star rating. Thus, when Matuidi glared at Lin Yu with a fierce predatory look, what he met in return was an even more unsettling gaze. What kind of monstrous look was that? For a moment, Matuidi felt a twinge of panic. This made no sense. He was the one being provoked. He was the one supposed to be seeking revenge. So why was he the one feeling nervous? He shook his head violently and threw himself back into the battle. Lin Yu had no time to keep browsing attributes. The match had already resumed. The score was still 0-0. If you can't stop him, Hedon, then angle your defense, came a quiet voice. I'll cover for you. The likewise substitute Khedira spoke under his breath. Mourinho had also brought Khedira on an unmistakable signal that he did not fully trust Lin Yu. Lin Yu simply nodded, saying nothing. Yet in the 80th minute, when Matuidi drove forward with the ball, Lin Yu once again stepped up to confront him directly. Khedira froze for a second, then still moved in behind Lin Yu to provide cover. Matuidi dragged the ball and came to an abrupt stop, anger boiling in his chest. Lin Yu bent forward slightly, eyes blazing like torches. With a cut to the left, Matuidi made the first move. Lin Yu lunged forward to press him. The corner of Matuidi's mouth curled up. Young players really were easy to trick. In an instant, he dropped his shoulder and pulled the ball back to the right, changing direction again. A second sharp shift. A defender who had already committed his weight could never keep up with him now. At least that was what Matuidi believed. Of course, that was only Matuidi's assumption. Lin Yu had never truly surrendered his balance. His first lunge had been nothing but a feint. The moment he saw Matuidi change direction, Lin Yu stopped short, pivoted, and slammed his right shoulder brutally into Matuidi. The Frenchman answered in kind, dropping his own shoulder and ramming back with his left. It was a fair 50-50 challenge. Whoever won, it would own the ball. A dull thud rang out. Matuidi's confident face crashed heavily into the turf, sending up a few blades of grass. The crowd roared in disbelief. The supposedly iron-bodied Matuidi twisted his head to look up, only to see the resolute Lin Yu already surging away with the ball. Lin Yu did not slow down. He steadied his breathing and glanced around with his peripheral vision. Isco was to his left, Benzema to his right, with Modric in the middle. Lin Yu quickly pointed toward the left, lifting his head. The unwavering focus in his eyes drew Murrier's attention. With a crisp touch of his left foot, the ball slid away toward the right flank. Modric took it in stride, his first touch, both control and acceleration, cutting inside at once and bursting through, shaking off his marker to create an angle. He struck low with his left foot. The ball smashed toward the near corner. The net bulged as it flew in. Goal. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. The commentator's voice rumbled like a train echoing through a tunnel. 70% of the credit for this goal, no 90%, belongs to Lin Yu. A blind pass. Pointing left and playing right. Misleading with the gesture. What a brilliant ball. Modric sprang onto Lin Yu, leaping up in celebration. Fantastic pass, Lin. Benzema wrapped an arm around Lin Yu in congratulations. The broadcast first replayed Lin Yu's assist, and then shifted to highlight the tackle that had preceded it. The commentators savored the moment. An absolutely terrifying physical duel, and in the end it's the so-called Iron Man Matuidi who gets sent flying. His voice brimmed with satisfaction. On the touchline, Mourinho stood with his gaze firmly locked on Lin Yu. What the? He just knocked him over like that, he muttered. Wasn't Matuidi supposed to be the French Iron Man? And he went down just like that. In the live stream, the barrage of comments flowed by as fast as dandelion seeds scattered by the wind. Who was it who said you shouldn't provoke Matuidi just now? Lin Yu did provoke him. And not only provoked him, he enraged him, and not only enraged him, he then knocked him flat. With that fall, Matuidi's market value just dropped by 20 million. This youngster. Oh my, this youngster. What a kid. Matuidi rose slowly to his feet, the sensation of the collision replaying vividly in his mind. It had felt like a massive hammer smashing into his shoulder, the pain brutally real. For the first time in a physical duel, he had come off second best. And the opponent was only a 17-year-old boy. The match went on. Paris Saint-Germain continued launching attacks through the middle. Matuidi and Pastore pushed forward in tandem, while Lin Yu and Khedira formed a steel defensive wall. What happened next, however, went far beyond anything the fans had imagined. In the 86th minute, with time running out, Pastore, growing impatient, drove the ball forward at pace. Mata tightened inside as a passing option for a possible 1-2, but instead Pastore exploded straight toward Lin Yu. His forceful charge should have allowed him to slip past Lin Yu's right side. Yet, Lin Yu turned his body with the movement and once again slammed his shoulder into Pastore. The timing was impeccable. The point of contact was perfect, hard enough to contest, clean enough to avoid a foul. Another muffled thud echoed across the pitch. Pastore staggered for 2 steps, almost losing his footing. Lin Yu had already taken the ball away. Seeing him about to launch a counterattack, Verratti lunged in and grabbed a fistful of Lin Yu's shirt. It should have been a clear foul, yet what Lin Yu did next left the entire stadium in stunned silence. The fans watched with wide eyes as a lone figure like a bulldozer dragged Verratti forward with him. Like a ferocious beast that could not be stopped, Lin Yu's muscles swelled across his body, a living embodiment of violent beauty. The live camera cut to a close-up capturing Verratti's utterly despairing expression etched into the eyes of every viewer. Hey, Verratti seemed to protest, defeated. I'm still an elite Italian midfielder, you know. Can't you at least spare me a shred of dignity? It's not that I'm not giving face, it's just that such an opportunity is rare. Lin Yu saw a perfect chance for a counterattack. However, after pulling Verratti forward a few steps, the pace gradually slowed, and Lin Yu had no choice but to stop sidestepping to knock Verratti's hand away, shaking his head regretfully. The main referee quickly arrived and showed Verratti a yellow card. Although this attack was fruitless, the fans on site, especially those from Paris Saint-Germain, were already dumbfounded. How could such a player who can't even be held back be benched by Real Madrid for an entire season? It's not really being benched. A 17-year-old young player should be honing his skills in Castilla. At this moment, an elderly man in the stands had a gleam in his eye. Maybe we should buy out his youth training contract. Check if there is a buyout clause in his contract. The assistant beside him was very efficient. Even before the match resumed, he had already found out about Lin Yu's contract. Such contracts for young players are usually not secrets. There is one, but it's a bit expensive. How much? The old man asked in a low voice. 800,000 euros. Hearing this number, the old man no longer hesitated. That's indeed a bit pricey. The assistant thought that Beverly's silence meant giving up, but the next second the old man directly picked up the phone. Fenway, I've got my eyes on a guy and he wants 800,000. Damn, that's even less than the lifeboat on your yacht. I believe he has more potential than any midfield lottery ticket we've scratched before. Damn it, don't make me tell about you sneaking out for a massage last night. Alright, I knew you would understand me. He'll activate his buyout clause immediately. The old man is Beverly, Liverpool's chief scout. Over the years, to help Liverpool find a new midfield successor, Beverly has spent tens of millions of pounds and scratched no less than 10 lottery tickets. But none of the lottery tickets have satisfied Liverpool's needs. After this season, Gerrard will leave Liverpool, and based on current performances, Henderson and Lucas are still inadequate. Especially Henderson, who was heavily criticized in his first season after arriving at Liverpool, while Lucas has been described by fans as a brainless player. With the new season about to start, Beverly continued searching for new lottery tickets for Liverpool. This young man who had been playing in Castilla caught Beverly's attention. The match continued on the field, and Beverly was no longer interested in watching. He just instructed his assistant to pull up the data. Soon Lin Yu's match performance and statistics from the past year in Castilla were all retrieved. Strangely, the data shows that this guy had solid fundamentals in the past year, but due to deficiencies in physical confrontation and strength, he was never favored by Mourinho. Yet in this match he seemed like a different person. With the previous data in mind, combined with Lin Yu's changes in this match, Beverly was even more excited. If this guy's physical confrontation ability has indeed improved, this lottery ticket holds even more value. 800,000 euros is just a drop in the bucket for a top club like Liverpool. Pouring it into the sea wouldn't even stir a ripple. But if it pays off, it would be a lifesaver for Liverpool. Liverpool's midfield is currently lacking players, especially this type of tough midfielder. Lin Yu was completely unaware of this and remained focused on the match. Time was running out. A few minutes later, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. The live broadcast camera quickly focused on Lin Yu. This young player, who has been in Castilla for an entire year, has never played in a first-team match for Real Madrid. Finally getting a chance in a friendly match, he did not miss it. The match is over, and I believe the fans who have been eagerly awaiting Lin Yu's debut in Real Madrid have had their fill. Lin Yu performed quite well in this match. Though it can't be called perfect, he showcased his characteristics. Strong confrontation ability, precise interceptions and tackles, along with excellent football intelligence and vision. These are essential qualities for a midfielder. From the current perspective, he is undoubtedly a tough midfielder. The term tough midfielder hasn't been used in modern times for a long while. A closer comparison would be Real Madrid's young Casemiro. However, he is not quite the same due to differences in style. It's not a matter of who is stronger or weaker. The true tough midfielder. If you've seen the former Gattuso, you would understand. Gattuso was a definite killer, though just his presence on the field would send shivers down the spine of opponents. That is the charm of a tough midfielder. The live broadcast camera focused on Lin Yu, who was walking towards Matuidi. Matuidi was originally angry, but when he saw Lin Yu striding towards him with an intimidating aura, if it weren't for the jersey, one could easily mistake him for a ruthless thug. His anger dissipated instantly for some reason. Matuidi even unconsciously took a step back, wanting to lean towards Ibrahimovic for some sense of security. You played well. Lin Yu suddenly extended his hand towards Matuidi. The Frenchman was taken aback at first, but quickly high-fived Lin Yu. He said, "I played well." Matuidi thought to himself, unable to help but smile. Wait, who is the young player between us? In the post-match locker room, Mourinho praised the team's performance. Then Lin Yu hurriedly left as there was someone waiting for him. Before going, Lin Yu first found Lin Hai. "Dad, can I borrow the glasses you used to deal with that unscrupulous boss, eh?" Lin Hai said nothing and simply took out a glasses case from his pocket. "Take it." Outside Maracana Stadium, in a luxurious cafe, a 50-pound cup of coffee, this guy generously ordered two. Both cups were placed in front of him. Young players shouldn't drink coffee, but it's not good for their careers. It causes impotence. Lin Yu had no idea where this guy heard such rumors. "Alright, let's get to the point. I know you came to see me for a reason." Lin Yu interrupted this person's small talk with a wave of his hand. Iron Lu Hai was taken aback. The feeling this young man gave was entirely different from that of other young people. Inside his youthful shell seemed to reside an exceptionally mature soul, and his deep gaze felt as though it could see through one's innermost thoughts. Ahem. He pretended to cough twice and took a sip of coffee. "Wait, I need to search you first." As a loyal fan of tomato novels, Iron Lu Hai was naturally very cautious. After a careful search, he found no recording device, and only then did Iron Lu Hai sit down with ease. "You've been benched by Real Madrid for a year, and they won't give you any playing opportunities. You can only continue playing in the youth league in Castilla. Although you performed well in your debut, you have to compete with Modric or Casemiro. Come collaborate with me. Play in the first team, play real football." Iron Lu Hai looked particularly confident. "If you return to the Chinese Super League, I guarantee you will have playing time in both the national team and the club in the future. You will earn a fortune." Tai Lu Hai knew that Lin Yu had no way out now. At 17, playing in the youth league would lead nowhere, especially since Real Madrid had brought in a new midfielder, Toni Kroos. The signal released by this transfer was very clear: no young player would gain playing opportunities under the new midfield combination at Real Madrid. Toni Kroos, Modric, and Casemiro would form Real Madrid's brand new midfield triangle with players like Khedira and Isco as strong substitutes. As a result, no young player would be able to secure even a minute of playing time in the first team of Real Madrid. Thus, returning to play in the Croatia league to earn more money was clearly Lin Yu's best choice now. But how could Lin Yu be unaware of Tai Lu Hai's intentions? This seemingly kind invitation was in fact the beginning of a sinister scheme. Once he returned, he would be trapped by Tai Lu Hai, and the cost for playing would range from 800,000 to even 1. The more he earned, the more he would have to pay Tai Lu Hai. This was not the football life he desired. "Really? That's wonderful." Lin Yu smiled obsequiously. "I would love to return, but I want to ask in advance, how much is the fee for starting in the U17 national team? You know, my dad is very wealthy, and I am willing to give you all this money as long as you can give me a chance to play." Lin Yu wore a flattering expression. If he directly confronted Tai Lu Hai, he would surely pretend to know nothing, and he wouldn't be able to gather evidence. Only by using such indirect questioning combined with his experiences from his past life could he understand Tai Lu Hai's various operational details, and in turn make him lower his guard. "What are you talking about? The opportunities to play for the national team are completely fair and reasonable." Tai Lu Hai was indeed cautious. "I know some friends like that kid with the surname Lee. He has already told me the fee for playing in the U17 national team. I have prepared 800,000 I want to have the opportunity to start in the upcoming U17 Asian Cup. As long as you agree, I will return to the Croatia Super League and follow your arrangements completely. Tai Lu Hai was taken aback. How could he know the fee amount so clearly? Is he one of our own? Lin Yu continued, this price was told to me by my father Lin Hai. Lin Yu cautiously leaned in and whispered, last night the president of the Football Association already discussed this with Hai Gu in advance. Upon hearing this, Tai Lu Hai was first shocked, then gradually relaxed his guard. The president of the Football Association. This young man even knows about this connection. Very few people knew about this connection, only players who had already formed a partnership would understand. The young man in front of him could say it directly, which clearly indicated that he was one of their own. Looking at this flattering and sincere youth, Tai Lu Hai couldn't help but recall those young people who were willing to cooperate with him before. It seemed that his earlier concerns were unnecessary. This young man was just an ordinary youth. Where was the cunning? No problem, but you need to queue up. There are already quite a few people ahead of you, you understand the rules. With your current popularity having shined in Europe and being quite popular in Croatia, you have a better chance of getting opportunities. Tai Lu Hai crossed his legs. How about this? If you're willing to add a bit more, I'll let you have the starting opportunity earlier. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Lin Yu finally nodded in relief. Leaning back comfortably in the chair, Tai Lu Hai casually crossed his legs. No need for more words, and don't bother coming to find me again. His tone suddenly turned cold. The flattering smile vanished, leaving only murderous intent. I want return to participate in your schemes. Don't think I don't know what you've done. Demanding exorbitant appearance fees, paying to play fake matches, manipulating games. Lin Yu adjusted his glasses. Tai Lu Hai then noticed when this guy started wearing glasses. A recording pen. Who uses that thing anymore? Moreover, how can just recording serve as evidence? What Lin Yu was using was a pinhole camera embedded in the front of his glasses, terrifyingly discreet. With a graceful rise, Lin Yu prepared to leave. This evidence was just the first step. He needed to continue gathering. To completely overturn Tai Lu Hai and the vast forces behind him, these pieces of evidence were far from enough. At this moment, Tai Lu Hai was still somewhat confused and did not suspect Lin Yu's glasses. As he watched the young man suddenly tear off the mask, Tai Lu Hai instantly flew into a rage. With scum like you, no European team will invite you. Sooner or later you'll come back crawling and begging me to help you enter the Croatia Super League to play. Just wait, the price will only double by then. Tai Lu Hai slightly shook his head, his hair not moving. If you bow your head and admit your mistake now, I might still consider forgiving you. What responded to him was the young man's carefree silhouette along with a few words drifting in before the door closed. Forgive. Threatening me, you little brat. Upon hearing this, Tai Lu Hai raised his coffee, as if to smash it on the ground, hesitating for a moment before turning it back and drinking it. Good. You better not regret it. They'll have you banned for life. Just as the words fell, the door was suddenly pushed open. I'm scared now. The teasing voice abruptly stopped because it was a waiter who entered. Hello, sir. The young man who just left packed 3 bags of premium cat poop coffee beans totaling £800 to be paid by you. Tai Lu Hai's hair was finally blown away by anger. F***ing Lin, I'm going to kill you. The roar penetrated the cafe. Lin Yu took off his glasses and put them in his bag. He would keep this evidence well. Next, he needed to continue fighting in Europe. As his status in European football rose, he would have more confidence and means to obtain a more complete evidence chain, thus completely overturning Tai Lu Hai and the forces behind him. Lin Yu was well aware that given the current situation in Croatia football, returning would only lead him deeper into a quagmire. The longer he played, the deeper he would sink, ultimately ruining his entire career. Therefore, staying in Europe to play was his only choice. Lin Hai had long since opened his Infinity and was waiting outside the cafe. Your mother called as she wants me to return to Croatia tomorrow. Lin's mother, Ariana, a beauty with the Croatian emblem. Haigu originally came to Europe to do business and met Ariana while traveling in Croatia. They fell in love at first sight and soon became husband and wife. After marriage, Ariana originally lived in Croatia with Lin Hai, but she returned to live in Europe only after Lin Yu came to Europe for youth training. Although I don't know what just happened inside, the fact that he released the news so quickly means you must have completely angered him. Lin Yu opened his phone. Tai Lu Hai had just posted a message on a Croatia social platform denouncing him. To remain in Europe, Lin Yu refuses the national team's call and declares he will never join the national team. As the head coach, I, along with the president of the Football Association, jointly announced that Lin Yu will never be called up to the Croatia national team. At the same time, Lin Yu will be banned for life within the Croatia football sphere. Lin Yu smiled and logged into his Croatia social account, leaving a comment below the post. Countless fans rushed to like and share, and within just 5 minutes this comment shot to the top of the hot comments. A promise is a promise, double happiness. So are you planning to continue playing in the youth training league in Castia? Lin Hai glanced at Lin Yu's comment, and then closed his phone as he never interfered with Lin Yu's decisions. Ever since this guy shattered the principal's office window at the age of 6, Lin Hai knew he was a man with opinions requiring little intervention. Lin Hai felt that Lin Yu seemed to have changed, exuding a hint of maturity, and his gaze had become increasingly resolute. Lin Hai was very familiar with that kind of gaze. In his own past, when he was destitute and deceived by a heartless boss, tears had dampened his pig trotter rice as he vowed to earn 5 million. It was in that moment that he had possessed such a gaze. Only a starving wolf would have such a gaze. It is a form of reward. If you let it bite into a piece of meat, even if you strike its waist with a stick or smash its head, it will never let go. No matter what, I will not go back to play football there. I do not want to ruin my career again. Upon hearing that word, Lin Hai was momentarily taken aback, but did not ask further. I came this time to witness your debut in the first team. If you perform well, son, I knew you would succeed. But you must remember, if one day things don't work out, it's okay to come back home. Your old man has some money and your mother is also a somewhat popular clothing store owner in Croatia. We are your safety net. After marrying Ariana, Lin Hai established his own clothing store with 3 branches in Dubrovnik, enjoying great. The store is named Mingzhu, primarily featuring clothing with Chinese characteristics, which is well received by the Croatian people. Dubrovnik is also known as the Pearl of the Adriatic Sea, recognized as the most beautiful city in Croatia. With its pleasant climate and beautiful scenery, Lin Hai quickly adapted to life here and started a jewelry business. The family was thriving, and because of this they were able to support Lin Yu in participating in youth training in Europe. How about you help me call your mom, and let me stay a few more days? Lin Hai suddenly spoke up. Son, I can't bear to part with you. Lin Yu silently replied, Dad, the last time you begged me like this I agreed. And then you went to Barcelona for 3 hours of beach massage. When the warm sun shone on your back and warm hands caressed your chest, I was being chased by Mom. Lin Yu raised his phone. Mom, did you hear that? Dad used the same excuse last time. He shook the phone, and the penetrating sound echoed through the street. Lin Hai, when you come back I'm going to kill you. Screech. The infinity suddenly swerved, and Lin Hai, son, aren't we good brothers who share hardships? You actually sold me out like this. Lin Yu smiled without speaking. Last time I helped you cover up I was chased by Mom for so long, it's time for the truth to come out. You revealed it, but who can save me when we get home? Lin Hai slowed down on the accelerator. The car quickly drove onto the coastal road. The sea on the right appeared particularly beautiful under the reflection of the setting sun. The sea breeze stirred the waves, and Lin Yu took a deep breath, savoring the delightful scent. In a good mood, Lin Yu opened the system interface. After completing his career debut, he indeed received a milestone reward. Congratulations, host, for receiving your first career milestone reward, 500 energy points. Congratulations, host, you can draw from the skill module pool once. The skill module pool can be drawn from every 500 energy points. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Begin drawing. The skill pool began to flicker. Golden, blue, green, and various lights continuously changed within the skill pool. Lin Yu felt his vision gradually whiten, like being enveloped in freshly squeezed milk, a creamy white spreading out. As the creamy white spread to every corner, a hint of egg yellow gradually permeated from the center. The originally flat milky white began to wobble under the impact of the yellow ripples. Gradually a grand stadium emerged before his eyes. Roars of excitement filled his ears. Rivaldo. Wall pass. Opportunity. Long shot. A yellow figure charged toward the white spot and shot with fury. Bang. The football shattered all illusions like a spirit bomb. Lin Yu instantly returned to reality, gasping for breath. Huh. Son, are you okay? Lin Hai noticed the change in Lin Yu. I'm fine, just a bit tired from the match. Lin Yu took a few deep breaths, gradually calming down as he heard the system's voice. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the skill module Roberto Carlos, powerful long shot. Roberto Carlos, a fierce Brazilian fullback, is known for his astonishing long shots, a true weapon of destruction. Some goalkeepers are afraid to save his close-range blasts for fear of breaking their hands. Currently, with the Gattuso growth template, his physical confrontation and strength attributes have improved. The Roberto Carlos skill module has also enhanced his long-range shooting ability, which are essential attributes for him as a midfielder. Facing the comfortable sea breeze, Lin Yu opened the system interface to check his attribute screen. Host Lin Yu, age 17, height 1.82 meters. Weight 76 kilograms, shot within the box 63, long shot 80. Roberto Carlos skill module still has potential to be explored. Offensive positioning 62, short pass 62, vision 72, header 60, stamina 71, burst 72, speed 74, interception 60, tackle 59, defensive positioning 62, dribbling 67, strength 85, physical confrontation 99, crossing 68, curve 62, long pass 60, football IQ 99. Skill module Roberto Carlos, powerful shot. Growth template Gattuso beast midfielder template. With the system's training and matches, the potential of the Roberto Carlos skill module will be further unlocked and related abilities will be enhanced. Through matches and training, the host's attributes will be enhanced. Randomly triggered hidden tasks can provide precious treasure chest rewards. Opening different levels of treasure chests, the host can receive various characteristics, attribute points, energy points, skill modules, and other rich prizes. Competing in the Youth Training League based on performance ratings, the host can earn a small number of energy points as rewards. If competing in matches at the level of the 5 major leagues, the energy point rewards for the host will increase accordingly. Lin Yu examined his attribute screen. Based on his current attributes, there was indeed a reason for him to participate in the youth training system in Europe. Some of his attributes were evidently higher compared to his peers, and at the same time, because he had been reborn, his football IQ was extremely high. With a wealth of modern tactical knowledge from his past life, his understanding of the game far exceeded that of his contemporaries. As long as he continued to participate in matches, he would gain energy points to acquire more skill modules. However, from the current situation, it seemed a long way off for him to compete in the 5 major leagues. At least at Real Madrid, he would not have the opportunity to play in the first team. Just as he was feeling melancholic, a phone call suddenly came in. Lin Hai connected to the car system, and a voice came from the other end. Lin Hai. It was a somewhat awkward Chinese accent. It's me. You cannot leave Spain for the time being. As Lin Yes guardian, you must be present when he negotiates the contract. Contract negotiation? With whom? Lin Hai was puzzled. A club from the English Premier League has just activated your son's contract release clause. I am their representative. So who do you represent? Lin Hai was confused. There was a moment of silence on the other end of Liverpool. Who? Lin Hai exclaimed. Liverpool. The voice on the other end remained calm. I mean, who are you? Lin Hai's voice became sharp. Under normal circumstances, Lin Hai would only use that tone when asking Ariana for pocket money and getting rejected. I am Beverly. I. Beep beep beep. Beverly stared at the hung-up phone. Lost in thought, he mused, that name sounds like a scammer. I've dealt with many scammers in England, and they all have names like that. Beverly Frayne, or whatever. Lin Yu nestled into the sofa disdainfully, saying, you don't believe that Liverpool would Exactly, I don't believe you. Lin Hai replied quickly. But soon the phone screen lit up again. If you don't believe me, you can check Liverpool's official website to see if there's a guy named Beverly. I am their chief. Beep beep beep. The call was hung up again. Damn it, I swear if he dares to hang up on me again. Beverly looked at his assistant. Then I'll just use your name, Frayne, that sounds much. So when the call was connected again, he said, listen, if you don't believe me, you can check my other name. Frayne, also one of Liverpool's scouts. Beep beep beep. Son, what did I tell you? Lin Hai raised his handsome face. The old saying holds true, doesn't it? Lin Yu had already opened his phone to check The names Beverly and his assistant Frayne were prominently displayed on Liverpool's scouting homepage. Carly. Lin Yu dialed the phone of his translator and assistant. This was the assistant Lin Hai initially hired to help him integrate into life in Spain. Are there any other clubs interested in me? A clear female voice came through the receiver. No, wait. I just received an invitation. A guy claiming to be Beverly said, he activated your buyout clause. As long as you can reach a contract with them, they are willing to bring you to Liverpool. Damn it, it must be a scammer. Let me verify. Lin Yu did not hang up, but quietly waited. Carly was always efficient. 2 minutes later, under Lin Hai's hopeful gaze, Lin Yu nodded. The Infinity turned around at the intersection. Lin Hai was saved. He could delay his return home for a few days. Lin Yu was also saved, as from what Carly implied on the phone, Liverpool was willing to give him more opportunities. An hour later, a silver Infinity pulled into the last parking spot in front of a cafe in Madrid, followed by a stream of angry curses. The person stepping out wore sunglasses with an aura that screamed not to be trifled with, resembling a wealthy individual from the East. These wealthy individuals are typically not to be messed with. The saying the Chinese have their own turf is especially prevalent in England and Spain. Lin Yu extended a hand apologetically toward the back and quickly walked into the cafe. The winding corridor highlighted the proud design sense of the Spaniards, although Lin Yu did not understand its purpose. After turning 2 corners and heading towards the innermost private room, a short-skirted waitress slightly bent over, presenting the most beautiful smile. The heavy door of the private room was slowly pushed open, revealing 2 seemingly out-of-place individuals. The elderly gentleman in a silver suit had silver hair and a cup of green tea in front of him. The young assistant beside the elder looked particularly youthful, with fearless eyes highlighted by silver-framed glasses, embodying the ignorance and fearlessness of a recent university graduate. 2 cups of steaming coffee were placed in front of them. Lin. Beverly stood up. Lin Yu walked forward calmly. Their solid hands met. One hand was rough and heavy, while the other, though slender, was surprisingly strong. Lin Hai also smiled as he stepped forward. As a businessman, he was most adept at handling such situations. Just as they settled down, the heavy door of the private room was pushed open again. The sound of high heels echoed on the floor, revealing long legs with muscular lines, while a slender arm carried an oversized bag that seemed entirely out of place. Lin, I'm here. The sweet female voice, paired with a mature appearance, left Frayne stunned. Carly, Lin Yes' personal translator and assistant, had provided much help over the past year. Now that everyone is here, let's talk about the collaboration. The speaker was neither Lin Hai nor Carly, but Lin Yu. This made Beverly's eyes light up even more. The young man in front of him was completely different from what he had imagined, aligning with the fierce and mature style of play on the field. Simply put, we are willing to offer you a new contract. Liverpool wants to buy you and is willing to activate your buyout clause. Beverly handed over a pristine contract, warm, yet slightly cool to the touch, clearly just printed. Why would you want? Lin Yu did not open the contract, but simply passed it to Carly. Because we lack midfielders. We don't have Khedira, we don't have Casemiro, and we certainly don't have Modric. But you could purchase their substitutes. Your transfer fee is enough to bring in a midfielder worth 40 million euros rather than someone at my price. Lin Yu was very clear. Liverpool could obviously buy a ready-to-play midfielder, young and excellent, with much more experience than himself. We are constantly searching for young midfielders worth developing. Beverly opened Frayne's laptop. In our quest for a new generation of midfielders, we have successively introduced Henderson and Lucas. But their performances have not met our expectations, and we have already spent tens of millions of euros on them. In the past 3 years, we have brought in over 6 young midfielders under 18. The most expensive cost us even 500,000 euros, while the least was still 50,000 euros in transfer fees. Thus for us your 80,000 is completely negligible. But I see potential in you. On Beverly's laptop a growth chart appeared detailing the various young midfielders Liverpool had introduced in recent years along with their growth and potential data. These young midfielders we brought in were like lottery tickets. They all received some playing time in the first team until their performance fell short, and we had no potential to develop further, at which point they were returned to the youth academy. As the chief scout, Beverly understood too well what young players desire. Especially young players like Lin Yu, whose eyes always revealed a wolf-like thirst. The new season is about to start. Come to Liverpool's youth academy. If you perform well in the youth league, I believe Rodgers will give you a chance in the first team. To put it simply, do you want to stay at Real Madrid and compete with Modric, Casemiro, and those guys, or come to Liverpool and compete for playing time with Henderson and Lucas, who have yet to gain trust? Carly had already finished reading the contract. Although it was a contract for young players, it was at the highest level of youth contracts. As long as Lin Yu performs well at Liverpool, Carly was confident she could quickly secure him a new first-team professional contract. After exchanging glances with Lin Yu, her crisp voice rang out. Deal. Beverly laughed heartily. Great. It's a deal. Frayne quickly reported the news to headquarters, and the entire private room was filled with a joyful atmosphere except for Lin Hai silently raised his hand saying, wait, isn't anyone going to ask for my opinion? Damn it, I'd rather go back to Dubrovnik and enjoy my wife's whip. Carly, I know your home is here, so I won't force you. If you don't want to continue as Lin Ye's assistant, I will settle your remaining wage. Over the past year you have helped him a lot. Watching Beverly leave, Lin Hai looked at Carly, who was dialing a phone number. Hello, Mom. I'm going to Liverpool. What? Are you going to pretend you don't know me when I'm in Liverpool? Okay, Annie, I will come back to see you often. After hanging up, Carly looked back at Lin Hai. Boss, my current income depends entirely on you. Lin Hai laughed heartily. Don't worry, everything in Liverpool, food, drink, accommodation, will be on me. Lin Yu smiled at Carly. Over the past year, Carly, who seemed gentle yet was incredibly tough, had helped him a great deal. She was astute enough to secure Lin Ye's opportunity to play in the International Champions Cup, which was brought about by her insistence with the youth training director of Real Madrid. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to pack my luggage. I will arrive at the airport on time. Lin Yu watched Carly's departing figure, determined and powerful, a stark contrast to the person he had seen a year ago. Time truly changes a person, Lin Yu said with a smile. Yehu would have thought she was a timid intern just a year ago. Lin Hai recalled a year ago when he was already a moderately successful businessman, and Lin Yu had just been introduced by Castilla. It was in this Madrid restaurant where Lin Hai sensed that Carly did not belong here. After a brief inquiry, Lin Hai learned that Carly had studied at Madrid Financial University, minoring in Huaxiao language, but was expelled early for unknown reasons. With no qualifications, she couldn't find a decent job, and her impoverished background made her desperate for income. Carly could only work at a cafe to make ends meet. Thus Lin Hai offered her a job, inviting her to be Lin Ye's translator and assistant. This job and the income it provided were a lifesaver for Carly at that time. Therefore, Carly regarded Lin Hai as a benefactor and Lin Yu as the young boss. She would do everything to help. Are you with Carly here? Dad won't accompany you to Liverpool. Good luck. Seize this opportunity. Not many young players suddenly receive invitations from top clubs. You are lucky, but this is an opportunity filled with uncertainties and alluring temptations. Lin Hai ignited a high-end cigar. Back then your dad became a successful businessman, thanks to such opportunities. I remember vividly, I was a force to be reckoned with, and the beautiful women of Manchester lined up to seek me out. Lin Yu silently turned and walked towards Madrid airport, leaving Lin Hai to boast on his own. Lin Yu had heard these words countless times. He could even recite them in English. Lin Hai looked at Lin Ye's back, his eyes slightly moist, but that sense of reluctance was quickly brushed away, leaving only trust. My son Lin Hai must be someone who can venture out and return. Since childhood, Lin Hai's philosophy in educating Lin Yu had always been this. It's okay to not be good at studies, but you must have a good appetite. It's okay to not rank high, but you must be an upright person. You can be punished by your teacher or sit on the sides of the podium, but you must be able to stand tall, exuding charisma. For this reason, Lin Hai had always been very confident in his son. The Infinity slowly drove towards the airport, while on the other side of Madrid, there was an airport that could reach Ariana in the opposite direction of where Lin Yu was heading. Lin Yu, hands in his pockets, whistling casually, glanced back and saw the Infinity logo slowly fading away, then returned his gaze, his steps becoming more determined. This time he would not let his dad down no matter what. Even though his dad had never been disappointed in him regardless of how he... The sound of high heels clicking approached Lin Yu. It was Carly. Lin Yu had walked here. Whenever he felt good, he enjoyed walking through different streets, feeling the breeze stirred by various passers-by. He would also gaze into their eyes, discovering their stories, or look at different shops, and savor the aromas wafting from them. This sensation captivated Lin Yu. Do you believe what that guy said? As the plane gradually took off, Carly whispered to Lin Yu beside her. Lin Yu looked out the window. The clouds had enveloped the earth, obscuring everything with a white mist. I don't believe it. Lin Yu understood Carly was referring to Beverly's promise. If he didn't perform well enough, he would end up like those tickets that Liverpool had brushed past, forced to stay in the youth training camp, or sold at a low price to teams in the Championship, or even League Two. But I'm different from those guys. My strength will pave the way for me. Carly stopped asking, simply putting on her eye mask. I will pay. 3 hours later. The plane, adorned with neon lights, pierced through the night sky, and a special vehicle awaited at the main entrance of Merseyside Airport. Unknown stars do not need to walk through the VIP channel, as there won't be fans surrounding them asking for autographs. Lin, good to see you again. Frayne helped Lin Yu open the car door. The teacher has something to attend to, so he sent me to welcome. Lin Yu nodded slightly, first helping Carly into the car, even though she was quite adept at handling high heels of this length. Connolly was waiting at the youth training headquarters. As the head coach of the youth training team, Connolly was eagerly anticipating Lin Yu's arrival, as he had seen Lin Yu's potential. When the special vehicle arrived, Connolly was the first to come out to greet Lin. A warm embrace was Connolly's signature move. Let's go, I'll take you to see the dormitory first. Although Carly had already rented an apartment, Lin Hai always wanted to give Lin Yu the best, but Lin Yu still decided to stay at the club's dormitory for now. Getting familiar with new teammates quickly would help him integrate into the team and perform well. Rogers has heard your name, it was Beverly who told him. So perform well, you know our first team is in dire need of midfielders. If you do well, I will invite Rogers to watch you play in the youth training league, that will be your opportunity. Connolly introduced Lin Yu to the conditions of Liverpool's youth training. The dormitories were clean, with 4 people per room. Lin Yu was not the first to arrive, nor would he be the last. When he entered the dormitory with his luggage, the 2 beds on the left had already been occupied. Connolly had already gone to attend to his matters, so Lin Yu did not recognize the 2 people in front of him. They were completely different, one was dark and strong, while the other was pale and thin. Hello, Lin Yu smiled and extended his hand. Lin, I know you. The black guy was the first to extend his hand. My name is Ocho, and this is Jordan Rost. The white boy had a number 8 jersey hanging by his bed. Lin Yu knew him. He was another ticket that Liverpool had bought for €120,000, arriving half a season earlier than himself, and had already gained some fame, known as the new Gerrard by Liverpool fans. Compared to Ocho, Rost did not extend his hand, he merely turned and sat down at his desk. Don't mind him, that's just how he is, always acting like someone owes him $8 million. Ocho waved his hand, pulled out a chair, and invited Lin Yu to sit down. Connolly asked me to tell you 2 things. First, the second half of the youth training league will start in 3 days, and the opponent is our arch-rival Manchester United. Lin Yu was puzzled. Why? Of course, because they are our arch-rivals Manchester United. What other reason could there be? Ocho, because they beat us 5-0 in the first half of the season. Ross said lightly. Connolly was ridiculed by Manchester United after the match, so angry that he made his wife wear a Manchester United jersey in the middle of the night. Lin Yu looked at Ocho, who awkwardly laughed. Ha ha ha. This time I will lead the team to take revenge. But last time it was because of your mistake that we conceded the first goal. Ross spoke again. That was clearly your backward. Ocho instantly jumped up, pointing at Ross and cursing. That's because you didn't understand my intention. Bullshit, that was your passing mistake. Lin Yu looked at the 2 before him, silently sighing. Is this really my new teammate? I suddenly feel that the future life in youth training resembles attending school. You must rise on time, practice in the morning, and promptly head to the training location without being late. For young players, tardiness is the most intolerable offense. On July 27th, at 6:30 in the morning, Lin Yu got up on time and noticed a figure in the corner putting on shoes as he donned his coat. Ross was surprisingly awake as well. I thought I would be the earliest rising young man in this world, Ross said in his usual calm tone. Shall we have breakfast together? He stood beside Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded and casually tossed his socks next to Ocho. Ross saw Ocho instantly embrace the socks tightly, as if he were hugging a beautiful heiress from his dreams. 2 tall figures moved down the corridor, neither of them spoke. I do not regard you as an enemy, Ross spoke first. We can coexist, and besides I won't stay in the youth training team for too long, Lin Yu replied. The cafeteria had very few people. A single egg, a bit of pasta, and a piece of avocado. Lin Yu kept it simple, while Ross poured himself a cup of corn juice. Manchester United is strong, unexpectedly strong. Many players in their lineup possess the ability to play in the championship, and some even have the capability to move up to the first team. The training ground was rather quiet, and Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, noting that the facilities here were at least not inferior to Real Madrid's, maintaining a top-tier standard. Winning against you 5-0 shows they certainly have the strength. Before coming here, Lin Yu had learned about this team. Both Ocho and Rost were formidable players. Last season in the Premier League, both were even called up to the first team by Rogers, playing 2 inconsequential matches at the end of the Premier League. This indicates that both of them are close to being promoted to the first team. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp and rapid sound of passing the ball soon echoed as the 2 began short passing drills, with Rost's fundamentals equally solid. It seems Rost has a companion. A dark figure stood by the 3rd floor-to-ceiling window of a nearby glass building. Boss, who do you think has a higher talent, Rost or Lin? Connolly shook the coffee in his hand, letting the aroma waft over his face. It's hard to say. I have never closely observed Lin's performance, but Beverly has a high opinion of him. Notify all first team members. A tactical meeting will be held at 8 this morning. This match against Manchester United is our last chance for revenge this season. We cannot let Liverpool fans down again. The audience at the England Youth Training League is not small, especially for such a fierce rivalry. The animosity between Manchester United and Liverpool dates back a long time to when the streets of Manchester were only filled with fans in blue jerseys. Indeed, during the time of Manchester City, the animosity between Manchester United and Liverpool had already begun. However, it was not about football, but rather about the development of the two cities. Afterward, new forces attempted to settle in Manchester, naming themselves Manchester United. Later, under Ferguson's leadership, the rivalry between the two cities evolved into a football war. In the Premier League, the Manchester Derby always attracts the utmost attention, and in the Youth Training League, many fans come to watch the match live. At 7:30 in the morning, Liverpool youth training players began to arrive one after another. At 7:58, Ocho burst into the meeting room with his fluffy hair covering his face to pretend he didn't see Connolly, and quickly sat down next to Linyu. "Ross, damn it, did you throw your socks next to my pillow?" Ross sat to Lin, "Yes, right," and did not deny it. "It was me," Linyu spoke. "It can't possibly be you. You don't look like the kind of guy who would do something bad," Ocho asserted. Bang, bang, bang. Connolly tapped the iron table. "I believe everyone has greeted the new members in the cafeteria or restroom, so I won't introduce them further." Connolly referred to Linyu. "The day after tomorrow, we will face Manchester United in the rematch." The projector slowly turned on, displaying Manchester United's main lineup. "There are three players we need to pay special attention to: Rashford, McTominay, and Diallo." Linya's eyes brightened as he had heard of all three in his past life. Rashford, later shown in Manchester United's first team McTominay, became one of the most trusted Mad Dog players under Mourinho, and Diallo also moved up to the first team of Manchester United, playing as a starter for a while. When Rashford drops back to support and carries the ball forward, the midfielders must join in to help defend. Rost is responsible for Diallo, while Lin must hold his position. If there is an opportunity to attack, you two can push forward to seek a shooting chance, but Ocho cannot participate in the attack. You only need to focus on defense. With Lin's addition, a brand new midfield trio has formed in the Liverpool youth training camp. Ocho acts as a defensive midfielder, while Linyu and Rost form a double central midfield. The meeting room was very quiet, the scene of the previous 5-0 crushing defeat still vivid in memory. Smoke slowly began to rise, enveloping the Taster Stadium. 2 days later, in the 19th round of the Youth Training League, Manchester United faced Liverpool. The stadium was indeed surrounded by fans. As it was a youth training league, there were no seats outside the stadium, and all the fans were local supporters holding beers as they gathered around the stadium. The fans in the front row were focused, while those in the back row stood on their tiptoes to peer inside. Who do you think will win this time? Isn't it obvious? Of course it's Manchester United. Last time we beat them 5-0, this time we can win 6-0. Be careful not to talk too big, or you might lose a tooth. Don't come here looking for trouble. What? Do you want to taste my Manchester United and Liverpool fans were separated by security personnel on either side, although the security staff in the middle shivered, as they did not know what these passionate English fans would do next. Moreover, there were bound to be some old hooligans among them. Thinking of this, the female security guard protected her backside. Connolly gave a few last-minute instructions and patted the players on their shoulders. Linyu, wearing the number 6 jersey, entered the field with the team. Moments later, the match began. Manchester United kicked off. Rashford passed back, and James Wilson received the ball, distributing it to the right. Diallo had already dashed forward. His swift figure surged down the right flank, while Rashford sprinted forward before suddenly halting and stepped back 2 paces. An inverted triangle for support. Clap. Diallo decisively made a horizontal pass. The inverted triangle pass flew toward the edge of the penalty area. The Manchester United fans paused their beer drinking, their eyes glued to Rashford, as if the ball would fly into the net in the next moment. Rashford readied himself for the pass, turning sideways to set his leg. Bang! The sound echoed, but it was not the sound of a shot. The Englishman had already fallen. Linyu rushed out from a diagonal position, delivering a hard knee collision that knocked Rashford to the ground. The referee waved his hands low, indicating no foul. After intercepting the ball, Linyu pulled it back, exploding into action, shaking off Blackett to push forward quickly. James Wilson had nowhere to retreat. Behind him was the defensive line, and he could not allow this guy to break through. Reluctantly, James Wilson had to step forward and grab Lin's shirt from behind. This familiar feeling, Linyu did not stop. He pushed off the ground with his legs, unleashing terrifying power in an instant. The next moment, onlookers were left dumbfounded. James Wilson seemed to be pulled by an inexplicable force. His feet had yet to move, but his body leaned forward, rapidly pivoting on his ankle before crashing hard to the ground. Like a dried salted fish, he fell straight to the ground. 16-year-old James Wilson was light enough, and in terms of weight, he was naturally no match for the sturdy Matuidi. Linyu felt he could still advance, while James Wilson clung to Lin's shirt, refusing to let go. Thus, under the effect of friction, James Wilson's shorts gradually began to slide down, with his red underwear slowly coming into view. Indeed, it was his year of destiny. In order to protect his shorts, James Wilson could only free one hand to safeguard his last shred of dignity. Yet this meant he had to relinquish Lin's jersey with the other hand. Linyu seized the opportunity to accelerate, charging towards Manchester United's defensive line. The defense of Manchester United was left unprotected. McTominay, who temporarily filled the center back role, advanced first, while Michael Keane lagged back to provide cover, creating a layered defense. Linyu did not slow down, driving the ball straight into the penalty area, shouldering past McTominay in an instant before using his left foot to cut the ball inward. He successfully opened up an angle. Michael Keane rushed forward while McTominay collided from the side, both crashing into Linyu simultaneously. It was a closing defense. This is the most effective way to defend in the world of football. With one on the left and one on the right, they closed in like a sliding door, trapping the player between them, effectively dividing the ball from the door, thus blocking the attacking player from the ball, and completely losing control. Just as the sliding door was about to close, McTominay felt an immense force rushing towards him. He sensed it too. Suddenly he felt the world around him spinning, and he caught sight of the bottom of the right goalpost. It was strange. A person standing would never see the bottom of the goalpost unless they were lying on the grass. Indeed, he was lying on the grass, his eyes fixed on the right goalpost, while Michael Keane mirrored his position staring at the left goalpost. Linyu transformed into a human tank, forcefully breaking through the defensive chain of both players, completing a Oniantuo breakthrough. Dean Henderson looked tense, hurriedly raising his arms to expand his save area. Linyu did not observe the goal. He merely leaned forward and positioned his leg. The muscles of his right leg bulged, his powerful hips slightly shifted back, while his upper body leaned forward, creating a counter-diagonal posture with his lower half. At that moment, Linyu's body resembled a taut bowstring. And then the bowstring snapped. Bang! The sand and gravel trembled. The football became a black, as if enchanted by spatial magic, instantly vanishing into Manchester United's goal. Linyu scored. Liverpool 1, Manchester United 0. The spectators were left dumbfounded. Liverpool fans celebrated by spilling their beer. Manchester United fans clasped their heads with both hands, and the raised beer cups wasted golden liquid, yet no one cared at that moment. All eyes were fixated on that figure. Connolly crossed his arms in front of his chest, golden light sparkling in his eyes. Dean Henderson stood frozen, as if struck by a paralysis spell. What had just appeared to be a professional attacking stance now looked somewhat comical. Henderson even felt relieved in his heart that he did not touch that ball. What a joke. Was that a shot? It was like bringing a cannon to one's face and firing it. You should thank God that the cannonball was deflected before being shot out, or else it would have smashed into your face. Otherwise, it would have left a bright red mark on your face, perhaps even drawing a few drops of blood from your nose, splattering into the beer cup held by Manchester United fans behind you, triggering a scream. At this moment, the entire stadium was silent. Even Ocho and other Liverpool teammates were frozen in place. Ross looked towards Linyu's back. After scoring, this guy merely adjusted his hairstyle before turning away with nonchalance. Like an experienced assassin who eliminated his target with a single shot, then calmly retracted the silencer, turned, and walked into a cafe, ordered a cup of Yirgachev, and lit a torpedo-sized Monte Cristo, enveloping the surrounding guests in smoke. This was not human. Not only Dean Henderson, but also James Wilson, who was dumbfounded, and James Johnson, who still... He had never experienced such a feeling, pulling a player only to be directly brought down, even being rubbed against the ground by him. It was truly, in the literal sense, being rubbed against the ground. Linyu calmly walked back to his half, high-fiving his teammates in celebration while waiting for the game to resume. The Manchester United players, who had just been arrogant and full of confidence, were now silent, even somewhat afraid to meet Linyu's gaze. Although I don't know how he became like this, it's good news for us. The assistant coach appeared somewhat excited, standing beside Connolly. After suffering a humiliating 0-5 defeat against Manchester United, Connolly's position as coach was precarious. If Linyu could maintain this performance, this match would vindicate Liverpool. Many fans took out their phones to record. Such young players were rare in the youth training league. In fact, some fans had already uploaded the video they had just recorded to social media while the match resumed. Manchester United quickly pressed forward with their formation clearly showing an all-out offensive and defensive strategy. James Wilson sprinted madly as if trying to reclaim his dignity. Linyu did not intercept directly, but circled around James Wilson, pressing forward, while a loud voice reached the ears of the Liverpool players. Push up. Clash with them. The youth training league sometimes does not emphasize tactics because individual abilities can change the course of the game. For instance, the former Michael Owen, who could score hat-tricks consecutively, or Arjen Robben, who could single-handedly take on the entire opposing team. These stars often led their teams to victory through sheer individual talent in the youth training league. But now Liverpool was forming a tactic. Connolly recognized it at a glance. This was high pressing. Linyu was leading the high pressing tactic. Rost closed in on the attacking midfielder. Ocho steadied the formation from the defensive midfield position, while Linyu led Liverpool, making the entire team flow like water onto the sponge that was Manchester United, continually penetrating inward until Manchester United was completely filled. Linyu did this to create space for himself. Januzaj was besieged by multiple players and had to pass the ball back. The defense should have been safe until Michael Keane saw Linyu charging towards him. With a fierce expression, in a panic, he hurriedly cleared the ball with a big kick. The football flew aimlessly towards midfield. Ocho leaped high, showcasing his physical advantage, using his strong frame to suppress Wilson. Bang! A header pass. The football soared towards the front. Ross, not waiting for the ball to land, controlled it with his chest before using his right foot to volley the ball into the air. The football curved towards Ross' body at a diagonal, behind him, tracing an arc in the air flying towards the space behind Michael Keane. Michael Keane with his height advantage had enough time to turn around and start towards the ball's landing spot. Michael Keane was doing just that. But Lin Yu, sticking closely to Fletcher, pierced through like a sharp knife into a flow of steel, instantly severing the connection on the left side of Manchester United's defense. The knife rushed towards the landing spot, holding off Michael Keane. Michael Keane hurriedly exerted force his strong and solid shoulder, crashing into Lin Yu. McTominay even reached out from an angle behind to grab Lin Yu's chest, trying to prevent him from reaching the landing spot. Yet even with both of them doing this, Lin Yu still pushed through their restraints and charged towards the landing spot. The movement of his right foot mirrored that from before. Boom. A volley. The football smashed into the net, grazing Dean Henderson's left cheek. A cannonball among cannonballs. The aesthetics of violence. Lin Yu scored again. 2 goals in 2 minutes. The terrifying human tank. A true dimensional strike. WTF. Go tell my dear mother that her son has job security. Go tell my dear Rogers that the midfielder he wanted has indeed appeared. If he had joined earlier, why would I have to frown all day? All I needed to do was sit here and enjoy the victory. Connolly was grinning from ear to ear while the assistant coach was writing a report on the young players. This was a scouting template to be submitted to the head coach for recommending new talent. The new season was about to begin. If he could fill the midfield gap for Rogers, his own position would become even more secure. In this way, Connolly could also cancel his plan of using his sister-in-law to seduce the youth training director or Rogers, as his own position would become stable again. Lin Yu celebrated this time by patting Dean Henderson on the shoulder, as if to tell the surprised young man that he was unharmed, for once again the goddess of luck had favored him, allowing him to dodge the path of the cannonball. This is impossible. The gathered Manchester United fans were unwilling to believe what had transpired. Not long ago we won easily by 5 goals, and now we are falling behind so quickly. This is impossible. Who the hell is this guy? How come I've never heard of him before? He's the new lottery ticket Liverpool bought from Castilla. Damn, Liverpool aren't all the lottery tickets they buy just garbage. Hearing this, Roaster silently turned his head. Who the hell are you talking about? The situation had completely exceeded Manchester United's imagination. The match had barely just started and the opponent was already leading by 2 goals. As the whistle for the continuation of the match blew, all the Manchester United midfield players' gazes could only focus on Lin Yu, unable to shift their attention elsewhere. James Wilson, Michael Keane, McTominay. All the defenders' attention was entirely on Lin Yu, as if he were their only. The Manchester United head coach made adjustments. Since Lin Yu was present, they would not attack from the middle, but instead change to a wing play to utilize Manchester United's attacking advantage. Rashford continuously pulled to the sides, helping the team attack either left or right. 15 minutes into the match, James Wilson quickly transferred the ball, not daring to delay for even a second. The football flew to the left, and Rashford firmly stopped it, seeming to magnetically attract the ball. With a shoulder drop, Rashford instantly cut inside. A beautiful breakthrough opened up the angle. Ochoa defended, but Rashford took another step inside, once again surpassing Ochoa for a consecutive breakthrough. The shooting opportunity lay before him. Rashford was bursting with frustration. This time, he must shoot. Drawing back the bow, clenching his teeth, tensing his entire body, Rashford confirmed he was ready to shoot. However, in the next second, Lin Yu arrived. Once again, it was a brilliant. Lin Yu first occupied the advantageous position, then used his back to cut into the space in front of Rashford's chest, using the momentum to push back and directly shove Rashford away from the ball. A strong defense. But Lin Yu did not stop. He feinted and turned, then looked up. He looked to the left. But smack! A powerful diagonal pass flew to the right. Roaster held off James Wilson with his back, lightly passing the ball to the right. There was no one there at first, until a figure rushed forward with unstoppable force. Lin Yu came. Connolly's eyes flickered. The two had executed a 1-2 combination. The clever combination pierced through Manchester United's entire midfield defense. Lin Yu took large strides toward the football, while his arms swung, assuming a posture that clearly indicated he was about to shoot. The Manchester United defense was highly tense. McTominay recklessly charged toward Lin Yu, intending to block. But in the next second, Lin Yu lightly touched the ball with his toes. Smack! Instantly changing direction. A feint to shoot turned into a dribble. McTominay was bypassed. Left foot planted. Right foot tensed. With his waist exerting force to twist his body, the muscles bulged like a valley filled with gunpowder. Can you imagine the deafening roar that would follow in the next second? Boom. In this shot, Lin Yu used all his strength. The football soared into the air, the ball even twisted into a mirage. Swish. The sound of breaking air. The football smashed into the net once more. Manchester United fans were stunned. Liverpool fans went wild. Connolly was dumbfounded. Ochoa went crazy. Even Roaster couldn't help but sprint. WTF? Are you kidding me? Is this even human? Is he really just a 17-year-old young man? How is this possible? I don't believe it. These were the shouts of the Manchester United fans. Liverpool has struck gold. What a joke, he only cost us 800,000 euros. This feeling is like spending $80 on a replica American shield only to have that shield block DGOS laser. And then these were the feelings of the Liverpool fans. The upcoming match had lost all suspense. The only question was just how many goals Manchester United would lose by. Eventually, when the score settled at 0-7, the bright score reflected on Lin Yu's face. Lin Yu had already been substituted in the 60th minute to rest. After completing a hat trick, all he needed to do was enjoy every minute on the field, as the gazes from the surrounding fans were filled with envy and respect. The score of 7-0 quickly trended on social media, and although it was a youth training match, it still represented the dignity of both clubs. But the top trending topic was not the score, but a video. After the match, while Lin Yu enjoyed a massage from a beautiful physiotherapist to relax his muscles, while Roaster and Ochoa discussed where to go for dinner that night, while Connolly proudly took to his alternate account to lead Liverpool fans in mockery of Manchester United, the Liverpool club headquarters was equally lively. Boss, you should take a look at this video. How it has already trended. A standard Birmingham man resembling a member of the Razor Gang with deep-set eyes and light blue irises, long eyelashes combined with sunken cheeks and a short, powerful hairstyle. Lyndall Rogers' assistant. The projector was lightly opened, and what was being played was Lin Yu. It was a video of him sprinting alongside James Wilson along with his goal highlights. I just checked, his name is Lin Yu, a new youth training member that Beverly bought for €800,000 not long ago. He participated in youth training in the Premier League before going to Castilla, and his performances were always quite decent. But recently he seems to have gained momentum, as if he suddenly had a breakthrough. Before Rogers could study it closely, a timely phone call came in. A strong hand opened the phone interface, and the caller ID was Connolly. Rogers, you need to come see his match. Connolly's voice was excited. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Bully bandit, fierce, unreasonable, strong enough, and always eager for opportunities. Aren't you looking for a midfielder like this? Rogers raised his voice slightly. Although what you describe sounds more like a heinous monster, I must admit you have piqued my... Tell him he'll personally watch the match the day after tomorrow. This is his only chance to impress me before the new season starts. Let us go to that Huaxia restaurant, a Luo site, and I go there often. They have dumplings wrapped in fruit tangyuan made with meat, and their signature butter-fried rice studded with all manner of fruits and vegetables. It is utterly authentic. You will surely love it. Lin Yu looked at the confident Ao Chiao and said quietly, I grew up in Huaxia. It is an exquisitely beautiful country steeped in history and blessed with innumerable delicacies. Its cuisine could easily rank among the finest in the world. But none of that has anything to do with what you just described. Damn it, aren't you from Yingling? Yingling people are supposed to eat sausages, roast chicken, roast fish, or roasted sweet potatoes. In short, you lot love anything grilled or deep-fried. Lewisite, who was also from Yingling, disagreed. That is a foreigner's misunderstanding of us. We do not worship those foods. But now that you mention it, I haven't had a grilled sausage in 2 days. Lewisite smacked his lips. See, you have the nerve to call it a misunderstanding. Lin Yu had just arrived in Liwu Pure and did not yet know the local cuisine. Perhaps I can take care of that for you. The higher pitch of his tone betrayed a small, eager confidence. The three turned and saw a face extraordinarily broad and thick. Lin Yu thought for a long moment and could find no better word to describe it. If you struck his left cheek with a single punch, you would watch the flesh ripple, folding outward into a ridge, then into layer upon layer of folds. Anyone unfamiliar with the world of agents in Yingling football would not recognize him. Lin Yu, reborn with the memory of a past life, had heard of this man before. Bali Mai Kai, one of the most renowned agents in Yingling football, famed for engineering transfers and negotiating lucrative contracts. He represented numerous outstanding young players, including Ha Li Ma Kue Air and Lu Kushao. Lin Yu knew him for one reason: he had sold Ma Kue Air to Monlian for €80 million. Damn it. Monlian could have used that sum to build a real aircraft carrier. A fleet of unmanned vessels would surely have overwhelmed their rivals. Countless agents will come seeking you. No one will ignore your performance, and no one will deny the fact that Liwu Pure is willing to pay €800,000 for you. But I want you to understand, compared to old-timers like Bonneat, cunning operators like Mendes C, or fools like Lu Ka, Bali Mai Kai am the right choice for you. Bali Mai Kai smiled warmly. I do not have much business at present, not because I lack players to sign, but because I only sign the right people. He offered his business card without haste. I know how the world works. It's unwritten rules. I will go back and await the news, but understand this: the message will be one way. If you accept, I will accept as if by reflex. If you refuse, I will pester and plead until you fling me away like a filthy stray dog. That is how it will be. Bali Mai Kai was not wrong. Just as Ao Chiao hurried to heap a corn-flavored sausage onto his plate, Ba Neat's assistant called, as Luosite savored a mouthful of chocolate cake with matcha cream. Min Decee's assistant sent an invitation email. Even Lin Hai caught wind of the news. As always, he feigned ignorance. The ultimate choice would be Lin Yu's alone. Lin Hai would not interfere. Regardless of who made the decision, the one who bore the consequences would be Lin Yu. So let the decision be his. That was only fair. The pleasant dinner ended and youth training resumed with renewed intent. Youth League Round 20. Liwu Pure would face Chia Air, she in a titanic clash. Chia Air, she currently sat atop the Youth League standings and were formidable. Evening. Lin Yu returned to the dormitory exhausted, yet elated. Kong Naley had been waiting for some time. Did you boys take all evening for dinner? I have reason to suspect you went for a massage. Send me a detailed timeline of your whereabouts later. Ao Chiao kept his face turned aside, as if to deny Kong Naley a full view. Luosite calmly stepped forward to shake Kong Naley's hand, then went to sit on his bed. He knew Kong Naley would. Simply put, tomorrow Luo Jesse will come to watch. With that single sentence Kong Meili departed. Lin Yu nodded and walked him out of the dormitory. What? The head coach is coming to watch. Has he finally been moved by my performances and come to assess me? Ao Chao lunged toward Lin Yu. If he wanted to assess you, he had 18 earlier matches in which to do so. Perhaps then he would have noticed your mistake against Monlian. Luosite's calm remark stung Ao Chao. It seems the first team truly values you. Luosite glanced at Lin Yu. Lin Yu said nothing, merely tilting his head slightly and gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. What is he doing? Ao Chao asked. Posturing, Luosite replied. 2 days later, July 30th, Youth League Round 20. Liu Pure versus Xie Ershi. Most spectators' eyes were trained on the center front of the pitch, where a figure had appeared who had never been seen there before. That hulking fellow who looks like a calf is Cha Luo Ba, their current defensive midfielder, who sometimes plays center back. Bali Mai Kai stood beside Luo Jesse with a smile. That equally beefy white player is Lu Ec Bei Ku. The two of them formed Xie Ershi's fearsome midfield duo. Luo Jesse nodded, but Bali Mai Kai did not stop talking. That handsome, muscular, calm-faced player who seems like a walking warhead, a body entirely of muscle, is the young man I favor most, Lin Yu. Luo Jesse longed for his old friend to fall silent, but he knew Bali Mai Kai well. Before acquaintances, the man became an inexhaustible chatterbox. I know full well. He is my player and I came to see him. Planning to promote him to the first team so soon. Looks like I must hurry. Bali Mai Kai finally ceased his prattling as the players took the field. With the crisp blast of the whistle, the match began. Xie Ershi's intent was clear from the outset. Within moments, Lin Yu felt himself hemmed in by multiple opponents. Cha Luo Ba and Lu Ec Bei Ku pressed on his left and right, so close that Lin Yu could sense their breath. Stay away from me, or I'll tell the referee you two are sexually harassing me, Lin Yu muttered, unable to resist a crude retort. The two replied with silence, their faces grave. One could not help but think Cha Luo Ba seemed 40 rather than 17. Perhaps the stubble on his face created that, or perhaps it was his muscles bulging like blocks of dark chocolate interlocking and sculpted over bone, a sight design. This will be no easy match. Both of those players excel at physical duels and are remarkably strong. If they come at him one from each side, pinching him in the middle, then Lin Bali Mai Kai's sentence trailed off as Luosite seized the initiative and launched an attack. The attack came down the right flank. Lin Yu charged forward. Lu Ec Bei Ku stepped up to block, but Lin Yu had already found the optimal position. With a subtle twist, he insinuated his right shoulder into the inside of Lu Ec Bei Ku's left shoulder. Lin Yu drove forward, levering beak aside, as if prying a stone loose. Space opened. Lin Yu slipped through the gap, like an eel. Luo Jesse nodded slightly. An impeccable moment of positioning revealing the young man's football intelligence and anticipation. But the display was not finished. Lin Yu accelerated again, this time using his left shoulder smooth as silk, sliding inside Cha Luo Ba's right shoulder, and then with the same leverage prying Cha Luo Ba aside like a crowbar. An off-the-ball run that split two defenders. Bali Mai Kai watched enthralled. Look at that. He has power yet never resorts to brute force. He possesses the physique and marries it perfectly to his football intellect. Handsome and well-formed. No one stronger is as young as he, no one younger is as handsome, and the truly handsome simply do not exist otherwise. Luo Jesse, with a player like this, will you not call him up to the first team? The midfield defense has been breached, and Rost immediately makes a direct pass. The well-timed through ball hugs the ground, landing right in front of Lin Yu. At this moment, neither Chalaba nor Louis Baker can stop Lin Yu. Lin Yu did not stop the ball. He simply let it roll forward before quickly accelerating to follow it, charging towards Chelsea, fearless, driven with momentum. Like a train that has lost its brakes, it emits a roar belonging to an era-long past. Sia Brown rushed towards Lin Yu at once, throwing himself in front of Lin Yu with all his might, determined to stop him from. But Sia Brown's speed could not match the rolling speed of the ball. Lin Yu had no intention of breaking through. Instead, he drew back his left leg and started to swing it from a distance of 5 or 6 steps outside the penalty area. Before a cannon is officially ignited, you still have a chance to stop it. However, once the fuse has burned to the bottom, all you can do is kneel down and pray. Suddenly, Sia Brown slipped and was forced to kneel on the ground while Lin Yu shot soared with incredible force, creating a whistling sound that drew the attention of all the fans present. Then, the ball began to descend, like a battle-axe missile, or perhaps like an elevator in free fall. In any case, this beautiful trajectory instinctively made Rogers rise from his seat. Barry Micah was left dumbfounded. Countless fans turned their heads in response. In that instant, the world seemed. Then a football shattered the dead silence. Whoosh! The ball hit the net. Lin Yu scores. Rost clutched his head with both hands, sprinting towards Lin Yu. Ocho jumped in place, pumping his fists and shouting. The ball is in. Barry Micah exclaimed. Damn! A super long-range shot. At this moment, he is not fighting alone. He embodies the glorious tradition of Liverpool. Reese. These figures stand with him. He is not fighting alone. He is not fighting alone. In this moment, even Rogers did not want to stop Barry Micah's outrageous shout. Though there was no commentary, Barry Micah's voice echoed throughout the stadium, clear to all Liverpool fans. Indeed, how long has it been since Liverpool had such a midfield? Since the golden generation departed, Gerrard's glory, violent long shots, fierce tackles, impenetrable interceptions, cries of resistance in adversity. The glimmer of honor had long been absent in Liverpool's midfield. But at this moment all Liverpool fans present including Rodgers and Barry Micah seemed to see that ray of light again. Connolly. Rodgers walked over to Connolly. Tell him that tomorrow at 8 in the morning I will send a special car to pick him up along with Ross to report to the first team. Connolly nodded heavily. He wanted to speak, but the shock in his heart left him speechless. In the last match Linya's hat-trick had already shocked Connolly, but this long shot was on an entirely different level. From such a distance the power of the shot was immense, combining strength, speed, and angle. This is the midfielder that the Liverpool first team has been searching for. Even Ross, who has been dubbed Little Gerrard by the fans, has never left Connolly so astounded. This is beyond mere ability, it is an innate aura. This guy simply standing in the midfield makes Connolly feel as if mountains are piling up there and no one can breach Liverpool's midfield, no one can sever Liverpool's flag, and no one can trample on Liverpool's dignity. Connolly, how long have we waited for this? Rodgers' voice trembled. The past 3 seasons, 8th, 9th, 5th. By winning the FA Cup against Chelsea we barely scraped a Champions League qualification. Once the dominant force in League One, now seen as mere faded relics by other fans. Rodgers' voice softened again. But I have a feeling this is the moment, this is the season. It's time to tell all the fans that Liverpool is back. Rodgers patted Connolly, and he lost interest in watching the rest of the match. He had already achieved his intended purpose. This season Rodgers' goal is to lead Liverpool to its first Premier League title in history and to mount another challenge for the summit of Europe. Linya's beastly form has completely activated the fighting spirit and energy of all Liverpool players, leading to a one-sided display in the next matches. Whoever controls the midfield controls the game. With Linyu, Rost, and Ocho, the midfield belongs to Liverpool. Chelsea is consistently on the back foot, unable to lift their heads. Ultimately the match concluded with Liverpool achieving a resounding 60 victory, scoring 13 goals across 2 matches without conceding a single one, showcasing their kingly demeanor. After the match Chalobah approached Linyu, informing him that he had also received a notification from Chelsea to report to the first team before the new season. Lin, why didn't you give me a little grace? I've never played so uncomfortably before. Chalobah patted Linya's shoulder lap. As a tough player he greatly admires Linyu. Linyu smiled, supporting Chalobah's shoulder. Good brother, under other circumstances I would have let you go. But in this match my coach Rodgers is standing on the sidelines, and my agent Barry Micah is sitting right beside him. Did you expect me to let you off in this match? Why don't you expect a man to give a massage, and it really is just a ha ha ha. Chalobah laughed heartily. See you in the first team, we will meet again soon. Linyu did not respond as he was still unaware that Rodgers intended to recruit him to the first team. There are many women who have made me linger for a month, but the only man who can take it this far is you. So you mean? That's right, tomorrow at 8 o'clock the special car from Liverpool headquarters will be waiting promptly at the new training camp entrance. Don't be late. Ocho, who was nearby, heard this and hugged Linyu, laughing. I told you long ago, good brother, I said you'd be going to the first. Rost also displayed a congratulatory smile, but a hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes. By the way, remember to bring Rost along. Connolly looked at Rost. Rost's eyes turned red instantly. He had waited far too long for this notification. Although he had also been called up to the first team last season, he only played 1 match at the end of the Premier League, and now as the new season begins, being called up to the first team holds immense significance. Ocho wrapped his left arm around Linyu and his right arm around Rost, wearing a smile that showed no signs of holding back. As expected of my good brother, make sure to perform well in the first team, don't embarrass us in the dormitory. No, wait. Ocho finally sensed something. Both of you are going to the first team. Oh, what about me? Am I to be left alone in the dormitory? No, I want to send Rodgers a calendar, or a color TV would work too. I also want to go to the first team. Passing through the Shankly pattern gate, I walked past the sign that read "You'll never walk alone." I raised my hands to touch the "This is Anfield" logo beam, then passed through the narrow but powerfully red-tinged players' tunnel, and what came into view was Anfield Stadium. One of the greatest stadiums in Premier League history, it has long become the symbol of Liverpool, a treasure trove for the club, and a symbol of its honor. Here you can always hear the song "You'll Never Walk Alone" echoing whether the team is winning or losing. Here you will always see thousands of Liverpool supporters who raise their hands high, painting the sky red, raising their flags in faith, igniting the atmosphere with passion and shouting for the team with their lives. When you witness all of this, congratulations, you have arrived at Anfield. You have witnessed Anfield. You belong to Anfield. On July 31st at 9 a.m., the first team players had all arrived at the training ground. At the Shankly training ground, Rodgers appeared relaxed. The coach said he would introduce the new players. Who do you think it will be? Coutinho looked at Gerrard, who was reminding Henderson that his shoelaces were untied. I haven't heard the club signing anyone. Could it be that they've secretly brought in someone without telling us? Gerrard was puzzled. Henderson stepped on the ball and bent down to tie his shoelaces. Coutinho approached with a mischievous smile. Bang. He kicked the ball away. Henderson's face turned red with anger as he jumped on Coutinho's shoulder to playfully wrestle. While the two were fooling around, 2 figures stepped into the Shankly training ground. Leander took a couple of steps toward the center of the training ground, and the surroundings immediately fell silent. This Birmingham man was always serious on the training ground, terrifyingly composed, and was one of Rodgers' most. The other was the complete opposite of Leander's character. At that moment, he was whistling casually, greeting the two with a cheerful stride. Finally, the two of you are here. Alec's smile was always disarming, especially towards beautiful women, particularly mature ones, and even more so towards wives. All right, everyone gather around, Leander shouted while clapping. Rogers brought Linyu and Rooster in front of the players. Gerard stood with his arms crossed, his right foot firmly planted, while his left foot appeared relaxed, slightly placed. Henderson placed his left hand on Gerard's shoulder, while Coutinho placed his hands behind his back, tilting his chin slightly, wearing a confident smile. Any young player witnessing this scene would suddenly find their legs weak, for these were all top stars who had already been tested in the Premier League. The honor-clad Gerard, the genius attacking midfielder, known as Coutinho and Mignolet, valued at over 10 million euros. Thus, when Rogers smiled and pushed the two forward, signaling them to introduce themselves, Rooster instantly felt weak. Yet he still did his best to remain calm, suppressing the tremor in his voice, and said, Hello everyone. I am Rooster. We met at the end of last season. Some people have a presence that weakens the atmosphere. Just by standing there you can feel it, while others stand tall and proud, and you can feel that too, like Linyu at that moment. Linyu steadily walked beside Rooster, looking directly at everyone in front of him. Linyu, you can call me Lin. Just, Gerard nodded slightly. Not bad. Coutinho heard it. Indeed, not bad. His looks could threaten me. Ugh. Henderson gagged. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the training officially began. The first tactical training of the new season for Liverpool was of paramount importance. If you want to secure a starting position, training is your best opportunity. Don't be nervous for the first training session, Leander said as he approached Linyu. Alec was helping Rooster get accustomed to the process. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions, Leander said, patting Linyu before leaving to assist Rooster. He could sense that the young man before him did not need his help at all. It was all routine training, and Linyu quickly became familiar with it following Coutinho. Coutinho initially didn't notice, but when he turned around by chance he found Linyu had been following him to get accustomed to the process. The Brazilian smiled, and did not speak, simply giving Linyu a friendly nod. There was a reason Linyu chose Coutinho. They were of a similar age, and he was known as Liverpool's genius. Training with such a peer would undoubtedly make it easier to get familiar with the process and integrate into the team. After warm-up and physical training, the next session was shooting practice. Originally, forwards and midfielders would conduct shooting drills near the edge of the penalty area, but Rogers made an adjustment. Midfielders were to conduct shooting drills from about 3 steps away from the edge of the penalty area. In the new season, Rogers aimed to build a comprehensive attacking system for the midfield and forward positions, so long-range shooting capability was crucial for midfielders. The training at the edge of the arc began first, as the distance was relatively short, which posed no difficulty for professional. In the absence of defenders, professional players would typically score 8 out of 10, with skilled shooters achieving 9 or even 10 out of 10. Even defenders could score 7 or 8 out of 10, as professional-level defenders also possess strong shooting. Thus, the atmosphere began pleasantly, with players chatting among themselves while engaging in long-range shooting drills with the help of Leander or Alec. Leander and Alec took positions on either side as passers, providing horizontal passes to create angles for the players who needed to shoot directly at the incoming passes. They could not stop the ball or make excessive adjustments. This pleasant atmosphere was soon disrupted once the long-range shooting drills began, as being about 3 steps away from the edge of the penalty area tested shooting skills, and the competitive spirit among the men was ignited. In pairs, each person gets 5 chances, no penalty for a tie. The one with fewer goals will wash the other's boots. If both players score fewer than 3 goals, they will each wash the goalkeeper Mignolet's boots. Leander said with a mischievous smile. Washing the opponent's boots is undoubtedly a humiliation for professional football players. Mignolet stood in front of the goal, measuring the distance, taking his stance, and provocatively flaunting his gloves. If you give me a favor now, I might consider going easy on you. Otherwise you'll only end up losing miserably and having to wash my boots. Just as he finished speaking, Captain Gerard was the first to stand at the penalty spot. Ha, Mignolet, keep being cocky. Mignolet, come down, it's not embarrassing now, or else I fear your backside might get shot through later. Competing with the captain in long shots. Let's see who has the guts to do that. Rogers stood aside, seemingly casual, but his eyes discreetly scanned the surrounding players. Once Gerard stepped up, no one dared to approach. Coutinho was itching to go but hesitated for a moment, only for the figure beside him to step forward first. He'll go. The other players turned to look. Linyu walked briskly to the left penalty spot, and smiled, and waved. Gerard responded with a smile, and the approval in his eyes increased. Ready, Rogers shouted. Alec and Leander exchanged knowing smiles, having just guessed it would be Linyu who approached. I'll bet £10 that Gerard wins, Henderson quietly said. I'll add £10 Gerard wins, Glenn Johnson quickly followed. Then he'll go for £50 Lin wins, a deep voice sounded. Everyone looked over. It was the head coach Rogers. Boss, we're just having fun, you. Bang. Coutinho's words were interrupted by a loud bang. Everyone looked over to see Gerard's powerful long shot, leaving Mignolet frozen in place, completely unresponsive. Did you see that, eh? Coutinho turned back with a smile. Boss, Gerard is indeed Gerard. You still have time to regret now. Saving up private money is not easy. Bang. Another loud bang interrupted Coutinho's words. The Brazilian trembled all over. How did Gerard shoot it? Rogers smiled without speaking, while Henderson stared wide-eyed at the front, unable to believe it wasn't Gerard. Gerard was even startled. After the long-range shot, he turned to Alex seeking some advice. Who would have thought that the next moment the sound of the shot would erupt like a cannon blast? The football flew towards the goal, and Minale was once again rooted to the spot, watching helplessly as the ball nestled into the bottom corner on his right. 1-1. Interesting, Leander chuckled. Each of you owes me 50 pounds, Rogers said before turning to leave. Wait a minute, boss, the outcome has not yet been decided. Who says we are bound to lose? The outcome doesn't matter. I am your coach, and when I joined you were destined to lose. Regardless of who wins or loses in the end, remember to leave 50 pounds on my desk. Henderson shook his head helplessly. Rogers was still the same, no different from last season. I thought the warm sunshine during the off-season would soften his muddied heart, but it seems no changes occurred. Coutinho, after training, you will run an extra 5 kilometers. Rogers did not turn around. Boss, I was wrong, boss. Rogers left early as training was about to conclude. After the long-range shooting practice, the players would take their rest. The competition on the field continued. Gerard's second shot was still powerful. Lynn, you also shot fiercely, both scoring simultaneously. In the third and fourth rounds, both scored again. Minale was left questioning the ball sitting on the ground, even contemplating throwing his gloves. I told you I don't want to participate in such training anymore. This is an insult to me. I don't want to guard against Gerard or this terrifying young kid's shots. Still under the coach's urging, Minale prepared himself mentally. On the fifth shot, Gerard's aim finally shifted. Bang! With the sound, the powerful long-range shot hit the crossbar and bounced out of bounds. Minale immediately clapped and laughed as if he had won the competition. The players were sweating profusely. This meant Lin Yu had a chance to defeat Gerard. But if a young kid who just joined the team beat the team captain? Lin Yu stood in front of the ball, his preparation stance more serious than ever before, quickening his run. With a powerful swing of his leg, he struck the ball. The ball soared into the air, grazing the right post and flying out of bounds. Lin Yu also missed. The observing players sighed in relief, and Lin Yu smiled, shaking his head, looking somewhat regretful. You don't have to hold back. I'm not the type to give you a hard time just because you beat me. Gerard stood next to Lin Yu, patting his I didn't hold back, I gave it my all, Lin Yu responded with a smile. Gerard embraced Lin Yu as they returned to the player group, with surrounding players coming forward. Such power in the long-range shots. Let me see your leg muscles. Sure, Lin, who would have thought someone could match the captain in long-range training? It's just that the captain is getting old. If the captain were 10 years younger, who knows who would win or lose? Kolo Touré, why are you pinching his butt? What are you up to? Lin Yu smiled. Oh, undoubtedly he was integrating into this team. The team's training remained harmonious, and Liverpool was ready to embrace the arrival of the new season. Meanwhile, the Premier League officially released the promotional video for the new season. Back in the massage room, members were sequentially receiving massages from therapists, while the large screen at the front was playing the promotional video for the new season. With various exciting images flashing, and exhilarating commentary voice echoed. The voice belonged to the most renowned commentator of the Premier League, Martin Tyler. Geniuses are merely pilgrims here. The Hall of Champions awaits the joining of everyone. 38 matches, 20 top teams, the highest market value in the world, the most viewers worldwide. Welcome to the pinnacle of the 5 major leagues. This is the Premier League. It's unfair. Why does Lena give Lynn a massage while I get here on? Coutinho spoke after the promotional video concluded. Lena was a local of Liverpool with long arms and legs, a stunning figure, and a beautiful face. Most importantly, her massage skills were top-notch. Kieran's massage skills were also excellent, but he was dark and strong with arms that seemed capable of breaking yours. Come on, Coutinho, you never complained like this about me before Lynn arrived. Kieran feigned sorrow, causing all the surrounding players to burst into laughter. Lin Yu suddenly felt puzzled. Liverpool's performance had not been good over the past few seasons, but judging from the players' condition and team atmosphere, Liverpool's results could have been much better. So what was the reason behind Liverpool's performance not meeting fans' expectations? Lin Yu knew he had to find the answer to rescue Liverpool from the brink. This was destined to be a long process, but the tale of the answer had already revealed itself in the opening match. On August 17th, the new Premier League season officially kicked off. In the first opening match, Liverpool faced Stoke City. The Sky City had twice finished 4th in the league with Stanley Matthews as their leader back then. They defeated Chelsea 2-1 to win the league championship, marking their glorious moment. This second oldest football club in the world was previously known as Stoke Wanderers, formed by a group of railway workers. Because of this, their style of play was resilient and tenacious, gradually evolving into a playstyle characterized by long passes, high balls, and headers, earning them the name Sky City. Due to the city's foundation in the ceramics industry, this city is also referred to as the Potter City, with Britannia Stadium being their territory, accommodating nearly 30,000 fans. Time flies, many years have passed, yet the playstyle of Sky City remains unchanged. Only now Crouch has become the new battering ram of Sky City, and Walter Edebo, Glenn Whalen, and Nzonzi. These are the new guardians of Sky City. On August 17th, at 8 o'clock local time, the cheers at Britannia Stadium echoed through the sky. Hormones surged again. All major renowned live streaming rooms around the world started simultaneously broadcasting with crystal clarity. The clear night sky sprinkled with twinkling stars illuminated the entire stadium. Coach Jean's voice was soothing. Dear fans, all fans and Huaxiao live streams, the new season of the Premier League has embarked, The captain has already stirred the water's surface, and the sail has risen to the sky. In the 2013-2014 season of the first-round highlight battle of the Premier League, Stoke City hosts the distant giant Liverpool, and the player we anticipate, Linyu, is among them. Coach Jean was equally excited. Get ready. All fans, please be ready. All football enthusiasts, please be ready. You will find the true meaning of life in this season's Premier League, gaining the courage to live. You will believe in your faith, reclaim your pride, defend your dignity, and set off once again for what lies in your heart. This is the charm of football. The Premier League curtain. Officially opened. Dear football fans, I am Niewire, and sitting beside me is the hardly notable Kalej. At the Sky Sports commentary box, Niewire and Kalej have reappeared. Both have become long-term contracted pundits for the network and will continue to guide viewers through the Premier League matches. First, let us survey the starting lineups. City Ketching have once more set out a formation built around long balls and aerial raids. Goalkeeper Begwiki. Defenders by Desai Zio Kalosi, Hyut Kaifukumlong. Midfield Nzonki, Makwire Sun, Galuan Huilon. Forwards Islingdung, Keleoki Wordasai. Kalej's gaze lingered on Keleoki. The towering center forward, standing well over 2 meters, was astonishingly nimble. Not only could he bombard defenses with headers, he could even produce an audacious overhead volley. On Liverpool's side, Luigizi persisted with a 433. Goalkeeper Miniali. Defenders Hiesenreich Age Keluo Tuliai Galuan Johansson. Midfield Hengdiesen, Lakasi Gilade. Forwards Kudinio Sichaligia Sipas. On the bench sat the youngsters Luosite and Linyu. Among them, Linyu's recent performances had attracted considerable. Niewire remarked with interest about Linyu. They say he drew the eye of Gilade and others in training, has assimilated into the squad with remarkable speed, and is much admired by Luigizi. Kalej looked puzzled. Where do you get such detailed inside information? Don't you read the Tying Bayo? They seem to acquire every scrap of news, Niewire replied. Niewire sometimes gleaned tidbits from the Tying Bayo that were unavailable through ordinary channels, though one could seldom tell truth from invention. The Tying Bayo. Kalej scoffed. I've blocked them long ago. No true Liverpool supporter reads the Tying Bayo. As a Liverpool legend, Kalej had indeed blacklisted that paper. Linyu and Luosite, wearing substitute kits, entered the pitch. First, a Luigizi followed them onto the field. The starting players for both sides stood within the tunnel. Linyu scanned the arena. Though the Britannia Stadium did not rank among the very top of the Premier League's famed cathedrals, its presence was nonetheless imposing. The venerable ground exuded history as the supporters in the stands intoned their anthem. When the City-catching players stepped onto the turf, the home stands erupted. The roar, like a tidal surge, deafened the senses and surged adrenaline through Linyu's veins. However, Linyu was not in the starting 11 and could not take the field immediately. Still, Luigi's tactic was sound. As a newcomer and a young player, Linyu had been named to the bench so he could enter with fresher legs, adapt to the match's tempo, and display greater influence when called upon. A decision that plainly made sense. The starters took their positions, and the referee, Afiel, blew his whistle. The match was officially underway. The broadcast resumed. The match has begun, fans. You are now watching. From the outset, Liverpool assumed control. Luigi's strategy for the new season was to make the midfield the fulcrum, to link defense and attack fluidly, to launch multi-layered offensives, and to construct the first line of defense in midfield to stifle the opponent. Luigi's approach was a chain-style defense, but unlike traditional linked defenses, he sought to forge a barrier beginning in midfield so that opposing attacks could not develop cohesively. Hierarchy and layering matter in every discipline. Even in sport, an unrefined, allure-nothing assault soon becomes tedious if sustained. Yet the layers Luigi's hoped to see did not materialize. Liverpool instead succumbed to increasing errors. The tactic exposed weaknesses in their midfield and amplified them. In the 16th minute, Hengdiesen held the ball in midfield and under pressure played a rapid lateral pass. As Gilade moved to receive, the swifter Nzonki intercepted first. Lakasi, with no choice, committed a foul to halt Nzonki's counter. The referee issued Lakasi a verbal warning, a telling portrait of Liverpool's midfield. Hengdiesen indeed possessed admirable mobility, but his football intelligence was lacking, and beyond that he offered. Were Gilade 10 years younger, he would still be a top-class midfielder. Yet age had taken its toll, and aside from a still potent long shot, it was hard to see what more he could give Liverpool. He remains, of course, one of the greatest figures in Liverpool's history, but age is an immutable constraint on even the... As for Lakasi, I see him more suited to rough work. Aside from stopping opponents with fouls, he lacks the positioning, interception, and forward-driving attributes required to influence games positively. Niewire did not hide his scorn for Liverpool's midfield. Were it not for their midfield frailties over the past seasons, this club ought to have achieved far better results, Kalej added in agreement. A set-piece opportunity in the attacking third. Nzonki stood over the ball as by Desai and others crowded the penalty area. Liverpool organized a wall. The players looked tense and prepared to defend. The referee's whistle sounded. Nzonki lofted a pinpoint cross toward the left. The ball found Keleoki with unerring accuracy. When the 2-meter figure leapt, neither Galuan Johansson nor Hiesenreich could deny him. Bang! Keleoki's header altered the ball's course at its peak. Like a falling meteor, it plunged toward Liverpool's net with devastating force. Miniali threw himself with every ounce of will, but whoosh! The meteor destroyed all. Keleoki's header found the goal. Goal. Keleoki. A superlative center-forward forever impossible to ignore in the annals of the Premier League. Even as age has crept upon him, his aerial power remains fearsome. Keleoki's header shattered Liverpool's defensive line, tore away the club's pretense of composure, and once again crushed their pride much as in seasons past. Liverpool cannot secure victory with any steadiness. They cannot retain possession firmly. Once again midfield lapses forced errors, and those errors yielded a goal. They are unable to seize their own fate. Kalej shook his head in resignation. As a Liverpool legend, he remained a devoted supporter, yet the club's recent seasons offered fans scant reason for celebration. Only sighs of helplessness and eyes clouded with disappointment. The Liverpool supporters were silent, while the Britannia Stadium erupted in jubilation. Keleoki slid on his knees. Gilade shook his head in frustration with hands on his hips. Lukasi stood stunned, unsure of what to do next. Luajizi rose to encourage his team. It's okay. Stick to our tactics. There is still plenty of time. But could they truly steady themselves? Sideketching had finished 16th last season, barely preserving their top-flight status. Aerial attacks were almost their sole weapon, yet against Liverpool, they proved devastatingly effective. Luigi Isa's attempt to build from midfield had produced no dividends, and instead created repeated turnovers. Under such circumstances, how could his players be expected to remain calm? The match wore on, and Sideking's intentions became clear. Leading the game, they no longer valued tempo. The faster the clock advanced, the better for them. Consequently, ugly fouls began to proliferate, especially from Inzaghi, Sideking's enforcer. The game reached the Lukasi received the ball in the holding midfield role and was about to spark an attack when Inzaghi barreled in from the side, flattening him. Lukasi tumbled, rage boiling, while Inzaghi continued to taunt without restraint. A fierce scuffle erupted, and it was only the beginning. 3 minutes later, Lukasi picked up the ball on the right, and before he could raise his head, Inzaghi hurled him toward the advertising hoardings. Another malicious foul. The referee hurried over, brandished a yellow card, and warned Inzaghi, "If you do that again, I'll send you off." But Liverpool's ire was not quelled. Linder protected Lukasi and strode forward. With a visage like a razor, he pressed his face close to Inzaghi's and erupted. "You little scoundrel, you want to provoke Lukasi, our fans, our whole team, to force mistakes, do you?" he spat. "Mission accomplished. You trash. Tell your mother I slept well last night, and be sure to thank her." The confrontation unfolded at the touchline. The broadcast cameras held a tight close-up and captured Linder's. Everyone watching the live feed, fans and commentators alike, heard every word. Staring dumbfounded and flushed, Inzaghi stood mute as Coach Jean could not help but comment. "You say he is polite, and yet he curses. You say he is rude, and he still manages to say thank you." Linder was plainly furious and moved as if to advance, but Linyu seized him to prevent a sending off. "Calm down," Linyu murmured. Luajizi then approached and whispered to Linyu, "Prepare to come on." Linyu turned. Luigi Isa's eyes blazed with fury. "Lin," he said, "let them know what real confrontation is. It's time for you to enter the fray." With little time left in the first half, amidst the disappointed gazes of Liverpool fans, the referee finally blew the whistle to signal the end of halftime. Both teams could return to the locker room for a brief rest, but there were only 45 minutes left in the second half, and for Liverpool these 45 minutes would determine whether they could achieve a winning start. Rodgers even jogged back to the locker room. He had some words he wanted to share with the players immediately. Meanwhile, various broadcasting channels were analyzing Liverpool's performance in the first half. "I must say, Liverpool trailing 0-1 in the first half is like a raindrop perfectly landing in the center of a green leaf, igniting its vibrant green. If you were to witness this scene firsthand, you would be astonished, for you could never predict that a raindrop could land so precisely in the center of a green leaf. But you should know that such occurrences happen often when raindrops fall, for the rain will continue to pour." Thus Liverpool's performance in the first half felt the same to me. Watching them fall behind Stoke City, I would indeed be surprised, but upon reflection, Liverpool has repeated such things over the past few seasons. Neville harbored little hope for Liverpool. Clearly struggling, Liverpool had not brought in any star players this season, yet they still placed all their bets on Coutinho. However, without the support of midfield players in the first half, Coutinho's performance was hardly noticeable. Substitution. The assistant rushed into the studio with the substitution sheet. Who was coming off? Neville took the substitution list. Lynn. Carragher saw it. Fans, breaking news: Liverpool has made a substitution at halftime with the young player Lynn. Neville felt this scene was familiar. What are they substituting him for? He has indeed performed excellently in the youth league, but his opponents were just 16 or 17-year-old kids. Are you expecting him to face off against Inzaghi, or to contend with Inzaghi, or the fierce Mark Wilson? They will crush this 17-year-old and swallow him whole. The Croatia broadcasting studio also learned of the substitution news. Coach Jean was initially pleased, then anxious, his worries mirroring Neville's. After all, he is only 17, and to be on the pitch in the Premier League so soon, who knows if he can withstand Mark Wilson and Inzaghi. Fans were also somewhat concerned, as this was Lin Yu's first appearance in the first team. Lin Yu had no prior match experience to compare to the intensity of the Premier League. One cannot simply compare youth league players to a defensive midfielder of Mark Wilson's caliber. In the Liverpool locker room, Lin Yu was wrapping bandages around his ankle. "Remember, what we need is toughness. If there is only length without toughness, it is of no use. Alex sat beside Lin Yu. Only by breaking through their midfield blockade can we create opportunities. Lin Yu finished wrapping the bandage, smiled, and stood up saying, "Don't worry. I am tall and strong, I will strike decisively." The second half begins. Lin Yu's appearance will bring changes. Coach Jean looked forward to it. The comments in the live stream filled with excitement, all eyes focused on Lin Yu. I can hardly remember the last time I was this excited for a Premier League match. Come on Lin Yu, let them see what a tough midfielder looks like. He's just a kid, what are you all expecting? These voices went unheard by Lin Yu, who just wanted to focus on the match on himself. Yet this was his first time playing in the... There was still a bit of tension. "Lin, go for it. Lin." The cheers reached his ears. The Britain Stadium was bathed in slowly descending lights resting on the shoulders of the young player. Lin Yu looked up and Liverpool fans were all cheering for him. Tight. Tight is good. The tighter the more excited. Lin Yu smiled and took off. Finally, it was his time to shine. He would not miss this opportunity. The second half of the match began. Stoke City's overall tactical approach remained unchanged, still relying on various hard fouls to halt Liverpool's advance from midfield. Inzaghi's attention shifted to Lin Yu, who replaced Lucas and would naturally become Stoke City's new target. Inzaghi and Mark Wilson exchanged nods. Could a young player be more challenging than Lucas? Are you kidding me? In the 58th minute of the match, Jose Enrique delivered a direct pass from the back, sending the ball toward midfield. Gerrard shook off Mark Wilson and lightly tapped the ball back, while stopping. The target of the pass was Lin Yu. Gerrard had already turned around, clearly intending to execute a 1-2 play with Lin Yu. Inzaghi took a large step forward, but Mark Wilson still stood in front of him. Mark Wilson completely ignored the already turned Gerrard and ran straight toward Lin Yu. As long as Lin Yu couldn't pass the ball, Gerrard's positioning would be meaningless. Inzaghi, already cautioned with a yellow card, followed closely beside, ready to intervene at any moment, forming a tough two-known encirclement. Lin Yu ran towards Mark Wilson, adopting a collision posture. Mark Wilson smirked, confident in his own collision. He gritted his teeth, his shoulder poised with the force to shake mountains, but Lin Yu deftly sidestepped, slipping past Mark Wilson's shoulder. Running without the ball, he avoided the first collision. Not to evade, but to find the right target. Lin Yu's formidable physique targeted Inzaghi, and his solid shoulder struck Inzaghi hard from the side. Inzaghi felt a massive force overturning him. He fell to the ground in pain. The ball was still in a state of chaos. Mark Wilson quickly turned and charged at Lin Yu again, hoping to win the ball through physical confrontation. Lin Yu, who had just knocked Inzaghi down, was now rushing toward the ball, unyielding as he stepped forward to secure possession, then turned sharply, exerting force as he collided with Mark Wilson once more. In an instant, bodies were tumbling. Mark Wilson stumbled to the right, crashing heavily into Lin Yu, his knee smashing into Inzaghi's calf. Lin Yu staggered slightly, took 2 steps to the left, and then regained his balance. 1 against 2, he fiercely, realizing the counterattack opportunity had vanished. The referee's whistle sounded. It was a foul against Mark Wilson. Lin Yu then approached the 2 players lying on the ground, standing tall above them. Though it was a slight upward motion, one felt as if he was looking down on the 2 before him. Such was the feeling. You desperately want to hold back your tears, telling yourself not to cry, but the pain is excruciating, penetrating to the bone, a momentary agony, a sharp pain in an instant. This pain forces your tears to flow outward due to a physiological reaction. At this moment, Inzaghi felt. He covered his calf and slowly rose, trying to appear as a hardened warrior, gritting his teeth, vowing not to let his tears fall, yet tears still slipped uncontrollably from his eyes due to his physiological reaction. Thus, when the live camera zoomed in, Inzaghi was half-bent, standing before Lin Yu, who had a fierce expression, slightly tilting his head back, appearing high and mighty, gazing down disdainfully at Inzaghi. Inzaghi was straining to lift his leg, his clenched teeth causing the corners of his mouth to twitch slightly, his reddened eyes and falling tears giving him the appearance of a delicate little wife. As a longtime loyal Liverpool fan, Coach Jean felt a thrill in his heart. Isn't Inzaghi always claiming to be tough? If you're tough, why are you crying in front of Lin Yu? If you feel wrong, just hurry home and drink some milk. What are you doing here playing football? Inzaghi is tall. Neville spoke. Mark Wilson is tough. Carragher chimed in. But Lin is both tall and tough. The 2 exchanged smiles. These 2 moves will definitely thrill the Liverpool fans. If Lin Yu can maintain this performance, Liverpool will be able to control the midfield, and their new tactics will. Stoke City's original defensive strategy was to prevent Gerrard's long-range shots, as he was the only midfielder in Liverpool's squad with attacking capabilities despite being past his prime. But now there is evidently one more player with attacking ability. Stoke City's team doctor rushed onto the field, and then slowly carried Inzaghi off on a stretcher. Stoke City was forced to make a substitution, and Mark Wilson struggled to get up. His knee was not severely injured. Glenn Whelan's task in the first half was to limit Gerrard's long-range shots, but now he felt that Lin Yu was incredible, especially with that gaze of his which occasionally drifted towards his own goal, exuding an aura of danger. While Stoke City was organizing a wall, Lin Yu leaned in to whisper a few words to Gerrard, who nodded in response. The match continued. Lin Yu kept observing from the midfield. He would not make blind runs until he had identified the correct route to avoid wasting stamina. His eagle-like gaze swept over Stoke City's midfield with Glenn Whelan always beside him, while Mark Wilson positioned himself between Gerrard and and Lin Yu ready to provide defensive assistance at any moment. Zone defense is a common defensive tactic, but its shortcomings are also quite evident. Mark Wilson's capabilities cannot support him in defending two zones simultaneously. As long as he and Gerrard create a certain distance, Mark Wilson will not be able to seize the opportunity for defensive support, creating chances for both himself and Gerrard. In the 62nd minute of the match, Lin Yu, who had been inactive, suddenly sprang into action, and this run covered more than half the field. Stoke City was launching an attack. Quickly switching sides, the ball was transferred to the left. But Jose Enrique anticipated and intercepted. After the tackle, Enrique did not hesitate, sending a through ball that soared towards the midfield. Gerrard quickly retreated, creating distance to the left rear, and Lin Yu moved to the right rear. In between them stood not Henderson, but Coutinho. Coutinho moved from the left towards the center, utilizing the space created by the two to receive the ball and turn. Mark Wilson hurriedly rushed in, but the Brazilian's movements were agile, cutting in with his right foot. With light footwork, Coutinho shook off Mark Wilson's balance, making no adjustments as he slightly bent forward, swinging his right foot. The inside of his ankle wrapped around the ball, and Coutinho took a curling shot. This is his domain. This is his comfort zone. Bang! The ball soared into the air, its ascent initially slow, but when it reached its peak it suddenly plummeted. The arc traced in the air resembled a crescent moon curving towards the dead corner of Stoke City's goal. The goalkeeper dove with all his might, but his outstretched hand became a mere witness to the goal. Swish! Coutinho scores. Beautiful. It's in. It's in. Coutinho. A single arrow piercing through the clouds, thousands of troops come to meet it. Liverpool has equalized. Coutinho rushed towards the sideline, celebrating, with a passionate slide on his knees, ecstatic. Lin Yu dashed towards Gerrard, continuing to communicate tactical plans with the captain. Now their attention will definitely be disrupted by our tactics. They will be more wary of Coutinho. So Henderson, if you can confuse Mark Wilson's judgment, making him think we are helping Gerrard create space for a long shot, I can seize the opportunity for a long shot on the other side. Lin Yu stated this not to create an opportunity for himself, but because compared to his own fresh arrival, Gerrard would clearly attract more attention from Stoke City. In this way, the relatively inconspicuous Lin Yu would surely gain opportunities for long shots, especially since he hadn't even played a full Premier League match yet. Henderson immediately nodded, and Gerrard communicated this tactic to Coutinho. Liverpool players embraced each other, offering mutual encouragement. The match resumed, and Stoke City visibly tensed up. After all, the score had been equalized, and there was still time left. They did not want to hand over the lead. Even if they only gained 1 point, it would still be good for a relegation-threatened team. As long as they continued to earn points, they could remain in the Premier League. Thus, Stoke City stacked their defense heavily, using almost all players for defending. Intense collisions occurred frequently, and the situation on the field grew increasingly heated. A high ball still looking for Crouch. Henderson provides support, the two collide. The referee didn't call a foul. This is a fair challenge. The two fell simultaneously, and Jose Enrique cleared the ball with a powerful kick. The ball was transferred to the center, and now Lin Yu is in possession. Dribbling towards the right side. Crossing to the left. There's a chance. Gerrard. Shoot. What a pity. This shot didn't go in. Lin Yu's breakthrough drew Gerrard into a space for a long-range shot. The subsequent cross was perfectly timed, but Gerrard couldn't capitalize. Lin Yu immediately applauded Gerrard and shouted, "No problem, keep taking long shots. I believe you will score." Lin Yu's voice was loud, echoing, so that all Stoke City's defenders could clearly hear. Undoubtedly, Liverpool's attacking tactics centered around Gerrard. At least this was what the Stoke City players believed. Mark Wilson, Glenn Whelan, and others gradually shifted more of their defensive focus onto Gerrard. A barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Gerrard's mouth, reflecting Lin Yu's own smile. Time ticked away. The anxious Liverpool fans filled the stadium. After all, Liverpool wanted 3 points, not just. Liverpool's goal is not merely survival, but to compete for the title. Lin Yu continued his previous tactics, deliberately dribbling towards the right side to attract the defense's attention before crossing the ball to create long shot opportunities for Gerrard. After several sequences, the Stoke City players basically concluded that Liverpool intended to rely on Gerrard's long shots to regain the lead. Thus, their defensive focus fully converged towards Gerrard's side. Liverpool's midfield setup is a double pivot. Henderson plays centrally, Gerrard on the left, and Lin Yu on the right, forming a triangular midfield structure for advancing and attacking. The match time gradually approached the 89th minute as the fourth official began adjusting the LED board indicating 3 minutes of stoppage time. At this moment, Liverpool launched another attack. Henderson received a pass from Minole, pulled the ball, turned, and positioned himself to the left. It seemed he was about to switch sides, but suddenly he feinted, cleverly bypassing Etherington. Whack! A direct pass. Again to the right side. Stoke City's defenders had even anticipated what Lin Yu would do next. Therefore, only Mark Wilson followed Lin Yu closely, while the other players blocked the passing lanes. Blocking Lin Yu's passing route to Gerrard. Glenn Whelan effectively sealed off that route. Stoke City's defense also restricted Gerrard's space for long shots well. But this time Lin Yu did not pass. Slightly shifting to the left, he looked towards Gerrard, and Stoke City's defensive focus was entirely on Gerrard. Lin Yu swung his right foot, the inner part of his ankle grazing the ball. Indeed, it was a passing motion. Mark Wilson instinctively moved a step, attempting to block Lin Yu's pass. But But the pass did not come. The ball did not roll. After Lin Yu's ankle made contact, what initially seemed like a passing action suddenly transformed into a flick of the ball. Lin Yu flicked the ball with the inside of his right foot, starting from the right bottom of the ball to the left bottom, causing the ball to spin in place. Mark Wilson lost his balance. At this moment, Lin Yu shifted to use the outside of his right ankle to touch the left bottom of the ball. A sudden explosion of one man and one ball, accelerating diagonally to the right. The highly difficult flick to change direction burst forth. Dribbling past Mark Wilson, Lin Yu found himself at the right side of Stoke City's penalty area, about a step away from the edge of the box. The angle was a bit tight, but Lin Yu steadied himself and stretched his body. His elongated form was like a feather blown by a wild wind, and his right leg swung like a divine artifact in a great sage's hand. A crack echoed through the air, the wind of breaking through. The fierce wind swept the ball. A sharp sword aimed straight for the net. Bang! A ground strike. Begovic dove, full force racing towards the far corner. Every Liverpool fan stood up, their eyes following the ball's trajectory. Stoke City players stood frozen wide-eyed, gazing with prayerful looks at the path of Lin Yu's shot. Rodgers remained still, his arms slightly raised, as if ready to celebrate at any moment. Alec embraced Leander, who was focused and motionless. The world seemed to stand still due to this shot. Then the crisp sound of the ball hitting the net shattered the silence of the world. What should have been a faint sound of scoring awakened all the fans watching. Lin Yu scored. Liverpool takes the lead. Oh! Liverpool fans cheered in frenzy. Beer splashed into the air. The stadium shook with jumps. Rodgers ran with a raised fist. Leander knelt in celebration. Lin Yu first raised his arm in triumph, his shouts piercing the clouds, then rushed to the sideline to retrieve the corner flag, pressing his palms together, raising his forearms, creating an angle with the horizontally positioned flagpole. A classic great sage celebration. Coach Jean's passionate voice echoed throughout the broadcast, resonating in every fan's ear. A last-minute goal. A last-minute goal. This goal is a last-minute winner. Lin Yu. A golden robe wrapped in blood charges forth. With unparalleled force, he draws the bow. A ground-hugging meteor streaks across the sky. Lin Yu pierces the heavens with an arrow. Dear fans, please, his name is Lin Yu, the feather that sinks the ship of accumulated feathers. The Liverpool players gathered around Lin Yu, curiously watching his celebration. They didn't understand the meaning behind the gesture, but for the Chinese fans it was incredibly nostalgic. Some European fans also began searching online for the meaning of this gesture and shared it in the live broadcast chat. The major live streaming platforms were flooded with comments as excited remarks flew across the screen. Whether European or Chinese fans, they all belonged to Lin Yu at this moment. The terrifying power of that long-range shot is on par with the moment my wife discovered my hidden stash of money. The terrifying power of that long-range shot is on par with the moment I took my secret funds to spend time with my mistress and my wife found out. You up there, you bastards. The Liverpool fans looked at Lin Yu as if he were the savior of Liverpool. Some people are like that. Even if he only plays for a minute, once he stands there you know he is the main character. Whether it be the flowing cape behind him or the 4 grand characters of exorcising demons written on it. The match had entered stoppage time with 3 minutes left for Stoke City, but many opportunities remained for Liverpool to showcase their performance. Thus, when Lin Yu returned to his half surrounded by teammates, and the referee blew the whistle to resume the match, Stoke City players desperately counterattacked, trying to equalize the score. Then came the show from Liverpool. Unfortunately, this year's Oscars had already concluded, otherwise there would surely be a few more worthy candidates. The first to fall was Henderson, but his cry was not loud enough. Rodgers mentally gave him a low score of 50. This time, it was Gerrard who fell, landing right on top of Mark Wilson, which earned him applause from Rodgers and high marks in the Oscar evaluations. But all of this was shattered by Lin Yu's performance. In this match, the Stoke City midfielders despised Lin Yu the most, especially Nzonzi on the bench. Thus, Mark Wilson planned to retaliate, intending to make Lin Yu suffer even if they couldn't win this match. But when Mark Wilson charged at Lin Yu with all his might, aiming to foul him maliciously, Lin Yu sidestepped, skillfully dodging Mark Wilson's collision, but as Wilson brushed against his back, he deliberately lost his balance, staggered forward a few steps, rolled off the field to sit down, and blew a kiss to a beautiful fan in the front row, earning cheers from Liverpool. When a player was forced to exit due to a foul, the match had to be interrupted. The referee arrived and issued a verbal warning to Mark Wilson, and by this time the stoppage time had already expired. The 3 whistle blasts did not keep the fans waiting long. The clear sound of the whistle signified Liverpool's victory. Beep, beep, beep. Coach Jean was overjoyed, as he was, after all, a Liverpool fan. Fans, the match is over. Liverpool has come from behind to win against Stoke City with a score of 2-1 in the first round of the Premier League. This victory is crucial as it helps Liverpool secure a strong start, while also finding a new starter for the midfield. I don't think Rodgers will overlook Lin Yu's performance. He was outstanding. Coming off the bench in 45 minutes, he contributed 5 successful duels, achieving a 100% success rate. At the same time, Lin Yu made 2 key interceptions, 2 successful tackles, orchestrated 3 dangerous attacks, and a beautifully executed low shot from distance. Although the official man of the match went to Coutinho for not playing the entire match, in my view the best player today was undoubtedly Lin Yu. The live camera found Lin Yu, who was listening to the voice in his mind, a sound that brought him joy. Congratulations, host. You have received a 5-star rating for this match and earned a reward 50 energy points. Congratulations, host. You have completed your Premier League debut, reaching a milestone in your career, and earned a hidden reward activation of the golden level hidden treasure chest task. Task content: obtain a single match best player award in the Premier League. Task reward: golden level hidden treasure chest. The golden level hidden treasure chest can randomly yield one of the hidden level rewards. Winning the best player award didn't seem too difficult. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction and walked towards the locker room. Suddenly, Inzong Chi, Mark Wilson, and others approached him simultaneously. One person on the left, one behind, one in front, and one on the right. This encirclement made Lin Yu keenly. Henderson, Gerard, and others rushed towards Lin Yu, clearly having noticed the positioning of these individuals. Hey, relax, we don't intend to do anything. I just want to ask Lin if you would like to exchange jerseys with me. Can we exchange jerseys, Lin? Mark Wilson was the first to speak. Of course, Lin Yu replied with a smile. In the Premier League, there are indeed bully-type players, and they may even be more prevalent compared to other leagues. However, most players respect you for your strength, especially in the physicality-promoting Premier League. Lin Yu had begun to enter the public eye and garnered more support. For instance, at this moment, Mark Wilson and the others were not only unbothered by Lin Yu's tough demeanor, but were increasingly appreciative of his playing style. At this time on the stands, Liverpool fans were all focused on Lin Yu, their eyes gleaming. A figure was pushing through the crowd, rushing towards Lin Yu. The newcomer was none other than renowned English football agent Barry McKay. Barry was in a hurry because another figure was also pushing towards Lin Yu from the other side. This person was clearly heavier, somewhat hunched, but with a rosy face and bright eyes. This was Barnett. Barnett was determined to secure Lin Yu. The player tunnel handled by Carly was still wearing her signature sky-high heels, dressed in a form-fitting skirt and black stockings, waiting for Lin Yu. The passing stars couldn't help but glance over, as such beauty was rare. Lin, have you decided which agent you want to work with? We should decide soon. Your performance keeps improving, and I want to collaborate with your agent to help manage your off-field matters. Carly had a long-term vision. For a young player like Lin Yu, there were many honors to compete for, such as the Golden Boy Award and the season's best young player. The U17 World Cup was about to kick off, including the World Cup qualifiers, and Carly hoped Lin Yu wouldn't miss these crucial matches. I've made up my mind, Barry McKay. Hearing this name, Carly nodded, asked no further questions, and turned to help Lin Yu with the upcoming negotiations. If it were Carly, she would also choose Barry McKay. This was because Carly had already investigated Lin Yu. Compared to Barry McKay, Barnett had signed many English players, most of whom were from England, just as Mendes had signed a large number of Portuguese players. Clearly, if Lin Yu signed with either of these two agents, it would be like dropping a stone into a heap of sand. The surrounding sand would shine brighter due to the nationality, making it more likely for Barnett and Mendes to notice him. Therefore, it would be difficult for Lin Yu to obtain more resources from these two agencies. Barry McKay's most renowned player at the moment was Luke Shaw. If Lin Yu signed with Barry McKay, he would have the ability to access more resources. At the same time, Barry McKay was also quite sincere. Among the many agents who invited him, only Barry frequently came in person, and even approached Rogers, hoping he would say a few good words for him. If you were a girl looking for your ideal partner, I would tell you to stay as far away from Barry McKay as possible. If this guy is a beast in the dating world, that would be flattering him. But if you were a young player looking for your first agent, I would tell you Barry McKay is the best choice. This was the only sentence Rogers said to Lin Yu. Thus, when Lin Yu attended the post-match press conference, a tall beauty and a handsome Englishman officially met. Carly. Barry McKay stepped forward, quickly widening his captivating eyes that had charmed countless girls, and extended his delicate hand. His hands were clean and well-shaped. Any girl would find it hard to reject such a hand, but Carly did not shake his hand. I have news. My boss is willing to work with you. You will act as his agent while I take on the role of assistant, and the agency contract must meet my requirements. Carly handed over a document. You cannot extract any fees from my boss, and I need you to allocate more resources to my boss, because compared to Maguire or Luke Shaw, my boss has greater potential. If I find any unfair practices during your management process, or if you exploit my boss situation, I swear I will smash my high heels into your pig head. Carly's tone was calm, as if she were stating something she would definitely do. Ironically, compared to Carly, Barry McKay was clearly more entrenched, possessing more connections, and even having good relations with the local mafia in England. However, faced with Carly's words, Barry McKay couldn't help but nod. My fees will be drawn from third parties, that is sponsors or clubs. It has nothing to do with your boss. Secondly, I will allocate sufficiently good resources to Lin. If his performance continues to improve, I will even invest a lot of resources in him, because I believe he will help my agency grow. Furthermore, I will help him secure endorsements as quickly as possible. Be selective, don't be vague. I want to create the right endorsement path for my boss. The first few endorsements are particularly important, as they will influence the types of sponsors seeking collaboration next, Carly said. Of course, I've already booked a commercial event for him. A charity auction. Many high-profile celebrities will be present, and I've heard there will be a few dukes, and even a princess. This endorsement will also help him build more connections. Barry McKay gentlemanly pulled out a chair, and Carly smiled and nodded as she sat down. The Englishman also sat down opposite Carly and took out the documents he had prepared in advance, outlining the career path Barry McKay had planned for Lin Yu. My boss does not like to be constrained by others. He will follow his own vision. Of course these plans align with the path he is likely to take. I have laid out some off-field matters for him, including various endorsements more suited for him and activities to accumulate more popularity. Moreover, the World Cup is about to start. Barry McKay opened the last document at the bottom. Carly took it, and her eyes widened. Are you crazy? She said this because a trophy emblem was prominently stamped on the document. Even those unfamiliar with football could recognize that this was the Ballon d'Or, the highest personal honor in the football world. I'm just a madman. Oh, I am willing to believe that my player can achieve things that others cannot, or I wouldn't sign them. Carly smiled. Good, I'm starting to appreciate you. I believe my boss will accomplish everything, and I will support him in everything, including this matter. Even if he says he wants to run for president of the United States, I will immediately prepare the relevant materials for him and help him join a party, even though it won't do much good. Barry McKay looked at Carly, clearly realizing she wasn't joking. Damn it, I feel like we should have met long ago. Do you want to work for my company? I'm still in need of a director. No, I only belong to my boss, Carly replied with a slight smile. Barry McKay felt regretful, and the two of them dove back into the pile of documents before them. Securing the French princess and the English princess. Straddling two boats. Then we need to help him build a strong, winning the Ballon d'Or at 17. First, we need to help him gain visibility off the field, allowing the Croatian national team's coach to call him up for the World Cup. Taking the path of high-end fashion endorsements with a focus on entering the new media industry. I like this. New media will be a crucial trend in the development of future times. Captivating countless top models to accumulate personal charm. Pass through a grove of flowers without touching a leaf. This is what a gentleman does. And so Carly and Barry McKay, the devil and the angel, began collaborating for the sake of a young man. Remember, everyone attending is a prominent guest, so make sure to dress appropriately. Carly helped Lin Yu adjust his suit. How much can I earn from this endorsement? Lin Yu asked. Remember, the attendees of the auction are all high-ranking officials and nobles. I know you don't enjoy mingling with them, but at least try to muster a smile. I'll handle the rest. Barry Make was somewhat evasive. So what you mean is, I won't make a single penny, right? Lin Yu understood. Although there's no money, you can gain connections, Barry Make insisted. What connections? A bunch of postcards that I might never use in my lifetime. Lin Yu was already preparing to take off his suit jacket. I have a dinner appointment with Roster. I'll see you later, brothers. Barry Make helped Lin Yu put on his suit again. Roster will also be there. Lin Yu smiled. You should have mentioned that earlier. This is a charity auction organized by the official Premier League. Stars from each Premier League team were invited, primarily young players or well-established star players. Liverpool had 3 players invited: Gerrard, Lin Yu, and Roster. A total of 50 people were invited, which is why many high-profile guests and nobles attended this charity auction, including internet celebrities and dukes, even princesses from France and England. On August 19th, under the bright sunshine at 4 in the afternoon, training ended, and Liverpool Club sent a special car to escort the 3 to the auction venue. When Gerrard opened the automatic door of the luxury Mercedes MPV, a long leg came into view. Boss Carly changed her usual demeanor, smiling, wearing a black miniskirt and high heels. Her translucent gray top highlighted a black tank top, and her sparkling earrings and diamond necklace shone brilliantly. Even the already married Gerrard was taken aback, smiling and nodding as he moved to the back seat. Young Roster stood frozen in place. Lin Yu patted Roster's backside. A guy like you who can't move when he sees a woman would be ridiculed by readers if he were the protagonist in a novel. Roster awkwardly smiled, greeted Carly friendly, and also sat in the back seat. Lin Yu naturally sat beside Carly and whispered, as far as I know, my dad pays you a lot, but not so much that you could buy a diamond necklace like that. Fake. A high-quality imitation from China. If it looks real, it can be exchanged. Carly whispered. After all, it's such an important occasion, and this is your first event. I can't let you embarrass yourself. In the passenger seat sat Barry Make, dressed in a finely tailored suit, looking particularly handsome. However, when he turned to see Lin Yu, he could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Even with his careful grooming, he felt somewhat inferior in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu wore a gray suit that was a 17th birthday gift from Lin Hai, crafted by a distinguished tailor in Croatia, tailored by the head tailor, by hand, perfectly fitting. Lin Yu's muscular form, both elegant and exuding of violent beauty. Now that Lin Yu sat in the car, he looked like a sculpture of muscles, a suit-clad thug, causing Carly to gaze at him with admiration, her heart stirring. Once we enter the venue, I don't want to stay by your side, Barry Make said. Otherwise the model's attention will only be focused. Lin Yu's special car quickly arrived at the auction venue, where the large hall was filled with arriving guests. Gerrard knew many stars, and was currently greeting them, but for Lin Yu this was a completely unfamiliar environment. Lin, it's good to see you again. A familiar voice came. It was Mark Wilson, representing Stoke City. Lin Yu also saw Manchester City star Sergio Aguero, Arsenal's Theo Walcott, Chelsea's Eden Hazard, all dressed in expensive suits. Lin, where did you customize your suit? I want one too. Hazard walked over, crossing his arms, his gaze drifting toward Carly before quickly returning. Do you want one? I can have my mom help you contact someone. She's a big name in the fashion industry in Croatia. Ha ha, count me in, but don't charge me too much. Gerrard joined in the conversation. Although they were rivals on the field, most players respected each other and maintained good relationships off the field. They've arrived. They finally came. How beautiful. Suddenly a commotion arose in the crowd, and several people turned to look as some prominent young men surged toward the entrance. In the center of the crowd a figure appeared dressed in a clean and tidy black dress, her aura as pure as a white lotus and as translucent as jade. Gela, daughter of the Duke of France, 19 years old, very popular in Europe. Even Hazard couldn't help but glance at her. Lin Yu remained calm. Thanks to Carly, he seemed to have developed an immunity to top beauties. To Lin Yu, Gela was just a beauty comparable to Carly. Having such beauties surrounding him all day, there was nothing unusual about it. Hasn't France abolished the monarchy? Lin Yu asked. Yes, but they still retain some such titles, Gerard replied. They have no political power, but their family is substantial. Nearby guests evidently wanted to connect with Gela. Winning her over would be akin to winning the entire Duke of Gela. However, Gela didn't even glance at those trying to flirt, as she simply walked past, followed closely by her butler, who helped her brush away the intrusive hands. Even though it was an auction, it was a charity auction, and due to the abundance of jerseys, the players' jerseys were displayed on X. Guests would write their bids under the jerseys they desired with a pen. At the end of the time, the highest bidder would directly acquire the jersey, and all auction proceeds would be donated to impoverished areas to help them build football fields and purchase various football equipment. Almost all guests were focused on Gela. Lin Yu felt something was off as Gela seemed to be walking in the direction of his jersey, which Carly also noticed. She doesn't want to buy your jersey, does she? Lin Yu shook his head. I'm just a young player who has only played 2 matches. I don't even know her. Why would she buy my jersey? Is it just because my signature is on it? Lin Yu's words made Hazard and Gerard laugh, and Roster was also quite happy, but a few seconds later their smiles froze. The old butler stepped forward swiftly, pulling out a gold pin from his chest pocket, opening it slowly, and handing it. At that moment all eyes in the venue were focused on Gela. Gela slowly accepted it, walked up to Lin Yu's jersey, and gradually wrote down a number. Barry Make stood by shocked at the number, and quickly gestured to Lin Yu not far away. 8,000. Lin Yu saw Barry Make's gesture. So high. Crazy. Carly shook her head as she saw Barry Make's shock. It's not 8,000, Lin. It's 80,000. Lin Yu was stunned. How much? 80,000 pounds. Wait a moment. Lin Yu felt something was off and instinctively tightened his collar. She knows this auction is for jerseys, just jerseys, right? After Gela finished writing, she turned around searching for that handsome figure in her heart. Her hopeful gaze collided with Lin Yu's somewhat frightened gaze. Lin. The voice was loud. The old butler was startled as this was the first time in a long while he heard his princess call out so loudly in public. Before Gela could rush towards Lin Yu, another figure appeared, also standing in front of Lin Yu's jersey, taking the pin from her butler and crossing out Gela's bid slowly, writing a new number. Barry Make saw clearly 100,000. Crazy. They are all crazy. Gela looked up angrily. A Princess Mary of England smiled. Hello, Gela sister. Long time no see. Who is Mary? Lin Yu heard their conversation. Princess of England. Carly whispered. It seems both of them are here for you. Lin Yu took a deep breath. The wind is tight. Stop talking nonsense. Carly didn't. Ozza didn't understand either. Gerard understood wind. Where is the wind coming from? Lin, where are you going? The event isn't over yet. Gerard shouted very loudly, loud enough for the 2 princesses to hear. Gela rushed towards Lin Yu and grabbed his right hand in front of everyone. Mary quickly followed, grabbing Lin Yu's left hand. At that moment all the guests' eyes were focused on Gela's hand, as she had a very severe case of cleanliness obsession, which most of the guests knew. Even when handing over a pin, the butler had to use gloved hands to give it to Gela, yet at this moment Gela was holding Lin very naturally. Lin Yu didn't react for a moment. Both princesses, please take care of yourselves. Lin Yu could feel the gazes hot and piercing like lasers coming from all directions. The young noblemen were getting jealous to the point of madness. These people wanted to invite the princesses to dance, but couldn't even get the chance to offer their hands, while at this moment both beauties were holding Lin Yu as if he were their husband. Lin, I came here for you. If you leave, what's the point of my attending this event? Gela was very excited. Lin, our family are super fans. Please sign for me. Besides your signed jersey, I also want your signed photo. Lin Yu quietly pulled his hand back. Sure. Then this charity event turned into Lin Yu's personal show. The 2 kept taking pictures with Lin Yu and chatting with him until an hour later, when the event finally reached its conclusion. Barry McKay was grateful that the time was up, because Carly had been gritting her teeth for a whole hour on the verge of exploding 3 times. If it weren't for his timely persuasion, she would have probably been in a brawl with the 2 princesses. Lin, I will come to watch your match. Come visit me when you have time. My home is in France, very big, extremely big. As long as you are willing, it's all yours. The 2 finally left reluctantly under the butler's pull. Until they boarded their private sports car, they were still greeting Lin Yu. Only after the Rolls-Royce Phantom and Ferrari left did Lin Yu let out a long sigh. Had he ever experienced such a scene? One was the daughter of a duke from France, and the other was a princess from England, both prominent figures in their respective countries. Unexpectedly at this event, they seemed to have become his assistants, not leaving his side. They've already walked far away, still looking. Carly stomped her foot in frustration, nearly breaking the heel of her shoe. Without looking back, she boarded the Liverpool special car. It's you I'm talking about, still looking. Lin Yu poked Barry McKay's belly and boarded the special car right after. Is that you little rascal framing me, huh? Barry McKay got in the car as well. Gerard and the others exchanged smiles. This charity event could be considered a complete success. Lin Yes jersey fetched the highest price of the night, and amidst the competition between the two princesses hardly anyone dared to intervene. Watching the Liverpool special car slowly drive away, a burly figure at the market entrance lit up a cigar. Is this the Lin? He doesn't seem that strong. The mature accent reflected the man's calmness. I've seen his matches, he's very good at confrontation, not only strong, but also intelligent. Such a central midfielder is the hardest to deal with. However, against us, he probably won't have much of an advantage. The slightly thin Carrick stood next to Ferdinand. As representatives of Manchester United, they were invited to this event, also to see what kind of abilities their next opponent had up close. Ferdinand's last bit of worry vanished in front of him. Lin Yu was no different from a child. Back at Manchester United headquarters, the players were dining in the cafeteria. Vidic was the first to spot Ferdinand. Guess who's back? Captain, have you seen Lin from Liverpool? Tell us about that kid. Nothing much to say. He's not Carrick's opponent. He'll show his true self in front of both of us. Ferdinand sat down. Naturally, we are the Premier League champions from last season, Hernandez said while munching on a tortilla, a satisfied smile on his face. Don't be careless. Matches against Liverpool are always very important. We must secure a resounding victory, not just win, but win thoroughly. An elder at the front of the dining table spoke. As he spoke, all the players around immediately fell silent. Don't worry, Coach Ferguson, we will send all the Liverpool players home in shame back to their Anfield. Indeed, the second round of the Premier League was the double red match. In the Youth Training League, the Manchester United youth team lost 0-7 to the Liverpool youth team, which angered Manchester United fans. Therefore, this first-team spotlight clash was viewed by Manchester United fans as an opportunity for revenge. The Manchester United first-team players were also fully motivated after all. The core player, who led Liverpool to a 70 disaster back, then Lin Yu was now in the Liverpool first-team lineup. Rodgers and Leander studied for 2 whole days. To counter Sir Ferguson's Manchester United, Neville must perform at 200%. Now Liverpool was completely at a disadvantage against Manchester United. Last season Manchester United was the Premier League champion and had won multiple titles including the League Cup, with a significant advantage making them the most successful team in English football, whereas Liverpool achieved nothing. Alec had been studying defensive tactics, while Leander continuously optimized tactical details to counter Ferguson's Red Devils. Rodgers set the overall tactical tone, and the players trained in an orderly manner. However, this was the first time many Liverpool players such as Lin Yu participated in a double red match. It's okay, we won't be starting anyway. This sentence was Rossiter's way of comforting himself, as Lin Yu didn't seem nervous at all. Even though he knew his chances of playing were slim, just the thought of facing Manchester United made Rossiter unable to control his anxiety. It was normal how any young player would feel nervous playing in a double red match. What if Rodgers asks me to come off the bench? What should I do? I have to confront Carrick in midfield along with Welbeck and Giggs, all of whom are top players who have won the Champions League. Maybe I should commit a foul, annoy them, then they would underperform, and I'd have more chances to showcase myself. On August 21st, after the last tactical training ended, the two headed towards the team cafeteria. This was the first time Lin Yu saw Rossiter talk so much nonsense in one breath. Until a piece of white as clouds tactical paper covered Rossiter's mouth. On the way to the cafeteria, there was an exhibition stand. If the starting lineup was determined in advance, Rodgers would post the starting lineup for the next match on it. At this moment, the Liverpool starting lineup chart had already been posted. Rossiter pointed at the tactical starting chart, his finger slightly trembling. Lin Yu did not look at the tactical starting chart, because Carly was waving at him not far away. Lin Yu suddenly remembered that he had promised Carly to have dinner together that evening. I'm not eating in the cafeteria, Rossiter. I'm going to have dinner with Carly, I promised him before. Rossiter said nothing, but continued to call out. Why are you calling my name? Rossiter. Rossiter grabbed Lin Yu, who was about to leave, and pulled him to the tactical board. Next match against Manchester United, you're in the starting lineup. You say the princess should get off the car, Carly said. I say you damn. Hurry up, Lin Yu replied impatiently. You can chat with those two princesses for so long, yet you won't say a word about getting off the car. Carly pouted and got out. I'm going to grab a cup of coffee. Remember to come find me when you're done chatting. After dinner, Lin Yu originally intended to take the car directly home. This was the special car provided for him by Liverpool, equipped with a dedicated driver. After joining the first team, he temporarily stayed in the presidential suite provided by Liverpool, which was very close to the club headquarters. Moreover, with a special car and a dedicated driver, traveling was very convenient. Carly lived next door to Lin Yu, also in a presidential suite, the cost covered by Liverpool. After their dinner, Rodgers suddenly sent a message. Lin, if convenient, come to the headquarters. Lin Yu could roughly guess the reason. After all, his first starting match was against Manchester United, and Rodgers probably had some extra tactics to discuss with him. The car driver dropped Carly off at a cafe near the headquarters, while Lin Yu had already stepped into the head coach's office, where Rodgers had prepared a cup of premium Kopi Luwak coffee. You don't smoke cigars, do you? Rodgers himself was fond of Cohiba, which was also Lin Yu's favorite brand. Coach, I'm only 17. I don't smoke cigars or drink alcohol. Rodgers nodded in satisfaction. You should have seen it. You will be starting in tomorrow's match. Therefore, I want to hear your feelings. Playing against Manchester United is different from an ordinary Premier League match. To be honest, I don't have many feelings except for excitement, Lin Yu admitted. I want to crush Manchester United. I want to trample them underfoot and repeatedly violate them. I want to completely defeat them and use them as stepping stones. I want to raise the flag of Liverpool high and showcase the magic of the Liverpool emblem to all the fans at Old Trafford. Lindew spoke these words with an unparalleled calmness, yet his words were filled with killing intent. Rodgers smiled. Since he met this young man, he had never sensed any cowardice in him. This guy seemed reborn, possessing a wisdom and composure not typical for his age, along with an incredibly charming A truly self-assured person will undoubtedly exude charismatic charm. Seeing you in this state reassures me. Go for it. I'm willing to let you start, and it has nothing to do with any other factors. It's simply because I believe in you. Rodgers, holding a cigar, picked up his black coat. After 3 days of intensive preparation, he could finally go home and enjoy dinner with his wife. Have you eaten? Come have dinner with me at my place. I've already eaten, coach. Just finished. Lindew followed Rodgers out of the headquarters, watching the coach's Maybach drive away. Rodgers liked the Maybach very much, as it was said that the sound of its engine always allowed him to sleep soundly at night. Did you talk about tactics? Carly asked curiously. No, are you no longer angry? Lindew smiled. Humph. Carly crossed her arms, her long right leg resting over her left, slowly swinging the tips of her high heels, tapping intermittently against the back of the driver's seat. Barry McKay is a smart man. He will be very helpful to you. After saying this, Carly fell into a deep sleep, exhausted after a long day of busying about with Lindew in her high heels. The Rolls-Royce was driven smoothly, and 10 minutes later the hotel staff hurriedly approached, opening the car door to welcome them. We have arrived, Lindew gently said, noticing that Carly had not woken up. He stepped forward, lifting Carly down from the Rolls-Royce in a princess carry. He walked steadily upstairs amidst the envious gazes of the surrounding staff. His fingerprint could unlock Carly's presidential suite door. After gently placing Carly on the soft swan bed, Lindew turned to leave, but thought for a moment, returned, set the air conditioning to 26 degrees, switched it to night mode, then quietly left, closing the door behind him. Carly, lying on the pillow, smiled before falling back into a deep sleep. Back in his room, Lindew couldn't sleep. He opened the curtains to gaze at the starry sky. Although he was not nervous, he could not overlook the importance of the upcoming match. Lindew understood what facing Manchester United meant. This was his first start. As long as he performed well against Manchester United, he could compete for a starting position with the first-team stars, and Rodgers would undoubtedly give him more playing time. This match he absolutely could not lose. The next morning, Lindew arrived at the training ground early, as usual, and Ross also arrived. The two began their warm-up training. Teammates arrived one after another, and Rodgers set up a relatively simple tactical training session before allowing the players to rest well. At 3 in the afternoon, the bus departed for Old Trafford, Manchester United's home ground, a red fortress that is equally renowned as Anfield, known as one of the top Devils arenas in the Premier League. The venue was filled with over 60,000 fans. The red flags of Manchester waved in the air. Red smoke filled the sky over Old Trafford. The entire city of Manchester had its gaze focused here. You could see a fiery red cloud floating above Manchester's sky. That was the battlefield of the Red Devils. All over Europe, over 100 media platforms open live streams. In Asia, over 100 media platforms also open live coverage. In the Huaxia live stream, directors Jean and Zhang were already prepared. Dear fans, welcome to the focus battle of the second round of the Premier League. Last season's Premier League champions Manchester United host Liverpool. In this match, pre-game fan predictions showed a one-sided situation, with 68% supporting Manchester United to win and 32% supporting Liverpool. This is understandable. After all, Liverpool is indeed at a disadvantage against a strong Manchester United. While the live stream was buzzing, both teams' starting players were ready in the player tunnel. Wearing the number 16 jersey, Lindew took a deep breath. Standing next to him were the stars of Manchester United. True superstar players. Lindew felt two intense gazes filled with hostility, one from Carrick and the other from Ferdinand. The referee Atkinson led both teams onto the field. The glaring lights slowly descended, and the roar of Old Trafford came like a fierce tiger pouncing towards you, its terrifying body fully unfurling in the air, muscles bulging as if to tear the sky apart. At this moment, Lindew felt exactly that. Everyone stay focused. Captain Gerrard reminded the players to maintain their concentration and not let the pressure of the Devils' home ground affect their mindset. Manchester United fans quickly began to sing in unison. We are Manchester United. We are invincible. The team challenging us is an unknown team. They seem to be called Liverpool, but no one cares. They are our defeated foes. They will be crushed by us. Their captain Gerrard is useless. Their player Henderson excels at hiding. And there's a guy named Leno. After this match, he will crawl back to the youth training camp. The singing ignited the tension between the two teams, further fueling the atmosphere in various live streams. Manchester United is the most shameless team in the world. Once Sir Ferguson retires, you will be nothing. Even if Sir Ferguson retires, we will still be the dominant force in the Premier League, because we have the most modern player cafeteria and the richest reserve of Dutch coaches, especially those bald coaches who are willing to sacrifice everything for Manchester United. The outsiders of Manchester, I don't even know what you are yelling about. As a Liverpool fan, I would rather support Manchester City than Manchester United. The tension was so thick it was intimidating. Even sitting in front of the live streaming screen, one could feel the heavy atmosphere. Just as the Liverpool and Manchester United fans were at odds in the stands, Atkinson blew the whistle to start the match. The match has begun. Manchester United kicked off, Van Persie passed back. Carrick dashed forward. Linyu felt something was off. Carrick's sprint was clearly directed towards his side, but the ball was not at his feet. Carrick did not intend to intercept the ball, he aimed to intimidate Linyu. If he could make the young opponent fearful right at the start of the match, he would become the breakthrough point for his team. With this belief, Carrick raised his proud posture, squared his strong shoulders, and charged towards Linyu. Linyu did not dodge, but stood his ground, his left foot supporting him back, while his shoulder turned to face Carrick, ready to brace for the impact. A moment later, bang! The seemingly casual Carrick collided hard with Linyu. The referee immediately, cleverly, who was closest, rushed towards Linyu with Giggs, because Carrick had been knocked down, and he was standing right there. No, to be precise, he was straddling Carrick and pointing angrily at Carrick's face. At such a moment, Manchester United would surely stand up for their good brother. But when the frail Giggs and cleverly rushed in front of Linyu, the young man not only did not back down, but instead reached out, both hands grabbing Giggs with his left hand, and cleverly with his right, pulling both of them fiercely towards himself. For a moment, the fans only saw Linyu, fierce and terrifying like a celestial demon, descending, while in front of him Giggs and cleverly were caught by their collars, their faces showing shock and confusion. On the sidelines, Ferguson's mouth twitched wildly. What the F? Which 17-year-old kid can do this? Is Manchester United losing its dignity? If the situation were reversed, you would surely not be surprised. The long-established Carrick, the fierce and intimidating cleverly, or the so-called rogue star Giggs. If any of them were to grab Linyu by the collar and glare at him menacingly, it would not astonish the fans. Because Linyu had just played a full match, and this was even his first start in the Premier League. Yet now it was Carrick being humiliated under Linyu, Giggs being held in Linyu's left hand, and cleverly being pulled in Linyu's right hand. Ferguson initially wanted to dampen Linyu's spirit with a conflict at the start, but from the looks of it now, a one-word poem, ruthless. Coach Jean chuckled. So young, yet daring to play such tricks in front of Manchester United's stars, he completely disregards them. Coach Jean was not wrong. If Linyu were a star from any other team, he might have held some respect in the face of Manchester United. But Linyu belonged to Liverpool, and any Liverpool player facing Manchester United could not possibly harbor any respect during a football match. Carrick struggled to get up, finally freeing himself from Linyu's legs. At this moment, Atkinson took the initiative and showed Carrick a yellow card. You give me a yellow card. What a joke. Referee and the victim, I was knocked down by him. Carrick felt wronged. Don't play this game, Carrick. You initiated the collision and then fell down. Ooh, I saw it clearly, Atkinson replied. As the referee, one of the standards for judging whether a foul occurred is whether the colliding party actively infringed upon the opposing player's cylinder. Clearly, Linyu had just stood still, while Carrick made the active foul by colliding with Linyu's cylinder. Giggs grabbed Linyu's hand, wanting to break free from this humiliation, and Linyu released his grip, pushing them apart. The Liverpool players quickly arrived to protect Linyu. Roger sat on the bench unmoved. Linder was arguing with Sir Ferguson's assistant. The match had barely started and both sides were already in disarray. In the stands, Manchester United fans and Liverpool fans were fighting across the security barriers with freshly bought beer, turned into weapons, and fireworks lit by fans became projectiles, while both teams' flags waved on either side of Old Trafford. Whether Liverpool fans or Manchester United fans, their eyes were filled with a desire for victory. From this scene, you can see the significance of the derby. Oh, no one wants to lose it. Linyu also received a yellow card. Atkinson would not go easy on him. The game resumed. Following the initial conflict, the Manchester United players had clearly become much more subdued, as no one intentionally collided with Linyu anymore. However, focusing on tactics made Manchester United even more powerful. Sir Ferguson's strategy of attacking from both wings had swept across Europe. Giggs and Ashley Young surged down the left and right, repeatedly assaulting Liverpool. Finally, there's time to introduce the starting lineup to the fans. First, for Manchester United, Sir Ferguson deployed a 4,231 formation. Goalkeeper De Gea. Defenders Evra, Vidic, Ferdinand, Phil Jones. Midfielders Carrick, Cleverly, Welbeck. Forwards Ashley Young, Van Persie, Giggs. For Liverpool, Rodgers set up a relatively conservative 4,231 formation. Goalkeeper Minale. Defenders Jose Enrique, Ajer, Skirtle, Glenn Johnson. Midfielders Henderson, Luke. Forwards Coutinho, Sturridge, Gerrard. Just as the tactical board was finished, Manchester United attacked. The 10th, Carrick dropped back to receive the ball. Facing Gerrard's pressure, he pulled the ball back and quickly passed it to the right flank. Phil Jones strode forward, shaking off Coutinho to receive the ball, glancing up briefly before shifting it to the center. Linyu focused on Cleverly, but it was Carrick who received the ball. Henderson wanted to move up, but Linyu pressed down with one hand, signaling him to stay back. As Carrick received the ball, he turned partially and side-passed a direct ball toward Liverpool's left defense. The pass was highly penetrating, breaking through Jose Enrique's defense and accurately finding Giggs. The Welsh star received the ball on the right, his lean frame suddenly bursting with overwhelming energy. Take on Enrique. Giggs has a chance. Charging into the penalty area. Cutting into the box, Giggs fired a shot. Bang! Minale dove to the side, barely deflecting the ball out of bounds. He closed off the small angle. That was a great save by Minale to avert danger. Manchester United's attacks came in rapid succession, one after another, arriving in an instant. In the 17th minute of the match, you sensed the danger of losing control. Although he could keep an eye on cleverly, Carrick and Welbeck's movements were elusive. After receiving the ball at the back, De Gea did not dare to linger and quickly passed to Vidic. Vidic held the ball in a defensive midfield position as Sturridge pressed high, forcing him to pass quickly. This time the ball was sent to the left side. Evra received the ball and instantly burst forward, getting past Gerrard and rapidly advancing along the left flank. Lenu did not assist in defense, but adjusted his position to block Evra from passing to the center. However, Evra did not pass to the center, but suddenly played a through ball down the left side. Ashley Young turned and sprinted, shaking off Glenn Johnson, and sent in a cross as he received the ball. Bang! Crossing. At the near post. Van Persie headed the ball at the near post. Minale instinctively dove to save, barely touching the ball with his fingertips. Oh, wonderful. A world-class save. Minale has been performing flawlessly in this match so far. But Liverpool was completely at a disadvantage. Manchester United's two-winged attack fully exploited Liverpool's defensive weaknesses. Jose Enrique and Glenn Johnson were both slow, especially in turning speed. They could not cope with Manchester United's explosive wing attacks. Manchester United has already created 2 good chances. If this continues, Liverpool will inevitably be over. Linder was discussing with Rodgers while Alec was using advanced equipment to replay and analyze Manchester United's overall attacking system, trying to find a gap. Lenu was also observing and had already found some clues, but this could not stop Manchester United. Rodgers stood up and approached the sidelines. Lenu quickly ran to Rodgers' side. Forget about cleverly, I need you to pull wide for defense. Cooperate with Gerrard on the flank to double team, and after winning the ball you initiate the attack from the flank and launch a counterattack. I want to see a quick counterattack and decisive shots. From now on you have unlimited firepower. Rodgers' thoughts were quite simple. You take off with the wings, and he'll launch a counterattack from the flanks, stacking defense, and initiating an offensive, creating a clash on the sides. Your wings are Giggs and Ashley Young, while mine has a monster. Lenu nodded, returning to the field, and quickly informing his teammates about the new tactical adjustments. He needed to pull wide for defense and launch counterattacks from the flanks, transforming his role in this match into that of a wide midfielder, or what could be termed a pseudo-winger. The match continued and Manchester United noticed Liverpool's tactical changes, but were unaware of the hidden agenda behind Liverpool's strategy. Manchester United still attacked with both wings, maintaining their flank assaults, while Liverpool struggled to lift their heads. The home crowd was roaring and Manchester United fans grew more excited, their faces filled with anticipation. Crushing Liverpool is only logical. Oh, I only care about how many goals we can win by. I want an all-around domination. I can't understand it at all. Oh, I simply can't comprehend how we lost. I don't even know why the youth academy lost to them 7-0. Was it because of that useless Lin? The Red Devils dynasty is about to enter its 2nd generation. No one can take the Premier League from Manchester United. The 27th minute of the match. Giggs sprinted down the right flank calling for support. Phil Jones was just about to make a through pass when Gerrard pressured him, blocking the passing lane in front of Phil Jones. Phil Jones turned to feint and changed direction, intending to pass to the center, but another figure appeared simultaneously. Lenu supported while bursting out from behind, Giggs intercepting Phil Jones' pass just in time. Smack! Without hesitation, Lenu quickly delivered a direct pass. A diagonal pass, and Sturridge successfully evaded the offside. He broke into the penalty area for the ball and aimed to go past again. De Gea should have been beaten, but he reacted faster, diving to save miraculously, using his palm to poke the ball out of play, thwarting Sturridge's unknown opportunity. Old Trafford finally erupted with a gasp. CTM Sturridge. Why didn't he just push it into the empty net earlier? Jean, the coach, was furious. Liverpool finally had a chance, but you want to dribble past everyone before scoring. Do you think this is an amateur league? Lenu patted Sturridge. It's okay. Keep it up. After saying this, Lenu rejoined the match. In moments like this you can't put pressure on your teammate or his mistakes will only multiply. Ferguson finally stood up. This was the first time since the match began that he had risen. Are they playing a pseudo-winger tactic? Ferguson asked, unsure, and the assistant coach was hesitant to confirm. It might be, boss, but I don't quite believe it. This kid is only 17. Does he know what a pseudo-winger is? The assistant's skepticism was not without reason. In midfield tactics, the 6th, 8th, and 10th positions are the most common tactical roles, and the tactics derived from these roles are relatively straightforward. Simply put, the 6th position participates more in defense, the 8th has to balance between offense and defense, while the 10th acts as the core of the midfield. However, there are some special roles that exist independently of these conventional tactics. For example, the advanced playmaker. For instance, the pseudo-winger. Ferguson nodded, continuing to observe Lenu from the sidelines. Although this attack did not create a goal, Lenu had already spotted a flaw. Phil Jones, while in possession, was always eager to launch attacks directly down the right flank as Manchester United executed their tactic of attacking with both wings. If he and Gerrard could timely block Phil Jones' passing lane, they could completely restrict him and create more opportunities for counterattacks. To achieve this, they first needed to confuse Phil Jones. Seizing a corner kick opportunity, Lenu communicated the tactic with Gerrard, who nodded, and the two turned to re-engage in the match. Then in the match, Phil Jones noticed that the pressure from Liverpool was decreasing, which confused him, but also made him happy as this allowed him to continue executing the tactic of attacking with both wings. 36 minutes into the match, Phil Jones pulled wide from the back, and after receiving the ball he was still not pressured by Liverpool. There was plenty of space and Phil Jones even looked up to survey the field, but he heard Ferguson's shout. Pass quickly. Jones hurriedly lifted his foot, but just as the ball left the ground something blocked it again. Gerrard had been waiting for a long time. A precise interception. The ball rebounded to the right. Carrick took 2 steps, and then sprinted, but Lin Yu had already rushed towards the landing spot. Lin Yu was as light as a swallow, faster than the two, slipping through the gap between them. Lin Yu was here. He braced against both, breaking through the encirclement, and after squeezing through a gap, he rudely passed between the two. A terrifying force struck, causing Carrick to stumble and lose his balance. Cleverly attempted to foul, but Lin Yu had already touched the ball first, and then he pushed off with his right foot to explode again. Second burst. Like a car that has had its accelerator fully pressed, suddenly receiving a nitrous boost. Manchester United's midfield blockade was breached. Lin Yu charged forward with the ball, directly facing the defense. Without waiting for Ferdinand to close in, Lin Yu lifted his foot and shot. Bang! A violent long-range shot. Vidic reacted swiftly, instantly extending his right leg. Boom! The ball hit Vidic's calf and rebounded. It bounced back towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu focused on the ball, holding his breath and gathering all his strength in his left foot, pushing off with his right foot, twisting his waist as if to draw energy. At this moment, Lin Yu's right foot became an energy extractor, his hips turned into gears, his waist became a conduit for energy transfer, and his left leg transformed into a battering ram. In an instant, a roar erupted. The ball skidded along the ground, heading straight for the goal. De Gea struggled to get up, attempting to save again. But this shot still couldn't reach Manchester United's goal. Ferdinand executed a split, violently swinging out his left. The long left leg's ankle was hit by the ball kicked by Lin Yu, once again blocking it, causing it to rebound. This time the ball did not bounce in Lin Yu's direction, but veered to his right side. However, Lin Yu had already anticipated this. As the ball rebounded, Lin Yu had already rushed towards his right side. At this moment, there was actually no one at the top of the Manchester United penalty arc. With tension in his entire body, Lin Yu drew back his muscles, and just from that violent running posture one could tell that this was definitely a brutal shot. His right leg turned into an iron plate, smashing into the ball. Bang! The ball soared into the air for the third time, carving out a straight diagonal line. Like a cold, sharp sword emitting a chilling aura, it pierced directly into Manchester United's fiery chest. Lin Yu broke the ice. Manchester United was trailing. Goal! Goal! Carragher leaped and ran, waving his fists in front of Gary Neville. After all, Neville was a Manchester United legend, while Carragher represented Liverpool. Lin. This is his first start in the Premier League, and also his first time playing in a derby, resulting in such a brilliant performance. 3 consecutive shots, with the first 2 blocked by Manchester United's top defenders, but Lin Yu remained calm, and 3 consecutive shots, each of higher quality than the last, showcasing Lin Yu's big heart, a quality only top stars possess, and he is only 17 now. The aura of a great general naturally emanates. He is a born leader, a new giant on the football field. Look at his celebration again, like the great sage. Since witnessing Lin Yu's celebratory gesture earlier, Carragher specifically searched for the great sage's celebration with the golden cudgel. At this moment, Lin Yu performed this classic celebration, again his slightly bowed posture and the gesture of his hands together, inspiring Liverpool fans to imitate him. Lin Yu stood alone in front of tens of thousands of Liverpool fans, as if he were the new king of Liverpool. Sky Sports hurriedly captured this classic moment and immediately published it across the internet as a headline featuring this iconic moment, with the title "The Heavenly Demon Descends at Old Trafford." Where on earth can you appeal such injustice? Manchester United have performed exceptionally well thus far, arguably their finest display in recent memory. United's players did everything possible to close off Lin Yu's shooting angle, yet his third goal was utterly unstoppable. A diagonal thunderbolt is extraordinarily difficult to execute. Even the slightest miscalculation in power would send the ball soaring over the crossbar, and a marginal error in angle would send it veering wildly off target. Yet this strike landed with perfect precision, crashing into the net. David De Gea, the Spanish Wall, had been outstanding all match, yet even he was breached by Lin Yu. Liverpool's players sprinted toward Lin Yu en masse, mimicking his signature celebration, even though most had no idea what it truly signified. You really must visit my home. You'll see my 80-year-old son imitating Lin's celebration. He's become an ardent. His Premier League debut, his very first appearance against Manchester United, and already he delivers a performance of breathtaking brilliance. I simply cannot fathom what heights he may yet reach. Terrifying potential, plain for all to see. A ceiling so lofty it verges on the metaphysical. Lin Yu once again ascends to divine stature. I sense he will become Liverpool's next standard-bearer, destined to succeed Gerrard. Succeed Gerrard. I'd go further. He possesses even greater distinctiveness than Gerrard did at that age. Perhaps he will evolve into the most formidable midfielder the Premier League has ever witnessed. European fans, especially female supporters, are utterly captivated by Lin Yu. In the Premier League, young players seldom survive its rigors, let alone shine with such consistency and authority. Yet Lin Yu not only endures, he thrives, delivering sustained, unwavering excellence. Ferdinand is beside himself with fury, pounding his chest, and dragging Carrick and others close. I don't care how difficult it is to contain him. I don't care how much energy you must expend. Today you will pin him down and don't let him produce another moment of brilliance. To Ferdinand this is humiliation, naked unvarnished disgrace. He cannot accept conceding a goal, not to this opponent, and certainly not to a 17-year-old. Play resumes. With barely 10 minutes remaining in the first half, Manchester United surge forward in a desperate bid to equalize at Old Trafford. Yet Liverpool's resilience defies all expectations. Sturridge holds firm, Gerrard applies relentless pressure from the right flank. Lindelof operates fluidly from the wide midfield zone, constantly aiding teammates and intensifying pressure on United, leaving them not only unable to mount incisive attacks, but increasingly fatigued. United appear poised to counter down the right. Gerrard presses hard. He must release the ball swiftly. No time to fall into a trap. Jones attempts a long aerial pass, but it sails wildly out of bounds. Liverpool fans unleash unrestrained mockery. I'm at a loss to explain what's befallen United. Perhaps they've never before endured pressure of such ferocity. Rodgers and his two trusted assistants deliberated extensively before reaching consensus if Liverpool retreated into passive defense. Like so many predecessors who deployed counterattacking tactics, they would inevitably suffer the same fate. To enter a match already trembling with fear is to surrender victory before kickoff. Thus Liverpool adopted a bolder, more aggressive formation and a suffocating tactical approach to meet Manchester United heat-in. The broadcast lens lingers on Gerrard. The veteran sprints tirelessly across the front line. Though nominally a central midfielder, he was deployed on the right flank today and delivered a masterclass. Not through offensive contributions, but by ruthlessly stifling United's wing play. Under Gerrard's unrelenting pressure, United's fullbacks dare not advance. Jones, once pivotal in their twin-wing system, now finds himself rendered functionally obsolete. The first half ends. Both sides retreat to their dressing rooms. Ferguson immediately initiates a substitute. United make a bold change. Valencia replaces Jones, a gamble signaling their intent to launch blistering, pace-driven counters. Liverpool respond in kind. Young Sterling enters for Gerrard. Having fulfilled his vital role, Gerrard departs to right. Sterling's fresh legs create a dynamic counterbalance to Valencia's explosive energy. Liverpool's shape shift. Coutinho drifts from left to right, transforming from an inside-cutting shooter into a traditional crossing specialist. Sterling occupies the left flank, focused solely on penetration, exploiting his blistering pace. You were flawless throughout the first half. This same strategy remains our compass for the second. Remember, when United gain possession, our immediate response is to press high and win the ball back, then feed it instantly to Lindelof, who will orchestrate the attack from his wide midfield position. Remember, pass the ball to Lin. Rodgers leaves no ambiguity, entrusting the ball to a player of proven caliber. Is that not the very essence of sound tactics? Lindelof remains the sole player on this team, granted unlimited shooting authority. Wherever he stands on the pitch, if he chooses to shoot, he must do so, without hesitation or doubt. Trust radiates from Rodgers' gaze. Undeniably, Lindelof's stature within the squad is ascending with astonishing velocity. I must confess, Neville remarks, if he continues like this, I'll have no choice but to revise my assessment of him. Who asked for your reassessment? As if your opinion carries any weight, retorts Carragher dismissive. I know Lin's character intimately. He is a player who requires no external validation, because his focus resides entirely within himself. His absolute self-confidence is a rare and formidable virtue. As Carragher speaks, the second half begins. Both sides return to the pitch. A sharp whistle pierces the air. Van Persie executes a swift back pass. Multiple United players surge forward. Watch the flanks. Lindelof shouts. They're opening up the game. Vermigel receives. Long ball. After Van Persie's back pass, Vermigel collects and launches an immediate long ball toward the right flank. Valencia surges down the wing. Enrique leaps, but misjudges catastrophically. He mistimed his jump. His head missed the ball entirely, allowing it to sail cleanly over him. Valencia seizes the opportunity, darting past Enrique to collect and break forward. He cuts inside, reaches the edge of the penalty arc, and explodes laterally. His left foot swings, crack. A sublime curling trajectory rockets toward Liverpool's goal. Minole dives sideways, but the arc proves too vast. The ball evades his outstretched hand and nestles into the net. Goal! Goal! Valencia! It's in. The substitution savior. What a strike! Valencia has scored with his left foot. Stunning. Old Trafford erupts in ecstasy. United fans glimpse renewed hope. One side commits fully to expansive wing-based football, while the other seeks equilibrium through disciplined high-intensity pressing and lethal counterplay. The match surges into fever pitch. Spectators rise as one eye's locked on the pitch, forgetting even the cold beer newly purchased, the hot dog abandoned mid-bite. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the magic of the Merseyside Derby. Time remains on the clock. Who will emerge victorious? Only the final whistle will tell. Manchester United's goal has completely heated up the pace of the match. Lindelof couldn't stop as his legs had to keep moving. Manchester United is attacking from the flank again. Valencia is dribbling, and he's very fast. Van Persie is making a supporting run, a 1-2. Crossing to the baseline, Valencia still has the ball. Crossing. Adger clears. Adger headed the ball away, and Henderson protected the first drop point at the edge of the penalty area, quickly turning and sending a through ball. Coutinho receives the ball on the right flank. He shouldered the ball and turned shaking off the defense, then made a low diagonal pass. Bang! A wide diagonal long pass switched the ball to the left flank. Sterling suddenly accelerated with his rear end raised. Valencia pressed forward to participate in the attack, unable to retreat in time. Sterling. There's a chance. Charging straight in. It's a half breakthrough. Shoot. Sterling burst into the penalty area, a shot from a tight angle. Bang. De Gea, who had made a save attempt, looked bewildered as the ball had not appeared. What the hell? Coach Jean thought. Sterling. You could have scored a goal. You. Damn it. Coach Jean hurriedly waved his hand. Calm down, Coach Jean, calm down. Sterling seemed to have injected some ice water into the heated match. Although he didn't score, it allowed both teams' players to regain some rationality. Linyu was forcing himself to calm down. Who? Repeated deep breaths. Linyu surveyed the entire stadium. In moments like this, he needed to be even calmer. Only with calmness can victory be achieved. Manchester United fans erupted in a chorus of boos, trying to bury Liverpool at Old Trafford, especially Linyu. As soon as Linyu touched the ball, Manchester United fans erupted in boos, frantically putting pressure on him. Linyu appeared calm, as if he was not disturbed by the jeers. In fact, Linyu was very focused enough to only hear his own breathing, as if the whole world at that moment only belonged to him and the football. In the 85th minute of the match, it was originally Manchester United's attack. Carrick dribbled the ball, feigning a trick in front of Henderson. Henderson suddenly pressed forward his anticipatory charge, catching Carrick off guard. The ball was intercepted by Henderson. Linyu pulled wide on the right. Henderson decisively made a diagonal pass. The football flew to the right side. Linyu moved towards the football with his right foot, seemingly about to stop it, but at the moment Valencia pressed, he touched the ball and pushed it forward a step. One step past. This adjustment allowed the football to slip past Valencia. This was supposed to be a chance for advancement, but Linyu noticed from the corner of his eye that De Gea's positioning was slightly to the left. Opportunity. The chance fleetingly disappeared. If you lack the courage to seize it, you may miss a moment that belongs to you. Linyu had courage, abundant courage. Without much thought, Linyu immediately took a shot. Bow and arrow ready, his posture unmistakably indicated he was going to shoot. Yet the shooting spot was a full 50 meters away from the goal. The fans even thought Linyu was going to fake a shot and then break through, but with a loud bang, Linyu awakened all the fans present. Bang! The football was propelled by a violent force rising into the air, and when it reached over 20 meters it suddenly began. Linyu was thrown off balance, but as he knelt on one knee to stabilize himself, he still looked up to watch the football. Due to the backspin, the ball actually increased its speed in the latter half. Like a meteor about to strike the earth, people could only watch the sparks from the meteor and the massive chunks falling from it with no other way to respond. At that moment, De Gea was in this state. Despite moving a step early and exerting all his strength to dive toward the ball's landing point, he who was closer to the goal was still a step slower than the football. The football, blazing with fire, sped like an unstoppable meteor into the Manchester United goal. Holy shit! Carragher threw down his headset and stood up shouting, OMG! OMG! WTF! Even Neville could no longer sit still at this moment. Are you kidding me? This can actually score. Super. Huge. Unstoppable and earth-shattering world-class goal. Coach Jean couldn't help but shout out loud. As graceful as a startled swan. As elegant as a swimming dragon. Linyu. A world-class goal. A world-class long-range shot. A world-class strike. Once again, Anfield under the night witnessed the debut long-range shot of another young lad in red. Whether this marks the turning of a new historical gear, we cannot know yet, but I believe the fans have witnessed what a true violent long-range shot looks like. This is what we call violent aesthetics. Linyu rushed towards the Liverpool fan stand, breaking free from all his teammates' embraces, and stepped onto the stand amidst the frenzied Liverpool fans. Holding up his jersey, Linyu displayed his name and number at Old Trafford, showcasing Liverpool's dignity, and fans surged towards Linyu, hands raised in worship, continuously chanting, Lin. The live broadcast camera shifted to the bench where Gerrard sat, but he was already in tears. Gerrard stared intently at Linyu, but the youthful figure that appeared in his eyes was not Linyu, but the red-clad young boy who represented Liverpool and first blossomed at Anfield 10 years ago. Coach Jean began. I wonder how Gerrard, who has dominated the Premier League for over a decade, and once was youthful and reckless, feels when he sees Linyu now. It truly fits that saying, suddenly a breeze turns into sword intent, directly cutting through the youthful aspirations of 20. Coach Jean could no longer control himself, his eyes filled with tears. But he did not express it in his voice. His commentary remained passionate and high-pitched, filled with surging power. Linyu, please lead Gerrard to win the Premier League championship that he promised to Liverpool fans 10 years ago. Win that damn Premier League championship. Time was running out. Beep. After the whistle, Manchester United launched a desperate counterattack, but Liverpool stood united. Valencia wants to cross. Enrique makes a flying tackle. That was a great defensive play. It seems the previous mistake hasn't affected Enrique's form. Good play, Enrique. Linyu encouraged loudly. Ferguson was anxious, constantly waving his hands, signaling the players to keep pressing. Rodgers stood calmly on the sidelines. A few minutes later, as the disappointment of Manchester United fans piled up across the stadium, As Liverpool's excitement ignited Old Trafford. As Coach Jean silently clenched his fist. As Neville sighed helplessly. As Linnew raised his fists and sprinted. Atkinson blew the whistle. Beep, beep, beep. The match is over. The rivalry match is over. Liverpool wins 21 against Manchester United, securing a crucial victory. In this match, Linnew scored twice, becoming Liverpool's hero. Rodgers recognized and made full use of Linnew. Liverpool secured a crucial victory in the rivalry match. At the post-match press conference, Linnew was voted MVP and accompanied the head coach. The scene was packed with people. Lynn, I specially wore a D cup for you today. Calm down everyone, let's— As soon as Rodgers stepped into the venue, he saw a pack of eager reporters. One at a time, don't get too excited, everyone will— Linnew sat down steadily, looking at the group of beautiful female reporters in front of him, feeling as if he was about to be selected. That beautiful lady. Linnew first noticed the reporter from Sky Sports. Lynn, thank you for calling on me. The beautiful reporter looked incredible. This was a crucial victory, and you performed exceptionally well. This is also your first time winning the Premier League's Player of the Match award. Do you have anything to say to Liverpool fans? Linnew sat steadily, leaning slightly forward. I just want to tell all Liverpool fans that this season, we won't let you down again. Our goal is the Premier League Championship. After that, most of the questions were forgotten by Liverpool fans, only remembering that one line, Premier League Championship. After the press conference ended, Linnew left alone through the back door, heading towards the parking lot. Linnew negotiating an endorsement deal with the evil kid, so I won't be picking you up. Carly's text made Linnew rush to the parking lot. Since Carly wasn't coming to pick him up, he had to go back with Rost. Congratulations, host, you've received a golden treasure chest. As he hurried, the system notification sounded in his mind. The golden treasure chest has arrived. Linnew was overjoyed. Just as he wanted to open it, a figure suddenly lunged towards him. Lynn. Ocho lunged at Linnew. Ocho, you've been promoted to the first team? Linnew was very surprised. No, Rost replied from the side. With his current level, he wouldn't. He should be here to take us to class. Linnew was petrified. Class? Yes, your file from the Castilla Football School has been transferred over, and tonight you'll be going to the Merseyside Football School with us. Linnew turned around hurriedly. Oh, I have things to do. See you all later. Ocho stepped forward from the left and grabbed Linnew, while Rost came from the right and held him back. Don't think about running. Finally, someone is accompanying me to football school. I won't have to listen to Ocho's endless nonsense alone anymore. Let me go. I just defeated Manchester United in the new star of the Premier League. I don't want to go to football school. Lynn, we have a lot of beautiful girls. Yes, there are a total of 30 people, more than 20 of whom are beauties, ranking first in the school. Linnew stood up upon hearing this. No need to pull me, I can walk myself. After all, I still love football school. On the morning of August 23rd, as the car drove towards the football academy, Rost and Ocho leaned against Linnew's shoulders, dozing off. It was too early and both of them were still half asleep. However, Linnew was full of energy as he opened the system interface to unlock the golden treasure chest. Unlocking the golden treasure chest for the host. As the system prompt sounded, a familiar white light enveloped his vision, reminiscent of the first time he extracted a skill module. The milky white light covered all the space before him, and then a hint of light blue began to emerge from the center, followed by a sky blue. The sky blue ripples constantly swayed, transforming the originally flat white surface into a three-dimensional. A magnificent stadium materialized. The passionate voice of a commentator rang out, and Linnew quickly recognized it as the voice of the renowned Premier League commentator Martin Tyler, whom he had heard many times before. The team is still one goal behind, and now they can only hope for a miracle. In the center, the defensive midfielder is dribbling the ball, and the Ivorian star's speed is increasing. Explosive acceleration. He has passed one. Still going past. Continuing to advance, he seems unstoppable. This is the ferocious beast of the wild. He has bypassed 3 players. Into the penalty area. A shot. A powerful strike. It's Yaya Touré. He is the representative figure of the all-around B2B midfielder in today's football. This is the strength of Yaya Touré. This is his breakthrough. This is his terrifying aspect. This is his unstoppable super ability. He is the epitome of midfielders. The sky blue light gradually dissipated, and the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill module Yaya Touré Instant Acceleration. Explosion 7282. Speed 7483. Linnew opened his system interface. After more than a month of training and matches, some of his attributes had improved, and the skill module of Roberto Carlos had also been further unlocked. Host Linnew. Age 17. Height 1. 82 meters. Weight 78 kilograms. Long shot 66. Long range shot 82. Roberto Carlos skill module still has potential to be explored. Offensive positioning 63. Short pass 65. Vision 73. Heading 61. Stamina 73. Explosion 82. Yaya Touré Instant Explosion skill module still has potential to be explored. Speed 83. Interception 62. Tackle 60. Defensive positioning 62. Dribbling 67. Strength 86. Physicality 99. Crossing 69. Curve 63. Long pass 62. Football intelligence 99. Skill module Roberto Carlos powerful shot. Skill module Yaya Touré Instant Explosion. Growth template Gattuso beastly defensive midfielder template. Indeed, many of his attributes had improved, although the extent of improvement was not significant, he still had many matches to play this season. After consistently delivering outstanding performances, Lin Yu believed that Rodgers would give him more playing time. The special car sent by Liverpool took the three of them to the football academy, while some other young players had already taken the bus into the academy. Only Lin Yu and his two companions enjoyed such treatment, as they were the only three players who had advanced to the first team. Only players who had risen to the first team could receive the special treatment of a private car. Liverpool believed in letting strength speak for itself. Ocho Rost and Lin Yu were placed in the same class, but Lin Yu was late on the first day of the football academy. Fortunately, this was a special summer course aimed at explaining what the Premier League is like for young players. In the training room, there were a total of 26 students, and 3 more were rushing in. Being late on the first day of class, I've really had enough of it, just because you two were dawdling this morning. Ocho shouted loudly. Enough. Shut your mouth. If it weren't for you wanting to eat one more egg, we would have arrived in the classroom on time. Ross wanted to cover Ocho's mouth. Lin Yu followed silently behind them. He wasn't sure what kind of person his teacher would be, but he had heard that the teachers at the academy had a deep understanding of the Premier League. Liverpool sends these students to the Football Academy training program to cultivate young players in preparation for their future advancement to the first team. Hurrying up to the 3rd floor, the voice of the teacher was already heard in the classroom. A blonde beauty looking at least in her 30s exuded charm. At that moment, she was standing in front of the projector, which was replaying the previous Premier League match, the fierce clash between Manchester United and Liverpool. Remember, the Premier League is a magical league. Here, although physical confrontation is emphasized, I still hope you can let your performance speak for itself. Remember, on the football field you must rely on your performance, such as Henderson's foul, which I believe is unacceptable. It was a retaliatory act. He should have remained calmer and not let it affect his performance on the field. If you play in the Premier League in the future or in any other league, whether in men's or women's football, I hope you can let your performance speak for you, especially when fouled by opponents. Do not retaliate against opponents nor strike back. Instead, let your performance show who is the true master of the field. Just as the beautiful trainer was speaking, a voice suddenly interrupted her from the back. What are you talking about? Have you played in the Premier League? Ocho and Rost were instantly frozen in place. The three had originally planned to sneak into their seats from the back, but after hearing the trainer's words, Lin Yu suddenly interrupted, and the entire training room fell silent. Have you played in the Premier League? The beautiful trainer was standing in front of the projector, using a laser pointer to highlight Henderson's tactical positioning error, not turning around. But the young players turned around and recognized Lin Yu. After all, he was the hottest rising star at Liverpool, It's Lin. Oh my god, Lin is actually in our class. Lin, our whole family are your fans. I really like you, can I have your autograph? The beautiful trainer hurriedly turned around after hearing the voices, and her eyes fell on Lin Yu. Lin. The beautiful trainer walked towards Lin Yu to greet him, saying, You two were late on the first day of the training course. Stand at the back of the classroom as punishment. Ocho and Rost wore unwilling expressions. If it weren't for Lin Yu, they wouldn't have been discovered. What about him? Ocho pointed at Lin Yu indignantly. Him. The beautiful trainer patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. He is your lecturer for who? In what? In a lecturer? And then who are you? And Lin Yu stood stunned. And to serve as a lecturer. And hadn't he come here to attend a training course? What on earth was happening? And Mr. Lin, please come to the podium. Headmaster has already informed me. You'll be our guest lecturer for today's session. Because you've played in the English Premier League, and as a youth player, you'll resonate more deeply with these young athletes, and help them truly immerse themselves in what it means to compete at that elite level. Merseyside Football Academy aims to supply the Premier League with exceptional young talent, especially nurturing outstanding prospects for Liverpool and Everton. And you without question stand among its brightest stars. And the elegant female trainer guided Lin Yu onto the podium, then dashed out of the training room in a flurry of high heels. And Lin Yu surveyed over 20 young female players seated before him, each gazing at him with smoldering, knowing eyes. In an instant, Lin Yu slipped effortlessly into his role. And after all, he had been reborn. What grand spectacle hadn't he witnessed? In merely serving as a lecturer. This was child's play. Ahem. And you, the one standing punishment at the back? What gave you permission to move about recklessly? Lin Yu fixed his gaze on Ao Xiao. And 5 deep squats, now. Now Xiao ground his teeth, yet under Lin Yu's authority he had no choice but to perform 5 deep squats before the entire room's watchful eyes. And Rost beside him strained every muscle to suppress a smile, determined not to betray even the faintest crack in his composure. Just then the elegant female trainer burst back into the room, not alone, but leading a small procession of people rushing in behind her. Several other elegant female trainers, a few male trainers, and a distinguished elderly man clad in a black suit. And he wore gold-rimmed spectacles and silver leather shoes, standing calmly at the center of the group, exuding gravitas and reverence. The moment the elder stepped into the training room, every student rose to their feet, turning as one toward him. And Lin Yu did not recognize him, but Ao Xiao and Ross did. This was the headmaster of Merseyside Football Academy. Hello, Lin. The headmaster strode forward to shake Lin Yu's hand, then gestured for the trainers behind him to take seats in the rear of the classroom. I am the headmaster of this academy, and delighted you've accepted our invitation to teach. And today you are our esteemed guest lecturer. And most of our trainers who were free this hour are here with us, and will listen intently. So will these young players. They long to understand what it truly feels like to start in the Premier League at 17, and to score twice in a Merseyside derby. And your authentic experience is invaluable. It is knowledge, it is treasure. And the headmaster clasped Lin Yu's hand earnestly, his voice thick with sincerity. Lin Yu turned, and found the entire training room hushed. And over 20 students and trainers sat wrapped, their eyes shimmering with eager anticipation, except for Ao Chiao, whose gaze burned with searing fury, and Rost, whose eyelids drooped with drowsy indifference. And Rost dug absent-mindedly at his ear. What is the Premier League like? And what's the point of sitting through this nonsense? And Lin Yu switched on the projector, stepped up to the podium, and began sharing his story with the young athletes before him. Playing in the Premier League demands one truth: holding the ball means nothing. Unless you speak with your feet, you're merely when faced with malicious fouls, retaliate. In physical duels on the pitch, stand unyielding. Just by stepping onto that field, command presence. Instill fear in your opponents, earn their respect. Only then can you survive and thrive in the Premier League. With that single declaration, Lin Yu reduced the elegant female trainer's carefully articulated philosophy of Premier League football to hollow rhetoric. Several young players instinctively glanced back, only to see the elegant female trainer nodding vigorously and applauding, waving at them. Why are you all staring at me? Lin is absolutely right. Every word rings true. Pay close attention. This lesson is vital. Lin Yu smiled faintly and continued, you lot. By far the weakest cohort I've ever trained. Don't you realize how critical these principles are, yet still fail to pull out your notebooks? No sooner had the words left his lips than the rustle of opening notebooks filled the room. Students bent over their notes in feverish concentration. Even the trainers pulled out notebooks to record his words, while the headmaster nodded approvingly, murmuring praise. The entire room hummed with infectious enthusiasm, save for two stark exceptions. One exception was Ao Chiao, his face aflame with rage and envy, and the other was Rost, his expression slack with boredom and listless apathy. And so Lin Yu's new life at the football academy began. An hour later, the first training session concluded. Lin Yu's throat parched, the headmaster hurried forward, offering his own water bottle. Fresh goji berry tea, premium quality from Croatia. Headmaster, according to traditional Croatian medicine, goji tea may inadvertently render young men overly effeminate. Though beneficial in moderation, I hardly lack vitality. Lin Yu declined with a gracious smile. Though class had ended, most students lingered, particularly the younger ones who now formed a line outside the training room door. Soon the doorway was entirely blocked by eager students. Now Chiao appeared at the exit, gripping a stool, intent on avenging his earlier punishment. Lin, may we take a photo with you? Lin, could I have your autograph? My older sister has dreamed of it for years. She plans to do unspeakable things while gazing upon it tonight. Lin, I've learned to write your name in Croatian script, just for you. Would you take a picture with me? Facing this wave of fervent adoration, Lin Yu instinctively took a step back. As chaos threatened to spiral, the female trainers finally intervened. The blonde, blue-eyed trainer stepped boldly between Lin Yu and the crowd. Enough. Calm down, everyone. Lin Yu exhaled in quiet relief. Thank you, ma'am. Let me go. The elegant female trainer rushed toward Lin Yu. Dinner at my place tonight. I'll cook authentic Croatian dishes and tuck you in. Faced with the surging tide of trainers, Lin Yu swiftly pulled Ao Chiao and Rost in front of him. Ladies, please maintain decorum. Why does he enjoy such adoration at school, while we're forced to stand in disgrace? We arrived late, just as he did. So why does he command the podium, basking in admiring glances from beautiful women, while we suffer in silence at the back of the classroom? After leaving the academy, Ao Chiao remained incensed. Rost spoke calmly, because he played in the didn't you hear the headmaster? Next session the academy will screen one of Lin's matches, with all the young players, and all the female trainers too. The way those female trainers look at Lin Yu, they devour him whole. Lin Yu tilted his head upward, gazing skyward at a precise 45-degree angle. Don't envy me. I'm simply legend. My next match is against West Ham United. I'll give it everything. Not 100%. 500. Lin Yu felt electricity surge through his veins, burning with impatience to step onto the pitch once more. Watching Lin Yu clench his fists and ignite with fierce, radiant energy, Rost could only silently pray for West Ham United's sake. West Ham United, if you're dismantled or bloodied by Lin next match, blame only ill-timed fate. August 27th. Local time, 8 p.m. Suarez. Shoot. It's in again. 3-2. Lin Yu assisted with 2 goals, and Suarez has just returned from injury, scoring 2 goals in his first start, marking a triumphant comeback. Liverpool now has more confidence in their pursuit of the Premier League title. In the third round of the Premier League, in the 60th minute of the second half, Suarez secured the victory with his 3rd goal. Lin Yu assisted with 2 goals. Gerrard scored from long range, and Suarez netted 2 goals. After scoring, Suarez kissed his fingers in a signature celebration. He then rushed towards Lin Yu in his battle jersey. Lin Yu laughed heartily, opening his arms. Suarez leaped up, The Uruguayan striker's teeth knocked against Lin's shoulder, causing him slight discomfort. Calm down, Suarez. I'm Lin, not Chiellini. Suarez laughed upon hearing this. With Linyu in the midfield, he felt that scoring had become incredibly easy. The camera panned to Rodgers on the sidelines, who was beaming with joy. Suarez is currently Liverpool's top scorer, having delayed his return to the team due to injury. However, the performance of the substitute Sturridge has always been unsatisfactory, and the team's offense completely relied on the midfield and even the defense. Fans jokingly said that Liverpool has been going backward since the start of the season, and Suarez's return finally added firepower to Liverpool's attack. However, some are happy while others are worried. In the stands, Barry Mackay sat next to Carly, resting his chin on one hand in silence, and he was the only one who didn't celebrate when Suarez scored. "What's wrong?" Carly asked. Honestly, this may not be the best choice for Lin at the moment. Originally, Rodgers had devised a strategy to use Linyu as an attacking midfielder, but with Suarez's return, he will surely change the tactics. I worry that Suarez will steal Lin's spotlight. He is still young, and Suarez is also young. Lin needs to perform better at the club for the Golden Boy Award and the call-up to the Croatian national team this season. To achieve this, Lin needs goals and assists, and he needs more playing time. Don't worry, Carly patted Barry Mackay. You don't know Lin. No one can steal his spotlight. Barry Mackay looked at Carly, whose face was filled with trust in Lin. Alright, after all, you two have known each other longer. Help me find an opportunity to get to know him better. I want to become his. Tomorrow's endorsement event is the opportunity, Carly said. Thinking of tomorrow's endorsement event, Barry Mackay couldn't help but smile. That's a great endorsement, aha. In the 80th minute of the match, Rodgers made a substitution, and Roster finally got his chance to play. He came on to replace Linyu. Linyu waved to the crowd, signaling them to give Roster more applause. Roster looked a bit nervous, and Linyu gave him a big hug as he left the field. Don't worry, brother, I know your ability. Just relax and enjoy football. Roster also gave Linyu a tight hug, and then rushed onto the pitch. All the Liverpool fans stood up and applauded. They were happy to see fresh blood injected into the team, especially since he was a player developed by their youth training system. Meanwhile, at the Liverpool youth training base in Dorm 522, a young black player sat in front of the TV, watching Linyu and Roster hug, wiping the corner of his eye. Woo, I want to go to the first team too. 2 days later, when West Ham United fans were still unable to accept their team's 0-3 defeat to Liverpool, Southampton fans released an even more unacceptable roar. August 31st, the hot summer wind finally carried a hint of coolness. Although it would soon be swallowed by a heat wave, it signified that autumn was approaching. Meanwhile, Southampton's home ground was filled with fighting spirit. The formidable Liverpool team swept into the away game with their strongest lineup. Linyu swept through the midfield like a Gatling gun, with unlimited bullets constantly shooting towards Southampton's midfield. Ward-Prowse carried the ball through the center, moving with youthful steps, attempting to break through the encirclement. Linyu burst out from the side, forcefully positioning his body in front of Ward-Prowse, successfully intercepting the ball. Linyu then turned and advanced rapidly. Suarez initially made a forward run, but suddenly halted, then withdrew to receive the ball. The attacking runs in Liverpool's front line were elusive. Suarez dropped back, moving to the attacking midfielder position. Linyu decisively played a through ball, and the football flew towards Suarez. Bang! Suarez lightly passed the ball diagonally as it was received, redirecting it to the right flank. Then, a figure quietly emerged. Linyu strode forward, and he and Suarez executed a wall pass. As he received the ball, he gently pushed it forward, adjusting his shooting angle, then drew back his bow facing the defense. Boom! The signature long-range shot pierced the far corner. Goal, Lin. That's a goal. Beautiful. It's still his signature long-range shot, but before the goal, I felt Linyu had a change. His sprint speed seems to have increased compared to before. Carragher was astonished. He saw Lin's progress. Neville felt the same, and the two exchanged silent glances, but their thoughts were written all over their faces. If Linyu continues to improve at this rate, how far will he grow from here? No one knows. Rodgers stood on the sidelines watching Linyu being embraced by Suarez with a look of confusion in his eyes. Has there been any indication of his speed improvement in daily training and physical assessments? Alec is the assistant coach responsible for recording player fitness changes. Yes, especially in the last 2 training sessions, his speed improvement is astonishing. I have never seen a player improve so rapidly, like a 3-second man suddenly becoming a 30-minute man, with frightening improvements in both endurance and explosive speed. Although this guy trains very hard based on his current rate of improvement, I can even assert that he is the most talented player to have ever appeared in football history without exception. Even those two can't compare to him. Leander raised an eyebrow slightly. The two Alec referred to are naturally the two superstars currently garnering attention in the football world, one from Argentina, named Lionel Messi, the other from Portugal, named Cristiano Ronaldo. Whether he can be compared in talent to those two remains to be seen, but at least he has performed excellently in these past few matches. Leander smiled. This was Liverpool's best start in several seasons. With the referee's 3 whistles, the match, Liverpool players cheered as they secured for consecutive victories. The England Football Report, Liverpool has achieved 4 consecutive wins, scoring 12 goals in 4 matches. The Manchester Evening News, Liverpool is changing They seem to have abandoned their previous strengths of robbing the rich to feed the poor, as they can now score steadily against weaker teams. The Turin Daily. Perhaps fans should understand who brought this change to Liverpool. Before Lindew was in midfield, they couldn't build a stable system. In the match against West Ham United, Lindew played for 80 minutes as a starter, and in the match against Southampton, he came off the bench for 45 minutes scoring 1 goal. Liverpool flourished with multiple scores. Suarez scored 1 goal, Gerrard and Henderson each scored 1 goal, and Coutinho's goal, in stoppage time, fixed the score at 50, marking Liverpool's biggest victory margin of the season, so far showcasing the vibrant new tactics crafted by Rodgers. On the evening of August 31st, the victorious Liverpool players were celebrating in the cafeteria, when suddenly Gerrard saw a post on his phone. Brothers, the Liverpool Fan Association has released a post, giving us a new nickname. Lindew didn't open his phone as Suarez next to him grinned widely, opening his phone screen and quickly finding the Liverpool Fan Association in his list of follows. The Liverpool Fan Association released a poster featuring Suarez, Gerrard, Henderson, Coutinho, and Lindew with a particularly eye-catching title, Liverpool's new combination, the 5 Red Arrows. The 5 Red Arrow Heroes, quite a fitting name. Swordplay above, swordplay below. I'll show you true unity of man and blade. Lindew whistled as he returned to the presidential suite. The moment he opened the door, he found Carly seated on his sofa. Lindew had Carly's fingerprint access to her suite, and naturally, she held his biometric key to the presidential suite, a stipulation personally arranged by Lin Hai. As Lindew's fame swelled, having a few models unexpectedly appear at the hotel posed a reputational risk. Carly could step in for crisis management, shielding him from paparazzi, like the Sun newspaper. Why not stay in your own room? And yet you come here to drink. Lindew tossed Carly a blanket, urging her to cover her You've set the air conditioning far too low. No wonder your feet are always icy in winter. I want to be Cinderella, Carly suddenly declared. Why, oi? Lindew found her remark both baffling and intriguing. Cinderella only needs to slip off one shoe to win true love. Carly was clearly intoxicated. She slumped onto the sofa and drifted into deep sleep. Though her final words were muffled, Lindew caught their essence. Yet many women strip bare and still remain unloved. Gazing at Carly, Lindew understood. So you've been watching those melancholic micro videos again, and now you're pretending to be profound. Finish your drink, and then retreat to your own room to indulge your fantasies. I'm taking a shower. Lindew spoke. You damn. I'll tell your father you spent last night in the presidential suite with 10 models. Wild, unrestrained, and utterly scandalous. What the hell, framing me? Lindew recoiled in disbelief. Alright, let's talk business. Seeing Lindew flustered, Carly smirked triumphant. Tomorrow you have an endorsement deal. We secured it together, Barry and I. This isn't charity work, it pays well. Far more than the meager wages from your youth academy contract. That's excellent news. Which brand has such foresight and such discernment to approach me so early for their camp? Sunspell. Underwear. Lindew recognized the name. Precisely. Founded in 1860, they once supplied undergarments to the British Royal Guard, and today stand as England's most beloved men's underwear brand. They believe your playing style embodies their ethos. Rugged, powerful, radiating raw muscular magnetism with a uniquely compelling allure for women. That part at least is accurate. Lindew tilted his chin upward, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. Ugh. Carly rose disgusted. We'll meet at 9 tomorrow morning. Barry will drive us. We must arrive early. They'll apply massage oil, and styling alone will take hours. Lindew froze. Massage oil. Come on. This endorsement is legitimate, right? After a night's sleep, filled with dreams of leggy beauties and even more leggy beauties massaging oil onto his skin, Lindew awoke, feeling strangely drained. Lynn, why do you look so haggard? Tired from yesterday's match? Barry asked the moment Lindew settled into the front. Carly, seated behind, suppressed a laugh. Let's go. This is your first major endorsement. The brand places great importance on it, and hopes to forge a long-term partnership with you. Of course, the duration and future compensation depend entirely on the campaign's success. So today you must embody unyielding masculine charisma. En route, Barry reiterated the campaign details. Lindew barely listened. After all, it was just an endorsement. Why emphasize masculine charisma? Only upon arriving at the shoot did reality sink in. A stunning photographer in form-fitting trousers revealed her statuesque legs, and a beautiful therapist began applying oil to Lindew's skin. His task was simple: wear Sunspell's latest line of men's underwear and strike a series of bold, dynamic poses for the campaign photos. The oil served a purpose: to accentuate the definition of his musculature. Shooting commenced swiftly, though Lindew felt slightly unsettled. He was accustomed to cameras. He'd faced grand stages before, but beyond the lens stood a crowd of glamorous models and even more striking female crew members observing silently. Their gazes scanned his body like laser beams, making him deeply uncomfortable. The photographer pressed her lens almost flush against his rippling muscles, capturing every contour inch by inch. Chief, we only need a few promotional shots, whispered a junior assistant. Mind your tongue, the photographer shot back, then resumed shooting without pause. An hour later the shoot concluded. Lindew exhaled deeply. I'd rather play 10 matches, even against Manchester United, than endure another session like this. Huh, you think only of football. By the way, I've heard a rumor a high-profile figure will attend your match tomorrow. After the shoot, Lin Yu declined the photographer's dinner invitation and was promptly dragged into the car by Carly. Barry's a high-profile figure. Who? Lin Yu showed no curiosity. Could it be those two princesses? Carly's voice betrayed faint tension. No. Barry's reply made Carly relax, crossing her legs comfortably once more. It's Dalek, the head coach of the Croatian national team. You say this guy, why did he come now of all times, choosing the 5th round of the Premier League to show up? Barry Mackay said, it's because Liverpool is playing against Manchester City in the 5th round of the Premier League that he specifically came to scout. Only a true clash of titans can reveal a player's true abilities. This Manchester City just won the Premier League title, and it was a last-minute victory, which has infused more energy into their club. This match will not be easy for Liverpool. Lin Yu patted Barry Mackay on the shoulder. There are no easy matches, only those who give up first. Why are you always so timid? Barry Mackay's face instantly turned red. That's not being timid, that's being cautious. It's for your own good. If you want to win the Ballon d'Or at 17, you need to have a World Cup title. If you want a World Cup title, you first need to qualify for the World Cup. If you want to qualify for the World Cup, the best way is to lead your team to win the U17 World Cup. Barry Mackay looked at Lin Yu. The chances of the Croatia U17 team winning the U17 World Cup are almost zero. But if you join them, Barry Mackay paused. Wouldn't that make it 100%? Lin Yu's face was full of anticipation. Still zero. Barry Mackay replied. You bastard. Barry Mackay had been thinking for a long time. The Ballon d'Or only belongs to those who aimed for it from the very beginning. Therefore, no matter how slim the chances of winning the Ballon d'Or, Barry Mackay wanted to start promoting Lin Yu immediately, starting right now, without any delay. Barry Mackay wasn't wrong. Lin Yu also knew that the match against Manchester City would become even more important due to Dalek's arrival. If they win this match, Liverpool would achieve 6 consecutive victories to start the Premier League season, even closing in on the record for the best start in Premier League history. At the same time, if he could perform well in this match, he would definitely catch Dalek's eye. With the U17 World Cup approaching, if he wanted to participate, he needed to showcase his abilities. After all, this Croatian team is very strong, especially in the midfield, where there are too many outstanding players. On September 2nd, during the 6th round of the Premier League at Anfield, over 60,000 fans were ready, including 5,000 Manchester City fans who came to the away game. More than 100 well-known media outlets opened live broadcasts. Sky Sports, Croatia Live, BBC, and England Football Sports were all packed with fans. Hello fan friends, welcome to watch the highlight match of the 6th round of the Premier League, with Liverpool hosting the Blue Moon Manchester City at their fortress Anfield. This match is evenly matched. Manchester City has the upper hand in overall strength, but Liverpool has been in excellent form recently. First, let's take a look at the starting lineups for both teams. Carragher passed the starting lineup to his side. This was the new commentator invited for this match. Sky Sports finally invited a true star to commentate for the fans. Hello everyone, I am Henry, a loyal follower of Arsenal. Carragher and Neville each gave Henry a fist bump. Damn, acting like your mom. On Manchester City's side, Pellegrini has arranged a 4,231 formation. Goalkeeper Joe Hart. Defenders Kolarov, Kompany, Lescott, Zabaleta. Midfielders Yaya Touré, Fernandinho, Nasri. Forwards David Silva, Navas, Sergio Aguero. Manchester City's lineup is indeed star-studded. They are also one of the recent champions of the Premier League, performing increasingly well and gradually forming their own tactical style. Henry admired Manchester City's recent style of play, while Neville began to introduce Liverpool's starting lineup. Liverpool has deployed the strongest lineup possible under Rodgers. Goalkeeper Minale. Defenders Jose Enrique Ajer, Skirtle, Glenn Johnson. Midfielders Henderson. Forwards Coutinho, Suarez, Sterling. Since Suarez's return, Sterling has gradually gained more playing time, and Liverpool has formed a new iron triangle in the midfield with Henderson, Gerrard, and Lin. The new combination has performed well in recent matches, but Manchester City is a truly formidable opponent, especially in midfield, with top master David Silva present. Whether Liverpool's midfield can perform as outstandingly as before remains to be seen. The Liverpool locker room was very quiet. The players were all preparing in their own ways. Lin Yu wrapped several bandages around his feet and cut a few slits in his socks for better explosive acceleration later. Lin, I've heard Manchester City is very strong, Ross said, sitting next to Lin Yu. Ross, I've heard Liverpool is also very strong. Lin Yu's response did not surprise Ross. This guy had always been so confident, never changing. Alright, does anyone want to say a few words before the match starts? Rodgers stood at the front of the locker room. What else is there to say? Lin Yu stood up. Let them see what a real man's sport. Exactly. Suarez stood up. Let's go brothers, it's time. Let's crush them. Just like that, the Liverpool players shouted as they rushed out of the locker room and charged into the players' tunnel. As a result, the Manchester City players beside them were all stunned, feeling utterly bewildered. If you knew you were facing a group of powerful top stars, you would only feel nervous or full of challenge. But if your opponent is a group of lunatics, you can only feel confused and lost about what to do. Referee Oliver led both teams onto the field. Anfield was filled with Liverpool fans, and the song, "You'll Never Walk Alone," echoed throughout the stadium. Listening to the cheers around him, Lin Yu felt a rush of adrenaline flooding through his body. All his energy was mobilized and a combative look appeared in his eyes. Moments later the referee blew the whistle to start the match. Beep. The match begins. Manchester City kicks off. Aguero passes back. David Silva controls the ball. He is not in a hurry. This is their style. Manchester City will seep through like water, gradually moving the ball forward while repeatedly adjusting left and right until an opportunity to score arises. They will not easily relinquish possession before that. As soon as the match began, the rhythm was exactly as the fans had anticipated. Manchester City firmly controlled the ball, and the boring short passes quickly made the fans in the stands yawn continuously. After 5 minutes, Lin Yu even felt a bit tired, not physically, but mentally. It was the first time Lin Yu felt exhausted in his heart while playing a match. In these 5 minutes, Manchester City had been controlling and passing the ball, repeating the cycle, as if trapped in it. The fans in the stands were also yawning endlessly, and soon a wave of drowsiness hit them. I've said it before, watching a Manchester City match with just one beer is not enough. You have to buy a whole case, and drink it slowly on the side. There was a patient with insomnia who sought treatment everywhere to no avail, until one day, he watched a Manchester City match, and then he slept like a baby deeply and sweetly. If this match continues at this pace, just for fun, my ticket buy D, rather go to the bar and buy 2 drinks, and then order a pole dance show. Chief, I told you. We shouldn't have chosen the Liverpool versus Manchester City match for evaluation. You won't see much here. And Dalik's assistant murmured softly while the Croatian national team head coach waved his hand dismissively. It's precisely matches like this that I want to observe. If he remains dormant amid such tempo, he'll never evolve into a world-class star. And having spoken, Dalik focused intently, once more continuing to scrutinize Lin Yu's performance. After kickoff, Lin Yu moved steadily through midfield, but with minimal intensity, leaving Dalik faintly disappointed as Lin Yu failed to demonstrate any ability to break open the game. The match's rhythm remained soporific. Possession continued to rest overwhelmingly with Manchester City. And by the 15th minute, even Carragher could barely endure it. Alright, I've truly had enough. 15 minutes have elapsed and Manchester City's possession rate stands at 80%, yet not a single shot on goal has been attempted. Their pass completion rate hovers at 98%. No wonder, given they're playing nothing but safe, conservative passes. Is this even football anymore? Carragher voiced his disillusionment without restraint. And what dismayed him even more was Liverpool's apparent slumber within Manchester City's hypnotic rhythm. Liverpool held firm in defense, refusing to alter their tempo, not least in midfield, where 3 players stood motionless. And Lin Yu appeared utterly unruffled. Henderson remained centrally anchored, making no tactical runs whatsoever. 19th minute. And Sergio Aguero seized an opening. Joe Hart launched a long ball from deep, and the ball soared high and far toward the forward line. David Silva rushed forward, meeting the ball at its first bounce and cushioning it deftly against his chest, as if magnetized, holding it securely. And he turned sharply, guiding the ball leftward along his body. Without letting the ball settle, Silva instantly lifted it with his right foot, a delicate chip, and thwip. And the half-volley arced toward Liverpool's penalty area. Sergio Aguero had been sprinting straight toward goal, but as the ball approached, he pivoted sharply sideways, then struck it cleanly with his left leg. No adjustment, no hesitation. Boom. And the half-volley rocketed toward the net. And Minale instinctively leapt sideways, springing upward like coiled steel, and barely brushed the ball with his fingertips. The trajectory shifted. And whoa. And that reflex was extraordinary. And a world-class strike. And a world-class save. Beautifully struck, brilliantly saved, and many deem Manchester City's rhythm dull, but I find it deeply threatening, for you never know when they'll suddenly accelerate. You grow lulled by their monotonous cadence, but Manchester City never do. They know precisely when to deliver the killing blow. That is their true strength. Sergio Aguero nearly scored. He ranks among today's most lethal young strikers, possessing uncanny finishing instincts and exceptional composure under pressure. Liverpool supporters gasped in collective alarm. And, if this continues, Manchester City will seize total control, and Liverpool's chance to counterattack will vanish forever. I was practically asleep. Then who shrieked so loudly? Woke me up instantly. And, why does Manchester City's play feel so jarring? Like sudden shocks. This style is utterly bizarre. Rodgers stood calmly on the touchline, flanked by Alec and Leandros, 3 figures composed unperturbed by Manchester City's shot, radiating serene confidence. At that moment, Lin Yu nodded decisively toward the sideline. Rodgers' eyes lit up. In fight. And Liverpool's formation shifted abruptly. Lin Yu surged forward down the central corridor, while Gerrard angled diagonally, 45 degrees, like a gleaming stiletto piercing Manchester City's right flank. Henderson held his central position, while Suarez and Coutinho exchanged positions fluidly, one drifting centrally, the other wide right, finally disrupting Manchester City's rhythm. Liverpool has changed. They've adjusted their movement patterns, and Lin Yu confirmed his intuition. And Rodgers had pre-planned a disruption strategy, but the precise axis of chaos would be determined by Lin Yu himself on the pitch. Thus, the moment Lin Yu identified the breakthrough point, Liverpool would execute coordinated positional switches and aggressive high pressing, exactly as drilled in training. The real battle had only just begun, and Lin Yu spotted the gap between Sabolita and Lescott. When Manchester City attacked, Nasri and Jesus Navas operated as possession-oriented midfielders, both notably weak in defensive duties. Pellegrini compounded this imbalance by pairing them with David Silva, rendering Manchester City's three-man midfield soft, unstructured, and vulnerable. Enter 10-minute mark. David Silva again controlled the ball centrally with Nasri and Jesus Navas flanking him left and right. And the familiar short pass sequence re-emerged, but this time Lin Yu didn't wait. He exploded forward, directly at Silva. A faint smirk curled Silva's lips. And Lin Yu had taken the bait. And let him press. Silva would instantly thread a penetrating through ball, slicing Liverpool's midfield apart in a heartbeat. As Lin Yu closed in, Silva feinted sideways, then unleashed a laser-guided through pass with his right foot. And the pass was meant for the surging Nasri, but a shadow intercepted it mid-flight. Steven Gerrard cut across the passing lane, his diagonal run placing him perfectly in Silva's sightline. And Lin Yu, charging headlong at Silva, abruptly altered his trajectory. Carragher saw it instantly. Lin wasn't pressing, he was baiting. David Silva made a mistake. Silva had intended to exploit Lin Yu, but instead Lin Yu had exploited him. Gerrard, having intercepted, released a swift one-touch pass, and the ball flew toward Lin Yu's path. Yet Lin Yu let it glide past. Coutinho received it instead. Coutinho drifted inward, collected the ball centrally, and pushed it forward again. Like the second stage of a rocket's ignition, the ball surged ahead, accelerating sharply. This pass pierced cleanly between Nasri and Jesus Navas. Lin Yu ignited his second burst of acceleration. 2 strides, and he'd shredded Manchester City's midfield line entirely. Opportunity. Manchester City's possession system has collapsed. Lin Yu is through. Absolutely. Pressing into the world. With the ball penetrating the penalty area, Lin Yu drew his bow and aimed without even time to glance at the goal, simply swinging his right leg, unleashing a strike as powerful as the might of Mount Hua, with his right foot striking the football with great force. Undoubtedly, if he made contact with the ball, it would surely be a fierce and powerful shot. However, a figure appeared blocking Lin Yu. Lescott boldly slid in from the side. Though from the rear flank, Lescott executed a diagonal sliding technique, launching himself and swinging his left leg at an angle. If he could successfully intercept, it would be a world-class clearance. Lescott was confident in his calculations as his body was perfectly angled towards Lin Yu, and he was just about to make contact with the ball. But just as he was about to touch the ball, a shadow suddenly appeared, blocking the football. The experienced Lin Yu sensed the threat from the diagonal rear and suddenly halted his shot, instead using his right foot, which was about to strike the ball, to step on it. The perfect moment of releasing power was like a dragonfly touching the water. His left foot then leaped forward, gently landing on the left side of the ball. This step was not to shield the ball nor to shoot, but to draw a foul. Lescott's right foot accurately kicked Lin. Yes. In an instant, chaos ensued. Lin Yu fell to the ground in pain. Beep. Oliver immediately blew his whistle. All the players from Liverpool and Manchester City almost simultaneously made the same move, rushing towards Oliver. Referee, he did it on purpose, he's committing a foul. Lescott was anxious, rushing towards Oliver. Henderson quickly arrived, pushing Oliver aside. What do you mean committing a— You are the one committing a foul. A verbal warning. Henderson, watch your language. Oliver was stern and impartial. However, since he was firm and impartial, what awaited Lescott would not be a simple punishment. Red card. Oliver showed Lescott a red card. This was a red dot package. Lescott was overly confident in his defensive ability, resulting not only in a failed defense, but also in being sent off, while also giving Liverpool a penalty. Director Jean's tone was laced with amusement, though most wouldn't pick up on it. A red card? Isn't that a bit excessive? Neville spoke up. You made a flying tackle in the penalty area, directly bringing Lin down, and it was right when Lin was so close to the goal, and if this doesn't warrant a red card, what does? Carragher certainly supported Lin Yu. The live camera found Lin Yu where blood had already started to seep from his left ankle. Liverpool's medical team rushed onto the field, and the Liverpool players surrounded Lescott, relentlessly attacking him. Lescott struggled to escape, but this was Anfield. When he finally shook off the Liverpool players' encirclement and reached the tunnel, Liverpool fans on both sides and above joyfully splashed their beers, leaving Lescott looking like a wet dog hurriedly running back to the locker room. Pellegrini stood by the sidelines, a grave expression on his face, knowing that Manchester City would be a man down. The possession system requires 11 players to participate simultaneously. Being one man short means losing a passing option, making ball control less fluid. Suarez was originally the first penalty taker in the team, but at this moment Rodgers shouted from the sidelines, "Let Lin take the penalty." Rodgers decided to make an exception. This was Lin Yu's first penalty earned, and Rodgers was still a bit concerned about the recently recovered Suarez. Henderson picked up the football and handed it to Lin Yu. The team doctor had finished checking, finding just a scrape, nothing serious. Lin Yu stood at the penalty spot with the ball in hand, facing the Liverpool fan stands. Countless Liverpool fans cheered and applauded, chanting loudly, "Lin! Lin! Lin!" With the referee's whistle, the cheering suddenly ceased, and the Liverpool fans fell silent, not disturbing Lin Yu. Lin Yu stood before the ball, lifted his left foot to tap the grass, ensuring the position of his toes was aligned. His right foot pushed off the ground, and his left leg began to run up. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step, bang, striking out. A low shot. The ball flew toward the left side of the goal. Joe Hart anticipated the direction correctly, but the shot was aimed at an absolute dead angle. Whoosh! Upon hearing the crisp sound of the net, Joe Hart didn't even turn to look. He simply lay helplessly on the ground, pounding the turf in frustration. Lin Yu rushed toward the sidelines, leaping high, gliding in a diving motion near the corner flag to celebrate. Liverpool players followed suit. Goal 8. Lin opens the scoring. A true big heart. The quality of this penalty was exceptional. He aimed for an absolute dead angle. Even though Joe Hart guessed the direction, he couldn't save it. If the angle had been slightly off, the ball might have missed the goal or been blocked by Joe Hart, but this shot was an absolute dead angle, shattering Manchester City's goal. Carragher was very excited. Liverpool fans went wild and the Anfield stands trembled as a result. A hint of cold light approaches. Then the shot was like a dragon emerging from its lair. This young player Lin Yu always steps up at crucial moments. He seized the opportunity with this penalty, not wasting Rodgers' expectations. Liverpool leads 1-0. Director Jean, as a commentator, of course, had to remain neutral, but one cannot be absolutely neutral. At most, one can only appear neutral, while inwardly tipping the scales according to their own preferences. Liverpool fans were in jubilation. Lin Yu blew kisses to the Liverpool fans before returning to the field. The match continued. What should have been an intense showdown suddenly shifted in rhythm due to this small episode. Manchester City dared not attack recklessly any longer. Being a man down, they adjusted their tactics from possession to counterattacks. Pellegrini was never too fixated on possession tactics, preferring to adjust on the fly. Liverpool completely took the initiative, regaining the pace of the game. Lin Yu pushed forward with the ball in midfield, and a new pressing formation appeared for Liverpool. With Lin Yu's movements and the pressing switches of Henderson and Gerrard, Director Jean felt a sense of familiarity. This is counter-pressing, a high-pressing counter-tactic. No, but I also see the shadow of the Spanish high-pressing style. Director Jean was puzzled, but suddenly exclaimed in shock, could it be? Rodgers has combined these two. That's impossible. Both tactics are extremely difficult to execute, and combining them would make the new pressing tactic even harder. If that's the case, who would be the core of such a high-level pressing tactic? Director Jean paused, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward a young figure. Rodgers must be insane. His unwavering trust in Lin Yu defies all logic. As a Manchester United legend, Neville naturally understood such high-pressing tactics. At this moment, Lin Yu surged forward deep into Manchester City's penalty area, with Suarez positioned on the left and Coutinho on the right. Coutinho cut inside from the right flank to occupy the advanced midfield role, helping Liverpool's midfield press high. Gerrard pressed forward in unison, with Coutinho forming a second line of pressing pressure. Sterling operated alone on the left flank, while Henderson stationed himself behind Gerrard, establishing Liverpool's third and final layer of pressing chains. Thus, Liverpool forged 3 tightly coordinated pressing lines across the front third. This was not chain defense. Chain defense typically forms 3 defensive lines across the pitch, front, middle, and back, each assigned to distinct zones. Liverpool, however, constructed all 3 pressing lines using only their midfield and forward units. Their backline then became a 4th reinforcing layer, dramatically intensifying the overall pressing force. Meanwhile, after Coutinho drifted inward from the right flank to assume the advanced midfield position, he deliberately left Manchester City's left flank as their sole viable passing outlet from deep. This was one of the most crucial tenets of Rodgers' tactical design. You must never completely suffocate your opponent. You must leave them a narrow path, a sliver of perceived escape, so they do not resort to desperate, all-or-nothing resistance. Gradually, under Liverpool's novel pressing scheme, Manchester City grew numb, trapped in a paralyzing dilemma of advance or retreat. Possession advantage shifted decisively to Liverpool, and the match evolved into a sustained half-field siege. Lin Yu charges once more into Manchester City's penalty area. Joe Hart looks flustered and clears desperately. In the center, the ball falls to Henderson. Aguero is utterly disconnected from midfield. David Silva should have been shadowing Henderson, but he's already been pushed back into a defensive midfield role. The entire midfield has become Liverpool's dominion. Liverpool seized control of midfield, though Lin Yu did not operate centrally. His relentless pressing in the forward zone indirectly anchored Liverpool's tempo and rhythm. In the stands, Dalek adjusted into a more comfortable posture and turned to his young assistant. Has the U17 national team squad been finalized? Not yet, replied the assistant. Tell Cliff Lin Yu will be his ultimate weapon. The young assistant rose and departed. With Croatia's senior national team roster imminent, the assistant needed to relay Dalek's words and the comprehensive scouting report he had compiled on Lin Yu during this match to Cliff without delay. Dalek murmured softly, Croatia's midfield needs a player like this. Or rather, a leader. Halftime arrived, and both sides retreated for the interval. Neville echoed his opening remark, Rodgers must be insane. I know you've performed brilliantly, but fusing counter-pressing with Spanish-style positional pressing into a far more complex system, and then designating Lin Yu as its tactical fulcrum. You entrusted a 17-year-old with the pivotal role in a tactic of this magnitude. If he falters, even for an instant, Liverpool's entire structure collapses on the pitch and no in-game adjustment could possibly recover it. Neville spoke with crystalline clarity. Any tactical error on the pitch can be corrected through real-time adjustment. But if the fulcrum itself fails, That failure is irreparable. The entire team stumbles in unison. Rodgers must be insane. Carragher concurred, unequivocally deeming Rodgers' approach excessively audacious, especially his extraordinary faith in Lin Yu, which flew in the face of all conventional wisdom. Rodgers stood among his players, emphasizing the essence of the pressing system. After all, this was Liverpool's first public deployment of a meticulously prepared secret weapon. You executed superbly in the first half. Maintain this intensity in the second, always orienting your pressing around Lin Yu. Remember, our pressing direction is dictated by Lin Yu. When he surges toward the left side of the penalty area, we compress their right flank. When he attacks the right side, we choke their central corridor. Above all, always leave their left flank open. Rodgers himself felt a trace of tension. Although Liverpool's pressing had shown in the final minutes of the first half this remained an untested system. Sustained high-intensity pressing would place unprecedented demands on his players' stamina and discipline. Manchester City made no substitutions at halftime. Though Lescott had been sent off, Pellegrini simply repositioned Jesus Navas as right back, while Zabaleta moved centrally to form a new defensive line. The second half commenced swiftly. At the referee's whistle, Liverpool kicked off, and their revolutionary pressing formation materialized instantly. Rodgers had yet to name the system, uncertain whether it would prove viable. I propose calling it Liverpool pressing, or perhaps Lin Yu pressing, given that he is the architect and engine driving this entirely new philosophy. The commentator bestowed the name first. Henderson received the ball centrally. Manchester City dared not press. The English midfielder advanced, effortlessly scanning before threading a pass down the left. Enrique surged forward and struck a left-footed cross, arching perfectly into the box. The delivery was precise. Suarez met it first time and fired. Zabaleta launched himself skyward, blocking the shot with a heroic lunge. David Silva secured the first rebound and pivoted instantly to launch a counterattack, only for Lin Yu to materialize before him like an immovable wall, launching a ferocious tackle. Panicked Silva diverted the ball leftward. Navas rushed to receive, but Coutinho had already closed the space. With no choice, Navas attempted an inward dribble. Navas sought to evade, but Lin Yu, fresh from his last tackle, reappeared, instantly striking him from the side with a thunderous shoulder charge. Navas staggered twice and lost possession. Lin Yu reclaimed the ball, and Liverpool regained full command of the rhythm. Liverpool supporters had never felt such profound calm on the pitch. The match resumed seamlessly. Lin Yu refrained from rushing forward, instead circulating possession to Gerrard, allowing Liverpool to maintain total dominance in the attacking third, enveloping Manchester City entirely. We've all overlooked one critical truth: though Manchester City are reigning Premier League champions, growing ever more formidable, possessing devastating attacking firepower, their glaring weakness lies in midfield. Their midfield lacks resilience. Against Liverpool, and especially against Lin Yu, that deficiency is laid bare, exposed with brutal clarity. Lin Yu stands like a mystical, impenetrable rampart at Liverpool's heart, utterly severing every Manchester City offensive initiative launched through midfield. Wherever he appears, barren silence follows. That is Lin Yu's power. In today's increasingly technical football era, a midfielder like Lin Yu evokes the primal dread once inspired by uncompromising, hard-nosed midfield enforcers. Fellow fans, I sense it. The commentator's voice brimmed with exhilaration. A new epic in football is dawning, and Lin Yu shall be its guiding sail. Right flank. Coutinho cuts in, trying to take a shot. Joe Hart makes a brilliant save. Joe Hart saves Zabaleta, immediately clears it with a long kick. Manchester City tries to counterattack, but the ball is intercepted by Lin Yu. He is the insurmountable chasm for Manchester City. The ball has been under control in the midfield, entirely dominated by Liverpool, who dictate the pace of the match and the possession of the ball. Lin Yu leads the team forward again, employing a chaotic pressing style, at least from Manchester City's perspective. But in the hearts of the Liverpool players, this pressing style has its own order. What appears to be a fragmented style of pressing actually causes Liverpool players to advance, like intertwined lines, completely blocking 95% of Manchester City's passing routes. The second half continues to see Liverpool in the lead, a stark contrast to the first half. The situation in the second half is entirely opposite to that of the first half. Manchester City was dominant, but failed to score, while Liverpool has taken control in the second half. 72 minutes into the match, David Silva drops back to receive the ball, but he can't even turn to pass. After a short pass from Joe Hart, the moment David Silva receives the ball, the sense of pressure engulfs him. Lin Yu charges forward like a beast, his eyes blazing. David Silva can only pass the ball. As soon as the ball is passed to Jesus Navas, Lin Yu rushes in with ferocity. Coutinho provides lateral support, and the Liverpool players press with madness, relentlessly compressing the space in Manchester City's backline. Zabaleta, in a panic, clears the ball with a long kick, but a passing error occurs, and the ball flies straight out of bounds. Liverpool fans do not hold back their laughter. This is definitely the most disheveled match Manchester City has played in recent seasons. This match will not put anyone to sleep. It's genuinely thrilling to watch them get played so ineptly. Manchester City should change their head coach. Pellegrini's tactics lack clarity. OMG. Brother Lin, please attack me with the same fervor as in this match. Ooh, I am willing to strike any pose for you. Liverpool fans are ecstatic. They are enjoying themselves. They are fully satisfied. Meanwhile, Manchester City fans remain silent disappointment lingering around the stands. 82 minutes into the match. The struggling Manchester City has finally collapsed. Yes, high-intensity pressing has completely shattered Manchester City's defense. Zabaleta makes a mistake while trying to play out from the back and Coutinho seizes the opportunity. With possession intercepted, Coutinho draws back his foot and shoots. A beautiful curve heads straight for the goal, shattering the last glimmer of hope for Manchester City fans. Goal. It's the second goal. 2-0. This goal will be the winning goal for Liverpool. Under the leadership of the Red Arrow 5, Liverpool has claimed 6 consecutive victories in the Premier League, accumulating 18 points and sitting at the top of the league with a strong lead. He is the surprise gift from the heavens for Liverpool this season. This guy, whether in terms of emotional intelligence, performance on the field, long-range shooting, or physicality, completely defies his age. He plays smart, possesses leadership qualities, and although he's only 17, he is experienced and mature. He will be the leading figure for Liverpool in the future. Coutinho rushes towards jumping in celebration. The remaining minutes of the match have turned into garbage time. Ultimately, the final whistle blows, and all major live broadcasts surge with excitement. Because Manchester City's crushing defeat signifies that Liverpool has swept aside multiple strong teams this season. Major media outlets release reports simultaneously. BBC Rogers' brand new tactics shine brightly. The terrifying Lin seems to be redefining the role. England Football Report. What truly defines a modern midfielder? Look at Lin's performance in this match. Manchester Evening News, a gift from the Premier League, a boon for football, a new superstar has emerged. European Football Report. Breaking news: Croatia has announced its latest squad, with Liverpool's rising star Lin leading the charge. The U17 World Cup is set to kick off. Being hailed as the highest honor for youth teams, it has garnered significant attention, especially across Europe. Sky Sports naturally will not miss this wave of excitement, even specially setting up a column for the U17 World Cup listing the player rosters of all participating teams. Among the popular teams are top-tier powers like France, Spain, and Brazil. On September 5th, Lin browses through Sky Sports' U17 column and finds Croatia's roster. Compared to other national teams, Croatia's roster is receiving very little attention, even ranking among the bottom 3. Sky Sports' U17 World Cup column: Croatia's player roster: Pozovic, goalkeeper, defenders Bartolek, Viduka, Kiliak, Mandic. Midfielders: Lin, Klar, Mateo, Alan Halilovic. Forwards: Spedi, Andre Marco. Rating 3 stars. Fans predict the outcome going home after the group stage. They really have no dignity at all. Lin couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the fans' predicted outcome. Going home after the group stage, is that really necessary? Perhaps it shouldn't be so dire, but on September 6th, after the U17 World Cup group draw concluded, more and more fans believe Croatia will be eliminated in the group stage and go home directly, as they have been placed in the group of death. When Croatian fans see the grouping situation in Group B, they too are left speechless in despair. For besides Croatia and the Sakura team, the other 2 teams in Group B are France and Spain. To advance from the group, you must finish in the top 2, competing for the top 2 spots against France and Spain. This difficulty is akin to sneaking off for a massage right under your wife's nose. At 8 o'clock on September 6th, Lin tunes in to watch the Sky Sports U17 World Cup special program. Neville Carragher and Henry will take on the commentary duties for the England matches in the U17 World Cup. At this moment, the 3 are making predictions about the performances of each national team, with Henry staunchly supporting Lin. Ha ha ha. Are you talking about Croatia? Do you think they can advance from the group? Don't kid me, buddy. Oh, does Croatia have any young talents that you can name? Carragher bursts into laughter. Lin. Henry replies. Alright, you actually found one. Carragher, of course, but besides him. Neville opens up the main rosters of other national teams. The French team: Upamecano, Lucas Hernandez, Rabiot, Ndiaye. These are all super talents that are currently receiving significant attention in the football world, not to mention Martial, who is thriving at Manchester United. People say he will be the future leader of Manchester United. By the way, I also think highly of him, Neville chuckles. Now looking at Spain's roster: Jose Gaya, Soler, Mayro, Ruiz. What do you think Croatia can use to compete with these 2 teams for a spot in the knockout stage? The only thing Croatia can do is ensure they defeat the Sakura team, so they won't finish at the bottom of the group. Neville speaks with disdain. The Sky Sports U17 World Cup special live broadcast room is ready, showcasing a detailed grouping of each group in this U17 World Cup. Group A: United Arab Emirates host Brazil, Slovakia, Honduras. Group B: France, Spain, Croatia. Sakura team. Group C: Uruguay, New Zealand, Ivory Coast, Italy. Group D: Tunisia, Venezuela, Russia, Morocco. Group E: Canada, England, Argentina, Iran. Group F: Mexico, Nigeria, Iraq, Sweden. The fans of the Croatian team quietly placed the Sky Sports broadcast room on their blacklist, intending to remove it once the match officially begins. Most Croatian fans are unwilling to face the grouping situation. Compared to Group B, the other 5 groups are only in Group B do all 4 teams possess formidable strength. Both the French and Spanish teams are among the favorites to win this U17 World Cup. Back in 2005, the Croatian team was a strong contender at the European youth level, but as the previous generation of excellent young players moved up to higher-level national teams, the new U17 Croatian national team has almost no renowned talents. On September 5th, with the U17 World Cup about to commence, the Croatian team is undergoing training. Why is today's training delayed by an hour compared to usual? I don't know, it might be because of the temporary change of head coach. The Croatian team has changed their head coach, or perhaps the original head coach has simply been demoted to assistant coach, and the Croatian team has hired a new, more experienced head coach to lead the national team. Dario Mihic is currently sitting in front of all the young players with the original head coach Krish sitting beside him. We should wait for that one. That one. Brekalo first looked puzzled, then understood. No wonder he is the only player in our team playing in one of the top 5 leagues. It's quite an honor to have so many of us waiting. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong figure pushed the door open. Sorry coach, I participated in a match yesterday and flew over as soon as it ended. Linyu looked at Dario Mihic, who smiled and stood up. It's fine, we have already permitted this. Dario Mihic walked over to Linyu, patting his sturdy shoulder, his eyes filled with approval. Alright all players, our final member has arrived. From Liverpool, Lin. The young players applauded, albeit with a hint of chaos in their applause. Linyu intended to sit in the back row, but at that moment Gvardiol patted the seat beside him, and Moro smiled and nodded. The jersey numbers had already been chosen by the young players, and the number 10 that originally belonged to Moro was picked by Linyu. Initially wanted to decline, but Dario Mihic still gave number 10 to Linyu, as such an important number must be worn by significant players. Linyu was worried that Moro would be angry about this, but he simply changed to number 8, and he seemed quite friendly now. On the plane, Bari Mihic had already explained the situation of this Croatian team to him. Currently, there are 3 core players in the team. The first is left winger Kalinic, who excels at breakthroughs and is a key part of Croatia's counterattack strategy. The second is Moro, the midfield playmaker for Croatia, known for his excellent passing ability, though he is somewhat physically weak, and serves as the facilitator in Croatia's counterattack strategy. The third is Gvardiol, the center back of Croatia, also a defensive stalwart reputed to have high potential, and a player that Bari Mihic is actively looking to sign. I believe all players are already familiar with our tactics. Today we convene for a formal meeting to reiterate the core of our strategy. Dario Mihic opened the projector displaying the core tactical name devised by the Croatian team for this U17 World Cup, Lightning Fast Counterattack. Linyu understands that the lightning fast counterattack is an upgrade on the fast counterattack, taking the counter mechanism. Kalinic has always been the only counterpoint for the Croatian U17 national team. Mateo acts as a stationary center forward, providing a holding point in the front for Croatia, while Moro supplies ammunition to Kalinic from the midfield, with the remaining players only participating in defense. When the opponent attacks, we must significantly retract our formation to lure them forward, exposing more space behind. Then we will press in our half, and once we regain possession, we will pass the ball to Lin. As soon as this was said, the young players all turned their heads. They were not looking at Linyu, but at Moro. The player who had always been responsible for this role was Moro. Moro remained silent, but Linyu noticed him scratching his knee with his left hand. The other midfielders need to create breakthrough and passing space for Lin. Kalinic will wait on the left flank ready to counter with Lin, while Mateo remains in the front as the only support point to assist the two. Dario Mihic's statement stirred excitement, as the long-standing tactics of the Croatian U17 national team have been changed by Dario. Croatia's quick counterattacks will no longer feature only Kalinic as the counterpoint. Lin, you will become the second. Alright, this is the purpose of today's tactical meeting. I need you to understand the changes in the new strategy. Next we will begin training. Time is tight, and you must quickly familiarize yourselves with your roles and positions in the new strategy. Krish stood up and called the young players to the training field. As a French legend, Krish once played as a fullback for Manchester City, so he knows a lot about the French team. To prevent you from overthinking, I want to add one more thing. Moro walked beside Linyu. Gvardiol followed closely, looking tense, as if worried the two would come to blows. I don't care about the number 10 jersey or any tactical role. All I care about is the glory of Croatian football. You know, we are a small country with little fame. The only thing that can make us known to the world is football. This U17 World Cup has too many fans looking down on the Croatian team. They all say we will roll back home in disgrace during the group stage, but I don't think so. Therefore, since the fans recognize and value you so much, I hope you can help us break these prejudices and achieve better results. My heart is solely for football. Linyu walked beside Moro, not saying a word until Moro finished speaking, at which point Linyu suddenly stopped. What is the style of football? What is the essence of a team? Is it championships, trophies, or is it honor? To know the answer, you should watch the matches of the Croatian team. Boring, foolish, opportunistic, lucky. These are some fans' evaluations of them. Resilient, tenacious, reborn in adversity, burning in hardship. These are also evaluations from fans. Linyu initially did not understand until he officially joined the team for training. During the training, Linyu felt the same quality present in Liverpool Football Club unity. This team is far more united than he imagined. Moreover, these young players regard football as their life. On September 9th, after reminiscing about his brothers from Shandong, Linyu opened his phone. Rost, I heard the hotel where England is staying is 4 stars. Do you want to come stay in my room? We are in a 5-star hotel. The Croatian team has two members sharing a room, and Linju is with Gvardiol, the young center back. Rost replied almost instantly, "I don't need to stay in your room, I don't like three people together. However, I want to come to your place for something to eat. Why is there only grilled sausages here? I'm seriously about to throw up." Rost has also been called up to the England team along with Ocho. The two are not in the same group as Croatia, and it is uncertain whether they will meet in subsequent matches. The Croatian team has arrived in the UAE and checked into a 5-star hotel. In the next few days, the team will conduct training sessions at the match venue to familiarize themselves with the competition environment. The excitement surrounding the U17 World Cup is gradually increasing. Its strange fans' attention was initially drawn to various leagues, as if no one was paying attention to the U17 World Cup. However, once the event commenced, major media outlets, especially in Europe, began to report on the U17 World Cup, swapping the front-page headlines on their online platforms. The leagues will continue. Very few clubs will be affected by the U17 World Cup except for Liverpool. This is because Linju has already become a rotational player in the midfield position for Liverpool, but the club still supports him in participating in the World Cup, which is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for young players. Originally, Liverpool's intention was that the Croatian team would likely not advance from the group stage, so Linju would only miss up to 3 of Liverpool's matches. Rodgers has watched those 3 matches. The opponents were not formidable. "Boss, what if Lin leads Croatia to the finals? It won't just be 3 matches then." Lake could not help but remind him. "So what? Can Liverpool not play because of one 17-year-old player? We need to support him. This honor is very important for him and can help him win the Golden Boy award this year." How long has it been since Liverpool produced a Golden Boy? Rodgers is also considering the club, moreover leading Croatia to the finals. "You might as well believe that Linder will invite us both for foot massages and let us use his platinum membership card." Hearing this, Linder clutched his pocket tightly. "What platinum membership card? I don't have one." "Don't have one? Then I'll call my sister-in-law to search thoroughly." Alec took out his phone. "No. Tonight at the Red Romance Massage Street. Pick any shop, it's on me." The match is getting closer. On September 13th, the opening match of the group stage finally kicked off. The host UAE lost to Brazil with a score of 0-3, and the Asian teams had a poor start. Another Asian team will start their battle 2 days later as the Cherry Blossom team takes on the Croatian team. The Croatian team is ready. Udario's character is humble until the Cherry Blossom team's coach makes bold statements or displays an anime-like passion. On September 14th, at the pre-match press conference, Jibbo Bound, as the coach of the Cherry Blossom team, led his assistant coaches and captain Takumi Minamino in preparation. "Damn, do not underestimate the bond between us. Our goal this time is to enter the top 8. We will not fall in." "What, Croatia? They are not the opponents we are considering if our opponents are France and Spain." "What? Lin? Who? I've never heard of them." Thus, when the Croatian team's head coach led the team's first captain Moro and second captain Linju to the press conference, Linju's response was directed at the Cherry Blossom team. "For a country that cannot face its history and even distorts its textbooks just to twist facts, I'm not surprised that their national team's coach would say such things. After all, a frog in a well cannot perceive the vastness of the sky. They have no correct understanding of their own strength. But that's okay, tomorrow's match will let them know who Linju is." The atmosphere is intense and countless Chinese fans are eagerly anticipating. Originally, the U17 World Cup did not have much attention within China, but with Linju's presence coupled with Croatia's opponent being the Cherry Blossom team, there are many live broadcasts of the first round of Group B matches. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon on September 15th, the glaring sunlight shone into the UAE stadium and the first round of Group B matches was about to begin. In the Chinese live broadcast room, He Wei. "Dear fans, hello. Welcome to the live broadcast of the first round of the U17 World Cup Group B match, where the Croatian team will face the Cherry Blossom team in the UAE stadium. Dear fans, hello. Welcome to the live broadcast of the first round of the U17 World Cup Group B match, where the Croatian team will face the Cherry Blossom." Goalkeeper Nakamura Kosuka. Defenders Rikiya Yudo Itakuro Ko Yamamoto Kinyu Okagawa Masaya. Midfielders Nakajima Shoya Minamino Takumi Kubo Yuya. Forwards Meino Takuma Saki Yoji Tagawa Kosuka. The Croatian team has deployed their most distinctive 4,231 formation. Goalkeeper Ivan Novistic. Defenders Sosa Gvardiol Brekalo Bonkovic. Midfielders Moro Meyer. Forwards Kalinic Mateo Mizik. The referee from England Maynor is already prepared in the player tunnel. Linju is at the back of the team. Dario did not say much. There was no need for dramatic motivation against the Cherry Blossom team. He has full confidence in the Croatian team. Itakuro Ko stands beside him. Linju turns to look. This guy's eyes are ablaze with fire, filled with anger, desire, and a hint of lewdness. Mainly the lewdness. Over 40,000 fans are seated in the UAE stadium, with more than 20,000 being Croatian supporters. As the team is introduced, cheers erupt in the stadium, with Sky Sports and other broadcasting rooms already live and all commentators ready. The live camera quickly finds Linju, as he is the only player among the 2 teams playing in the top 5 leagues. Neville is excited. Carragher is holding his breath and Henry is fixated on Maynor's whistle. Maynor slowly places the whistle in his mouth, puffs up his cheeks and blows. Beep. The match begins. The Croatian team indeed shrinks their formation, but a figure bursts out. Mateo passes the ball back. Kalinic receives the ball on the left and delivers a beautiful curved pass forward. The pass lands perfectly in the center. Linyu sprints from the midfield, his strong physique like a blazing flame breaking through the layers of obstacles. The Croatian team is about to open their tactical play. Curved pass. The landing point of the pass is slyly positioned between the Cherry Blossom team's midfield and defense. The defenders do not dare to rashly advance, and the midfielders need time to turn back and chase. Linyu had already prepared at the midfield line and surged forward as soon as the ball was kicked. When Mateo passed back, Linyu had rushed to the Cherry Blossom team's midfield position. As Kalinic curved the pass, Linyu had already rushed towards the landing point of the ball. Close the door, Nakajima Shoya shouted. Minamino Takumi immediately closed and colliding with Linyu. Just as the defense was about to form, Linyu crashed through the gap between the two. The terrifying force knocked down Nakajima Shoya and Minamino Takumi. On the sidelines, Jibbo Bound witnessed this scene frozen in place, eyes wide, mouth agape, unable to utter a word, feeling as if an invisible hand was striking hard on his left cheek. Bond, slap, bond, slap. I let you bond. The Croatian fans were even more excited, all rising to watch. Linyu stopped the ball, looked up, and saw the Cherry Blossom team's defense completely exposed before him. With the ball on his left foot and his right foot pushing off the ground, the fearless figure surged toward the Cherry Blossom team's penalty area, filled with fearlessness and courage, and even more with reluctance and resilience. The Croatian fans were glued to the action. Tens of millions of Croatian fans in front of the broadcast couldn't help but stand, their eyes focused solely on this rushing figure. Like a fierce wind rushing towards an oak tree, like sunlight kissing the fertile soil, Linyu charged into the penalty area all alone. Half solo dribble, and Linyu surged forward with the ball straight at Sakura team's defense. And with his left foot raised in a feint shot, he suddenly cut inside, just as Bambara Hirotaka rushed to intercept. A fake shot, then an instant cut, and the spectacle was far from over. After the touch, Linyu seemed to defy gravity itself. His right foot glided forward, guiding the ball smoothly toward the goal. An almost imperceptible transition between moves. And Nakamura Kasuke stood frozen, stunned like a statue, utterly unable to react. The ball rolled into the net. And Croatia struck with a lightning opener. In goal. And an opening strike goal, and he scored. Croatia broke through centrally for their opening strike, and the pass possessed extraordinary penetration, shattering Sakura team's central axis completely. Linyu calmly slotted it home. The seamless coordination before the shot was nothing short of masterful, and that flawless transition spared him nearly all adjustment time. He beamed with delight. He had taken this U17 World Cup commentary assignment precisely to watch Linyu play. And Croatian fans erupted in ecstatic celebration. For them, every goal was priceless. Linyu sprinted past the advertising board to the sideline and performed his signature celebration. And brilliant Lin. Mo Luo embraced him in jubilation. Perfect, I've got the assist. Kalinic had been tense at first, but all that anxiety dissolved instantly with the goal. Croatia's morale soared. Dario stood confidently on the touchline. And our tactics are sound. And assistant coach Creasy nodded in agreement. Play resumed on the pitch. And beyond the stands, many elite players, especially Croatian stars like Modric and Rakitic, were watching intently. This lad truly surpasses even our highest expectations, Modric remarked. And Real Madrid may well take serious interest in him if he sustains this level of performance over several matches and leads Croatia's U17 national team to achievements far beyond expectation. Rakitic added. Then Real Madrid won't be the only club vying for his signature. The match continued. Sakura team pursued an all-out attacking and defending strategy, relentlessly executing their swift, agile technical approach, especially in midfield and forward play, relying on one-touch combinations and rapid flank penetrations. Yet Croatia's defensive prowess was already among Europe's finest. Their past underperformance stemmed largely from offensive frailty. In the 19th minute, Nakajima Shoya received the ball centrally. Facing Linyu's aggressive charge, he hesitated not a second, immediately shifting play wide right. And Takahiro Tagawa exploded forward in a powerful sprint, blazing fast. Souza shadowed him tightly, then delivered a forceful physical challenge, knocking Tagawa off balance and sending the pass soaring out of bounds. This is Croatia's defensive mastery, not merely individual dueling strength, but also exceptionally polished and intuitive team coordination. If Sakura team hopes to breach Croatia's backline, they'll need far more ingenuity, and they tried relentlessly, yet their efforts consistently fell short. The crux lay in midfield. And Yoshifumi Yoshida quickly diagnosed the root of his team's offensive impotence: the midfield. Like the waist anchoring the hips, no matter how powerful the hips' weakness, their cripples sustained explosive output. Sakura team's waist was firmly pinned down by Linyu, immobilized, helpless. In Tanaka Takumi, his greatest strength lies in breakthrough dribbling. Neville knew Tanaka well. The young midfielder had shown brightly in the Bundesliga academy, hailed as Sakura team's most gifted midfield prospect in a decade. I believe Sakura team must fully leverage Tanaka's penetrating ability to crack this defense. If answering Neville's words, Tanaka was already surging forward with the ball. His nimble footwork, effortless ball control, featherlight physique, and uncanny sense of rhythm all testify to his exceptional dribbling artistry. Like a butterfly weaving through blossoms, Tanaka darted forward, wings fluttering grace incarnate. Mayer advanced steadily, planting himself squarely before Tanaka, refusing to commit early, embodying textbook Onion defense. Tanaka exploded rightward, fierce, unstoppable. Mayer lunged in pursuit. And then, suddenly, Tanaka planted his left foot hard on the ball, halting dead in his tracks, dragging it leftward in one fluid motion, his entire direction reversing in a heartbeat. An explosive stop-and-pull maneuver. Mayer caught off guard, lost his defensive position. Brilliant move. Neville roared. That's Tanaka's genius. But his voice choked off as his eyes widened in shock. Lin Yu surged in from deep. Bow drawn, arrow knocked. Clearly preparing for a direct foot duel with Tanaka. Still reeling from his own burst of acceleration, Tanaka had no time to reset. He could only thrust his right foot forward, steeling himself for the clash. Two legs collided, around a single sphere. Thud. The deafening impact reverberated through the stadium. Tanaka collapsed, clutching his foot, too agonized even to cry out. Lin Yu unscathed swept the ball forward with his left foot, launching a blistering counterattack. Croatia's counter formation unfurled like a sudden monsoon, torrential, precise, crashing towards Sakura's backline. Mario shielded the ball with his back against the defender. Kalinic surged leftward, aiming directly at the vulnerable seam between Sakura's defensive lines. Mizik drifted wide right to receive, offering Lin Yu a vital passing option. Lin Yu drives forward on the counter. Mario awaits centrally. Kalinic stretches wide left, and he passes leftward, and Kalinic takes it on the left, crosses horizontally to Mario. Lin Yu lofted an incisive chip, arcing toward the left flank. Kalinic didn't pause. It flicked off his instep, sent crisply across the center. A lightning-fast one-touch exchange dazzled the crowd. Mario was ready, turning slightly, receiving the pass while shielding it with his back. His broad frame locked in possession. With a subtle deft tap backward, using the heel, he gently altered the ball's trajectory as it rolled toward him. Bambera whirled around, but had barely completed half the turn when a figure flashed past. Lin Yu arrived late, silent as midnight, slipping past the entire defense, receiving Mario's perfectly timed layoff just inside the penalty area. His right foot settled the ball, his left swung instantly. Nakamura Kusuke hurled himself desperately, but the ball never left the ground. Na faint shot, then a dazzling feint. The goalkeeper lunged, empty-handed. Sakura's goal stood bare, wide open, defenseless before Lin Yu. With his right foot he guided the ball softly, evenly, rolling it serenely into the net. 20. Lin Yu had scored twice. Na braced within 16 minutes, stunning the entire stadium. Sakura team had nowhere left to retreat, pushed to the very edge of the precipice. He scored again. He just scored one a short while ago. In just 16 minutes of the match he has already scored 2 goals, helping the Croatia team to a 2-0 lead over their opponents. The tactics of the Croatia team are changing. In the past they only had one counterattack point on the left flank, making their counterattack routes predictable and easily defended against, often criticized by fans for their lack of offensive power. But after Lin Yu joined the team, his late runs from the midfield have helped the team increase their counterattack options. Because he arrives late, Lin Yu finds himself in a state of being unmarked, making it easier for him to seize good shooting opportunities. His tactical role in the Croatia team is evolving. He is no longer just a traditional midfielder, but more like a versatile midfielder with elements of an attacking midfielder. As a seasoned football fan, Wayne naturally has an in-depth understanding of football tactics and roles. The live stream was already buzzing, especially the fans of the Croatia team who never thought that the team's offense would actually improve. I used to have great confidence in the team's defensive capabilities, but attacking was never our strong suit. This is what counterattacking looks like. Those previous attempts at counterattacking couldn't even be called that. Lin Yu's addition is like adding wings to the Croatia team. Not only has it strengthened the midfield, but it has also enhanced the team's appeal and increased their counterattacking threat. Who just said that Takumi Minamino has strong dribbling ability? Henry and Carragher both looked at Neville, whose face turned red. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes, Neville retorted. Come on, you're a super jinx. Henry crossed his legs. I beg you, Neville, please do not support Croatia and Lin so I can confidently support them for the championship. Huh? Carragher laughed heartlessly. The fans of the Croatia team were also very happy, except for the fans of the Sakura team who had nothing to smile about. Over 10,000 Sakura team fans were initially filled with confidence, waving flags, believing their team could show their prowess. However, just a few minutes into the match, they were already 2 goals behind. Jimu Bowen's face turned a mix of green and purple as he pouted in frustration. Boss, why don't we change tactics? Let's also play defensive counterattacks. We can't just keep pushing forward like this. The assistant coach said quietly, and Jimu Bowen's anger flared even more. Defend? Are you kidding? We are the ones 2 goals down. Switch to high pressing, go all out on offense, and fight them heathen. Losing by 1 goal is still losing. Losing by 2 goals is also losing. Losing by 3 goals is still losing. Might as well take a gamble. A bicycle could perhaps turn into a motorcycle. Jimu Buwin thought to himself. Thus the Sakura team's motorcycle revved up for one last roar. As the match resumed, the Sakura team surged forward with all their might. But the Croatia team set up a chain defense. Not just any chain defense, but the four-chain pressing defense tactic innovated by Rodgers during his time at Liverpool. Dalic consulted Rodgers about this defensive tactic and applied it to the Croatia team, because the linchpin of this tactic was Linju himself, thus they made use of it without hesitation. The Sakura team continuously launched attacks from the back line to the front, especially the fullbacks, who frequently surged down the flanks looking for crossing opportunities. But soon the fans realized that the Sakura team's tactics were being dismantled layer by layer by the Croatia team. Like ferocious waves crashing against the first barrier with some force, by the second layer the waves were significantly diminished, and by the third layer the waves had almost vanished, failing to threaten even the fourth barrier. The Croatia team's defense line was experiencing its first ease. The Sakura team could not hold on for long. Within a few minutes their enthusiastic counterattack had vanished, and they were even exhausted from overexcitement. Linju keenly sensed an opportunity. Attack. With Linju's command, the Croatia team pressed forward with full force. The pressing counterattack tactic was incredibly effective. The already fatigued Sakura team players felt like every second was an eternity, each moment excruciating, as the pressure from the Croatia team was terrifying. This pressing tactic is too intense. The Sakura team players can hardly lift their heads. Gvardiol easily dribbles to the midfield line with no one from the Sakura team even bothering to pressure him. Passing to the center, it's still Linju controlling the ball. Linju passed the ball to his teammate, and as Moro received it, he shifted the play with precision, delivering an accurate pass to Kalinic. Kalinic faced the already exhausted Okagawa Masaya. He shouldered his way through, recklessly bulldozing past the defender. Snap! A back pass cross. Matteo followed up for a shot. Bang! The football transformed into a black shadow swallowed by the left side of the Sakura team's goal. Nakamura Kosuka lay on the ground, unwilling to lift his head for a long time. He couldn't bear to face it all. Goal. Matteo. Kalinic assisted scoring his second goal. Matteo netted his first goal of this U17 World Cup. The Croatia team has scored 3. The Croatia team is on fire. They have completely taken control, utterly crushing the Sakura team's defense. They dismantled the match in just half a game. 3-0. A comprehensive domination. Whether on counterattacks or offense, whether in defense or control, they have outperformed the Sakura team, exceeding the expectations of the fans before the match. Neville could hardly believe that in just 45 minutes of the first half the Croatia team had declared the outcome of. With a 3-0 lead, the Croatia team showcased their tactical style. Carragher and Henry exchanged smiles, both having guessed what would happen next. Undoubtedly, the already crumbled Sakura team would only concede more goals in the second half. If it continues like this, the Sakura team will completely collapse. They can't attack and can't defend, completely becoming the playthings of the Croatia team. Or rather, they have become Linju's. The Croatia team was in high spirits, victory within reach. In the Huaxia livestream, Hiwei was praising the performance of the Croatia team in this match. This is Croatia. Football friends, this is their style, this is their philosophy. Resilient counterattacks, tenacious defense, and the courage to face everything. This is Croatian football. Everyone, please enjoy Croatia's football in this U17 World Cup. You will surely gain a new understanding of football and even life. If I had to choose a style to define what football is, I believe that Croatia's football can certainly represent the soul of football. Hiwei was very excited, his tone high-pitched and passionate. To all the football fans, the true summer has, the story belonging to Linju has just begun. Online, 3 invitation. The strongest card, Linju, with 14000 power. Goal. 4-0. Matteo. What a beautiful goal. Linju provided an assist, scoring 2 goals and 1 assist, directly contributing to 3 goals. He is on fire in this match. The Croatian team is also on fire. The Sakura team has still not found any opportunity to counterattack in the second half. They are completely overrun by the Croatian team. Look at the Croatian fans in the stands creating a wave. See how they wave their flags. This is their state. This is their victory. So far in this match, the Croatian team has scored 5 goals. Kalinic has finally scored. After providing 2 assists, he has also created a goal for himself, bringing the score to 5-0. The Sakura team is completely overwhelmed. In the first round of the Group Stage, B group is ranked behind 3 other groups. There has never been such a large score difference in the previous 3 matches. Asian teams have struggled in this U17 World Cup, with no team achieving victory. Facing these strong teams from Europe, they seem to have no means of defense and can only passively endure. In the 68th minute of the match, Dalic substituted several main players to rest a Lin. You was naturally sub. In the second round of the group stage, the Croatian team will face off against the French team. If the Croatian team can win, they will secure a spot in the next round. This is crucial. Therefore, Dalic hopes all main players can be in their best condition to face the French team. On the other side, the match between France and Spain is drawing more attention. Most fans have flocked into the live broadcast room for the France team. The 2 teams are locked in a close contest with the score at 2-2. If these 2 teams draw, the Croatian team's chances of advancing become even greater. The clash between the Gauls' attack and Spain's control is indeed exciting, both teams are of top caliber. Will the Croatian team take advantage of the situation? More than 20 minutes later, the Croatian team's match ended first. Moro scored the sixth goal, leading the team to a resounding 6-0 victory. On the other side, the French team scored the winning goal through Lucas Hernandez's unexpected attack, sending French fans into a frenzy. Spanish fans cannot accept this outcome as it puts Spain's advancement in jeopardy. Upon learning of France's victory, Dalek feels both joy and concern. Thus, if the Croatian team can defeat the French team in the next match, they will certainly secure a spot in the next round. However, if the Croatian team loses to France, they will be forced to compete against Spain for the last qualifying spot. The Spanish team in dire straits will undoubtedly unleash more energy, while the Croatian team is resilient. No one wants to face such a do-or-die situation. Lin Yu exited the field with a relaxed smile. This victory was within his expectations. Defeating the Sakura team always brings a sense of joy. The live broadcast camera followed closely behind him. Some players from the Sakura team lay on the ground or walked towards the locker room with their heads down, struggling to accept the heavy defeat in their first match. This crucial victory not only helped the Croatian team secure 3 points, but also told all fans that it's fine if you don't believe in Croatia. This team has its own style and a resilient spirit. I even saw a spirit of adventure in the Croatian players during this match. They had never shown such spirit before. I believe this is something Lin Yu has brought to them. To summarize with a few lines from the Croatian national anthem, the storm has indeed stirred the oak, and the sun has begun to kiss their fertile land. How far can this team go in the U17 World Cup? Let's wait and see. Dear viewers, I am Hiwei, the commentator for this match. We will meet again in the next match. After the match, during the press conference, Lin Yu was named the man of the match. The trophy is specially made and larger than the Premier League's man of the match trophy. Congratulations, host, for being named the national team man of the match, receiving a milestone reward. Hidden Platinum Treasure Chest task activated. Platinum Treasure Chest task achieved 3 national team man of the match awards. Task reward Platinum Treasure. With a slight smile, Lin Yu's lips curled up. Another treasure chest task has been activated. The rewards from the Platinum Treasure Chest will surely be better than those from the Golden Treasure Chest, though the difficulty is also greater. 3 national team matches for the Man of the Match award. If he wants to complete this quickly, he needs to help Croatia go further in this U17 World Cup. Only with more match opportunities can he compete for more Man of the Match awards. Next comes the procedural part, answering some questions from reporters. Among the crowd of reporters, Lin Yu spotted a familiar face. It was Emperor Henry. Normally, Sky Sports only sends rookie reporters for outside assignments. Henry's arrival clearly indicates that it's not just for an interview. As expected, after the match, Emperor Henry arrived at the hotel where the Croatian team was staying. This was permitted by usually Dalek does not allow reporters to work at the hotel to avoid affecting the players' match states. Only after Emperor Henry promised to give a lecture on attacking strategies to the Croatian players did Dalek make an exception. Emperor Henry arrived alone, but he had already reached an agreement with Barimaki and Khalid regarding some contract details. Lin. At 9 o'clock after the match, Emperor Henry arrived punctually at Lin Yu's room. Lin Yu quickly stepped forward to give him a hug. Emperor Henry was one of Lin Yu's early football inspirations. Watching him dominate the Premier League back in the day filled Lin Yu with a desire to play in the Premier League. I'm here today, mainly as a representative of FIFA, not Sky Sports. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. FIFA is one of his favorite football games. This year, I am their cover spokesperson. They are set to launch a brand new midfield card for the new season named 14000. Currently, the designated strongest card is the 14000 version, but there needs to be a card to balance him. After Henry finished speaking, Lin Yu understood during his previous life, playing FIFA 3 Yature was indeed a standout midfield presence, dominating and a coveted card for all players. Therefore, FIFA plans to add another designated strong card. Your initial ability will be lower, but once fully upgraded, your potential will match that of the Yature card, and you both will be tied as the strongest midfield cards for the new FIFA 3 season. Henry looked straight into Lin Yu's eyes and said the strongest Lin with 14000 power. It is said that this card's modeling does not meet the standards of Yaya Touré, but it possesses the highest potential and the most balanced stats in the game, along with an exceptional automatic positioning ability that caters to both offense and defense. After reaching an agreement with Henry, FIFA Online 3 immediately released the latest news across its official web. Currently, FIFA Online 3 has become the most popular football game worldwide, especially within Asia. Fans have never seen a game that has perfected the mechanics of single-match battles to such an extent, with different card types exhibiting varying strengths, almost reflecting the real-life advantages of players. Lin Yu had hoped for FIFA to secretly send a powerful card of himself and Yaya Touré to his game account, but the officials firmly refused. To decline Lin Yu without hurting his feelings, the head of FIFA Europe promised him a special privilege. Once the card packs are fully launched, you can open as many as you want until you get the card you desire. Until then, all costs will be covered by us, and it won't count against your endorsement fee. It's a bonus. After all, while there are many enjoyable football games, they all share a common trait: the drop rates are truly low. With Lin Yu's addition and the launch of FIFA's new series of card packs, countless fans rushed to download FIFA Online 3, pushing its popularity to new heights. I might as well wait for the transfer market to release Lin Yes 14W card before I make a purchase. It's unlikely I'll get it from a card pack. Not to mention the price of each card. Even if it's a +1 card, you could sit and wait for hours and still not see one. If my midfield consists of 14W Yaya Touré, 14W Linyu, and 13W Gerard, the football gaming community was buzzing with excitement, yet Linyu remained indifferent. Despite being a seasoned football game enthusiast, focusing on the match was what mattered most. In the second round of the group stage, the match between Croatia and France drew considerable attention. September 19th, Croatia's team massage room. All players were receiving muscle relaxation while reviewing the match between France and Spain. The rapid pace and fluid attacks showcased the power of the French team to many Croatian players. Lin, Modric, and Gvardiol lay on either side of Linyu receiving massages. Each player had their own bed with a certain gap left between them. However, Gvardiol and Modric insisted on pushing their beds next to Lin Yes, creating a luxurious three-person massage bed. How can Coman from the French team run so fast? His legs seem to have rocket boosters. And the midfielders Rabiot and Ducour, one stronger than the other. Are these two really only 17 years old? I demand to check their bone age. Modric still refused to believe Rabiot and Ducour's ages, especially Ducour, who was dark and muscular. No worries about midfield, we have Lin. Gvardiol was not concerned about the midfield. But this Coman and Incham, especially the left-winger Marshall, are truly exceptional. The left side's Marshall is not only outstanding, but versatile, possessing speed, solid shooting skills, a good crossing ability, and heading capability. On the right, Kingsley Coman's breakthrough ability is terrifying. In the match against Spain, Coman attempted 6 breakthroughs, all of which succeeded, boasting a 100 success rate, his legs moving with the grace of a phantom. In the center, Incham is tall and sturdy, the perfect model for a stationary center forward. Sky Sports and various other popular streaming channels began to hype up the match early. In the fan voting for the match outcome, over 70% supported France to win and advance. However, these discussions seemed not to affect the Croatian fans, who continued to sing their team songs supporting their team and entered the stadium on September 21st, waiting in their seats. On September 21st, in the second round of Group B, Croatia faced off against France. A crucial battle deciding the group advancement. Countless Spanish fans also awaited to watch. In the Sky Sports broadcast room, the commentary trio was still present. In the Huaxiao streaming room, He-Wei was ready. Dear viewers, I am He-Wei. First, let me introduce the starting lineups for both teams. For France, goalkeeper Lafont. Defenders Lucas Hernandez, Upamecano, Samare, Klaus. Midfield Rabiot, Ducour, Guibert. Forwards Marshall, Incham, Coman. This is completely an all-star lineup, the highest valued and most star-studded in this U17 World Cup, with no shortcomings whatsoever. He-Wei then introduced Croatia's lineup. Goalkeeper Ivan Novistic. Defenders Sosa, Gvardiol, Brekalo. Midfield Modric, Linyu. Forwards Kalinic, Mateo, Mizic. In the Croatian dressing room, Dario knew what he needed to say, but for these young players the words of their peers were clearly more impactful. Lin. Dario would certainly choose Linyu, as this guy always displayed the most tenacity on the pitch. Linyu nodded calmly, stood up, and positioned himself in the center of the dressing room. Lin. Dario would certainly choose Linyu, as this guy always displayed the most tenacity. Why I always give my all on the field. Linyu patted his chest rhythmically. Because I have buried all the moments of isolation deep in my heart. We are all men, most of us do not come from distinguished backgrounds. How difficult it is to walk this path of football, only we understand in our hearts. This match may not be favored by many, but that's okay, because I believe you have long been accustomed to such isolation. So, Linyu gazed into the eyes of each teammate, the brilliance in his eyes, seemingly ready to consume everything. Let us show everyone through this match. Believe in what you do and you will achieve victory. Countless fans raised their hands high in the stadium, waving flags. The supporters of the French team sang mocking songs while the Croatian fans responded with their team anthem. The atmosphere in the entire stadium has reached a climax. Since the mood has been built to this point, it is naturally time for an explosion. However, once the match began, neither team took the initiative to attack, as both teams' tactics were focused on counterattack. It was like the foreplay was sufficient, yet at the moment of eruption it came to an abrupt halt. The fans could only silently scream in their hearts, "Brother, I want," but neither the French nor the Croatian teams fulfilled the fans' desires at this moment. The match began with both teams testing each other. Like pirates probing one another, neither was willing to unsheath their daggers first, but once one did, it would inevitably be a fatal strike. Only in this way could one become a hero. Linyu was quite adept at enduring the silence, constantly observing from a position in the back of the midfield. His exceptional football intelligence began to manifest at this moment. 17th minute of the match. Rabiot carried the ball through the center, intending to slide a pass to the right, but the route was blocked. With no choice but to change his passing route, he even executed a Naluk pass, a highly concealed passing route and technique. French fans saw a glimmer of hope, but in the next second Linyu appeared in Rabiot's passing lane. Snap! A successful interception. Croatian fans responded with applause and cheers. A successful interception. A beautiful anticipatory defense. He saw the second step, which is what makes Linyu stronger than the other players. Many players can only see the next step and can only think about the next step, But if you can anticipate one step ahead of the others, you can possess greater ability. The French team tightened their formation, intending to lure the Croatian team to push forward. But the Croatian team was doing. Therefore, when players held the ball, both sides' pressing intensity was insufficient, and both were able to find ample passing space. The match turned into a passing battle. Whoever can pass the ball, whoever can deliver a more threatening through ball, will gain an attacking opportunity. Especially for the French team, through balls frequently appeared in the midfield, yet Linyu seemed like a ghost present everywhere. 20th minute of the match. Rabiot made a short pass from the backfield to Upamecano, who received the ball, turned, and advanced forward. No Croatian players pressed high. However, after the French team pressed forward a bit, they also stopped, no longer recklessly pushing forward, but instead penetrating the Croatian formation through passing. Linyu ran, while directing his teammates. Moro, there's Grbić on the left. Sosa, drop back, don't let him find a chance to cut inside. Maillard, watched the diagonal back. Ducour is making a forward run. Thus the match entered a stalemate. But de Thuram did not seem anxious. As the head coach of the French U17 team, de Thuram had been standing on the sidelines since the match began, as if he didn't need rest. The French fans yawned, and the Croatian fans also began to feel drowsy. After all, the match took place at night, and the dull pace of the game failed to excite the fans. 29th minute. The monotonous pace of the match was suddenly broken. The French team abruptly changed their rhythm, and Linyu hurriedly observed. Rabiot's positioning changed. De Ducour no longer made diagonal forward runs, but came to his side, which was unusual. Just as Linyu wanted to remind the defenders to heighten their alertness, Coman suddenly burst into action, instantly breaking free from the defender. Ducour followed suit, and Rabiot kept the ball and observed. Linyu instructed Moro to press, while he closed off Rabiot's passing lane. But this time Rabiot didn't penetrate with a short pass. Instead, he suddenly shot, delivering a long pass over the top to the right. Coman successfully evaded the offside trap. He received the ball and charged into the penalty area. He turned and shot. A diagonal shot from a tight angle. The shot had great power. Gvardiol hurriedly stretched out his leg, performing a split-like action to block Coman's shot. Bang! The ball rebounded off the impact and was regained by Coman. Kingsley Coman lifted his foot for a follow-up shot. A powerful strike. Ivan Nevishtik was powerless. The ball is in. Beautiful. The French team isn't relying on counterattacks. They are changing the rhythm. Hiway cheered. De Thuram. The tussle with the Croatian team for over 20 minutes was actually a trap set by the French team, aimed at luring the Croatian team into this rhythm. The French team has the ability to suddenly change the pace of the game, as Kingsley Coman and Rabiot formed a connection. A beautiful moment of rhythm change pierced through the Croatian defense. The French team successfully scored 1-0. They lead against Croatia. Dalek found it unbelievable. This tactic is usually employed by senior teams, as instant changes in the game's rhythm are akin to releasing a spring in an instant. But you cannot allow the spring to rebound freely. Instead, you need to aim it at the enemy in an instant, so that the rebounding spring can release all its force against the enemy. Achieving this is very difficult and requires players to have strong teamwork skills. Typically, young players do not possess this ability. However, Rabiot and Kingsley Coman both have the strength to compete in the top 5 leagues, which is the French team's strong point. The match resumed, and the French team continued to use this rhythm-changing strategy. The Croatian team gradually fell into a disadvantage, and even Linyu felt it was somewhat tricky. This style of play, similar to that of senior teams, was a complete dimensionality reduction attack in the U17 World Cup. When facing the Spanish team, the French team didn't even employ this tactic. Only in this critical group stage match did de Thuram unleash his trump card. The match resumed, waking the drowsy fans. But soon the game fell back into that sleep-inducing rhythm. Only the Croatian fans dared not relax. At this moment, the French team resembled a killer poised to strike with a spear at any moment. The Croatian team could only be fully focused and defend with all their might. Linyu continuously observed, trying to figure out who was controlling the French team's rhythm change. It seemed like Rabiot, but also like Grbić. Only by identifying the one controlling the game's pace could the Croatian team crack the French strategy. 37th minute of the match. The French team's formation began to slowly spread apart again, which was a precursor to a rhythm change. Linyu focused intently. Ducour once again made a diagonal run and circled back towards his own position. Linyu's attention was sharply focused. At this moment, Rabiot once again held the ball, and Grbić dashed forward from the middle path, bolstered by the cover of the two. The Croatian defense's attention was immediately drawn to Grbić. Kingsley Coman on the right suddenly sprang into action. Linyu noticed and hurriedly signaled. But in the next second, Rabiot's passing direction was to the left front. Marshall instantly sprinted to evade the offside and broke free from the defense, charging into the penalty area. The attacking routine was identical, only the direction had changed. Yet the Croatian team still faltered. Marshall cut inside and adjusted to evade Gvardiol. He shot with momentum. Bang! A low shot from a tight angle pierced through the Croatian goal. The French team led by 2-0. The Croatian fans looked tense. Croatian players stood with their hands on their hips, some sighing in resignation. But Linyu's eyes sparkled with golden light. The key to breaking through was right there. I thought the French team would defeat the Croatian team, but I never expected them to lead by 2 goals at halftime. Although both teams played a counterattacking strategy, the French team's counterattack appeared to be much more sophisticated than that. This is because Delio upgraded the counterattacking strategy, which differs from the direction of his upgrade. Delio focused on increasing the counterattack points while the French team upgraded by varying the pace of their counterattacks. The first half of the match has concluded, and in this crucial group stage battle the French team currently leads Croatia by 2. They performed excellently, especially in the midfield, with Kingsley Coman and Marshall each scoring a goal. If he and the Croatian team are eliminated in this U17 World Cup, he will have no leverage to compete with Marshall. Beside him, Carly sits comfortably holding a cup of coffee. What on earth is this Croatian team doing? Damn it, if a man can't shoot, what kind of man is he? It's fine if the Croatian team is eliminated, but my Lin cannot be eliminated. If he is eliminated this early, how can I help him win the Golden Boy Award? In the locker room, Lin Yu stands beside Delio while the coaching staff discusses. Delio believes the focal point of the French counterattack is Grbić, but the coaches think it is Rabiot, as both assists came from him. I believe it's Grbić. Seeing the deadlock among the others, Lin Yu spoke up. I observed closely in the first half. Although they're passing and ball control points to Rabiot, it is Grbić who creates space for him and indicates the attacking direction. Wherever Grbić makes a forward run, Rabiot will pass the ball to that side. Thus we can predict Rabiot's passing direction based on Grbić's movements, allowing us to make anticipatory defensive plays. Lin Yu's thoughts aligned perfectly with what Coach Delio was considering. Delio patted Lin Yu's shoulder as the Croatian team adjusted their tactics. 15 minutes later, the second half of the match began. The French team continued using their first half tactics while Lin Yu had informed his teammates of the new tactical adjustments, especially the players on the wings, all prepared for defense. The French team did not change their tactics. Rabiot was still waiting for the opportunity, waiting for Grbić to signal him. The match continued. The Croatian team's defensive formation changed. Moro and Major positioned themselves on the left and right, ready to assist in wing defense. In the 52nd minute of the match, the French team slowly spread out their formation. Lin Yu sensed danger, turned sideways, and signaled for the Croatian team to prepare for defense. At this moment, the fans watching from the live broadcast saw all 11 Croatian players surrounding Lin Yu in a defensive formation. Lin Yu was like the core of the Croatian team, positioned centrally to direct his teammates' movements, completely controlling the entire team. Grbić indeed made a move. He sprinted forward, this time toward the right side. Coman was on the right. Rabiot dropped back to support as Upamecano made a quick forward pass. Lin Yu slightly turned towards his left side, which was also the French team's right attacking direction. Sosa received the signal and immediately shifted toward Coman. Moro also withdrew, simultaneously blocking Coman's forward space. Grbić's forward run had already created a passing opportunity for Rabiot, but Rabiot did not pass as Coman had no chance to avoid being offside. The French team's rhythm suddenly changed, and they lost their attacking direction for the first time. Delio initially thought this was just luck for the Croatian team, but 5 minutes later, with the successful defense from Major and Brekalo, the French team's sudden rhythm change tactic was once again restricted. Fans could also see that the Croatian team had found a way to counter the French team's new tactics. Now that their defense was stabilized, it was time for the Croatian team to counterattack. Lin Yu felt a bit anxious. With just over 30 minutes left in the match, the time for the Croatian team to equalize was running out. But the more anxious he became, the more Lin Yu forced himself to calm down. It was another observation moment. The ultimate soccer intelligence blended with the spatial awareness on the field as Lin Yu continuously explored the attacking direction. Thinking one step ahead was not enough. Even thinking 2 steps ahead was insufficient. To defeat the opponent, one must be able to see further into the attacking direction. You must be able to foresee the 3rd step, even the 4th step. Lin Yu was forcing himself to do just that. The more he thought this way, the more he observed Lin Yu felt his thought process becoming clearer and his understanding of the field. The entire stadium seemed to transform into a 3-dimensional space, dissected layer by layer in his mind. Every layer of space occupied by players along with the various areas of the field became extremely clear in his mind, even establishing connections between different spaces. In the 62nd minute of the match, Lin Yu received the ball in the center and decisively passed it to Major. Major intended to return the pass, but Lin Yu pointed to the left. Kalinic was available on the left. Major quickly distributed the ball. The Croatian team had a counterattack opportunity. Moro was making a forward run and Lin Yu was also making a significant forward run. Kalinic couldn't understand, neither could the French players. Lin Yu circled around Major from the right, sticking close to Ducour as he advanced toward the French penalty area, slightly turning and waving at Kalinic. Kalinic understood instantly and decisively made the pass. The ball rolled smoothly along the grass, heading straight for Matteo. Matteo received the ball, turned, and immediately saw Moro making a forward run behind him. He gently pushed the ball, sending it out again. Matteo acted as the pivot, and the ball was passed to the top of the penalty area. Moro intended to shoot, but out of the corner of his eye he noticed a figure in an unmarked position. Lin Yu, who had sprinted half the field, positioned himself perfectly between Upamecano and Hernandez as he entered. Bang! Moro decisively made a diagonal pass. The ball found Lin Yu perfectly. After receiving the ball, Lin Yu even had ample time to cut inside and create a shooting angle. Then he drew back his bow. Boom. A low-angled shot. The ball found the net. Croatian fans erupted. Linju dashed into the net to retrieve the ball. Croatia had no time to celebrate. Henry and Carragher exchanged glances, both shocked by what they saw in each other's eyes. They saw it more clearly than the fans. Goal. Lin. Anticipatory shot. This goal can't even be described as spectacular. How did he see that forward run? Henry exclaimed in shock. If I'm not mistaken, Lin didn't just execute a shot. He also anticipated the three-step run ahead. This is a truly world-class run, the best off-the-ball movement. I can even assert that there are very few players in football history who can make such a run. This guy, Navila's voice trembled. To anticipate a run 3 steps ahead at 17. This kind of positioning is truly something only a select few can achieve. He almost predicted the position. Henry understands this type of attacking run very well. From the moment he started from the midfield, I was observing him. I initially thought he would make a diagonal run to the top of the penalty area for a reverse triangle play, but Moro was making the same run. If he ran like that, he would overlap with Moro. Later I thought he would make a diagonal forward run to receive the ball at the near post, but Matteo was already there. It wouldn't be useful if he went there. Only this far post, seemingly the least threatening position, transformed into the most dangerous spot. 3-step. He completely saw through the essence of the French defense, finding an opportunity to score. At the moment Moro received the ball, he perfectly timed his positioning, allowing Moro to pass swiftly, while leaving the French defense with no reaction, creating a scoring opportunity. A perfect world-class run. A 17-year-old player can possess such an understanding of the game and running pattern. Incredible. This is the most outstanding young player in today's football, bar none. Henry was raving. However, for the Croatian team, they still needed a goal. The Croatian players celebrated and quickly returned to their half, preparing for the game to resume. With the referee's whistle, the match continued. Having just scored, the Croatian team's morale was high. They gradually counterattacked, putting the French team at a disadvantage for the first time in the match. In the 77th minute of the match, Linju employed the same tactic, making a swift forward run. French players surrounded him simultaneously. Ducour and Upamecano were pressuring Linju from the front and back. Linju circled in from the right, his speed still impressive. Ever since he integrated the template of Yaya Touré, his acceleration ability had been growing stronger. Moro held the ball on the left. A quick horizontal pass. The ball sped across the field. But Rabiot anticipated the direction correctly and intercepted it a step early. Counterattack. The midfield for Croatia was empty. Rabiot with his long legs took huge strides while dribbling. His speed was so fast that he reached the Croatian backline in just a few steps. Marshall stretched wide on the left, while Koeman sought opportunities on the right. But this time Rabiot passed to the center. Encham used his back to shield the defender, twisting and turning, utilizing his strength to create space. Adjusting his position sideways, Encham launched a low shot in the opposite direction. Bang! The shot was on target. Encham fooled Ivan Nevstik. Croatian fans held their heads in disbelief, while French fans celebrated with raised arms. Big Turam was especially cheering with his fists. The ball went in. This goal would once again change the course of the match. The ball went in. Even Hiwe found it hard to believe. Just as the opponents were about to counter, the French team scored. This goal was incredibly crucial, simply magnificent. Encham's goal was worth its weight in gold. The French team extended their lead to 3-1. They now led the Croatian team by 2 goals with only a few minutes left in the match. The Croatian team was undoubtedly sinking into despair. Linju stood with his hands on his hips, turning to see his Croatian teammates frozen in place, as if they had fallen. If the French team scored again, when there was no hope, the Croatian players wouldn't feel this way. But just when you reignite hope, the opponents score again. This feeling is terrifying. You would instantly lose all hope and subconsciously question whether you could still turn the tide. Perhaps the Croatian team really couldn't advance from the group. I can accept it. I never expected the Croatian team to advance. We fought hard against the French team. We've done our... It's truly difficult. The strength of the French team is indeed too strong, and the two teams are not even on the same. While everyone was feeling down, one figure dashed back to his position, clapping and roaring, his voice penetrating. It was Linju. He paused for a moment, then rushed back to his half, standing in his position, waiting for the game to continue. There is still time left in the match. Remember, this is football. In the world of football, anything is possible. Don't give up, at least not now. We haven't reached the end yet. The camera zoomed in on Linju, veins bulging on his neck, his face showing no fear or panic, only a fighting spirit. When even a 17-year-old boy can rally in adversity and display fighting spirit, how could you not be inspired? The Croatian players returned to their positions. He is right, brothers. The match time is not over. Moro said. Remember the adjustments we made during halftime. Remember our tactics. There is absolutely still a chance. Vardiel also shouted. The Croatian fans in the stands continued waving flags and singing the team song, seemingly unconcerned that their team was 2 goals behind. Dario stood on the sidelines with his hands in his pockets, nodding slightly. He is Croatian and naturally a fan of the Croatian team. For Croatian football, this moment is an experience they have encountered far too often. Croatia has never been the strongest, but that does not mean the Croatian team cannot achieve glory. The French team thought they had defeated the Croatian team, but what awaited them was still a resilient, tenacious opponent who gave their all in every run, especially Linju. The fans gradually rose to their feet. All the Croatian fans stood up. No one could sit back and watch because all their eyes were on that one figure. That was a figure who continuously sprinted, covering every inch of the field with all his might, seizing opportunities to break forward, striving to defend, and constantly urging every teammate to focus on the opponent and inspire them. That should have been a young and immature figure, but at this moment, he bore the flag of the Croatian team. The light of hope always needs someone to ignite it first, and Linju was willing to be that torchbearer. Linju was sure that Dario's temporary adjustment was not wrong. The Croatian team just needed to continue using their tactics. In the 80th minute of the match, Linju sprinted, making another run along the right side. Upamecano rushed in. Midway through the sprint, Linju suddenly slowed down, then proactively engaged in a confrontation, slamming his left shoulder against Dukor. The latter stumbled back a step, instantly losing his defensive position. It was this step that allowed Linju to seize the opportunity. His diagonal figure darted forward like an eel. Kalinic hurriedly passed the ball. Bang! The pass headed straight for the center. Linju sidestepped Upamecano and received the ball with his left foot. Just as he was about to shoot, Upamecano suddenly charged in. This was a tactical foul. When shooting, being bumped would only make him lose balance instantly. But as Linju fell, he felt a surge of power beneath his feet. His right foot tensed up instantly. The inertia of his body leaning backwards suddenly propelled him forward. Linju swung his left leg, concentrating all his Bodis inertia on the surface of his left foot. Swinging. With a gust of wind. Bang! The surging power was fiercely unleashed by Linju into the center of the football. Like a Jedi facing the darkness with one last sword, it pierced through with all pride and glory, shining the light of dawn. In the muffled gray haze, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the chaos. Bang! Like a venomous serpent, like a blade unsheathed. The soccer ball flew towards the goal, gliding just above the grass, emitting a whistling sound as it struck the net, without any spin. Just 3 minutes later, Linju scored another goal for the Croatian team. A brace. The morale of the French team, which had just been lifted, was utterly shattered. Even Neville couldn't help but rise in cheers. It's in. He doesn't believe that the Croatian team will collapse from here. He believes that destiny will be in his own hands. He scored again. An explosion in the face of adversity. A breakthrough in dire straits. This goal ignited the passion of all Croatian fans. Regardless of how you see it, this goal has truly made me a fan of Lin. This guy is so tenacious, his style truly belongs to Croatia, and his soul genuinely embodies the spirit of Croatian football. I believe the head coach of the Croatian first team won't overlook his performance. Perhaps in the upcoming 2014 Brazil World Cup, during this scorching summer, there will be a place for him in the Croatian first team. In the Huaxiao live broadcast room, Huey also felt it was unbelievable. He must be tired of this tragic beauty trope, so he must stand up for himself at this moment. All the fans in the live broadcast rooms, please remember, no matter how dire your circumstances, never give up. Don't let your dreams shatter. Only faith and dreams can lead you to break through the siege. Linju still did not celebrate. He merely rushed into the net, pushed away Lafont, who tried to interfere, quickly cradled the ball in his arms, high-fived his teammates, and then stomped the ball fiercely on the center circle before returning to his position. His figure stood tall, as if a flowing crimson cloak were billowing behind him in the wind. A fierce light shone from his eyes as Linju softly said, "The real battle has just begun." The match had completely reached a boiling point. No matter how confident you are, you wouldn't dare relax at this moment, for there exists a presence in the opposing team like that of a reaper. 2 defenders were no longer enough. The French team even sent 3 to mark him. Dukor, Gerbic, and Rabiot formed a triangular blockade in the center. The French team completely abandoned offense. Their trident returned to assist in defense. With less than 10 minutes left in the match, if the French team can survive these few minutes, they will secure a spot to advance, and there's no need to fight it out with Croatia. The French team played a defensive strategy, while the Croatian team pressed forward with all their might, creating a one-sided situation. But when a team of France's caliber goes all out in defense, you should understand how hard it is to break through. The commentator's voice grew increasingly excited. Every offense and defense signified a possible shift in the battle, a shift that affected not only this match, but also the advancement situation of the entire group. Thus, fans of the Sakura team and the Spanish team, watching the live screen, were quite anxious. Both teams' fans were worried that the Croatian team would score again. Even if the match ended in a draw, the advancement situation for Spain and the Sakura team would be worse than that of Croatia. Mateo. Forceful turn. Shot. Blocked by Upamecano, but there's still a chance for a follow-up. Follow up and shoot. Blocked again. Nsumes, beautiful block. He stopped Polinic's follow-up shot. Croatian fans are right. What a pity that shot didn't go in. The opportunities for the Croatian team are indeed increasing, but it's extremely difficult to capitalize on them. The French team is playing all out in defense. Their formation is solid, giving the Croatian team no chance to face the goal for a shot. Again, it's an attack from the Croatian team, a direct pass to Linju in the middle. Linju adjusted a step when he received the ball, observed, and then directly shot with a curl. He had little space to adjust. A beautiful curving ball flew towards the goal. At a critical moment, Lafont dove to the side, executing a sensational save, lifting the ball over the crossbar. A world-class save drew enthusiastic cheers. That shot didn't go in. Another world-class save. Lafont's save was outstanding. Linju has done his best. Hiwei even subconsciously began to speak the closing remarks as there were only a few minutes left until the end of the match. In this match, he scored a brace and almost single-handedly took up the banner of Croatia's counterattack, activating his teammates Mateo and Polinic. His teammates also performed excellently with no faults to point out. Indeed, the Croatian team performed well. If they lose, there's only one reason: the French team is indeed superior. In the world of football, losing means accepting it. You stand at attention to take the hits. The strong are the role makers, and this is an unchanging truth in the world of football. Croatian fans were too anxious. Although they didn't want this emotion to affect the players, there were only 3 minutes left until the end of the match. The fourth official raised the stoppage time board, and there were only 3 minutes of stoppage time, which was the regular stoppage. 3 minutes would determine the advancement situation for the Croatian team. As Kalinic delivered another cross, Mateo's header went over the crossbar. The match had reached the 92nd minute. Mateo hurriedly waved his hand, and the referee pointed to the corner flag area. Mateo's header hit Upamecano's head and flew over the crossbar. This is the last attacking opportunity for the Croatian team. Even the goalkeeper has charged up. The Croatian team pressed forward entirely. Keeping any players would be meaningless. Even if they conceded one more goal, losing 2-4 or 2-3 would yield the same result. But if they could score, it would mean an equalizer. All Croatian players pressed into the French penalty area. Linyu waited at the top of the arc, holding his breath, flanked by Dukor and Gerbic. These two guys tightly clamped him. Beep. The referee's whistle blew. Kalinic took the corner. He swung his body with all his might, his lower body and upper body forming a bow-like shape. His right foot swung tight, the ankle powerfully twisting against the ball. The soccer ball shot out at high speed, carving a wide arc in the air due to its rapid spin. With extreme speed and a wide arc, the soccer ball headed towards the back post. In the French penalty area, Mateo leaped with all his strength, miraculously snatching the first drop between Upamecano and Nsome. Instead of directing the ball towards the goal, he angled it toward the center of the penalty area. This was a corner strategy that the Croatian team had practiced many times. Linyu, who had been beside Mateo, had already started. He shook off his defender. Taking advantage of the French defense's focus on Mateo, Linyu circled into the center of the penalty area. He jumped towards Mateo's pass. There was some distance, but Linyu used a diving header leap. His whole body soared in the air, defying Newton's pull. Linyu jumped, reaching the highest point just as he met Mateo. His figure even seemed to hover for a moment. Bang! It hit. The soccer ball instantly flew towards the French goal. Lafont instinctively waved his hand, barely missing the ball, but it still went in. Croatian players clasped their heads, uncontrollably chasing after Linyu in a frenzy. Linyu struggled to get up, charging towards the sidelines, leaping over the advertising board, and ran towards the Croatian fan stands, raising his fists and cheering before all the Croatian fans. Croatian fans erupted in celebration. Dario led the Croatian coaching staff in a frenzied run along the sidelines. Carragher leaned back, his eyes wide with shock. Henry slammed his fist on the table. Carragher even jumped onto his chair, waving his fists in celebration. Hiwei clasped his head with both hands, unconsciously rising to cheer. Oh, it's a goal. Heavens, it's in. Linyu, an equalizer? What a stunning equalizer. Hiwei's voice even carried a hint of tears. Please don't believe that victory will come as easily as dandelions on a hillside. But please believe that there are indeed some beautiful things in this world worth our all-out effort. Linyu has preserved the hope for Croatia's advancement. At this moment, he is the hero of all Croatian fans. The greatness of such a hero is beyond your imagination. Fans, please remember. His name is Linyu. The feather that sinks the boat. Run wildly. Spread your arms and run freely. Linyu couldn't help but dash forward uncontrollably. Although he had just scored the equalizer, it felt as if a surge of energy was coursing through his body, and all Linyu wanted was to run endlessly. Run to the ends of the world. Run to all the Croatian fans. The Croatian fans have gone mad. The entire stands were filled with Croatian supporters rushing towards Linyu. At this moment, it seemed that the figure before them was not merely a player, but the savior of the Croatian team. In fact, Linyu indeed played such a role in this match. All the commentary, all the fans, no one could have anticipated that the Croatian team would actually draw with the French team. This is a draw, but I want to say this is not just a draw. You need to understand that the Croatian team which achieved this draw had a pre-match fan support rate of 30%. The Croatian team which secured this draw was deemed by the vast majority of fans as incapable of advancing from the group stage before the tournament began. Although they have not yet secured a spot in the knockout stage, they currently have 4 points from 2 games with 1 win and 1 draw, equal to the French team, making them the team with the highest possibility of advancing in this group. The terrifying competitiveness of this group also confirms its title as the Group of Death, as all 4 teams have performed quite well. On the other hand, the Cherry Blossom team lost to the Spanish team 23, and they were close to equalizing, but unfortunately time ran out, leaving them with very little time to play. The third round will be a crucial battle for advancement in the Group of Death. Hiwei also became excited unconsciously. Theoretically, all 3 teams have a chance to advance. If Spain can defeat the Croatian team, they will have 2 wins and 1 loss, successfully advancing from the group. If they are held to a draw or lose to Croatia, they will sadly exit the tournament. Can you believe it? One of France, Spain, and Croatia will not be able to advance to the knockout stage, which perfectly illustrates the fierce competition in this U17 World Cup. There are too many strong teams and too many outstanding talented players. The match time was running out. When Lin Yu finished his celebration and returned to his half, the French team eagerly kicked off. But just as the ball was kicked off, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. The match is over. Dear fans, this highly anticipated focal battle has set a viewership record for the group stage of this tournament so far. Lin Yu helped the team secure victory, and with his hat-trick, he is undoubtedly the standout player in the Croatian team. After the 3 whistles, all the Croatian players rushed towards Lin Yu at the same time. They tightly gathered around Lin Yu, cheering and jumping as if they had already won the championship. For the Croatian team, this was a precious battle for redemption. Dario maintained a calm demeanor as he shook hands with Dubarry, and then walked back to the locker room, his face devoid of any expression. Lin Yu wanted to do the same. Isn't it just about showing off? Which man doesn't want to show off? Yet the joy still overshadowed his inner worries. Lin Yu knew that to advance, Croatia still faced a crucial battle, but before that the players could at least take a good breath. If the Croatian team continues to use Lin as a workhorse, I will really have to call the police. I want to arrest Dario. The happiness of the Croatian fans did not mean that everyone would be happy. Rogers and Leander were watching the live broadcast of the match, while Alec was fidgeting nearby, even picking up his phone. I don't understand why all the core responsibilities are placed on Lin's shoulders. Can't Moro take on some? Or other players like Mayer? The Croatian team's playing style wasn't like this before Lin joined. Rogers pressed down the fidgeting Alec and took the whiskey from Leander's hand. How many times do I have to say it? Coaches don't drink, and drinking interferes with coaching strategy. After saying this, Rogers gulped down a few sips, as if trying to numb himself with alcohol. Dario's approach is beneficial for Lin. He needs playing time, and actually the distance he needs to run is not much. He is merely assuming the tactical core role. This way, when he returns to Liverpool, we can also tap into more of his potential and achieve better results. After saying this, Rogers took another sip of whiskey. Leander was drooling at the side. That's not right, boss. Leander seemed to have thought of something. If they keep playing like this, Croatia might actually advance from the group. Hearing this, Rogers also stopped his actions while Alec beside him was dumbfounded. Yeah, if they advance from the group, Lin's time to return to the Liverpool first team will be delayed by at least 6 days. Damn it, I have to cheer for Spain in the next match. Just like the coaching staff, Liverpool fans also had this complex feeling. The legendary feelings of Liverpool were also complex, but that did not stop them from wildly praising Lin Yu on social media. Since the reformation of the English Football League into the Premier League, Liverpool has never won the Premier League title because they lack an absolute leader, a true super talent. An absolute leader will naturally grow from a super talent, and now Liverpool seems to have found such a player. Given this, the entire Liverpool club will not miss the opportunity to create momentum for Lin Yu. Barry make used some of his connections, and with the networks of the Liverpool chairman and Rogers, soon Lin Yu's performance flooded all major European social platforms. All major sports channels, and even fan hot search lists were dominated by Lin Yu. Steven Gerrard, this is the most brilliant individual performance I've seen in the past 20 years. Lampard, this kind of midfield player has the style I had back in my day, don't you think so, Gerrard? Gerrard replied, please don't include me in such shameless remarks in the future, and don't me. Modric, his coverage ability is like a combination of me and Rakitic. I'm looking forward to seeing you in the first. Gattuso, this kid plays in a style very similar to mine. Come over to my place one day, and he'll have the mafia clear. Nesta, Gattuso, look at his good looks, look at his physique, and then look down at your 2 short legs, and especially that particularly small one in the middle. How can you dare say he looks like you? If anyone should be compared, it should be to the charming me. Maldini, gentlemen, forgive me, and my little brothers here are just too thick-skinned. Unlike me, I've always been thin-skinned, and wouldn't boast about myself. I believe Lin has the shadow of my past self. Fierce, handsome, wild, charming, and dashing. Carragher, you guys, that's enough. Have you all finished your praises? Then it's my turn to brag. Hee. They've gone mad, completely mad. Neville shook his head. Look at these people, there's not a shred of rationality left. They've only played a few good matches, and you all are inflating them into legends. Just a hat-trick, and you've crowned him a king. Can you show a little restraint? Aren't they all seasoned football legends? Neville crossed his arms, his face. At that moment, Carragher mysteriously lifted his phone, revealing a photo that showed Neville's private message to Lin Yu. Don't be surprised, it's not something Lin gave me. I stumbled upon it while borrowing Lin's social account during an interview, so Carragher aimed the photo at the camera, which prominently displayed Lin. I am Neville. My wife is your loyal fan. Could you send me a signed jersey? It would be best if you could write happy birthday to my wife, thank you. Neville, your wife wants a jersey. Surely she doesn't want you to wear Lin's jersey, and then. Neville grabbed Carragher by the neck. You bastard. How am I supposed to survive at Sky Sports with you doing this? The last time so many legends praised the same person madly on social media within European football was. For these legends, they had long since retired, having earned enough money. Choosing retirement was merely for some leisure. Both Carragher and Neville were at Sky Sports primarily for entertainment, neither taking sides nor blindly supporting any particular player. Because if that player fell from grace, they too would be affected. But after this match, the Liverpool legends were going crazy. Many European legends also chose to support Lin Yu. Lin Yu never imagined he would receive such admiration. Even during the post-match press conference when surrounded by too many reporters, he had to temporarily leave to prevent safety issues. The post-match press conference venue for the U17 World Cup wasn't large and couldn't compare with the Premier League. Too many people would cause congestion. Back in the locker room, Dario remained calm. Brothers, we just need one more match to advance from the group stage. The scales of victory have tilted in our favor. As long as we aim for a draw and strive for victory, we can. But I want to tell you, do not think of a draw. Our only goal is to defeat Spain. Against France, Dario came with a determination to win, and the players treated this match as their last opportunity to. It was precisely for this reason that the team successfully secured a point. But if you set a draw as your target, your result might not even reach that. Linyu was thrilled. The closer you get to the trophy, the more you are immersed in this competitive atmosphere, igniting all your competitive instincts. You want to challenge higher peaks. Linyu was filled with this very thought, bursting with a desire to battle. After returning to the hotel, you still felt unsatisfied with the game. He took a hot shower followed by a warm bath, and after a brief ice bath to cool down, he changed into fresh clothes and headed to the first floor of the hotel for recreational activities. Most teammates were resting on the first floor. Gvardiol had already showered and was sitting next to the ping-pong table. Everyone gathered around. Seeing Linyu, Gvardiol stood up and shouted, wielding his racket like a weapon. Today I officially challenge Lin. An official challenge. Are you challenging Lin's football skills? Then you might as well give up. Lin could take you down. Moro's words drew hearty laughter from the players. Damn it, who do you look down on? Of course I scoff at challenging his. Gvardiol felt a bit guilty. What I want to challenge is table tennis. I, Gvardiol, have practiced table tennis skills diligently since childhood, and in my view, I am the best table tennis player in the football world. Huh. The other players clearly did not believe him. Linyu remained silent, simply picking up the table tennis racket and standing before Gvardiol. With a crisp sound, the match officially began. Half an hour later, the first game 11-0, the second game 11-0. I declare best of 3. Lin wins. Lin completely defeated Gvardiol. Linyu put down his racket, casually styled his hair, tilted his head slightly up, and gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, savoring the adoring glances from those around him, as well as Gvardiol's look of despair. No. This is impossible. The players would not let this opportunity to mock Gvardiol slip by. Haha, Gvardiol, it seems that if it were a football match your chances might be slightly better, at least you'd have a 1% chance. But against Lin in table tennis you have no chance at all. To put it bluntly, even if my grandma went barefoot and casually tossed the ball, she could at least score 1 point. How could you be shut out for 2 consecutive games? Maybe it's because he took it too seriously, just like multiple choice questions. If the questions are too difficult, don't take it seriously. Trust me, random guesses can yield miracles. The team's atmosphere was great. 1 win and 1 draw instilled more confidence in the team, which was exactly what As the players were playing, assistant coach Krish suddenly rushed in with his phone. During recreational time, players were not allowed to bring their phones. Dario wanted the players to concentrate fully on relaxation, free from distractions, to achieve the best recovery for both mental and muscular endurance. What's going on that's so urgent? Krish, did Moro's sister confess to me, and you caught it? Gvardiol whistled as he approached while Moro put his arm around Gvardiol's neck. I told my sister long ago that she can find any boyfriend she wants, just not a football player like you. But Lin is fine. Linyu, sour cue, do not disturb. It's... Krish gasped, grabbed the bottle of mineral water from Gvardiol, and drank it all in one go. It's... Haha. Krish gasped for breath again. He had now attracted all the players in the entertainment hall, everyone looking increasingly anxious. Spit it out, man. Mayer locked Krish's throat, leaping onto his back and shaking him wildly. At this moment, Dario also walked in. It's the transfer value rankings. They just announced all players' latest market values. You all have your new market value. As soon as the young players heard this, they immediately snatched the phone from Krish to check their own values. Linyu, however, was not in a hurry, standing beside Dario, looking at his brothers, goofing off, a faint smile on his lips. Typically, this was a smile only a father would show when looking at his son. Of course, Linyu was happy to refer to his good brothers as his sons, but Dario knew he was only 17. The more Dario interacted with Linyu, the more amazed he became. This young man displayed remarkable maturity and composure. Whether on or off the pitch, even at post-match press conferences facing reporters' tricky questions, he could respond flawlessly with eloquent nonsense. In 2 days we face Spain. I believe in you, Dario said. Linyu wrapped his arm around Dario's shoulder, returning a confident smile. Suddenly, Gvardiol's scream nearly pierced through the hotel door, echoing in the streets among countless fans. Lin, your new market value. 40 million euros. What the hell, did I just get robbed? 40 million. Are you still using euros as the unit, damn it? As soon as the new market value rankings were released by the transfer market, Sky Sports immediately held a special program to discuss the players' values. Naturally, the most debated player among fans is Linyu. I really can't believe it, 40 million euros. Can he really be worth 40 million euros? In the face of Neville's doubts, even Carragher chose to remain silent. Henry covered his ears. Stop making. Why is the volume so loud? Yeah, Lin is outstanding. He has played several Premier League matches, performed excellently, and is also favored by Rodgers. He has been highly regarded by the Croatian team, and performed remarkably in the U17 World Cup. But can this really raise his market value to 40 million euros? Carragher couldn't help but speak up. How much did Liverpool actually pay for him? Not even €1 million. Isn't this pure fraud? Isn't Real Madrid going to report this? Henry laughed happily. After all, he once played for Barcelona. Liverpool brought Lin in by activating the buyout clause. It didn't cost much, just a few €100,000. So Lin's current market value has multiplied dozens of times compared to the beginning of the season, which is truly terrifying, something I didn't expect. Henry was also caught off guard. Even these legends were surprised, and those fans who never liked Lin only intensified their criticism. Soon numerous posts began to circulate online filled with aggressive comments. I really can't believe it, 40 million. If this money were given to a country, it would be enough for them to invest heavily in infrastructure. Yet they think a 17-year-old player is worth €40 million. €40 million. How much do those season stars cost? Are you telling me he's worth €40 million? This is definitely the biggest joke in football history regarding market value. They'll say it here, he will soon be exposed. €40 million is a complete joke. Barley Make did not engage in public relations. Only the weak need public relations. Barley Make knows that for the strong these are just. It was a crucial group match, Croatia against Spain, and before the match the media was once again focusing on Lin. Dario could guess with his backside that someone was secretly scheming to undermine Lin's performance. Therefore Dario intended to find Lin to comfort him. On the evening before the match on September 21st, Dario went up to the second floor of the hotel and found Lin. As he was about to push the door open, laughter came from inside. "You're cheating, Lin. I saw you hiding a card under your leg. We were just playing for fun. How could you do this? Come on, it's not poker, just a puzzle card game." Dario finally realized where the gift he bought for his son had gone. The box clearly stated educational card games suitable for children aged 6 and above, but somehow it disappeared. He didn't expect it to be stolen and played with by these guys. Listening to the laughter from inside, Dario turned and went downstairs. His worries were completely unnecessary. On September 22nd, at the UAE Sena Arena, over 20,000 fans were present, with Spanish fans wearing red jerseys, while the Croatian fans remained tough, as usual. The starting lineups had been submitted. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, it was still Hiwei. "Hello fans. I'm Hiwei, happy to meet you all again. First, let's take a look at both teams' starting lineups. For Spain, Ridgecard has put out the strongest lineup still in their favored 433 possession formation. Goalkeeper Adrian. Defenders Aaron Martin, Vallejo, Antonio Juan Garcia. Midfielders Rodriguez, Allen. Forwards Pedresa, Borja Mayoral, Adama Traore. The most noteworthy players are definitely their forwards Borja Mayoral, who came from Castilla, Real Madrid's youth academy, performing excellently with great potential. Adama Traore is from La Masia, Barcelona's youth academy, also with immense potential and strong breakthrough. Hiwei looked at Traore's photo, surely popular in Chengdu. He is a muscular breakaway player, not at all frail. His muscles do not affect his explosiveness on the field. He is like a tank charging through. Hiwei continued the introduction. For the Croatian team, goalkeeper Ivan Nevestic has performed excellently in the previous 2 matches. Defenders Sosa, Gvardiol. Brekalo, Bonkovic. Midfielders Moro, Major, Linu. Forwards Kalinic, Mateo, Mizci. Major has been given a starting opportunity as his defensive ability is stronger compared to Mayer. Both teams were ready in the player tunnel. Linu stood at the back of the team, constantly clapping to encourage every teammate. The Croatian team was united. The referee Di Lorenzo led both teams onto the field. Moments later the match started. Beep. Spain kicked off first. Soon Linu felt the sensation he experienced against Manchester City. Just like against Manchester City, Spain played possession with all short passes, constantly wearing down Croatia's patience. But Linu had some insights. Focus, don't watch the ball, watch the man. Think about their next attacking direction, look in that direction, don't focus on the ball. Under Lin's reminders, the Croatian players maintained a high level of concentration without being pulled apart by the pace of the match thus became stagnant. Fans seemed to have gotten used to it. Spain did the same against France, making the match quite boring. In the 9th minute of the match, Spain made a short pass from the back, steadily moving the ball to the right. Rodriguez made a diagonal short pass to Adama Traore. As Adama Traore received the ball, he controlled the pace and suddenly burst forward facing Sosa. His shoulders sank instantly, then propelled his body forward. Sosa managed to keep up with his first explosive step, but immediately after Adama Traore slammed into Sosa with his strong shoulder, pushing him aside. Spanish fans eagerly anticipated his breakthrough. Fans hurriedly stood up to watch. Adama Traore continued his breakthrough, forcefully cutting inside. He took a shot. Bang! A shot from a tight angle. Ivan Nevestic hurriedly dove to save. The ball soared higher and seemed to extinguish the cheers of the Spanish fans. At that moment, if a plane flew over the stadium, it undoubtedly wouldn't escape unscathed. Oh no, he shot it over. Traore shot it into the sky. Well, this is Adama Traore. He has a strong breakthrough ability, but it seems that when God created him, all his talent points were focused on his breakthrough. Besides breaking through, his crossing and finishing abilities are quite poor, Dario said expressionlessly. Sosa's defensive strategy was designed by Dario specifically to counter Adama Traore. This seemingly wrong defensive tactic actually limited Adama Traore's space for direct shots. Therefore, if he wanted to shoot, he had to cut inside first, take a step to adjust before shooting. However, Dario had studied Traore's shooting habits. If he cut inside and then shot, he would mostly miss. Thus Adama Traore's threat would be greatly reduced. The match continued and Spain's attacks remained the same, particularly the direction of their offense, which was too one-dimensional. This was more in line with the tactics Dario had originally set. Spain's attacking direction was very one-sided, mostly relying on Adama Traore to break through to create opportunities for Mayoral. As time flowed, the Croatian team's defensive effectiveness became increasingly evident. Seeing their backline gradually stabilize, Linyu began to take charge of the attacking strategy. Once again, it was high pressing. In the 22nd minute of the match, Spain attempted to play out from the back, passing the ball to Alex. Moro had already anticipated this, feigning disinterest while secretly moving towards the passing direction. As Alex made the pass to the flank, Moro successfully intercepted and quickly launched a counterattack. The Croatian team surged forward like a tide. The counter-pressing tactic completely tore through Spain's defense, like a refined matador holding a red cape expecting the fierce bull to charge at the flag. Yet the bull ignored the flag and aimed its horn straight at the matador's belly, charging fiercely. This collision completely tore through Spain's defense. In the middle of the field, a figure stood out. Linyu was calling for the ball. Snap! Moro quickly made a short pass piercing through Spain's defense. Linyu received the ball, turned, and with a gentle touch evaded the pressing soul. Light. Poetic. A clever flick over the defender, then with his left foot, he pushed the ball forward. Linyu accelerated, continuing his sprint. Rodriguez charged in. Judging the distance, Linyu executed a bicycle kick, his left foot explosively touching the ball. The bicycle feint changed direction. Like Yaya Touré's template, he dazzled. Successfully past Rodriguez, Linyu went past two players. Oh! All the fans stood up to watch. Facing the defense, Linyu suddenly came to a halt, but the ball did not stop. This sudden stop completely deceived Vallejo's center of gravity. Vallejo also stumbled to a halt. But in the next moment, Linyu launched again. Still as a maiden, swift as a hare. Vallejo moved, but he couldn't keep up with Linyu's second acceleration. Vallejo's determined gaze followed Linyu's figure, wavering, his body and thoughts diverging. His movements couldn't keep pace with his defensive instincts. Thus, bang! Vallejo fell to the ground. Linyu went past three players. Entering the penalty area, he shot facing the defense. Bang! A cannon-like close-range shot. Adrian was left stunned. Croatian fans rejoiced wildly. Rijkaard sighed with his hands on his hips. Dario cheered with his fist raised. WTF. A solo run. He went past three players. A one-man charge. The Croatian team used their signature counter-pressing tactic, simultaneously applying pressure from both flanks to create a breakthrough route for Linyu in the center. Linyu did not waste the opportunity. He won 3 unknown chances consecutively. That's right, you heard me right, he won 3 times in a row. After going past 3 players, he entered the penalty area, showcasing a terrifying violent beauty as he struck the ball into the net, another signature blast from him. Adrian had no reaction. After scoring, Linyu rushed to the sidelines, pounding his chest, first raising his left hand to show the number 4 representing his market value, then placing his right hand by his ear, provocatively challenging the black fans in front of the live camera. Barley Make in the stands was delighted, crossing his legs and taking a sip of refreshing dark beer. Cheers. Beside him, Carly similarly crossed her legs, shaking her red-soled high heels that enveloped her black stockings. Why do you guys have to provoke him? Is 40 million too much for him? I think it's just right. Hung Lee pinched a seam with his hand, and the people of the stick country felt offended. Just right, Carriage said as well. Neville could only raise his middle finger. 2 of them. Anyway, Neville would never turn against them at the last moment, at least that's what he said. He simply does not support Linyu. As a legend of Manchester United, he naturally cannot support the genius of Liverpool, even though he has been somewhat impressed by Linyu's abilities. The fans in the live broadcast room, especially those of the Croatian team and Liverpool, found it thrilling. The barrage completely filled the entire live broadcast room. Isn't a young player like this worth 40 million? Although it might be a bit inflated, he is young and his potential is visible. In a few more years, he will only become stronger. To be honest, do you think Liverpool would sell him for 40 million euros? If they are willing to sell, there are too many clubs wanting to buy Lin. They are countless. 40 million. That's just my breakfast money. Oh, I want to eat breakfast tomorrow. Real Madrid, as long as you dare to make an offer, I will transfer the money to you. The upstairs guy, I told you to eat more peanuts and drink less alcohol, but you just wouldn't listen. The match was going too smoothly. The Croatian fans didn't expect it, and neither did the Spanish team, but Linyu had foreseen it. Linyu always believed that Croatia's style is to restrain teams like Spain that rely on short passes and control. Moreover, Spain's play is not at its peak. Their offense relies on Traore as the breakthrough point. Thus, Linyu believed that compared to Manchester City, the Spanish team plays more like an incomplete version. Not fully utilizing everything means every aspect is a weakness and not comprehensive enough. Croatia has fully developed their counterattacking style, and Linyu is confident that the Spanish team cannot stop such a precise counterattacking tactic. In the last match, the French team was able to score a last-minute goal against Spain because they executed their counterattack to perfection, logically tearing through Spain's defense. The Croatian team has long been determined to defeat Spain through an extreme counterattack. Spain did not change their tactics. This was exactly what Dario hoped to see. The less you change your tactics, the lower Spain's chances of winning become, and the higher the power of Croatia's counterattack. Style clashes exist in the football world. From the current perspective, at least Croatia's tactics have completely outclassed Spain's. They are bolder and more threatening. Clearly their overall market value is lower than Spain's, yet they play with more drive than Spain. The match entered a critical stage where Croatia frequently created opportunities. Mayorga, a beautiful interception. Spain's passing is too soft like cotton candy pink. Spread to the wing, another counterattack. Kalinic advances with the ball. His speed is incredible. Down to the baseline. Cross it in. Mateo. Beautiful. Hiwe shouted. Although the shot didn't go in, Croatia's attack flows like water. Every time they intercept the ball, Croatia can launch a counterattack and convert it into a shot. That is their skill. Ivan Nivisic holds the ball in the backfield, though no one from the Spanish team is pressuring him. He even brings the ball out of the penalty area. Mayoral finally catches up. Ivan Nivisic makes a short pass to the defensive midfielder. Moro returns the pass, and Gvardiol holds the ball. Who is really the one playing possession? The Croatian team is playing too relaxed. They are performing excellently, completely controlling the possession and pace. Gvardiol observes for a moment after receiving the ball. Bang! A long-range switch. On the right side, he finds Mizic. Mizic controls the ball, steadily waiting for his teammates to support him. Mizic controls the ball and waits for his teammates' support. The Spanish team's defensive formation clearly cannot keep up with Croatia's forward momentum. Moro takes a few steps to shake off the defense. Slap. Mizic passes quickly. Moro receives the ball and makes a reverse pass. A 1-2 combination. The ball goes back to Mizic. Mizic runs down to the right baseline. Without observing, he directly crosses it. A half-high ball flies toward the center. Mateo stays at the back post. He can't get to the ball, but another figure rushes in. Linyu has already dashed into the penalty area. The ball is directed towards his back, making it hard for him to take a shot. But with his back to the goal, a spark of inspiration exploded in Linyu's mind. Linyu almost instinctively jumped. He flipped his body. As Linyu soared into the air, everyone knew what he was about to do. He was going for an acrobatic bicycle kick. The Croatian players anticipated it. The Spanish players also anticipated it. But they were powerless to stop it. Once such an imaginative move begins, you can't prevent it. Linyu pushed off with his right foot. His powerful core strength continuously drove his body upward. Along with the force of his right foot, Linyu's lower body rose and his left leg began to swing upward. Linyu steadied his upper body and slightly spread his arms. At this moment his whole body was suspended in midair, his back almost parallel to the ground. His left foot was still rising. Like a soft sword, it instantly stiffened straight. Forming a 90-degree angle with the ground, his foot made solid contact with the falling football in midair. Like a Roman sculpture, he executed an acrobatic bicycle kick. Bang! The soccer ball struck the ground at an angle, then bounced back. It shot into the net at a 45-degree angle. Adrian made no move, transforming himself into a close-range spectator, applauding as Linyu scored. Indeed, Adrian applauded. Even the Spanish fans ceased their jeers, insults, and all actions, rising in unison, hands on their heads, faces reflecting astonishment. Many fans eagerly looked up at the big screen in the stadium, waiting to see the replay of the goal. Goal! Goal! As a top attacker, Henry certainly understood the significance of this goal. Therefore, at this moment, he appeared more excited than anyone else. Unbelievable. Unmatched. Absolutely spectacular. With 2 goals, Lin is simply dominating the World Cup at his age. He is a genius among geniuses. Seeing Adrian applaud for him, and even some Spanish fans joining in, Linyu placed his right hand over his chest, while running, smiling, and nodding in response. That's just how Linyu is. If others respect him, he will respect them in return. In the Huaxiao livestream, Hiwei represented all Huaxiao fans, sharing in their excitement. The whole world knows what he is about to do. He is going to turn and execute a bicycle kick. But you just can't and he did it. Perfect execution. Perfect goal. I can already say this goal is a frontrunner for this season's 2-0. Spain has been overwhelmed by the Croatian team in this crucial match, or rather they have been left in disarray by Linyu alone in just half a game's time. As long as they maintain this rhythm, the Croatian team will advance to the knockout stage. And they will do so as group leaders into the round of 16. The second goal completely shattered Spain's confidence. Their ball control tactics, once relied upon, seem superfluous in modern football. The first half was nearly over. Amid the revelry of Croatian fans and the admiration of countless fans for Linyu, the referee blew the whistle for halftime. The second half began quickly, but the situation remained unchanged. Linyu continued to dominate the ultimate counterattack strategy, with Croatia wielding many swords, yet they did not strike all at once, instead occasionally drawing one from a corner of their bodies, swiftly stabbing at their opponents before retracting it, just as quickly, moving like a stealthy strike, yet resembling a perfect kill. The commentary focused largely on Croatia's attacks. Kalinic, the offensive move on the left. Cross. Nice delivery. Mateo. Header shot. He misjudged it. Okay, I admit this guy wasted a chance at least in this match, but Croatia is still on the attack. Cutting through the middle, Linyu leads the ball, is moving quickly. Through ball. Again to Mateo. It went in. He finally scored. 3-0. Mateo also knew he had wasted several opportunities. After scoring, he ran to the Croatian fans, hands clasped together, mimicking Linyu's gesture, while apologizing to the fans. Linyu leaped up from behind, wrapping his arms around Mateo's neck in celebration, signaling the fans to give him more applause. The more they did, the more the players needed confidence. The Croatian fans were united, and they were naturally willing to respond with applause and cheers. However, for Spain, their journey in this U17 World Cup was coming to an end. In the remaining time, fans could only witness the painful struggles of Spain alongside Croatia's powerful counter. In the 75th minute, Dario made substitutions, first replacing Kalinic and Mateo. Mayer and others were brought on to stabilize the game's rhythm while allowing the starters some rest. In the 82nd minute, Linyu was also substituted. The fourth official raised the board, and all Croatian fans, Lin, Lin, Lin. The cheers sounded like a battle song, like a horn, like a drumbeat. Even some Spanish fans stood up to applaud. The dazzling lights were perfectly timed, falling upon Linyu's shoulders, illuminating his number, his name, and his smile. Dear fans, Carragher and Henry also stood up to say, please applaud this outstanding genius for his performance in this match, is phenomenal, truly deserving of applause. Hiway looked at Linyu's confident figure, and the Spanish fans applauding for him, speaking firmly, to all the fans, no matter what stage of life you are in right now. You may have just been crushed by life, which is normal. Oh, everyone gets crushed by life, it's just that you may not always see it. You may have just been shattered by love, which is also normal. After all, first encounters are merely fleeting, while long-term relationships bring deeper feelings. You may have just decided not to trust anyone or anything anymore, wanting only to lie on the ground undisturbed. You can certainly take a break. Hiway said, everyone needs rest, believe me, there are no exceptions. But please promise me once you've rested, step out again, with the courage, confidence, and smile like this young man. This time don't seek anyone out and don't set out for any reason. Please swing your sword towards life again for your own freedom and confidence. No matter how many armies you face, never retreat. For one day the life that mocked, suppressed, belittled, and sought to crush you will also applaud for you. The third match of Group B has concluded, marking the end of all matches in the group stage. The Croatian team ultimately triumphed over Spain with a score of 3-0, remaining unbeaten, with 2 wins and 1 draw, and secured the top position in the group. The English Football Report states, scoring 7 goals in 3 group matches, and leading the scoring chart, he is undoubtedly the most outstanding young player in today's football world. The Manchester Evening News remarked, all the clubs that once wanted to acquire Linyu, but hesitated to activate his release clause, must be regretting their indecision now. The Ballon d'Or report described it as a terrifyingly exquisite individual performance, a perfect blend of personal heroism and team collaboration. These words certainly sound quite strange. How could the seemingly incompatible elements of individual heroism and teamwork achieve such perfect synergy? Yet Croatia has indeed accomplished it. Sky Sports held a special program after the group stage discussing the tactics of various teams. Naturally, the teams that piqued the fans' interest were those that performed outstandingly. For example, England, which won all 3 matches and topped the group, or Mexico, also winning all 3 matches and dubbed a super dark horse. Additionally, there was Croatia, which remained unbeaten in the group stage with 2 wins and 1 draw, also advancing as the group leader. They even outperformed the French team to secure the top spot. Before the tournament began and the fans voting for the championship, the French team ranked 3rd following England and Mexico. Croatia was ranked among the bottom 3, so such a match result naturally shocked the fans. However, I believe this is related to their tactics, and also to Lin's outstanding performance in the lineup. Neville switched on the projector, revealing the tactical movements displayed by Croatia in their first 3 group matches. This leaves me quite conflicted, as their victory embodies both individual heroism and teamwork. Although Lin scored the most goals, many other players provided assists. For instance, Kalinic on the left flank acts as a cannonball conveyor, accurately delivering the ball to Lin or Mateo. Meanwhile, Mateo, playing as the center forward, has a strong pivot role and playmaking ability, creating many opportunities for Lin, who cleverly makes late runs from behind. Moro orchestrates the midfield, acting as the metronome, while Meyer or Mayer Goya serve as ball-winning machines, sweeping and intercepting, with the left back joining the attack and the right back providing width for backline support. Neville pointed to the backline. Center back Gvardiol exhibits both decisive tackling and excellent passing. Together with Brekalo, a formidable aerial defense machine, and the goalkeeper's outstanding performance, Croatia has maximized the potential of every position like a well-oiled machine. However, this intricate machine still revolves around Lin, which is why he stands out as the team's most exceptional, and Carragher listened with delight, as this was the first time Neville had been so proactive and enthusiastic in praising Lin. Yet soon after, he revealed his ulterior motives. However, after saying all this, I still want to tell everyone that the most outstanding team so far in this tournament is not Croatia. They merely achieved 2 wins and 1 draw. Neville's tone gradually turned smug. The most outstanding team is England. They scored a staggering 16 goals in 3 group matches. You heard it right, England averaged over 5 goals per match, while conceding none. We are the strongest contenders for the championship. Thus, Croatia is merely a small player in comparison to England. They will experience the feeling of Jack's first encounter with a giant, for they will have no chance against England. Carragher was displeased, as he could not stand Neville's behavior of putting one down while lifting another up. I truly despise your behavior. What would you be if you weren't putting one down while lifting one up? I just can't stand your attitude. I support Lin and Croatia, and they will triumph over England. You traitor. As an Englishman, how can you support Croatia and Linju? You'd abandon your allegiance for Lin, wouldn't you? Neville slammed the table in anger, rising furiously. He had been enduring Carragher for a long time, and this was the perfect opportunity to unleash his long-held fury as Carragher chose to support Croatia. Seeing Neville about to strike, Carragher also rolled up his sleeves, striking first with a claw-like attack. Neville seized the chance to lock his throat, and the two grappled together, a tangle of bodies rolling around the studio, without a care for anyone else. Sorry everyone, these two guys never avoid an audience. Henry quietly moved his chair to the center, blocking the view of the two fighting behind him. This special columns tactical analysis program will conclude here, although it seems we've not said much of value. However, next we will continue to broadcast the epic battle between Carragher and Neville, as they have now moved into ground. Hey Carragher, where live, don't use those illegal moves. Neville, why are you targeting his low blows? Lin, it seems Carragher truly loves you. Morrow remarked. The young Croatian players watched with great interest. At this moment the players were not staying in the hotel. Dario took the young players to a park which was protected by a strong. With the group stage concluded and Croatia performing excellently, Dario wanted the players to relax and prepare for the knockout stage in the best state, thus organizing a team-building event akin to an autumn outing. While the players enjoyed their leisure time, the coaching staff continued to watch the live broadcast as the draw for the knockout stage was about to begin. Dario had already divided the teams that topped the group and those that finished second into two halves. Having topped the group, Croatia could avoid facing overly strong teams too early. Currently, the strongest teams among the runners-up are France and Brazil. Since France was already in the same group as Croatia, they would not be drawn against Croatia based on the avoidance principle. Thus, Croatia's only potential strongest opponent left is Brazil. At 8 in the evening, the draw ceremony. As the tournament reached the knockout stage, excitement grew with countless fans surrounding the live room, praying that their home team would draw a weak opponent. As long as it allows the French team to avoid strong teams, I'm willing to order takeout without a discount coupon later. Brother, you're asking for too much, but if it lets Brazil draw Honduras, I'd be willing to skip massages for 3 days. As long as England draws Honduras or Iran, I'd be willing to marry Linju or Neymar or serve both of them. I wouldn't. Ronaldo has gained quite a bit of weight due to medication. Oh my youth. The draw guest invited by FIFA is Ronaldo. The genius center forward, a super weapon for Inter Milan and Real Madrid, is renowned for his pendulum dribble and possesses exceptional body balance. Before the draw ceremony began, Linju glanced at his system interface. He needed just one more match to unlock the next skill module. Ronaldo drew a red ball from the left box, slowly opened it, and showcased it to the camera. The first team draw. The young fans in the live room became restless. Dario's eyes were filled with anticipation. Their opponent is Nigeria. Sighing inwardly, Dario readied himself again. No worries, there's still Honduras. Ronaldo drew another ball, and the slip revealed Honduras. Excitement began to sparkle in Dario's eyes again. Honduras' opponent is Sweden from Europe. Dario was indignant as Ronaldo then took out the third ball, revealing Brazil. Now all the teams that topped their group, Brazil's opponent is from Europe. Upon hearing from Europe, Dario silently covered his left ear. This is a resilient and tough team. Upon hearing resilient and tough, Dario quietly covered his right ear. Thus Dario did not hear the following words from Ronaldo until assistant coach Krish leaned in and whispered in Dario's boss, it's Brazil, snap. Krish heard it. It was the sound of Dario's heart breaking. The draw results have concluded. Sky Sports promptly announced the results of the knockout stage matchups. Upper bracket, Iran versus Nigeria. Honduras versus Sweden. Brazil versus Croatia. England versus Ivory Coast. Lower bracket, Uruguay versus Slovakia. Argentina versus Germany. France versus Mexico. Italy versus Morocco. Even if he did not want to accept it, Dario could only come to terms with the draw results. After all, facing Brazil would be quite a challenge for the Croatian team. However, the young players appeared unfazed, especially Linju, who continued to calmly enjoy his barbecue. If we want to win the championship, we will encounter these strong teams sooner or later, so it makes no difference to me when we play. As if noticing Dario's confusion, Linju spoke up. Upon hearing this, the surrounding young players were astonished, realizing that Linju's calmness was different from theirs. I am not surprised, because qualifying from the group stage has already fulfilled our mission. Even if we are eliminated by Brazil, no fan would blame us. I did not expect you to be thinking about winning the championship. You really dare to dream. Morrow's thoughts represented the sentiments of most players. Relatively speaking, with every step forward, fans would no longer blame them, as Croatia had already exceeded the expectations of the fans. Brazil is indeed very strong, Linju said. But they are not so strong that we cannot defeat them. Linju had studied Brazil's lineup carefully. They were strong mainly in midfield, but their attack was somewhat lacking. Players like Militao in the backline and Fernandinho in midfield possess considerable strength, which is why Brazil could only advance as the second in their group. Their victories were mostly hard-fought, ultimately finishing with 1 win and 2 draws, securing second place in the group. Brazil's lack of attacking strength is an advantage for the Croatian team, as it makes it harder for them to breach Croatia's defense. Thus, even if the Croatian team cannot defeat Brazil in regular time, they can at least drag the match into extra time, or even a penalty shootout. Linju knew very well that a team as resilient and mentally strong as Croatia would have a better chance if the match went into extra time or a penalty shootout. On the other side, after the draw concluded, Brazil's head coach, Stam, immediately contacted Scholes. Both of them are Englishmen who have fought for the England national team, which is why Brazil's defensive capabilities in this tournament are particularly strong. Scholes, long time no see you, I really miss you. Have you thought about me, old friend? Upon seeing Stam's call, Scholes initially hesitated to answer, but eventually did. Not at all. Not even a little. What do you mean long time no see? We just met last night. You stubbornly came to my hotel and drank all the red wine I had just bought. Let's never meet again, you despicable guy. Stam laughed heartily, using his laughter to cover his embarrassment, unsure of what else he could do. Alright, Scholes, stop complaining, you know I love you. If you lend me 2 players, I'll treat you to dinner tonight, a grand Chinese feast. Hearing about the grand Chinese feast, Scholes' eyes lit up. Although he was somewhat reluctant to believe Stam had such good intentions, he still sent 2 players to the hotel where Stam was staying. As the special car slowly came to a stop upon seeing Stam's cunning gaze and the Brazilian players in the meeting room eyeing them. Bro, are we being sent here as hostages? Ocho couldn't help but whisper to Roster. The latter gestured for him to be quiet, but his index finger indicating silence was trembling uncontrollably. Oh, distinguished guests. I have been eagerly anticipating your arrival. Stam personally welcomed them and led the 2 into the meeting room. The Brazilian players were holding a tactical meeting, which had not yet started, as Ocho and Roster were the main roles. As the 2 sat nervously in front of the players, the atmosphere grew heavy. Ocho even suspected that this was a struggle session set up by the Brazilian team for the 2 of them. Stam stood beside them and smiled as he spoke. Guys, I am full of confidence that you will defeat Croatia. Stam called the tactical meeting while letting Roster and Ocho sit at the front. These 2 fought alongside him during. Stam was even referring to himself, not Linyu. Yet once he said this, all the young Brazilian players present understood that he was indeed talking about himself. So Ocho, Roster, come and tell everyone how we should defend against him. Stam was filled with confidence, as former comrades Ocho and Roster would surely have some insights to share. Moreover, one was a defender, and the other a defensive midfielder, so they would instinctively think from a defensive perspective. Most importantly, Stam wanted Ocho and Roster to instill more confidence in the Brazilian players, as morale is especially crucial before the match. Well, this. Ocho struggled, his eyes darting around before he spoke. Actually, I am not a starter at Liverpool, nor did I obtain a first-team playing spot this season. However, Roster is different from me. He was also promoted to the first team along with Lin, and has fought alongside Lin, so I believe he must have some insights to share with everyone. Roster stared at Ocho speechlessly. If you can't think of anything, then don't why pass the buck to me. This is what Roster thought, but he maintained a confident demeanor on his face. The young Brazilian players were all eager and focused, looking at Roster, hoping he could share some heartfelt words. In that case, I will be straightforward. Roster recalled the moments he spent with Lin Yu in the first team, and during training, remembering the skills Lin had displayed before him. After thinking all this through, Roster spoke firmly. Unknown, you will definitely lose. 2 known, you will likely lose. 3 known, you might be able to defend against him by committing a foul. Alright, maybe even fouling won't work. Stam hurriedly looked at the young players in the meeting room. He could clearly feel that the morale was noticeably declining. Clenching his fists secretly, Stam suppressed the urge to punch Roster. Is this what it feels like to invite a wolf into the house? This old bald donkey actually wants us to betray our brothers. Dream on. Ouchow laughed heartily, hugging Roster. Keep it down, let's laugh when we're far away, Roster urged, stifling a smile as the 2 quickly left the scene, even declining Stam's offer of a ride back. Not for any other reason, but the 2 were simply worried about being assassinated by Stam on the way. Stam originally intended to build confidence for the players through Ouchow and Roster, yet after their conversation, it was evident that the Brazilian team's confidence had plummeted. Stam had indeed watched Lin Yu's match, but he believed that a player like Lin Yu would be easy to deal with. If he had played during my era, I would have torn him apart. With just a fierce action, I could easily subdue him. Stam, once a top center-back, was known worldwide for his fierce defending and tackling. Thus, the defensive strategy he devised for the Brazilian backline had only one word: fight. Militang, Lucas, Ko Roge, and Elton sat in a row as Stam convened a special tactical meeting for these. Remember, this guy is the type of player that plays like a rabid dog. If you let him get into the game, it will be very hard to rein him in. Therefore, the only thing you need to do is to suppress him. From the very beginning of the match, use fierce collisions to dampen his game state, so that he dares not dance in front of you. You must make him understand that you are the true samba dancers. Militang rolled up his sleeves and looked straight into Stam's eyes, saying, "Rest assured, coach. I will take him down." On September 26th, the highlight match of the round of 16 in the 2013 U17 World Cup kicked off. Croatia faced off against the 5-star Brazil. Multiple live streams, including Huashao Live and Sky Sports, were simultaneously launched. To boost viewership, FIFA sold the broadcasting rights at a low price to several countries across all 5 continents, aiming to enhance the event's influence. The effect was evident, with viewership of the U17 World Cup soaring, especially in Europe, where the excitement was palpable. The atmosphere was electric. Although it was nearly October, the temperature in the stadium felt as if it could ignite the sky. This is not a group match. The knockout stage has its unique charm. One match decides it all: lose, and you go home, leaving no room for mistakes. In the world of football, no one will give you a second chance. They simply won't let you eat in the cafeteria. Even the usually composed Hiway appeared agitated at this moment. Dear fans, the round of 16 in the 2013 U17 World Cup is about to begin. Croatia meets Brazil, and only the brave will advance to the quarterfinals. The starting 11 for both sides have entered the field. 22 players representing the finest talents in world football walked onto the pitch hand in hand with the ball boys. A moment later, both teams took their positions in their respective halves, all ready to go. The swords have been drawn, and the blades gleam coldly. All the fans on site counted down together. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1, beep. The referee's whistle blew. Croatia kicks off first. In the center, Lin Yu holds the ball. As per tradition, the commentary needs to quickly introduce the starting lineups for both sides after the match begins, but Lin Yu, right after the whistle, surged forward with the ball. The Brazilian formation hadn't even spread out yet. This wasn't a wise choice. Fernando smirked, knowing his defensive pocket was ready. Go. With Fernando's command, the Brazilian midfield quickly tightened their formation. This was a pocket defense. With Fernando at the center rear, two other midfielders positioned themselves at his left and right diagonal front, creating a shape that resembled an inverted triangle. As long as Lin Yu dared to bring the ball into the triangle, the two players would instantly collapse in along with Fernando, forming a pocket trap. Just as the pocket was about to close and Lin Yu suddenly made a sideways pass. Moro received the ball and paused slightly as if he was waiting. But in the world of football, you shouldn't wait. Waiting is something only a sycophant would do. Sensing that Moro had made a mistake, Fernando rushed in. The pocket collapsed. At this moment, Lin Yu, who had been static, dashed forward. Smack! Moro had been waiting for this moment. A through ball. Lin Yu received the ball with his left foot, his body light as a feather, like a feather soaring through the air or a leaf dancing in the wind. Giovanni did not extend his leg, firmly intercepting Lin Yu in front. Lin Yu nudged the ball lightly to the right side of his body with his left foot, and Giovanni moved along, but still did not extend his leg. Solid defense. Neville shouted. Lin Yu changed direction again, nudging the ball with his right foot toward the left side, now executing a second change of direction. Giovanni was convinced that this guy was going to break through on his right side and hurriedly extended his leg, preparing to make a tackle. Decisive defense, Neville exclaimed. But in the next moment, Lin Yu, who was poised to nudge the ball with his right foot, suddenly touched the ball with the inside of his ankle, instead switching to the instep. In an instant, the ball was nudged to the right again. 3 consecutive changes of direction. Giovanni stumbled and was left behind. Failed defense, Neville said helplessly. Lin Yu touched the ball again. Very light. Very steady. With every step, Lin Yu's feet seemed to be glued to the ball, perfectly guiding it forward. The Brazilian midfield's blockade tightened again, determined to stop Lin Yu. Hiway watched in rapture, surprisingly getting into the moment. Nathan lunged in from the side. With a fierce collision, Lin Yu did not meet force with force. Instead, he slightly turned his body, sliding in front of Nathan with his right shoulder, like an eel, beginning to control the ball and nudging it forward gently, using minimal effort to achieve maximum effect. Another successful breakthrough. Doria couldn't take it anymore. He reached out directly to grab Lin Yu. After just getting past 2 players, Lin Yu was finally caught by Doria. Beep. The referee immediately blew the whistle for a foul. The Croatian fans watched in a daze. Dreamlike dance steps. He turned the midfield into an art form. His light footsteps don't seem like he's dribbling, but rather dancing. You can't stop him, Union. You can only resort to fouling to hinder him. After Doria's foul, the Brazilian players uncontrollably looked at Lin Yu. In the hearts of these young players, Rostert's words couldn't help but resurface. Union. Tunonyu. Even fouling might. Lin Yu sensed something was off, looking at the Brazilian players, puzzled. Strange. Isn't the match just getting started? Why do all the Brazilian players look so guilty? Taking advantage of the foul, Hiway seized the moment to speak. First, let us take a look at the starting lineup of the Brazilian team for this match. In goal is Lucas, hailed as the finest young goalkeeper in the Brazilian Serie A, who has already made appearances for Santos' first team. Defenders Caio, Roger, Militao, Elton. This can be considered one of the strongest defensive lines in this U17 World Cup, with the other being Croatia. Midfielders Doria, Fernando, Nathan. Forwards Leo, Vitinho, Gamar. Compared to the last match, Croatia made one adjustment in their starting lineup. Mayer returns to the starting 11, while Mayer Goya resumes the bench. With a free kick opportunity in front, Moro and Lin Yu stood over the ball. Beep. The referee blew the whistle. Moro glanced at Lin Yu, who nodded. The Brazilian wall was intensely focused. Moro, take a run. Strike directly. The ball passed over the wall, descending slightly, but not enough. Lucas symbolically jumped, using his palm to seal the upper edge of the goal, but the shot posed no threat, flying straight into the stands. This drew ridicule from the Brazilian fans. Lin Yu extended his palm to Moro, who high-fived him, then quickly returned to position as the match continued. Brazil plays a defensive counter-attacking strategy, which is entirely different from their first-team style. However, due to insufficient attacking power in the front coupled with Stam being a defender, it affects his coaching style. In contrast, Croatia has been more proactive on the field, especially in midfield strategy, different from previous matches. In this match, Croatia has changed their attacking approach again, with midfield players actively pushing forward, primarily Moro and Mayer, one on the left and one on the right, are only responsible for intercepting and sweeping, quickly passing the ball to Lin Yu after gaining possession. Lin Yu doesn't force his way through, he has a strategy. In the 16th minute of the match, Gvardiol held the ball in the backfield, and Croatia controlled possession, slowly pushing forward. Now Croatia is in control with a superior possession rate. Short pass, still going to the center. Lin Yu received the ball, looking for an opportunity. The commentators were very focused as this was a tactic that Croatia had never employed before. Previously, they either created chances through team cooperation in midfield or attacked simultaneously from both flanks. This is the first time they completely opened up the central space for Lin Yu to perform alone. Dario had carefully studied the situation and devised this tactic specifically to target Brazil. Although Fernando Doria and Nathan seemed formidable, they should be aware that there are always greater talents beyond their own. Dario believed that in front of Lin Yu these three players of similar style wouldn't be his match. Thus Croatia did not need complex tactics. They relied on the most primitive and straightforward method, using Lin Yu's absolute strength to crush and suppress Brazil completely. As long as they could gain the upper hand in midfield, Croatia would dominate completely. Lin Yu carried the ball facing Doria. Another resolute and forceful breakthrough. In an instant he exploded to the left. This time, he made no feints, just a single step to pass Doria effortlessly. Nathan rushed forward, but Lin Yu didn't use any tricks this time. He simply collided with Nathan, pushing him aside. Another unreasonable charge. The Brazilian formation was pushed further back, almost losing its structure. This was Croatia's opportunity. Lin Yu looked to the left, but passed the ball to the right. Passing without looking. Mishki received the ball on the right and delivered a pass. Passing and ball control were his specialties. Bang! A powerful low ball swept toward the back post. Kalinic rushed in, sliding in midair. The ball was deflected toward the goal. The angle was tight, but Kalinic adjusted his position with all his might and still struck it. In a critical moment, Lucas rushed in, recklessly blocking the near post, risking a shoulder collision with the goalpost, barely keeping the ball out of the baseline. However, he collided heavily with the goalpost. The referee immediately halted the game, and the fans looked on with concern. Oh, no one wished for a player to get injured. Lucas clutched his shoulder in pain and fell to the ground, while the Brazilian team, doctor, rushed onto the field. That save was indeed reckless. Lucas with his fearless save prevented Kalinic from scoring. A few minutes later the Brazilian doctor treated Lucas, thankfully finding no serious injuries. Lucas slowly got up, and at that moment Lin Yu stepped forward with an outstretched hand. Lucas was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and high-fived Lin Yu. Next it was Croatia's corner kick opportunity. Moro stepped up to take it. Croatia completely dominated, and although they had not scored after a prolonged attack, they might still reap rewards. From their positioning, Croatia prepared a corner kick tactic. Moro stood by the corner flag, while Kalinic lingered nearby with Mayer standing in front of them. Nathan sensed something was off and attempted to interfere. Referee, he is too close to us. Moro immediately complained. Before the corner was taken, defenders must maintain a certain distance from attackers in the corner area. The referee promptly blew the whistle, signaling Nathan to back off. Reluctantly, Nathan took 2 steps back, and at that moment Moro seized the opportunity for a short pass. The ball was passed to Mayer. Mayer did not stop the ball, but passed it directly to Kalinic. This action instantly shortened Kalinic's crossing distance and increased his accuracy. Kalinic welcomed the ball with a curling pass. Another one of his signature curved crosses. The ball sped through the air with a curve, making it extremely difficult to defend. Matteo at the front quickly jumped, using his left foot to direct the ball toward the goal. Bang! Unfortunately, the shot was not fast enough. A Lucas dove and deflected the ball to the right. Elton followed up with a big clearance. The Brazilian team quickly pushed their formation forward to prevent Croatia from launching a second attack. The ball was played high and far. Vitinho intended to receive it, but Gvardiol accurately judged the landing spot, leaping from behind to head the ball back into the front field. This powerful pass contrasted sharply with the rapidly advancing Brazilian players. Lin Yu did not move, but stayed close to Militao, ready to exploit any offside opportunity. When the ball was headed back by Gvardiol, Lin Yu suddenly sprang into action. Successful onside. He positioned himself to shoot the ball. At this moment the ball began to descend, landing to Lin Yu's left. Although Militao was shaken off, Lucas' timing of the rush was perfect, completely blocking Lin Yu's path. As long as Lin Yu shot, the ball would most likely be blocked by Lucas. Noticing Lucas from the corner of his eye, Lin Yu suddenly changed his move. Not a shot. With his right foot as support, Lin Yu twisted his body, resembling Michael Jackson, and then gently touched the descending ball from underneath with the inside of his left foot. Pop! A crisp sound. Lin Yu executed a juggling motion, flicking the ball backward toward his right side, while simultaneously turning around. The ball traced an arc in the air, creating a beautiful scene, with Lin Yu's spinning motion like a fountain under an arch. Lucas was dumbfounded, watching helplessly as Lin Yu danced before him, completing the spin. After completing its arching trajectory, the ball began to descend to Lin Yu's right side, while Lin Yu had already turned from a left side position to a right side position directly facing the falling ball. At this moment the Brazilian goal was left unguarded. Lin Yu used only his right foot to spin, completing the juggling motion with his left foot, and moved in the air, perfectly striking the ball, descending on his right. Bang! An artistic crescent kick seamlessly connected to a shot. Goal! Oh my god! Can you believe this? What a goal is this? Are you kidding me? The Puskas Award is definitely reserved for this guy, who is truly the king of samba. Who exactly is the genius on the pitch? He flicked the ball and turned and somehow connected it with a shot. The difficulty isn't just in the action itself, it's that he could think of such a maneuver in that moment and combine it with a shot resulting in this goal. This goal deserves all the praise it can get. This goal should be replayed in football history 100 times, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times, so that no matter how many years pass, all fans can see it and witness it. Because this goal embodies the wisdom of football, it is the essence of the game. It fully represents the charm of, this is football. Henry roared like a madman in the commentary booth. He himself didn't know how he came to say this. Perhaps people suddenly get inspired at certain moments. Henry's commentary talent was ignited at this moment by Lyn's goal. He just wanted to use all the words of praise to celebrate this goal. At this moment, even Neville was left speechless. Lucas was half kneeling on the ground, subconsciously replaying Lyn's actions in his mind. He had never seen a normal person suddenly change their action right before taking a shot, and flick the ball from his right side to his left, ultimately completing the shot. Throughout this process, he managed to perform a half-turn using only one foot. This tested not just core strength, but balance and his absolute confidence in himself. Without any of these elements, he wouldn't be able to score this goal. He wouldn't be able to execute such a terrifying super performance. Hiway was so shocked that he even swore. His exclamation sounded like an alarm waking up countless fans in the live broadcast room. These fans were still entranced by Lyn's recent performance, unable to forget it for a long time. Every live broadcast room exploded with Lyn's celebratory somersault. The barrage of comments flew by one after another, causing the live broadcast room to lag. Even Sky Sports experienced a lag that made it impossible to display the comments, only to suddenly show a massive flood of comments, all intertwined, with one common point all about Lin. I don't care when this year's Golden Boy Award will be presented. I don't care who the frontrunner for this year's Golden Boy Award is. I don't even care who will be the champion of this year's U17 World Cup. I just hope you can bring the Puskas Award and the Golden Boy Award right now immediately directly to Lin and let him give an Is there anyone who still doubts his €40 million price tag? Don't even mention 40 million. Even those players valued at 100 million might not be able to score such a goal. Do you know what level of goal this is? This is a century goal that can make a player truly famous with just one goal. Not a fan of Coriander, this is definitely the only supernova I've seen who combines handsomeness, looks, charm, physique, abs, a nice butt, and skill together. Beauty, anything goes version. Whoever can wrap around such a thigh will have nothing to worry about in the future, directly enjoying wealth and glory. The Croatian fans first held their heads in disbelief, then pointed to their eyes with their right hands, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing before they started to worship with both hands. For this goal, they could only worship. The Brazilian players felt a complete sense of fear of being dominated. The referee kept blowing the whistle, urging Lin to finish celebrating and return to the field quickly. The match continued. But at this moment the atmosphere of the match had completely changed. The Brazilian players visibly. The Croatian team was already a dark horse. When a dark horse re-emerges in such a manner, this reckless state will only instill fear. As a result, the Brazilian team actually fell into a disadvantaged position. The Croatian team not only controlled the ball, but also controlled the pace, firmly dominating the match. The remaining time of the first half came to an end, and when it reached halftime, the Brazilian fans showed visible disappointment. They never expected that they would travel across the ocean to watch the match, only to see their team being suppressed by Croatia, or rather being beaten down by a 17-year-old. This match can be said to be Lin's first representative work. If Croatia wins and advances to the quarterfinals, this match will definitely become a milestone for Lin. I just want to say your Lin Emperor is infinitely arrogant. Carragher couldn't help but boast about Lin again, which made Henry feel quite good. As the match entered halftime, the atmosphere in both locker rooms was completely different. Dario was urging the masseurs to relax the players' muscles while the atmosphere in the Brazilian locker room was oppressive. Stam's angry expression seemed like he wanted to eat someone. I told you all long ago to limit him with the fiercest defense. But throughout the first half you all kept getting knocked down by him. Is this guy really that strong? If we can't match him in technique, then combine physicality, though I want you to perfectly blend body and technique together. There's no time left, we're a goal behind, we need to attack. Wake up, don't sleep anymore, or you'll really have to go home. For a strong team like Brazil, being knocked out in the round of 16 is clearly unacceptable. Stam could only try to motivate the players by pounding on the table. Surprisingly, this method worked a bit. Moments later the second half began. The Brazilian players charged onto the field with a roar. They were ready to fight to the death. The second half continued. The Brazilian team finally stopped playing defensively and increased their pressing intensity, attacking continuously. This pressure actually made it somewhat tricky for the Croatian team. However, Lin knew how to regain the initiative. Lin observed for a long time. Although Militao was the captain of the Brazilian team and their backbone, Lin thought he was too young and impulsive, especially in some defensive decisions. So Lin began to intentionally charge towards Militao's side. Militao's attention was highly focused, but Lin's impact was too great. You can't keep committing fouls, but if you don't, you can't control this bullheaded guy. Lin was like a stirring stick, making Brazil's backline increasingly chaotic, completely disrupting their rhythm. Hiway said, but after speaking, he felt it was somewhat inappropriate. If Linyu was a stirring stick, then what were the Brazil? Just at that moment their jerseys were yellow. While thinking of an excuse to cover it up, Linyu launched another charge. Unionon facing Doria again. Doria recalled Stam's instructions and charged at Linyu with all his might. He was aiming for a foul, wanting to dampen Linyu's spirit. But Linyu's reaction was faster than Doria had anticipated. As Doria rushed and Linyu had already touched the ball, gently nudging it forward with his left foot, flicking it through Doria's legs like a dragonfly, touching the water. The ball slipped right between Doria's legs, and Linyu took the opportunity to start moving past him. Doria, rushing in with all his might, couldn't react in time, and was sent backward uncontrollably. Then Doria saw his teammate. That was Militao. However, facing away from Militao, he shouldn't have seen him unless he was comfortably lying on the ground. Doria was indeed doing just that. Before fully falling down, he managed to lift his upper body to protect his head. Then he anxiously turned his head back and saw his teammate Militao. At this moment, he was facing Linyu all alone. Brazil was in danger. Militang felt a bit nervous. After all, this was Linyu. As the last line of defense, he shouldn't have rushed up, but there was no teammate to protect him. Linyu drew his bow and knocked an arrow this guy was going to shoot. Militang could only rush in. This guy had long-range shooting ability. As Militang approached, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Linyu's mouth. With a light flick, he brushed the ball with the top of his left foot, and the soccer ball instantly moved laterally to the left. Mateo appeared quietly. Although Linyu was constantly attacking Mateo, and the other players moved alongside him, staying in their designated positions according to the tactical arrangement. Linyu makes a horizontal pass. Mateo takes a step forward with the ball. That step allowed Mateo to completely bypass Militang. A beautiful tunon. Mateo. It's a unionon. Shoot. Beautiful. The ball went in, it went in. 2-0. Linyu assisted, Mateo scored. That pass was so unselfish, he could have scored himself, but he passed the ball to Mateo, who was in a better position. The Croatian team is already leading Brazil by 2 goals with about 30 minutes left in the second half. How can Brazil turn the tide? Mateo rushed to embrace Linyu, and the Croatian players united to celebrate. The Croatian fans continued to sing the team song, cheering loudly for their team. The cheers transformed the fans into the 12th player for the team, injecting spiritual motivation into every player. Meanwhile, the Brazilian players stood with their hands on their hips, shaking their heads in despair, feeling helpless. They didn't know what more they could do. Brazil, if they can't give their all, they might really have to go home, just like Spain becoming another strong team eliminated in a shocking upset. The more it was like this, the clearer Linyu understood that he could never celebrate too early. Therefore, after the match started, Linyu constantly motivated his teammates through running and shouting. The match isn't over yet, we can't slack off. Everyone get moving, keep your minds clear, don't just focus on the ball, play with your head. In the 70-minute mark, Brazil made a substitution. Brazil substitutes Lucado comes on for Leo, who has been virtually invisible in the forward position this match. Lucado is coming on. He is a tall striker standing at a height of 195 centimeters, which means Brazil might switch to a crossing strategy. Stam, as an experienced England player, brought this tactic to the Brazil U17 national team. The match continued, and sure enough, Brazil began its barrage of long passes. This made Linyu feel as if he had returned to the Premier League. In the 79th minute, right flank through ball. Brazil doesn't have time for intricate tactics. A cross from the right, well placed. Gvardiol heads it clear. That was a beautiful defensive play. Fernando, another long pass directly into the penalty area. Brecalo clears it. This is the effect of an aerial powerhouse. He is like a defensive tower heading out Fernandes' long pass, and successfully resolving the danger. Neville couldn't help but exclaim, the Croatian defense is too solid with both ground interception ability and aerial defense, even having predictive defensive skills. The predictive defensive skill that Hiway mentioned naturally referred to Linyu. As the match time dwindled, Linyu directly retreated, playing as a defensive midfielder, assisting the defense. As long as the team has structure, Brazil cannot make precise passes. Without precise passing, they cannot threaten the Croatian goal, and thus Croatia can secure the victory in this match. Therefore, Linyu constructed a high wall at the top of Croatia's penalty area. Doria and Nathan took turns attacking. But on Doria's side there were 2 defenders, Moro and Mayer, so Doria had no chance. Thus the offensive responsibility fell on Nathan, but he had to face Linyu. Nathan actually preferred a Uniantwo situation. Even in a Uniantwo, he did not want to face Linyu alone. As long as he pushed the ball forward, seeing Linyu in front of him made Nathan feel that the defender was not a player, but the Hulk. The Hulk driving a tank. He stood there with his long cannon pointed at Nathan, shouting, "Come at me." Nathan dared not approach, he simply could not. Thus Brazil could only waste their attacking opportunities through long-distance bombardments as the match time gradually moved into stoppage time. Despite the match going relatively smoothly, the closer it got to the end, the more excited the Croatian players felt. Even Linyu could not contain his emotions. He just hoped the referee would blow the final whistle soon. In the 92nd minute, only 1 minute remained before the match ended. The referee was checking the watch. Stam was constantly pressuring the referee, hoping for extra time. Brazil was also rushing to send a long pass, launching another attack. In the 93rd minute, Fernando, another long pass. This one is poorly placed. The goalkeeper rushes out and securely catches the ball. The Croatian fans erupted in cheers, and some fans could not wait to imitate the referee's whistle. The referee glanced at the time, adhering to the principle of not overworking. Finally, put the whistle to his mouth. Beep, beep, beep. The referee sounded the whistle 3 times. The Croatian fans could hardly contain themselves from rushing onto the field. Some fans had already crossed the stands, but a figure rushed towards them. Linju sprinted from the midfield, followed by all the Croatian players. Reaching the advertising board, Linju leaped up, and Moro and others supported Linju's back, helping him stand tall. The Croatian fans surged around Linju. Draped in the number 10 jersey, Linju stood straight with his arms crossed over his chest, slightly tilting his head back, exuding a kingly demeanor full of youthful vigor and arrogance. The live broadcast zoomed in, quickly capturing the burly figure supported by the Croatian players, with a sea of Croatian fans in front, all with teary eyes raising their hands and shouting Linju's name. In that moment, saying he was a divine being descending would not be an exaggeration. Sky Sports immediately took a screenshot, enlarging the image and posting it online with a simple title, "That year at 17 heart higher than the sky." After the match ended, the fans of the Croatian team surged towards the stadium like a frenzy. Not only that, but the Croatian fans in the live stream also congratulated their team. To be honest, I never thought we could reach the quarterfinals. You have to know that initially our support rate ranked among the bottom 3 alongside Honduras and Iraq. One of those teams has already been eliminated, and the other was defeated in the round of 16. We are the farthest team among those considered the underdogs. If someone had bet a pound on Croatia reaching the quarterfinals, they would probably be sitting back and enjoying a nice meal right now. How is this possible? Croatia defeated Brazil. They even drew with France and overcame Spain. This is absolutely outrageous. The core of this Croatian team is Lin. What were those teams thinking? If I were in charge, I would have taken him out directly and enforced a one-for-one swap. Such a tactic would definitely help them win. Fans in the live stream were discussing wildly. Croatia's successful advancement exceeded all fans' expectations and even surpassed the predictions of most legends. Thus, countless legends jumped onto European social media to boast frantically, and their praise centered around one person, Linju. After the match, discussions about Linju had surged not only on sports channels, but also on general channels, ranking 6th on the overall leaderboard. A video about Linju was trending, with the most popular one garnering over 100,000 likes in just half an hour and surpassing 10,000 comments. As a result, numerous businesses on the Croatia platform recognized the potential opportunities surrounding Linju. Perhaps our short video app should invite him to be our first, or even our lifelong ambassador. After the match, noticing Linju's rapidly increasing popularity in Croatia and Europe, as well as his videos' likes and views across various forms, a young man wearing glasses said he was preparing to create a software named Moin. His team members also expressed their agreement, though Moin was still in its early stages, and they plan to launch the software online as soon as possible. They believe that short videos, fast-paced content, and emotionally charged entertainment trends were the correct direction for the multimedia era. On the other hand, Linju had just concluded the post-match press conference. Carly was still waiting at the back door of the stadium, and upon seeing Linju, Carly hurried over and naturally linked her arm with his. "Lin, buy me the latest Chanel bag, okay? Please." Under normal circumstances, Carly would never actively ask Linju for anything. Linju smiled and replied, "Your birthday is the day after tomorrow. Are you so eager to ask me for a gift? Besides, who would directly say what gift they want?" Linju put one hand on his hip, pretending to look up, his face full of pride. Carly laughed happily while his face was equally beaming with a pleasant smile. "All right, today I'll treat you. First, to celebrate Carly's birthday in advance, since you have a match the day after tomorrow, let's just enjoy this birthday feast today. And second, congratulations on successfully leading the Croatian team into the quarterfinals." Linju had actually prepared a birthday gift for Carly, which was the latest Chanel bag. Not long ago, when Carly was lounging on her sofa drinking, Linju had inadvertently caught a glimpse of her phone screen, which displayed that very Chanel bag. Carly had been tirelessly scrolling through that bag, checking its details and reviews, clearly enamored. Although Lin Hai had helped Carly, who once served food in a restaurant, to turn her life around, Carly herself possessed strong management and operational abilities, and even had a business mind. Over the past year, she had helped him in many ways, and considering that he didn't have enough money last year, Linju had only given her a simple birthday gift. Even so, Linju had moved Carly to tears. Therefore, now that he had more income, he naturally wanted to pamper Carly. The Maybach drove towards a 6-star restaurant in the UAE, owned by a friend of Barry Make. As a top agent, Barry Make naturally had a rich network of connections. "Look who's here, my old friend Barry Make." As soon as they got out of the car, the owner came out to welcome them. "It's been a while, of finally willing to dine at my restaurant." The owner appeared strong and embraced Barry Make. During the embrace, he noticed Linju behind him. "Lin." The owner's exclamation instantly drew the attention of the entire restaurant. The restaurant was even replaying the match between Croatia and Brazil, which had just been live-streamed. In an instant, the atmosphere became turbulent. Fans rose and gathered around Linju. He had never imagined that his popularity would rise so quickly, even gaining fans in the UAE. To prevent chaos, the restaurant owner quickly led Linju and the others upstairs and provided the best private room. When the heavy door of the room closed, Linju felt the world quiet down, and a wave of fatigue washed over him. Carly was ordering food, while Barry Make pretended to feel pain in his wallet. His phone buzzed with congratulatory messages from his parents and greetings from good friends Okio and Roster. At that moment Lin Yu felt that everything in the world was so beautiful. Just as he was comfortably browsing various forums, suddenly a post from The Sun surged to the trending list. Famous young star Lin Yu and his assistant share an intimate relationship, even spending the night together. It is reported that when Lin Yu initially joined Liverpool, he requested the club to provide accommodation and other additional conditions for his assistant, deliberately asking the club to extend all privileges to his assistant. His assistant was even described as having a venomous heart. It was said that Carly demanded over £1 million from Liverpool for benefits during the negotiation process between Lin Yu and the club. The accompanying images below the article included a photo of Carly linking arms with Lin Yu and another of them returning to the presidential suite together. Clearly The Sun had premeditated this. In an instant countless fans rushed to comment bombarding Carly. I've seen many women like this, she's just after Lin's popularity and wealth. Why does such a person get to be Lin's assistant? I really don't understand. Those beautiful internet celebrity models must be heartbroken now or they can't pursue Lin because he's tightly held. Lin Yu looked at Carly who was still ordering food, while she returned a flirtatious glance, clearly unaware of the storm. Hey dad, that's right, help me find Uncle Daika, and tell him I need his assistance with something. No problem, I'm willing to grant you one request, as long as you help me with this. After dinner Carly saw the post, but she didn't mind it as most fans were already aware of the Sun's reputation. Although many fans attacked her, most of them were Lin Yu's haters. Nonetheless, there were still quite a few who believed in Carly. However, Lin Yu could not accept this. He had long stated that now that he had money and was doing better in Liverpool and Croatia, he would no longer tolerate anyone bullying Carly. To Lin Yu, Carly had already become as important as family. Barry Make immediately used his agency to seek connections and hire online commenters to eliminate the malicious negative comments, minimizing the negative impact as much as possible. But the more he did this, the more uneasy Barry Make felt. According to the data we obtained from our backend, it seems that the negative comments are not solely being operated by the Sun, but there are other forces at play as well. I suspect it might be related to Marshall's agency. Barry Make understood well that the Sun typically only attacked players through tabloid news and wouldn't start with their assistants. Clearly the Sun's strategy was to first attack Lin Yu's assistant, and then use Carly as a basis to target Lin Yu, aiming for a comprehensive strike against Lin Yu's reputation, especially off the field. This was an attempt to prevent Lin Yu from winning the Golden Boy Award. As Lin Yu's team advanced to the quarterfinals, and the French team also made it through, the focus of this year's Ballon d'Or was essentially on Lin Yu and Marshall. It could be said that whoever achieved a better result in the U17 World Cup would be the one to claim this year's Golden Boy. Thus Barry Make believed this incident was orchestrated by the Sun, Manchester United and Marshall's agency to attack Lin Yu. Awards like the Golden Boy Award, Ballon d'Or, and Best Player have significant impacts on a player's value and future. Therefore, off-field operations are incredibly important. In the past, this might not have been too obvious, especially in recent years where the competition for these important individual awards has become increasingly apparent and the off-field struggles among major forces have intensified. Soon Barry Make launched a full-scale counterattack against the Sun. Barry Make's agency posted 3 articles about the Sun's past fabricated news on 3 major European social media platforms and used online commenters to push them directly to trending topics. Notorious, the Sun has maliciously reported on tabloid scandals involving numerous England stars, including Gerrard and Lampard, fabricating and creating negative impacts to gain traffic. The Sun's associate editor Jack was exposed for cheating with 3 women simultaneously. As soon as the news broke, the attention of most fans was instantly captured. Barry Make knew how to minimize the impact. To reduce the focus on one event, you need to shift the public's attention. Thus Barry Make created another major hot topic to guide the direction of public opinion, reducing the attention on the previous hot topic and achieving the ultimate goal of shifting public focus. Barry Make did exceptionally well, forcing the Sun to invest a significant amount of money into public relations. Barry Make then invested even more funds for the counterattack, further expanding the negative impact of the Sun, and thus a war began. Whoever's funding chain collapses first will pay the price for it. Thanks to Barry Make's operations, the negative impact on Lin Yu was also shrinking. Meanwhile, Lin Yu also posted a message to clarify for Carly. This incident once again propelled Lin Yu, who was already very popular, to an even higher level of fame. Consequently, advertisement sponsors came knocking. They were smart. Collaborating with Lin Yu at his peak popularity and highest traffic would maximize the effectiveness of the endorsement. Barry Make received several endorsement offers. On October 2nd, at 9 in the morning, Barry Make arrived at the hotel where Lin Yu was staying, carrying pot stickers and soy milk from a Chinese breakfast shop. I found quite a few endorsements for you, but not many fit your direction. After careful selection, I believe this one is the most suitable for you. Looking at Barry Make's smile, Lin Yu knew this must be a lucrative endorsement. When he saw the Ferrari logo, Lin Yu smiled. His birthday was also approaching, and soon he would be able to get his driver's license. A sports car was naturally something he currently needed. This endorsement came at the perfect time. After Lin Yu nodded, Barry Make quickly initiated communication with the Ferrari representatives. Ultimately, a 3-year endorsement contract was finalized. Barry Make did his utmost to negotiate an annual endorsement income of €250,000 for Lin Yu, with the contract granting Lin Yu the right to renew after 1 year. In the fourth year, Linyu would have the right to raise the endorsement fee to €300,000. This contract worth €10 million sparked another trending topic. Thus, in just 24 hours, Linyu made it to the trending list 3 times with 3 different events. Barry Make was overjoyed. Such tremendous traffic was something most football players had never experienced before, especially considering how young Linyu was. In addition to the endorsement income, Ferrari also promised to provide Linyu with the latest model of a sports car, incorporating elements related to him into the design, making this car a unique supercar exclusively belonging to Linyu. Linyu was very satisfied with this. Soon Ferrari headquarters sent him the design blueprint for his exclusive sports car. Butterfly doors, a floating engine hood, a V12 engine, fluid linear body design, to Topophyline suspension, and Ferrari's latest online satellite security maintenance system. All of this made Lin's Ferrari exclusive sports car a focal point of attention. After finishing the promotional photoshoot dressed in a stylish Ferrari racing suit, Linyu became the sole spokesperson for Ferrari's latest sports car, positioned in the center of the promotional poster, looking handsome. Once the poster was released, it quickly garnered likes from numerous fans, and countless fans rushed to share and comment. The sports car looks cool. Once it's revealed, I might buy one just to pay tribute to my idol. Is this sports car manual? What? It has both manual and automatic. Then I won't buy it. What? You upstairs won't buy it. If you won't buy it, then I won't buy it either. What's going on? Are you all not buying? If none of you buy it, wouldn't that mean it can't be sold? If it can't be sold, can Ferrari give me one? Don't make me beg you. Look who has arrived. Oh my, it's Lin, who just signed with Ferrari. Lin, could I have your autograph? I have a brother named Rost who has a sister, a mother, and a mother's best friend, all of whom are your fans. On October 3rd, at a restaurant owned by a friend of Barry Make, Linyu arrived late after finishing his endorsement work, disguised to avoid being recognized and to guard against paparazzi from the sun. Inside the private room, 2 young players had been waiting for a long time. They were Rost and Ocho. Originally, they planned to invite Linyu to dinner in a couple of days, but due to the upcoming knockout match, where England was to face Croatia, they moved the dinner up. After all, meeting before the match might lead to misunderstandings with fans. It seems some people should head back to Liverpool, Ross said with a smile. Linyu smirked. You think you can handle me? It's not that I look down on you, I really do look down. Isn't it easy to crush you? Ocho wanted to retort, but thought about it. Linyu seemed to have a point. The 3 brothers always enjoyed each other's company. After dinner, Linyu put his arms around his 2 brothers, and they strolled leisurely. The breeze was gentle, and the trio walked slowly. At a fork 3 streets away, the 3 slowly came to a halt. In the next match, don't hold back, give it your all, Linyu said with a smile. Hold back. If it were Ocho on the other side, I might give a little leeway, but against you I'll bring out 200% of my... Ross laughed in response, then turned hands in his pockets, leisurely turning left to leave. Ocho followed behind, turning to wave goodbye to Linyu. Exactly, Ross is right. Wait, what do you mean you'll give me some leeway? Do I need it? Linyu watched the 2 playfully bicker, also laughing as he turned to leave. The next time they meet, they will be opponents on the field. On the way back, Linyu contemplated the England U17 national team. Linyu was already aware of this England national team from his previous life, as they were known among European fans as the most successful generation in England's history. And indeed, this U17 national team had over 90% of its players ascend to play in the Premier League. Over 97% of them continued to play in the top leagues of the 5 major leagues. The remaining 3% mostly played in the Eredivisie, Belgium's top league, and some were scattered in the Championship. This was an extremely impressive success rate. Among the teams, Solanke later became a top striker, scoring over 20 goals in a single Premier League season. Armstrong and Roberts were also later recognized as top talents on the wings. Holding midfielder Winks later played for Tottenham, while Ross' development was somewhat underwhelming. Gomez became a rotation defender for Liverpool, and Adebayo wandered in Manchester City's youth system before finding a starting position at Fulham. Cook was designated as the team captain for Bournemouth, and goalkeeper Woodman briefly held a starting position in the top tier. This match was a truly difficult battle for the Croatian team. But Linyu never considered giving up, because if they won, Croatia would advance to the semi-finals of this tournament. That's the semi-finals, just 2 matches away from the ultimate championship. Therefore, no matter what, Linyu would not give up. Both sides entered intense preparations. The quarterfinals of the U17 World Cup had been confirmed, with England facing Croatia, while the other matchup in the upper bracket had Nigeria against Sweden. The winners of the 2 matchups would meet in the semi-finals. In the lower bracket, Uruguay faced Germany, and France battled Italy. The winners from both groups would also meet in the semi-finals. As the final showdown approached, the excitement of the U17 World Cup reached its peak. Both teams seemed to have vanished before the match, completely off the radar. Scholes was fully focused on strategizing and designated Linyu as the key player for England to counter. To that end, he planned to deploy the strongest triangle composed of Cook, known as the son of technique, Rost, dubbed the Little Golden Card, and Winks, regarded as a sweeping genius. Simultaneously, England's defense would be anchored by Gomez and Ocho, forming a super iron wall formation. On the other hand, Croatia's tactical training was equally rigorous. Dario did not want any mistakes on the field, so for the past few days Croatia had been focusing heavily on tactics, positioning, and passing. Dario understood that against a team like England, even a simple mistake could be seized upon. Croatia had to achieve 100% perfection at least during those 90 minutes to not make any mistakes to have a chance of defeating England. The intense preparations of both teams ignited the passion of the fans. England's fans, especially the traditionally rowdy ones, had already engaged in battles both online and offline. First, there were over 5 out-of-control confrontations with Croatian fans in which 3 English hooligans were arrested, followed by an online brawl about Linju. The fans of both teams were already heated before the match, which further elevated the atmosphere of the game. FIFA even estimated through big data calculations that the viewership of this match would exceed the highest ratings of past U17 World Cups, setting a new record. On October 7th, at the Royal Sports Stadium in the UAE, nearly 50,000 seats were completely filled, making it the most attended match of this U17 World Cup, with over 20,000 fans from each side present. England fans wore white jerseys waving flags, which was their home team uniform. Croatian fans similarly donned their home kits, the red and white checker jerseys, looking particularly splendid on the live broadcast. Major streaming platforms had already opened, and only 10 minutes remained until the match began. In the Huaxia streaming room, Hiwei was ready and had invited his new partner for this match, Ma Fanchu. Hello fans, I am Hiwei, and sitting next to me is Ma Fanchu, also the special commentator for this match. Hello everyone, I am Ma Fanchu. Ma Fanchu smiled sweetly. Hiwei opened the lineup. First, let me introduce England's starting lineup. Defenders: More Gomez, Ocho Adebayo. Midfielders: Cook, Rost, Winks. Forwards: Armstrong, Solanke, Roberts. It's truly a star-studded lineup. This team is simply too strong. Ma Fanchu then began to introduce the starting lineup for Croatia. For Croatia, goalkeeper Ivan Neves, defenders Sosa, Gvardiol, Brekalo, Benkovic. Midfielders: Moro, Major, Linju. Forwards: Kalinic, Mateo, Mizic. The passionate commentary ignited the enthusiasm of all the fans, and the fiery atmosphere had already filled the stadium. It seemed as if smoke was rising again under the bright moonlight. Over 40,000 fans erupted in thunderous cheers as 22 warriors donned their glorious battle attire, bearing honor and dignity, stepping forward with resilient strides, slowly entering the field amidst smoke and light. Fans, the quarterfinals are upon us. A star-studded England battles the super resilient, unyielding Croatia. The highest valued U17 team clashes with the toughest, most unyielding team. Will Linju continue to lead the team in creating miracles, or can England continue to sweep their opponents? Don't go away. The highly anticipated century duel is truly here. Even the main referee sensed the enthusiastic atmosphere on the field. In this fiery ambience, the referee placed the whistle in his mouth and both sides stood ready. After the coin toss, it was determined that the England team would kick off first. Solanke rubbed his fists together in anticipation. Beep! With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match commenced. Solanke returns the pass, and the England team aims to open up their tactics. On the left side, Roberts is dribbling the ball. Another back pass to Winks. A lob pass. 6 players from England are attacking together. A multiplayer assault is one of the most common opening tactics. Linju hurried back while searching for the true attacking player of the England team. Solanke sprinted quickly, but the pass was directed to the left. Is it Armstrong? In an instant, Linju dismissed his thought. He quickly adjusted his position to the center and closed it. As expected, the ball flew towards Armstrong, but this guy headed it back to the midfield. Before the pass reached him, Rostov should have controlled the ball with his chest, and then lobbed it to Solanke for a quick attack. However, just as the ball flew in, a figure intercepted and blocked Cook. It was Linju. After gaining possession, he immediately cleared the ball with a strong kick, lifting his leg high to... Fortunately, there were no players in front of Linju, so he wasn't penalized for kicking too high. A beautiful clearance. Linju thwarted England's opening tactics. The ball sailed into the backfield. Joe Gomez steadied the ball, and the England team pushed their formation forward. It was not a 433, but a diagonal 433. Even the defensive line was diagonal. This is completely different from England's traditional style of play, Hiwei observed. In the last World Cup, the England team played long ball tactics, so Dario thought they would continue with their traditional play style. However, when playing long balls, you cannot adopt such a formation, as it is not conducive to crosses. Clearly, the England team has changed their tactics. Dario hurried to the sidelines to observe as the coaching staff pondered. Linju returned to the midfield position, organizing the defense, while the Croatian team continued their pressing counterattack tactics. However, the diagonal 433 formation of the England team resembled 3 sharp blades slashing diagonally into the Croatian formation. If you have ever cut meat, then you should understand that those who are adept with a knife often slice diagonally into the thickest part of the skin, maximizing the sharpness of the blade. In the 16th minute of the match, the diagonal positioning of the England team looks somewhat comical, yet it is very dangerous. The hidden peril behind humor is the most dangerous. Neville observed clearly. Moore is the most defensive player, followed by Joe Gomez, who stands slightly further forward in the center-back position, while Ocho's position is a bit ahead of Gomez, and Adebayo is the furthest forward in defense. In midfield, Cook, Rostov, and Winks also stand in a diagonal manner, with Rostov positioned the furthest forward, similarly in the front line. The 3 lines of England all press from left to right, continually exerting pressure on Croatia's defense at about a 30-degree diagonal angle. This put pressure on Linju. The England team's new positioning not only balanced their defense and attack, but also made their passes more threatening. When the Croatian team passed from the back, these diagonal through balls could penetrate Croatia's pressing defense. Scholes saw an opportunity. This was the new tactic he had meticulously researched specifically aimed at countering Croatia and Linju. Once a master among masters, Scholes had an exceptionally profound understanding of the pitch and tactics. It was precisely because of this that the England team trusted him to be the head coach of the U17 national team. In the 22nd minute of the match, Linju felt a change in rhythm. First, Ocho suddenly pressed forward with the ball. Indeed, the England team's center-backs even began to bring the ball forward. Then came the short passes, and they were all short passes. If it were Spain employing such tactics, you would not be surprised. Yet these short passes from the England team were even more threatening than Spain's, as they were all forward passes. Ocho passed the ball forward, finding Winks. Winks turned with the ball, his nimble figure evading Meyer. Before Rostov received the ball, turned and shot. The low drive headed towards the goal. Ivan Nevsik dove sideways and successfully deflected the ball out for a corner. The England fans erupted in cheers. That shot didn't score, but it was very threatening. Can you believe that the England team is actually playing short passing tactics? Carragher was stunned. They didn't play long balls at all, it was all short passes, and they managed the ball very well. Each pass was penetrating slowly, pushing the ball into Croatia's half. Henry also found it unbelievable considering that he had faced England when he was on the French team, and England's tactics had left a deep impression on him back then. It was all long passes and crosses back then. Who would have thought that England would change their style now? Scholes had a long-term tactical vision. He believed that in the future of football, long ball tactics would no longer be mainstream. This new tactical direction, combining short passes and controlling the rhythm as its primary objective, would become mainstream in modern football tactics. The England team completely took the initiative on the field, gradually encroaching upon the space. Like a lord occupying territory, when most of the land is seized by the lord, you should understand that you will no longer be able. Therefore, Linju frantically ran in the midfield, trying to reclaim some space. However, the England team's midfield completely bypassed Linju. In midfield, the furthest forward Rostov and the furthest back Cook frequently executed a designated disc-flying tactic. The so-called disc-flying tactic refers to using Cook as a fixed passing point, treating the ball like a flying disc, randomly sending it in different directions. Yet this randomness only existed in Linju's eyes. Rostov had already discussed this randomness with Cook. Thus, every pass from Cook could find Rostov, while Rostov would move laterally behind Linju, constantly shifting to another space, creating diagonal passing opportunities, with Cook effectively bypassing Linju. With this tactic, Scholes successfully lowered Linju's interception success rate. It was evident that England's tactics were extremely successful. As the match ticked away, England completely dominated the field, exerting pressure on Croatia with an increasing number of shots. In the 30th minute of the match, half an hour has passed, and England remains in the lead. They have completed 6 shots, 3 of which were on target. Henry chuckled wryly. It's just that Croatia's defense is strong enough. If it were any other team, they would have been breached by England long ago. However, no matter how strong, you can't hold out for 90 minutes like this. The Croatian team must quickly find a way out of this predicament. The England team grew increasingly excited, pushing their formation higher up the field. Linju could only feel that more and more gaps were appearing in his own team's defense. In the 36th minute of the match, with Rostov making another forward run, Linju even anticipated 2 steps ahead for the interception, his toes almost grazing the football. But Cook still managed to pass the ball. Morrow hurried to cover. Rostov feigned to the left with his back to goal, baiting Morrow's weight shift, and then deftly nudged the ball to the right side of his body. Linju's gaze tightened. He had seen Rostov use this move in training, and he knew a shot was coming next. He's going to... Linju shouted urgently. Gvardiol rushed up to block. But Rostov still took the shot. With a sideways swing of his left leg, Rostov unleashed a powerful shot that struck the football. Bang! Rostov even deliberately played a bouncing ball. The football flew low at first, then suddenly dipped and bounced just before reaching the goal, and then rushed towards the net. Such a shot is the hardest to judge in trajectory, as you can't know where the ball will bounce after it hits the ground. Ivan Nevsik instinctively waved his hand in a single-handed save, but the ball slipped right through his palms and into the Croatian net. The England fans immediately erupted in cheers. Rostov sprinted towards the sidelines and slid on his knees. It's a goal. Fans' friends. Rostov, like a young Gerrard, scored with his signature turn and long-range shot. This goal represents Rostov's capabilities. There must be a reason why he's called the young Gerrard by England fans. What a beautiful goal. Neville immediately raised his fist in celebration, naturally supporting England as a player. Henry also applauded Rostov. That was indeed a splendid goal. Rostov showcased his talent. At that moment, many Liverpool players were also watching the live broadcast. They were happy for Rostov, but also looked towards their good brother Linju. Undoubtedly both were members of Liverpool's first. Who do you think will win this match? Gerrard asked Coutinho. Definitely England. Besides, Lin eliminated my Brazil team, so I won't support him. Coutinho feigned jealousy, which made Gerrard laugh heartily. In any case, the happiest were the 3 sitting in the last row. Rogers struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth, while his companions Alec and Leander had no such restraint and burst into laughter. After all, if the Croatian team were eliminated, Linju would return to Liverpool's first team. Liverpool had reached the 12th round of the Premier League, currently sitting at the top, leading Manchester City by just 1 point, with Chelsea and Manchester United closely pursuing them. Arsenal was in 4th place, also eyeing closely. Moreover, Liverpool had already advanced to the quarterfinals of the League Cup. Thus, if Linyu were eliminated now and returned to the team, he would at least still make it in time for England's tightly packed Christmas schedule. The match continued as Rostov and Ocho celebrated and embraced, both seeing hope in defeating Linyu. After all, both knew how terrifying Linyu could be. But every position in the England team was too strong. This was a battle of 11 not 1. The England team changed their tactics again, and Linyu sensed the issue. England intended to launch a wave of attacks. The wave attack is often combined with the lob pass tactic, as the lob pass can quickly penetrate the opponent's defense, especially effective against mentally crumbling opponents. With England leading by 1 goal and holding the upper hand, the Croatian players' stamina was rapidly declining with 10 minutes remaining in the first half. If they could completely overwhelm Croatia with a wave attack, England could end the match early and secure the victory. Thus, England's lob pass tactic appeared frequently. Linyu kept pressing Rostov, denying him attacking opportunities, which left the task of defending Cook to Mayer. But Cook, known as the son of technique, thrived in his defensive midfield position. Not only could he frequently evade Mayer's pressure with nimble ball control, but he could also deliver threatening long passes after beating his opponent. In a flash, he pierced through the Croatian defense. Scholes seemed to see an opportunity to wipe out the Croatian team. In the 39th minute, Cook received the ball, dribbled left, evaded Mayer, and then made another through pass. He intended to find Armstrong, but suddenly a figure appeared in his line of sight. Linyu flew in for a tackle, successfully intercepting. Scholes' gaze intensified. This is impossible. How could this guy intercept from this position? Scholes was taken aback. Could he have seen through his tactics? That was even more impossible. This was a tactic he had developed over many days with numerous assistants. How could this 17-year-old kid Suppressing his shock, Scholes gave Cook an affirming look, signaling him to continue playing this way. In the 42nd minute, the England team controlled possession while the Croatian team could only defend passively, trying to endure the remaining time of the first half. Rostov received the ball and quickly passed back, this time, even intentionally luring Linyu closer. The back pass was received by Cook, who played a diagonal pass without stopping the ball, aiming again for the left side. But in the next second, Linyu appeared once more. This time, Scholes kept a close watch on Linyu's movement. He had changed his center of gravity from behind Rostov, just before Rostov was about to touch the ball. When the ball was passed back by Rostov, Linyu dashed horizontally towards Cook, no doubt having seen through Scholes' tactics. Scholes' diagonal positioning was meant to stretch the width of the Croatian defense. Indeed, Croatia's solid defense was due to maintaining a tight formation, which also created counterattack space for. When Croatia counterattacks, it would be like a rocket exploding from the center with everyone passing towards the middle. Moreover, due to their tight positioning, most of Croatia's players would pass closer to Linyu in the center, resulting in more. But when the width is stretched and the tightness is insufficient, Croatia's defensive tactics, which rely on counterpressing, lose their effectiveness. However, Linyu's lateral movement meant he was using his running ability to fill the gaps in Croatia's midfield, restoring the tightness that their tactics required. This terrified Scholes. If such a player were allowed to grow further, how formidable would he become? What an exaggerated football intelligence he would possess. Scholes considered his own football intelligence to be among the very best in the sport, yet this kid before him seemed only 17 and had already reached his level, perhaps even surpassing him. Meanwhile, with Linyu's successful defense, the first half was drawing to a close. England's wave tactics had been broken, and even their new tactics had been uncovered by Linyu. As the halftime whistle blew, the Croatian coaching staff rushed back to the locker room. They had new tactics to devise quickly. In the Huaxiao live broadcast room, Wei observed keenly. In the final phases of the first half, if it weren't for Linyu, the Croatian team would likely have completely collapsed, directly defeated by England. But Linyu saw through England's tactics and preserved Croatia's hopes of advancing through his own abilities. In the Sky Sports commentary room, Henry praised Linyu's tactical ability, especially his skill in deciphering tactics. It's Lin, he was already prepared for this moment, which is why he thwarted England's overpowering tactics and prevented Croatia from collapsing on the field, getting through the first half. It's Lin, he was already prepared for this moment, which is why he thwarted England's overpowering tactics and prevented Croatia from collapsing on the field, getting through the first half. But having just a good mindset isn't enough. You must prepare ahead of time. If everyone could possess the great qualities of a farmer, no one would be defeated by life. It seems that Croatia has only one path left to defend and counterattack. In this situation, Dario understands, well, that Croatia cannot recklessly push forward, otherwise they will be pierced through by the England team. Croatia barely survived the final moments of the first half, not succumbing to England's wave of attacking tactics. Thus, during halftime, Dario's tactical adjustment was to change the formation to 451, with Linyu positioned at the forefront alone, while everyone else was required to participate in defense. This is Croatia's only chance. After the second half began as expected, the situation showed no sign. The England team continued to attack with full force, while Croatia remained steadfast in their defense. After adjusting their tactics, Croatia's defensive numbers increased, and their defensive strategies became more effective than in the first half, gradually stabilizing their backline. However, passive defense is not the best way to counter. One needs to have the strength to strike back. As a result, the fans focused their attention on Lin Yu, who was alone at the front as Dario had directly utilized him as a center forward instead of playing him in midfield. With England's continuous attacks failing to yield results, they began to push forward, adding more players to their offensive line. Lin Yu remained observant, and as England pressed harder, he gradually started to see more opportunities. In the 66th minute of the match, with each attempt to turn with the ball and shoot from distance this time, it was blocked by Gvardiol, who had moved closer for a purposeless encounter. Hiwe exclaimed. The tirelessly defending Croatians had almost no one remaining in the forward positions, making this clearance seem utterly meaningless. But a figure broke through the darkness as if accompanied by the roar of thunder, advancing with an unstoppable momentum. It is hard to believe that in such a high-intensity match and already at the 66th minute, there are still players capable of such movement. It's Lin Yu, Hiwe exclaimed. Lin Yu is rushing towards the first drop point. Ochoa was closer to the drop point, even by several steps. But Lin Yu's speed was too fast. At this moment Lin Yu felt as if the entire world had quieted down with only himself and the whistling wind by his ears. Gradually, even the sound of the wind began to fade, and Lin Yu could only feel himself. Thus he sprinted ahead. Lin Yu charged towards the drop point. Ochoa arrived almost simultaneously, both stretching out their feet at the same time. But Lin Yu's toe touched the soccer ball first, nudging it slightly forward. Driven by inertia, the soccer ball passed through Ochoa's legs. Lin Yu pushed off with his right foot, explosively accelerating again, his body only slightly swaying as he completed a second burst of forward sprinting. Once again he accelerated, dribbling through the legs in a furious sprint. At this moment, even the top sprinters would feel immense pressure. Yet while gasping for breath, Lin Yu did his utmost to remain alert. Looking up, he found only the England goalkeeper. He controlled the ball with his left foot, evading the goalkeeper's attack. Lin Yu intended to shoot, but as his right foot landed, he lost his balance. His ankle momentarily twisted. The Croatian fans couldn't help but gasp in astonishment as they saw Lin Yu's figure about to fall. Then in the next second, Lin Yu remarkably stabilized his form with his powerful core strength and burst forward again. With his left foot as support, he swiftly struck the soccer ball with his right foot. A powerful shot. The England goal, stripped of all protection, was breached by Lin Yu. Goal 8. Goal 8. My heavens, how is this possible? It was a counterattack by just him, and he's a completely super personal performance. A super individual goal. A long-distance run that spanned over. After running so far, he still had the ability to adjust his posture to complete the nutmeg, and after dribbling past, he could still carry the ball into the penalty area to score. Even before his body was about to lose balance, he forcefully pulled his core back. It's terrifying. This guy is a monster. He is a true monster. Carragher screamed uncontrollably. In the Huaxia livestream, Hiwe was even more excited than Carragher. That ball went in. That ball went in. The score was equalized 1-1. 1-1. Both sides returned to the same starting line. Lin Yu scored a crucial goal in the 66th minute, an extremely important goal. They have leveled the score. Croatia, which had been trailing for a full 70 minutes, fought fiercely for 70 minutes. They did not give up on themselves, nor the match, and finally equalized the score in the second half. This was an ultimate counterattack, a surge of energy that erupted after extreme defense. The one who delivered the final blow was still Lin Yu, whose terrifying sustained explosive power combined with an exceptionally strong shooting ability accomplished this long-distance run that spanned over half the field. In this critical battle at the Royal Arena, Croatia's resilient spirit culminated in a final charge. Lin Yu, a hero at 17, an unparalleled personal performance. The match is not over yet, dear fans. The real storm has finally arrived. The strongest individual tactic, the new form of Lin Yu, has made its debut. In the world of football, individual tactics are a rare occurrence, because for players wishing to employ such strategies, one must first possess an overwhelmingly powerful skill level. With Lin Yu's current ability, he does not yet meet this standard within the 5 major leagues, but it is more than sufficient in the U17 World Cup. It is precisely for this reason that Dario had a sudden inspiration, devising a new tactic that combines resilient defense with rapid counterattacks aimed at fully unleashing Lin Yu's potential. The match continues. After equalizing the score, Croatia still adopts their original tactics, while the England team grows increasingly anxious. After leading for so long and suppressing their opponents, the sudden equalizer from Croatia is hard for the England team to accept, and they are even more worried about a counterattack from Croatia. The best course of action is to immediately crush Croatia again and regain control on the field. Thus, England launched a fierce assault. However, Croatia's resilient defense left them with no opportunities. In the 70th minute of the match, the England team's attack comes from the center. Cook is looking to break through. Mayer rushed in like a madman, defending fiercely. Cook had no choice but to pass sideways. Winks received the ball and cut inside with Moro in pursuit. Defense succeeded. In desperation, Winks could only pass the ball back. The Croatian team stood united. Most importantly, these players are fiercer than one another. In the 73rd minute of the match, Rostov carried the ball through the center, just as he attempted to break through. A fierce collision struck. Mayer with red eyes charged in, forcefully knocking Rostov aside. That was a clean interception. The referee did not call a foul. Rostov could only reach out to grab. Yellow card. Rostov committed a foul. This was a tactical foul. The England team pushed forward, leaving very few defenders in the back, making committing a foul the wisest choice at this moment. The fans could feel it. The two teams are indeed in a battle of offense and defense. Although Croatia is defending, they quickly counterattack whenever they gain possession, while England, in their aggressive pursuit of goals, can only resort to fouls to stop the counterattacks. The match fell into a stalemate, with both sides facing a test. Every sprint was accompanied by the shedding of sweat. Every exerted run was accompanied by heavy breathing. Linyu continued to take deep breaths, yet he could still feel beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. Each step was a test of body and mind. This was true warfare. The match has entered the 80th minute, marking the closing stage. Every minute from now on is a test for the players on the field. This is real combat. You cannot afford to relax. At this stage of the match, it is all about willpower. Neville spoke clearly. At this stage of the match, it is all about willpower, and when it comes to willpower, one must listen to the story of the wind, and the oak tree, and the sun, and the soil. This is Croatia, characterized by stubborn pride and unyielding tenacity. This is how people describe Croatia. In this country, the population is tightly knit, therefore people are more united. The history of war has endowed this city with a strong sense of unity and national mission akin to that of Croatia. It is precisely for this reason that when it comes time to test willpower, it is Croatia's home ground that comes into play. Linyu was running tirelessly on the field, but gradually he began to hear the sound of the wind, a wind not from himself, but from his teammates. Linyu turned in surprise. He had been so focused and excited that he had somewhat neglected the movements of his teammates. At this moment, all his teammates were running tirelessly in their respective positions, a feeling that was quite wonderful. Linyu felt as if everyone was with him, as if he had become the person receiving the most support. In fact, the fans in the live broadcast room were doing the same. When the underdog truly begins to showcase their strength, boldly achieving better results, the support for them will only grow. From sympathizing with the weak to supporting them, and then immersing themselves in the struggles of this team that refuses to succumb to fate and strives to create miracles, fans will find a greater sense of belonging in such teams. At this moment, most fans were cheering for the Croatian team in the live broadcast room. If Croatia can reach the semifinals, this tournament will belong to them. The Croatian team has performed incredibly well. They seem invincible on the field. Outstanding Croatia, resilient Croatia. Under Linyu's leadership, they have displayed their tenacious willpower. The more fiercely Croatia resists, the more England wants to break through their defense. More importantly, Scholes does not want to drag the match into extra time. The closer they get to extra time, the more advantageous it is for Croatia. In the 83rd minute of the match, Rostov fell back while England's three-pronged attack advanced diagonally, with only Rostov falling back to receive. Rostov received the ball and quickly made a long pass, shifting the ball to the right flank. Sosa quickly closed in, nudging Roberts just enough to make receiving the ball less comfortable. Roberts indeed stumbled slightly, and his first touch was a bit heavy, giving Moro time to retreat and provide. The Croatian team quickly formed a siege on the left flank. Roberts attempted to break through forcefully, quickly dropping his shoulder and exploding towards the center. But in the next second, Moro and his teammate instantly closed in. A flanking attack from both sides. A successful shutdown defense. Roberts was knocked to the ground, angrily complaining to the referee, but the referee waved off the complaint, indicating it was not a foul. Another successful defense, a beautiful defense. The Croatian team is looking to counterattack again. Long pass. After regaining possession, the Croatian team resolutely launched a counterattack. Moro, being an excellent playmaker, sent a long pass from the left side toward the front field. The ball soared over half the field, dropping just in front of Matteo. Matteo exchanged places with Kalinic, who had already moved into the center. Now Matteo just needed to pass the ball to the center to complete a wall pass. Just as Matteo raised his foot to make the pass, Adelabia rushed in from behind and knocked him down. Another tactical foul. The referee immediately showed Adelabia a yellow card. Another yellow card. Croatia's counterattack has caused England to suffer greatly. The position is excellent. This is Croatia's chance. The match has now entered the 85th minute, and Croatia has earned a free kick from a very favorable position on the left side. Moro stands over the ball with all Croatian forwards pressing into the penalty area. Linyu stands at the edge of the penalty area, closely marked by Rostov and Ocho. These two are the English players who know Linyu best. Ocho deliberately positioned himself diagonally to block Linyu's path, to insert himself the running style he preferred. Rostov stood directly in front of Linyu, ready to block any chance for a long shot, completely sealing off Linyu. However, true stars cannot be blocked by their opponents. Linyu used his peripheral vision to observe, and as Moro began to pass the ball, he suddenly sprinted forward. His lateral run prompted Ocho to move sideways as well. But Linyu suddenly halted. At that moment, Moro had rushed to the ball and was ready to pass. Linyu's stop was quicker than Ocho's shift in weight. Rostov sensed something was wrong. A gap appeared between him and the moving Ocho. Realizing the danger, Rostov hurriedly reached out to block Linyu. But Linyu had already launched himself, forcefully pushing Rostov's arm aside as he entered the penalty area. At that moment, Moro had just begun his kick. The precise arching cross flew toward the center. The front post was somewhat close to the goalkeeper. Woodman quickly rushed out, preparing to punch the ball away. But Linyu had already jumped, leaping into the air with a forward motion to meet the ball with a header. It resembled Van Persie's legendary leap, yet with even more power. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to propel his body upward, and at the highest point he connected with the ball, just before Woodman's fists could reach it. The ball took a slight upward trajectory upon impact, and this little lift allowed it to soar over Woodman's outstretched hand, flying forward. In the terrified gaze of Woodman, in the astonished expressions of the England players, in the nearly despairing looks of the English fans, the ball crossed the white line and slowly settled into the net. At that moment the world seemed to pause due to this goal. All actions appeared to slow down. Until the instant the ball hit the ground. Bang! The crisp sound of the goal awakened all the fans. Oh, a last-minute goal. This is a decisive goal. Lin Yu scored the winning goal. Oh my, Croatia is about to win. They are on the verge of defeating the star-studded England and advancing to the semi-finals of the U-17 World Cup. Unyielding and ambitious. Accumulating feathers to sink a ship. This decisive goal will surely make him famous. From this moment on, Lin, you do not worry about the road ahead without confidence. Because who in the world does not recognize you? This goal will surely remind the English of their past failures, of the dark years of their defeats. It is as if an ancient bell has once again tolled, as if the sails of an era have once more caught the wind and surged forward. Lin Yu raises the resilient banner high. He is the embodiment of the spirit of Croatian football. He will be the tenacious leader of Croatia. Hiwe was overwhelmed with excitement, and Carragher was even bouncing up and down. Neville was nearly in despair, as he never expected the England team he supported would be defeated at the last moment. This goal is in, and it is so dramatic. Henry could only describe this goal as theatrical. In the live broadcast, Lin Yu donned the red and white checkered jersey, embodying the faith of all Croatian fans. Like a ball of fire, illuminating, advancing and flickering in the darkness, then gradually blooming with brilliance, burning everything until it is seen by all. Seeing him ignite the torch of hope. Seeing him reignite the hope of Croatian football. 10 years ago people called us the most talented team in Europe. 10 years later we are still in this position, and no one can see the football of Croatia clearly. This hard-won victory is what true victory means. This explosion in dire straits, this growth in adversity, represents the power of Croatian football. I really never thought that Croatia could defeat England, but I also feel it's not surprising, because this victory belongs to everyone. All 11 players on the field gave their all. They all deserve the victory. Dario really didn't want to make substitutions. He saw Lin Yu rush to the sidelines, diving and gliding, with all the Croatian players rushing towards him, piling on top of him, celebrating with raised fists full of passion. At this moment Lin Yu represented the highest honor of Croatian football, and the players on the field fought to the last moment for the honor of Croatia. At this moment, surely no one wanted to be substituted, even though they were exhausted, but Dario had to make substitutions. This was his responsibility to the team. Thus Croatia made 2 substitutions. Destrovic and Major replaced Mateo and Meyer, substituting 1 striker and 1 midfielder for a defensive midfielder and a central defender. The match had entered stoppage time, and Dario needed to hold on to the final moments. There are less than 10 minutes left in the match, including stoppage time. Dario's substitutions are to secure the outcome, to hold on to victory. The match continued, and England also made 2 substitutions, replacing 2 midfielders with 2 attackers. However, Lin Yu was like a tireless monster, an unstoppable beast, constantly sprinting towards the forward area, repeatedly disrupting England's rhythm. Ocho was almost driven mad as Lin Yu kept dribbling towards the corner flag. It was the 92nd minute. Rooster's forced long shot was blocked by Gvardiol. After the ball bounced back, Major quickly intercepted it and cleared it with a powerful kick. It was still a haphazard clearance, but someone would always go for the ball. Lin Yu once again charged forward with fearless. At this moment all Croatian fans stood up to watch. They didn't know how to describe their feelings at this moment, but they knew they had to stand and watch Lin Yu, applauding for Lin Yu, cheering for Lin Yu. This was the only thing they could do. Lin Yu sprinted forward, taking large strides towards the corner flag as he received the ball. A single sprint created space. Lin Yu pressed into the corner flag, controlling the ball, and then pulled to the side. A standard shielding posture emerged, all to delay time. Ocho was infuriated and pushed Lin Yu down hard. Lin Yu sat on the ground panting, and the referee blew the whistle for a foul again. Looking up at the furious Ocho, Lin Yu did not respond, only shaking his head and saying, "Each for their own, I can't do anything. Ocho, we are all fighting for victory." Ocho said nothing and just turned to leave. At this moment Rooster walked up to Lin Yu and extended his hand. Lin Yu smiled, took Rooster's hand to stand up, just as the referee blew the final whistle of the match. Beep. As soon as the first whistle sounded, Croatian fans erupted in cheers that nearly shook the entire stadium. Beep. At the second whistle, Lin Yu could no longer control himself and took off his jersey, rushing towards his teammates to celebrate. Beep. The third whistle sounded like a command. All of Europe's forums and renowned media outlets from the world of football rushed to publish front-page headlines. In an instant the name Lin Yu soared in popularity on the social platforms of the football world, quickly climbing to the top of trending searches. The Royal England Report, a terrifying individual performance. True heroism. Lin Yu led the Croatian team to become the top 4 in the U-17 World Cup. The Manchester Evening News special column front page headline from today, on there is only one genius in contemporary football, and that is Lin Yu. No one else deserves the title of genius. Croatia daily light of the football world. The new giant of the global football scene, Lin Yu represents the spirit of unyielding determination, leading the team to fight against the brilliant English and secure victory. He is the pride of the football world. At this moment, all the traffic in the football world was solely related to Lin Yu. Numerous well-known forums in Europe and social media platforms in Asia crashed and slowed down. Countless technicians were quickly fixing the backend, but still hundreds of millions of fans flooded into various forums to check the front page headlines about Lin Yu. At this moment, the true child of traffic had quietly emerged. Perhaps you believed before the tournament began that Croatia could progress from the group. Perhaps after they defeated Albania you felt they could advance. Perhaps after the Croatia team eliminated Baxi you began to acknowledge their efforts. Yet at this very moment what stands before us is not merely Croatia, but a superlative side that has stormed into the semi-finals. Every team that reaches the last four deserves respect. He Wei was elated. He had never imagined Croatia could break into the U-17 World Cup semi-finals. In truth, He Wei was not the only one taken by surprise. Bali Makai and Cali had not expected Croatia to reach the U-17 semi-finals either. At the fan stands the two of them stood amid the Croatia supporters, jubilant and cheering. Bali Makai, thrilled, tried to hug Cali, but sensing the fierce intensity in her demeanor, he turned instead and embraced a bearded fan to his right. Cali seemed to forget she was wearing high heels as she leapt in celebration. Lin Yu inched closer to the Golden Boy award, closer to greater renown and honor, and she was genuinely happy for him. Over the past year, Cali had often seen Lin Yu laboring at Casadilla without ever earning promotion to the first team, but now Lin Yu was shining at the U-17 World Cup, transformed into a star, drawing the world's attention. Cali could only say that all of this was what Lin Yu deserved, for he always worked relentlessly, never abandoned himself, and never abandoned the game. In every training session, he was the most driven, often staying to practice extra. Such a player inherently deserves greater respect and honor. When he stepped into the stands, Lin Yu felt as if he had come home. The fans around him stood beside him. There were no frenzied embraces, no near hysterical roars. Only warm, sincere greetings. For the first time, Lin Yu realized he had become part of the Croatia family. Lin, come by my house sometime. I bought clothes at your mother's shop. Your family's garments are lovely. Lin, do you know your mother's standees are everywhere? Walk down that street, and you'll see a cutout of you on every corner. Hearing this, Lin Yu could only smile wryly and nod, as his fame grew. Carol had been carried away. At the same time she was expanding her shop. The expansion enjoyed enthusiastic support from fans and business grew ever more prosperous. On the most important commercial avenue of Croatia's Pearl City, billboards for the Mingju clothing brand hung everywhere, a testament to Carol's influence. After bidding the fans farewell, Lin Yu returned to the locker room. All right, brothers. First, congratulations on making the semi-finals of this tournament. Also, Niralia beat Croatia, so our next opponent will be Niralia. They have drive, speed, and physicality, but, Dalyao shouted with a laugh. We have more drive. We are faster. We are stronger. We are invincible. When Dalyao finished, the entire locker room erupted in cheers. The players broke into their Guangfeng Xiangshu anthem. It was the first time Lin Yu had seen Dalyao so visibly excited in the dressing room. He had usually been composed. Their song streamed out into the stadium, answering the fans' voices. Dalyao embraced Lin Yu, and Lin Yu felt his hand. As the Croatia squad's appointed new head coach, this tournament was a gauge of Dalyau's worth. Though leading the team into the semi-finals meant he had exceeded the expectations set by the Football Association, and he became the man fans whispered could succeed Daliki. Rumor even held that Daliki was considering summoning Dalyao into the first-team coaching staff as a trusted lieutenant, a long-time dream for Dalyao. At the post-match press conference, the number of reporters on site was overwhelming. Lin Yu could only pick a few whose questions he wished to answer. For example, Hung Lee. Hung Lee arrived once more looking even more excited than before. What a spectacular performance. When you struck the winner, Kalej smashed the studio's newly purchased headphones, £500 worth of headphones, and knee wire. He was so furious his face went bright red. He sat silent in my passenger seat on the way home. Hengla's remark sent the reporters into laughter. Countless microphones were thrust toward Lin Yu. They even bent the usual rules of the post-match press conference, and the scene grew disorderly. All right, lads, take a breath. I know you're excited, but I'm a player, not some novelty you've never seen before, Lin Yu said with a smile. So please put away your restless hearts. For me, it was a brilliant match. First, we must pay tribute to our opponents, Yinggalan. They imposed pressure on us like never before. I can even say that Yinggalan caused us the greatest difficulties in this tournament. Also, I want to tell all the fans. Our goal remains the championship. 2 more matches stand between us and that prize, so we will not overindulge in celebration. We will stay composed and press onward toward greater glory. When Lin Yu finished speaking and rose to leave, reporters still trailed him, leaving only a narrow corridor through the middle. Under the protection of security, Lin Yu sidled along bit by bit and boarded Bali Makai's Maybach through the rear door. Bali Makai grew tense. What's wrong? Lin Yu asked. My assistant sent word. The fans have surrounded the back exit. They're frantic, all trying to catch a glimpse of you. Bali Makai was not exaggerating as the Maybach pulled away from the rear gate. Fans pressed against the car, countless hands rapping on its doors. Callie was a little frightened. Lin Yu patted her shoulder and offered a reassuring smile. It was not that he did not wish to take photos or sign autographs. Lin Yu simply knew that if he lowered the window the crowd would surge in like a fever and safety could be compromised. He could only wave at the fans through the glass and urge them to keep a safe distance, and so the Maybach slowly departed the stadium amid cheers and escorts. Once clear of the crush, Bali Makai could not help wiping the cold sweat from his brow. To be honest, I've signed many gifted players before like Luke Xiao. He was even a local youth prospect, popular and prized by Monlian, but his fame beside yours is simply small. No joke, it's terrifying. I've never seen a 17-year-old so adored with such overwhelming popularity. Bali Makai found it astonishing, yet the truly extraordinary development arrived soon after a new term began to appear across social platforms: Lin Yu addiction. It was a moniker coined by Yingling fans. Posts bearing that phrase spread like wildfire through social networks and across world football, igniting a fresh viral craze. Yo yo yo, look who it is. Isn't this the legendary Lin who can perform the shadow clone technique? I also have a craving for you, Lin Yu. I really want to drink with you in your room. I wish I could see you every day. Early the next morning, Carly knocked on Lin Yu's door. Seeing Lin Yu, who was still half asleep, Carly purposely spoke in a teasing tone. Carly, it's 8 in the morning. I just played a high-intensity match yesterday. I need to rest, not listen to your teasing here. Damn it, why did you do this? I could have slept until 10 and then comfortably had brunch. Lin Yu helplessly raised his hands. Come on, you've already slept for a long time. I need to talk to you about something. There's an invitation that's a bit risky and the compensation isn't great, but after discussing it with Barry Mike, we think this endorsement suits you very well. Carly pushed open the door and walked into the room with familiarity. She took out an invitation printed on thick, cream-colored A4 paper, and Lin Yu noticed that it was likely from Croatia, because in Europe the contracts I discussed were mostly on very thin paper. They mentioned creating a software called Some Sound, which is specifically for the short video industry, but I don't think it has much potential. However, Mike believes this is the future's super trend, so I did some research and asked my senior brothers from the Royal Academy in the UK and France, who all told me that short videos are the direction of the future and could become mainstream. Thus, I conducted some data analysis from an economic perspective. Of course, it's too professional for you to understand, but I found that in 5 to 10 years short videos will become a global phenomenon, especially in populous countries like Croatia. Carly took out her report, which was filled with complex data that Lin Yu couldn't comprehend, but he still saw a curve. This curve was rising with the passage of years, representing people's interest levels in fast-paced and new experiences. Currently, social platforms haven't fully proliferated, but once smartphones and online media develop to a certain point, and this development will be rapid, at that stage people will broaden their horizons. They will see many things on short video platforms that they couldn't access before, leading to an increasing interest in new things. After that, they will become loyal advocates of short videos. Due to their short duration, they can instantly engage viewers' emotions, thus possessing powerful trend-setting influence and economic value creation. Carly said all this to make Lin Yu understand her point, and he knew that someone as clever as Lin Yu must have grasped it. So this Some Sound wants me to be their spokesperson. Carly nodded, then shook her head. Their original intention was to make you the spokesperson, but Mike refused. They said that if Some Sound wants to collaborate with you, they need to make you one of their shareholders. This company is still in its infancy, and the technology is not mature. Mike promised that as long as they are willing to make you a shareholder, he is willing to provide them with more advanced technology and introduce them to talents from the European online media industry. Did they agree? Lin Yu asked. Still hesitating, but I believe they are likely to agree since they are currently lacking. With Barry Mike's help and your financial investment, they can quickly develop this software and launch it across the internet. This is a golden opportunity. Whoever tastes the crab first will savor its deliciousness first. Carly was very confident about this because she felt that the founders of Some Sound were very optimistic about the short video industry. Under such strong temptation, they were likely to agree to Barry Mike's request. Lin Yu nodded, returned to bed to continue resting, while Carly casually sprawled on the sofa, letting her long legs rest against the back of the sofa, not caring that she was wearing a silk nightgown. If this short video module really takes off, even if you stop playing football in the future, you won't have to worry about food and drink. You can even try more interesting things after retiring. Moreover, this software is likely to help you quickly accumulate more popularity and fans, raising your profile and allowing you to compete for more honors. As Carly spoke, she realized that Lin Yu was completely ignoring her. Looking up slightly, she found that he had already fallen into a deep sleep on the bed. TCH. Carly rolled her eyes and started playing with her phone. Time passed quickly, and when the phone rang around 11, Carly woke Lin Yu. Then they agreed. Barry Mike is helping you secure better terms, but the upper limit might be low. Once everything is confirmed, you can sign the contract. Lin Yu looked at the contract details sent by Barry Mike and found no issues, so he nodded in agreement, as the shares were the most important. After receiving Lin Yu's permission, Barry Mike immediately pushed forward the process of this collaboration. An hour later, Barry Mike arrived at the hotel accompanied by a young Huasho man, wearing glasses, very young, probably in Lin Yu. The young man appeared very excited upon seeing Lin Yu, but he suppressed his excitement and shakily extended. The young man's name was Inzi, and he had come specifically to meet Lin Yu to share his detailed plan for some sound. Thus for the next half hour Lin Yu listened to his long-term plan for some sound, which even extended 30 years into the future. He set every year as a milestone, planning to fully launch some sound in half a year and begin small-scale software promotion. Meanwhile, Lin Yu would not only serve as the spokesperson for some sound, but also become the cover figure for various short video forms in Croatia, and he would become the 6th largest shareholder of some sound, which was the best condition Barry Mike had secured for him. Excluding the 4 founders and the largest investor, Lin Yu's shares would rank 6th in the initial shares of some sound. In his past life, Lin Yu certainly knew how popular some sound was. Therefore, after hearing Inzi's detailed plan, Lin Yu was even more convinced that some sound would still become the leader of future trends in this life. In the evening, after treating Inzi to dinner, Lin Yu personally escorted him to the airport. As he climbed the airplane stairs, Inzi looked back reluctantly and waved to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, wait for your return to the country. When you bring back the championship trophy from Liverpool, I will make you the most popular superstar in all of Croatia. Lin Yu also smiled and waved, saying, that doesn't matter, just remember to make me the superstar most loved by beautiful models around the world. Carly, hearing this, stomped her high heels and said, humph. Men, what kind of team is Nigeria? To put it bluntly, they are strong, fast, and powerful. Neville was puzzled. Because the vast majority of their lineup consists of black players who possess typical traits of black. They exhibit both African and South American characteristics, excelling in long bursts of speed and fierce physical confrontations, along with impressive body control. However, their tactical skills are somewhat lacking. This is in stark contrast to Croatia. Henry was particularly focused on Nigeria, a team that has reached the semi-finals by eliminating several teams, including Sweden, proving their strength. Croatia is about to face Nigeria, a formidable team unlike any they have encountered before. On October 12th, Croatia will engage in a fierce battle with Nigeria. England and Spain both employ short passing tactics which are relatively refined, but Nigeria is a remarkably rugged team. As such, whether Croatia can withstand this type of team remains uncertain. Perhaps what they fear is Nigeria's style of play. Henry's analysis wasn't wrong, and Dario shared this concern. Nigeria's aggressive and straightforward approach poses a significant threat to Croatia's defense. Their explosive speed and rapid advances are concerning, especially since Croatia's defense lacks strong buffering. Players like Sosa, Brekalo, and Benkovic are known for their frontal interceptions and aerial defense. If we talk about speed, only Gvardiol possesses decent pace, but how can he single-handedly resist Nigeria's trio? Thus Dario adjusted the training focus, continuously working on the team's quick retreat abilities, while the tactical plan remains centered on counterattacks, a strategy Croatia has mastered. After several days of training, Lin Yu gathered enough energy points to conduct the next skill module draw, which he As a midfielder, there are still many areas for improvement. While training and matches can enhance his skills, the surprises from skill modules are always limitless. On October 9th, Lin Yu prepared himself, took a shower, changed clothes, and sincerely prayed before starting the skill module draw. Skill King, I am willing to sacrifice 5 centimeters of height with Rost and Ocho for a practical skill. The skill module pool, glowing with various colors, began to surge. Gradually, the familiar green and white colors enveloped his vision, a scene Lin Yu had grown accustomed to. Until pure white completely obscured his sight, a hint of yellow began to emerge from the milky white center, expanding as if gushing from a spring. Lin Yu had seen this yellow before. It appeared when he drew the long-range shooting skill of Roberto Carlos. Could he have drawn another skill module from a Brazilian star? As Lin Yu pondered, the flat surface before him gradually transformed into a three-dimensional scene, followed by an exhilarating commentary ringing in his ears. A yellow figure stood before a ball, and with the commentator's roar, the yellow figure began to sprint. This is definitely within his shooting range. He is universally recognized as a master of free kicks in the football world. Shoot! Bang! The yellow figure struck the football. The ball rose in the air, soared over the wall, then suddenly plummeted like a rainbow, crashing into the goal. Though the distance was great, the power was immense, and the speed left the goalkeeper stunned. Beautiful. The goal counts. Juninho. The one and only supermaster of free kicks in the the creator of the rainbow free kick. The architect of the elevator free kick. He is the master of free kicks, born to excel in this skill. This is where his ability lies. Direct free kicks can be categorized into 2 types. One is Juninho's, and the other is everyone else's. Brazil leads, having scored through Juninho's free kick, changing the score to 2-0. The light gradually faded, and Lin Yu glanced at his system interface. Sure enough, it was Juninho's rainbow free kick skill module. At the same time, his curve attribute and free kick attribute were both enhanced, with the curve attribute rising to 79 and the free kick attribute to 80. Lin Yu was overjoyed. Juninho's skill module not only enhanced his free kick ability, but also improved his curve attribute, which meant his passing ability, especially crossing, also received a corresponding boost. Thus, in the future, he could attempt shots with greater curves, creating more scoring opportunities, leading to a further comprehensive enhancement of his abilities. With the great battle approaching and Nigeria coming on strong, Lin Yu felt like a fish in water, having gained a critical attribute that boosted his confidence in leading the team to victory over Nigeria. As the semi-final date drew nearer, France would also face Germany on the other side. The 4 teams would vie for the final U17 World Cup Championship. The four top stadiums in the UAE have replaced their banners displaying the four teams on virtual screens outside, showcasing the star players of each team. The figure of Linju appeared above Croatia's screen. Countless fans felt envious, especially the males, as this treatment was something every boy dreams of. On October 11th, with just one day left before the big match, Dario convened a final tactical meeting. The screen at the front of the meeting room displayed Nigeria's starting lineup. We need to pay special attention to two players. The first is Nwakali, one of the top three contenders for the Golden Ball in this tournament. The second is Iheanacho, currently the second highest scorer this season. After Dario finished speaking, the surrounding young players looked at Linju, as he was the top scorer and also among the top three contenders for the Golden Ball. Therefore, these two players are our main targets to deal with. Dario's task was relatively easy, as he was only dealing with two players, both of whom had one major honor each. For Nigeria's head coach, the most troubling part was that although he only had to face one player, this player had accumulated all the honors of the tournament. So far, top scorer, strong contender for best player, strong contender for the season's Golden Ball, most popular player, highest profile player, and the most versatile midfielder, even possessing the most extensive experience in the top 5 leagues. With all these honors combined, it was hard to believe he was only 17. Thus, when Nigeria held their tactical meeting, the head coach's face was filled with helplessness. The player we need to deal with is actually just one, and that is Lin. As long as you can defend against Croatia's number 10, you can disrupt their rhythm, sever the connection between their offense and defense, and even completely shatter their tactics, as he is the core of Croatia's strategy. The Nigerian head coach studied Croatia's tactics and found that Dario had almost laid his strategy bare. He was essentially telling everyone that the centerpiece of his tactics was Linju, and that he would build all strategies around. As long as you can defend against him, as long as you can defeat Croatia, you can thoroughly dismantle Croatia's offense midfield. And however, to this point, even strong teams like England, Spain, and France, none have been able to achieve that. Therefore, Nigeria's head coach was quite troubled. The day of the big showdown quickly arrived. On October 12th, 2 semifinals were held simultaneously, with countless fans, including many legends and players, eagerly waiting in front of their screens to watch. At the Royal Arena in the UAE, many legendary stars appeared in the stands. The Sky Sports commentary room quickly found the legends in the audience. Hello fans. I am Neville, and today I will be providing live commentary along with Henry. Hey, don't forget about me, Carragher chimed in. You can see many legends in the live shot, including Nigeria's legendary players, the football magician Okocha, and the goalkeeper Inyema. At the same time, stars like Modric, Rakitic, and legends like Zambrata have also come to the scene. They are clearly here to support their respective teams. Honestly, I am so looking forward to it. Fans, the U17 World Cup semifinals are really here. Who will make it to the finals and enter the highest hall of glory? Let's wait and see. Hello football fans. I am Hiwei, and today I will be bringing you the live commentary along with Ma Fanshu. First, let's take a look at Nigeria's starting lineup for this match. Goalkeeper Adebayo. Defenders Aliyu Chukwu. Midfielders Ndidi Awani and Nwakali. Forwards Chukwueze, Iheanacho, Farouk. The most distinctive feature of Nigeria's lineup is their physicality, with each position showcasing its own unique traits. For instance, most defenders are strong and robust, midfielders are tough, and forwards are quick. Hiwei then began to introduce Croatia's starting lineup, which had not changed from the previous match. In the players' tunnel, both team starters were preparing to enter the field. Linju looked at the players beside him, and indeed they were all strong and robust. Standing next to him, Ndidi would be his direct opponent in this match, and this guy looked tall and muscular with muscles stacked on his body like stones. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. Nigeria kicked off, and right from the start several players surged forward, clearly indicating their aggressive strategy. Iheanacho sprinted forward like a madman, and the Croatian team hurriedly retreated. But Nigeria's explosive speed was truly astonishing. Ndidi advanced with the ball. Just as he intended to pass it forward, Linju appeared, just in time, blocking Ndidi's path. With teammates a bit far away, it was an unknown moment for the two. Linju held his breath, his gaze sharp. Ndidi instinctively burst to the left, while using his shoulder to push to the right. Though there were no feints, it was an absolute display of confidence in his own speed and physicality. As he initiated speed while using his body to fend off the opponent, he aimed to break through. For players lacking finesse, this was the best way to compensate for their shortcomings with speed and strength. Ndidi was very confident. He had successfully used this method against many players before, so he explosively charged to the left with great confidence. Indeed, a strong force was felt at his shoulder, a sensation only experienced during a clash. Ndidi exerted force in response, almost putting in all his strength. He focused all his strength on this confrontation. However, in the next second, Linju also exerted force in response, and surprisingly pushed Ndidi back. Ndidi was taken aback as he swayed to the left. He was forced to take 2 steps left before barely stabilizing himself, but at that moment Linju had intercepted the ball. Oh! The collision between the two strong men ignited the fans' enthusiasm. The Croatian fans cheered and clapped wildly, knowing that if it was a battle of strength, Linju would not back down. A beautiful interception. Ndidi was forcefully knocked aside. While he truly could not compete with Linju, that is the Neville might think so, but Ndidi did not share that sentiment. The match continued and Ndidi was determined to confront Lin Yu as if to prove that he was the best and strongest midfielder in this World Cup. In the 12th minute of the match, Awani received the ball and passed it out wide as Farouk received the ball and sprinted down the right flank. His speed was not very fast, but behind him was Ikin making an overlapping run. His speed was quick. Farouk and Ikin executed a combination play on the flank. Ikin crossed to the back post. Brekalo jumped high in the middle outmatching Iheanacho to clear the ball with a header. The ball flew toward the edge of the penalty area, and both Ndidi and Nwakali rushed toward the landing spot ready to intercept, though once they secured the ball Nigeria could launch a secondary attack. Lin Yu arrived a step ahead of them, first assessing the situation behind him, then using his left side to block Ndidi, while suddenly exerting force to slightly push Ndidi aside. This space allowed Lin Yu time to pivot to the right, using his right shoulder to gently nudge Nwakali. Defending against two while facing away. Successfully creating space, Lin Yu steadied the ball with his left foot, then pulled the ball back and turned dribbling through the gap between the two. The Croatian team's formation surged forward, immediately spreading out wide. Lin Yu turned, and Croatia shifted from defense to offense. Awani had no choice but to press forward. He was the last line of defense for Nigeria's midfield, and for some reason, he felt nervous facing Lin Yu alone. He could only extend his right hand to block Lin Yu's chest, while using his left hand to wrap around Lin Yu's waist, exerting force in an almost binding manner to commit a foul. He clung to Lin Yu like an octopus, and Awani had to do this, otherwise he feared he wouldn't be able to defend foul. A desperate foul. Awani's foul will deeply hurt Nigeria's morale, as you can see his absolute lack of confidence. He was so worried about not being able to stop Lin Yu through a foul that he clung to him entirely, just to successfully commit. Awani felt a bit embarrassed after the foul as the referee showed him a yellow card. Meanwhile, Nigerian fans were being relentlessly mocked by Croatian fans, with the bullet screen in the live broadcast rolling fast. Lin Yu is like a god of war on the field. I have never seen a player commit such a foul, but so embarrassing. How worried is he that he can't stop Lin Yu even through a foul? Do you understand the clash between absolute confidence and absolute insecurity? This confrontation clearly revealed the characteristics of both. You keep boasting about Nigeria's physicality, but I want to say that Lin Yu is the true embodiment of style and strength. He is the toughest man in the world. Lin Yu originally thought that the fouls against him were part of Nigeria's targeted tactics. Until later Lin Yu discovered that it wasn't just him. Nigeria had committed numerous fouls in the attacking third. They consistently committed tactical fouls against the Croatian players to halt their counterattacks. Lin Yu noticed Nigeria's tactics, as did Dario, and a wave of concerns surged within Dario. Because the Nigerian head coach had truly found a method to counter the Croatian team. In the past, many teams struggled to stop Croatia's counterattacks, yet still had to rely on legitimate defensive means, ultimately leading to their defeat by Croatia. However, Nigeria's approach was exceedingly correct. By committing fouls, they obstructed Croatia, thereby creating Moreover, after committing fouls, Nigeria would grant Croatia opportunities for free kicks, and Croatia's free kick capabilities have never been strong. The match continued, and Nigeria's fouls increased. In the 26th minute of the match, Kalinic was dribbling down the left flank. Unknown with Ikin. He rapidly cut to the baseline. Kalinic was very fast, but Ikin was equally quick and did not lose his position. The two sprinted down the wing. Kalinic nearly exerted all his strength, momentarily pulling the ball back with his left foot just before it was about to go out of bounds. This pullback nearly caused Ikin to be thrown off balance, but just before he was completely deceived, Ikin reached out and tugged at Kalinic, bringing him down and successfully preventing him from continuing his dribble or crossing the ball. The referee immediately blew his whistle for a foul. Another tactical foul. This is Nigeria's fifth foul since the start of the match. Ikin received a verbal warning. This is a left-sided free kick opportunity, but the angle is almost zero. This is quite tricky. From this angle, whether passing or shooting, it's very difficult. Kalinic was originally the designated free kick taker for Croatia, but Lin Yu also stood at the free kick spot. I want to give it a try, Lin Yu said. Kalinic nodded, conceding the free kick opportunity. Lin Yu had now become the team's primary core. No matter what attempts he wanted to make, the team would allow him to try. However, most fans felt confused, especially the opponents. This guy can't be trying a free kick, right? I've never seen him take a free kick before. Forget free kicks, I've never even seen him take a corner kick. What is he thinking at a time like this? No way does he really think he's a versatile star. Besides, this guy doesn't even know how to take free kicks. Henry also felt somewhat puzzled. After all, Kalinic was the free kick expert, especially known for his curved passes that posed a significant threat. But Lin Yu had never showcased his free kick abilities before. The assistant coach also felt puzzled. Krish stood beside Dario. Boss, should we relay a message to prevent him from taking the free kick? Dario shook his head. This guy never does things he's not confident about. Dario always believed in Lin Yu. At this moment, Lin Yu stood in front of the ball, and the Nigerian fans erupted into a frenzy of booing. Boo, boo, boo. The wave of boos flooded in, and this feeling was somewhat familiar. Lin Yu shivered. It was the urge to urinate. If you weren't there in person, you couldn't understand this kind of pressure. Over 40,000 people were using him as a venting center, bombarding him with boos, an endless source of pressure. You would feel a heavy burden on your shoulders, and even with each step your movements would become cumbersome. Lin's figure appeared particularly towering in the close-up shots of the live broadcast, which intentionally focused on it. His back was robust, exuding a sense of security. With the referee's whistle, Nigeria's wall focused, intently ready to jump at any moment. Lin began his run. He took 2 steps toward the ball. Right foot planted, left foot swung smoothly. He actually struck the ball with the outside of his foot, creating an inward spin in the air. Initially at a 0 angle, but once the ball was airborne it began to spin outward, moving away from the goal. However, due to the inward spin technique, the ball quickly began to curve inward, moving towards the left side, the ball flew toward the back post of the goal. Adebayor's expression turned tense as he hurriedly moved toward the back post, but he felt he was running out of time and could only leap early, throwing himself straight back. The ball whizzed towards the goal, striking the crossbar. Bang! The sound of the impact. The Nigerian fans clutched. The Croatian fans also clutched their heads, erupting in lamentation. Lin raised his fist and shouted in anger. He had thought the ball would go in. That shot didn't score. Oh my god, if that shot had gone in, Lin would have created another memorable moment in this U17 World Cup. A 0-angle free kick directly aimed at the goal, and it hit the crossbar. If it had hit the lower edge, it would have likely scored. When did this guy learn to take free kicks? Henry couldn't help but exclaim as he realized that almost every few matches this guy would surprise him again. It seemed he was always improving, consistently progressing, and rapidly developing in a more comprehensive direction. This astonishment was not only felt by Henry, the vast majority of fans watching the live broadcast were also shocked by this shot. This was a true inward spinning free kick. The match continued. However, at this moment the Nigerian players began to doubt their tactical approach. If this guy's free kick ability had genuinely improved, then Nigeria's frequent fouls would essentially be gifting him opportunities to shoot directly, wouldn't it? But the Nigerian head coach did not change the tactics. He preferred to believe that Lin was just lucky. After all, even outstanding geniuses could sometimes get lucky and score. Thus Nigeria continued to use fouls to stop Croatia's counterattacks. In the 32nd minute of the match, Nigeria pushed forward as a team. Avoni take a long shot. Fake shot and push. Cross into the box. Too much power, the goalkeeper catches it. Ivan Nevestic charged out early, catching the ball with both hands in the penalty area, and then without any observation threw a powerful overarm throw. The ball actually flew across half the field. Lin instantly sprang into action, sprinting down the center as the ball descended toward him. Lin did not stop the ball with his left foot, but instead, while stopping it, lightly nudged the ball to the left. This clever maneuver caused Ndidi to lose his defensive position in an instant. He could only reach out and tug, and Lin fell to the ground. The referee arrived and issued a verbal warning to Ndidi. Ndidi committed a foul. The referee gave him a verbal warning, and Croatia earned their 6th free kick opportunity of the first half. The position for the free kick is quite good, although it's a bit far and the angle is to the left, making it suitable for a tactical play. Since it was a bit far, executing a tactical play seemed smarter. But Lin stood in front of the free kick once again. This time no one stood beside him. Everyone knew that Lin was going to shoot directly. The distance was indeed quite far for the other players. The live broadcast showed that the free kick spot was about 28 meters from the goal. At such a length, if a player shot directly, they might even fail to threaten the goal due to a lack of power. But if you had seen his violent aesthetics, you would not doubt his long-range shooting ability. Lin stood in front of the ball. He took 3 steps back. He took a step forward. At this moment in the close-up of the live broadcast, Lin faced the Nigerian fan stance. Countless Nigerian fans roared furiously as if smoke filled the air surrounding Lin. Though he was alone, Lin's figure was not insignificant. Instead, it radiated power. His silhouette flickered in the smoke, resembling a cannon or a powerful crossbow aimed directly at the Nigerian goal amidst the haze. Beep! The referee's whistle sounded like the horn of the final attack. Lin began his run. He took 2 jumping steps to the ball, jumping forward using the tips of his toes. The taut muscles in his legs displayed strength. Lin planted his right foot firmly on the ground, landing about half a step in front of the ball. His body bent backward like a bow drawn tight, centered at his hips. Then his left foot flew forward like an arrow released from the bow, striking the lower part of the ball with precision, using the instep near his toes. Bang! The ball soared into the air. After crossing the wall, it rapidly descended and quickly slammed to the ground. Then it rebounded again. After rebounding, the ball's speed actually increased. Like a phantom, the ball slammed into the left side of the goal, hitting the inner side of the left post and crashing into the net. Whoosh! The entire stadium fell silent. An astonishing long-range shot. A divine presence descended. Goal! Goal! OMG. Goal. The ball is in the net. Fans, the ball is in the net. You simply can't believe it. This goal is breathtakingly beautiful. This is what a free kick should be. The previous 0-angle inward curving shot was merely a feint to unsettle the defense. This stunning long-range dipping strike truly reveals his extraordinary ability. Has he been concealing his talent all along? I've never seen him demonstrate such exceptional direct free kick prowess. But he just did. This is sheer mastery. Fans, it's 1-0 Nigeria trails, Croatia leads. Cheer for Lin. Applaud Lin. This goal will surely become an instant classic. Henry is electrified. Why does he seem to produce a legendary moment in every match once the tournament reaches the knockout stage? After scoring, Lin sprints toward the touchline to celebrate. and performs his signature Monkey King gesture, hands clasped together as if holding the golden circlet stabilizing staff. Croatian fans have already caught on and enthusiastically imitated. When did he even learn free kicks like this? Did Moro ever train him? Dario is utterly stunned. Train him? To my knowledge, Moro himself doesn't possess such free kick expertise. Meanwhile, Liverpool star players watching the live broadcast stand dumbfounded. Captain Gerrard, when did you secretly teach him this technique? Faced with Coutinho's question, Gerrard replies with a wry smile, teach him. I'd rather he taught me. When did I ever learn to score like that? The match resumes. Nigeria feels mounting pressure. Their fouls begin dropping sharply. But soon they'll have no choice but to foul, because Croatia is deliberately engineering free kick opportunities. Attacking runs are increasing steadily, and Dario makes an in-game tactical adjustment. He senses Linyu is in his golden phase, or honeymoon period, that delicate window immediately after mastering a new skill when performance surges beyond one's usual capacity. In this state, one manifests power far exceeding their baseline level. Thus, Dario intends to maximize Linyu's peak potential during this very window. The match resumes. Nigeria buckles under Croatia's relentless attacking surges. At this moment, it's almost as if Croatia, not Nigeria, is the team famed for its thunderous, unstoppable charges. 42nd minute. Linyu surges forward with the ball. Facing Didi, he executes a dazzling step-over to create space, then delivers a swift diagonal pass to a teammate. Kalinic receives on the left flank and cuts inside. One sharp cut opens space, another instantly. Mwankwo can only grab and bring Kalinic down, earning himself a yellow card. Another free kick for Croatia, this time on the left side. This time, every Nigerian fan tenses in apprehension. Croatia has earned its 7th free kick of the first half, and Nigeria has now received its 3rd yellow card. They now have 3 yellows and 2 verbal warnings. It's astonishing how thoroughly outplayed Nigeria appears in this. Another free kick, but this one sits tighter to the left flank, offering Linyu vanishingly little shooting angle. The goalkeeper organizes the wall expertly. He positions defenders to cover the near post, the right side of his goal, then stands at the wall's left edge ready to dive on the far side. Thus both near and far corners appear fully sealed. Adebayo is supremely confident, certain his wall formation blocks every possible shot Linyu could attempt. Standing over the ball, Linyu suddenly recalls free kick techniques he'd seen in his past life. Before Ronaldinho and Messi popularized low-driven free kicks, traditional wall setups, like Adebayo's, a few defenders stood precisely where the referee marked, poised to leap and block the shot's trajectory. Only after Messi and Ronaldinho began deploying low-driven free kicks did teams start stationing an extra player lying prone behind the wall to intercept ground-level strikes. So now, no Nigerian player lies prone behind the wall. Linyu glances toward the near post, and a bold idea ignites in his mind. 3 paces back, 1 lateral step. He assumes his stance, eyes locked on the top far corner, as if preparing for a curling shot. At the referee's whistle, Linyu rises onto his toes and begins his run-up. He surges forward, plants his left foot, swings his right leg, locks his ankle, and strikes the ball diagonally. Thud! The ball skims the turf. Adebayo's wall leaps, but sees nothing fly overhead. A sudden chill runs through them. Adebayo freezes mid-motion, watching helpless as the ball races inches above the grass, slipping beneath the wall, and nestles unerringly into the bottom left corner. Linyu scores his 2nd free kick goal, a radically modern ground-hugging free kick, decades ahead of its time. Instantly, over 100 million fans across global streaming platforms stare speechless. Henry and the rest fall silent, utterly speechless. It's 2013. They've never witnessed a free kick technique that merges rainbow arcs and low-spinning precision, so far beyond contemporary understanding. Everyone is stunned. In that moment, they don't feel they've watched a goal. They've witnessed a work of art. A masterpiece belonging not to this era, but to a future yet unwritten.